What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. I Frieza, true ancestor of transformations 1 at chapter 1. I am Frieza. On a planet called Patch, there is a disc-shaped universe spaceship which is currently suspended in the atmosphere. Lord Frieza, planet Patch has been cleared. A fat man covered in pink with many pimples on his face was bending over and reporting to Frieza. But what he didn't know was that just now, Frieza's body was taken over by a man named Hu Qin. Hu Qin didn't know why this happened, but he understood one thing clearly. He became the first big boss at the universe level in the Dragon Ball world. He is a born devil, a villain. This start is a bit wrong. It's not the usual way of obtaining Saiyan blood, breaking limits all the way, and finally reaching the top of the universe. In short, he is an alternative without even a gender. Even if she becomes a female Saiyan, he can accept it. After a long time, Frieza, from then on he was called Frieza, learned through his memories that he had now destroyed planet Vegeta for many years, and even Vegeta had reached adulthood. In other words, he is about to face the battle of Namek. And it was that battle that made his opponent, the dead monkey Saiyan son Goku. And he, the emperor of the universe, Frieza, has become a laughing stock in a cyborg state. As a time traveler who is familiar with the story of Dragon Ball, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Doesn't he care about his reputation as a time traveler? Looking at his own ride, a thing only for babies, Frieza felt extremely uncomfortable. Bang, the stroller exploded instantly, and he officially stood on the ground. Crunch, crunch. With every step he took, there was a rusty friction sound under his feet. He knew that this was the BGM of his frozen clan, but he still didn't like it. He was also dissatisfied with his body. His red muscles looked shrunken and wrinkled. He didn't understand why the original Frieza could accept such a body. Dodoria, pass the order back to the Ice Star. The voice was not loud, but he believed that Dodoria would be able to respond immediately. The #1 lackey was not just talk. Yes, King Frieza. 3 days later, the spacecraft landed on the ice planet. Frieza opened his eyes as well. In the past 3 days, he has been practicing this body, and just now, he finally mastered it perfectly. Feeling the surging fighting power in his body, he was so excited that he just wanted to roar. Advertisement: a combat power of 530,000 is already so powerful. It will be even more exciting when he releases the transformation that suppresses his combat power. Frieza was a little impatient because he found that this was also something that could make him feel very comfortable. King Frieza, the Ice Star has arrived and King Cold is waiting for you at the palace. One glance and Dodoria was almost frightened to the point of hard arrest. Tell him to mind his own business. Bang! A red beam shot out from his eyes, and a big hole was immediately blown out in the spaceship. A cold wind that Dodoria couldn't bear blew into the spaceship, but Frieza felt a sense of familiarity. Without paying attention to Dodoria, who was about to turn into an ice sculpture, Frieza flew out at such a fast speed that Dodoria could only see a black dot disappearing from her sight. Frieza came to the coldest place on the entire Ice Star. Feeling the comfort coming from his body, he smiled happily. The laughter stopped abruptly. This was definitely not the laughter he wanted. It was absolutely shameless. All the good mood was shattered by this smile. Frieza felt that the environment here was very suitable for transformation, and the damage to him was minimized. So, he prepared to transform into his strongest form. In his opinion, the strongest form is a little shorter, but it also looks the most pleasing to the eye. In the first form, his body became taller and his muscles became bulging, much like the current King Cold. The second form is simply an alien, with a long head and muscles that are still red. In its final form, its stature became slender, its eyes became extremely fierce, and its ears were like two small upside-down bowls, but they were rectangular in shape. 2 lines appeared on the face, from the eyes to the chin, as if she had been crying. Very unpleasant. There is a purple, gem-shaped muscle on the top of the head, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and calves. The long tail looks very powerful, the lines of the whole body become very soft. It's just a pity that the Frozen Clan is an asexually reproducing race. Rough. After cursing, I felt a little better. Advertisement. As for his combat power of 120 million when he explodes at full strength, it's still impressive now, but it will be shit in the future. Frieza began to display his strength recklessly. He had to restore his strength to its peak as soon as possible. To hell with all the attempts to hide one's abilities. 60 million, 90 million, 100 million. When his combat power reached 120 million, he began to feel pain all over his body. It was the pain that came from his body being unable to withstand the drastic increase in combat power. Boom. After each Ajin yelled, Frieza slowly adjusted to the power in his body and his body was no longer in so much pain. I have finally completed the first step. From now on, I will maintain this form and adapt myself to this state as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be no possibility of further progress. If it weren't for the great help from the temperature of the Ice Star, he might not have been able to transform so smoothly. This time's transformation is not the kind in the original book where the body's energy is greatly reduced after being beaten badly. This is a real combat power of 120 million. Bang! He punched the ice surface, and a bottomless pit appeared. The freezing cold temperature made Frieza's body tremble with comfort. Without any hesitation, Frieza jumped directly into the deep pit. He clearly understood that only in a colder environment could he completely stabilize this form. Only after adapting to this power can he further improve his combat effectiveness. 1 month later, the ice surface that had returned to its original state exploded again, and Frieza's petite body returned to the ice surface again. At this point, his breathing became steady. Yes, the original Frieza was just too comfortable. He couldn't bear to endure even this little hardship. Ding! The combat power detector that was thrown aside sent a message. Although this thing can be easily blown up by combat power, it will not explode as long as you don't actively measure data that exceeds the upper limit. Vegeta, Raditz was killed, but he passed on a very important piece of information. There is something called Dragon Ball on Earth that can make any wish come true. Nappa. Hurry up and turn off the detector. Frieza's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. Oh, Chapter 2. Journey to the planet Yadrat. Has the story started yet? But I'm no longer the same Frieza. Feeling the surging fighting power in his body, Frieza wanted to laugh again. This is a bad habit, we need to change it. He maintained top-level combat power at all times and returned to the palace in just a few breaths. Looking at King Cold sitting on the throne, Frieza sneered. An old man who has no ambition to make progress, actually suppressed his cultivation at the first stage of transformation. It was because of this behavior of yours that you were killed by that loser Trunks as soon as you appeared on the stage. What a disgrace. Family love doesn't exist. You think you can gain the affection of the Frozen clan just by relying on the blood relationship of asexual reproduction? That's a joke. Not to mention that Frieza always had the idea of replacing him, he couldn't accept having another father. However, King Cold's actual combat power is also very impressive. His combat power in the first transformation is close to 150 million. This is also the key reason why Frieza has not taken action yet. Frieza, why did you suddenly transform into your strongest form? Your body can't handle it? Frieza sneered at King Cold's words. It was his words that caused the original Frieza's strength to stagnate, and even it was a bit difficult for him to transform into the strongest form. He won't be fooled by such lies again. Oh wow, what do you want from me? Frieza was completely speechless at this uncontrollable grin. Parame sent us a tribute of top-quality red wine. I know you like to drink red wine, so I specially left a lot for you. The corner of Frieza's eye twitched. If he hadn't considered that he couldn't beat him for the time being, he would definitely have beaten him up. This guy has been living a comfortable life for too long and has become someone who only knows how to enjoy himself. Cooler has already built up a force more powerful than King Cold, but this guy still has no vigilance at all. It's not that there isn't one. At least King Cold has always wanted to kill Cooler, the unfilial son. Similarly, I didn't do it because I couldn't beat him. Just leave it to Dodoria. Let's go. Oh ho ho. Very good, only 2 laughs this time. The disc-shaped universe spaceship is flying at high speed, and this time Frieza's destination is the planet Yadrat. There they have skills that are not inferior to those on Earth. The use of chi is also meticulous, and they also have excellent travel skills, instant transmission. Frieza couldn't stand this slow space travel, it was such a waste of life. Frieza spent a whole month in the universe spaceship, and he was always trying to sense the existence of chi. Advertisement for someone like him who is extremely talented. As long as he understands the principle of chi, it is actually very easy to master it. However, due to the lack of systematic training, he can only suppress his own chi to around 60 million. Lord Frieza, we have arrived at the planet Yadrat. Do we need to wipe out the natives? Dodoria once again felt the ruthlessness of the Emperor of the Universe. Just a glance from him made him tremble. Go back to the base, you are not needed here anymore. Without paying attention to Dodoria's answer, Frieza blasted a hole in the universe spaceship again and flew directly into the distance. They didn't care at all about how they would get back since there was a hole in the spaceship. This was not something Frieza needed to worry about. Anyway, he had been unhappy ever since he traveled through time. Looking at the red-skinned Yadrat in front of him, Frieza felt that he seemed more pleasing to the eye. Oh, you are the most powerful person on this planet? Husu broke out in a cold sweat because of Frieza's laughter, but he didn't dare to show it at all. King Frieza has come to our planet. On behalf of the people of the planet Yadrat, I welcome you and thank you for not killing me. Oh wow, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you, Pa. The tail slapped the ground, and a bottomless crack appeared, the length of which extended to half the planet. However, if you can teach me how to use ki and instant transmission, I might consider letting you go, oh ho ho. Damn Frieza. Stay calm and don't show any discomfort, he is the cold-blooded Frieza. No problem, I will teach you everything I know without reservation. Kai is everywhere. Every living thing has Kai. What we can do is to control Kai. 3 days later, Frieza successfully reduced his energy to the lowest level, and the detector showed that his combat power was 5. Well, I've become a scumbag with a combat power of only 5. These words made Husu break out in cold sweats. If your Universe Emperor Frieza is scum, then what are they? Bacteria. Next is how instant transmission works. As soon as I finished explaining, Frieza disappeared. Husu. Frieza appears again. What other tricks do you have? Try something more difficult. How about the star transformation? Advertisement. Explain. A day later, Husu was swaying profusely as he watched Frieza, whose whole body was glowing purple. So powerful. This way of increasing strength is very similar to Kaioken, but without the burden on the body, not bad. Oh, anything else? No, this is the most powerful skill I know, and even I haven't mastered it yet. What Husu didn't say was that star transformation was actually just a legendary skill, and the person who created it was just a concept. Frieza disappeared again, and he appeared in the universe outside the planet Yadrat, with a purple energy ball condensing on his index finger. Planet Destroyer Bomb. Su felt the threat of death, but he could not offer any resistance at all. A few minutes later, the terrifying pressure disappeared. I am the new Frieza. I shouldn't kill so indiscriminately. Even if Son Goku still learns instant transmission, I am confident that I can defeat him. Having found sufficient reason to show mercy to his men, Frieza instant transmission left. Next destination, Namek. He would not wait foolishly for the development of the plot. Since he had the advantage of being a prophet, why not use it reasonably? On an unnamed planet, an old and frail green man sat on a stone bench and sighed. Slug was very depressed, as he didn't have much time left to live, and he desperately wanted to restore his youth, but Frieza suddenly collapsed in front of him, causing him to sweat coldly to the soles of his feet. Oh ho ho, Pa! Frieza was very distressed as he slapped the slug in front of him with his tail. He sensed the breath of the Namek people, but he only sensed the breath of Slug. Just as he was about to say something, the damn laughter came out again. Slag was so angry that he was blown away, leaving a long deep groove on the ground. Yes, this aura should be Namek, no doubt. It's similar to Slug, but without the evil feeling. The only person left was Slug, who was knocked unconscious by Frieza's tail. Frieza had disappeared long ago. Brush. The hoe swung by Nelu was only 0.001 centimeters away from Frieza's head. If Frieza was a little taller, he would definitely be the first time traveler to be hit on the head with a hoe. Nelu is the most powerful man in all of Namek. When he wields a hoe to farm, the power of the hoe is quite impressive. Nelu swore that this petite and delicate person in front of him was definitely the first one to run under his hoe on her own initiative. Oh ho ho. Chapter 3 This weird wish, oh ho ho. Forget it, this habit is deeply ingrained in my bones and I can't change it. I won't change it. Namek, you are very rude. That evil appearance and those chilling eyes all reveal Frieza's evil side. Who are you and why are you here in Namek, Pa? Nelu was knocked unconscious. You are a scum with a combat power of only 42,000. You are so arrogant that you don't know who to fight with. I will teach you a lesson. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, I'm used to it, it sounds pretty nice, and the key is that it has a great sarcasm effect. Frieza tapped the ground and slowly flew towards the giant house not far away. It looked a bit like a worm and was a bit disgusting. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. I wonder what you have to offer me since you came to Namek. The Great Elder recognized Frieza's identity at a glance, but the time was slightly different from what he predicted. Normally, Frieza should have arrived in Namek in a year and a half. Namek's Great Elder, you are uglier than me and so fat. Great Elder. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the Great Elder's forehead. He never thought that Frieza would say such a thing. It not only insulted him but also belittled himself. Lord Frieza, please forgive Nehru's rudeness, and please forgive me for making you uncomfortable with my appearance. How can I be of service to you? Oh, you're really good at talking. Then gather the Dragon Balls together. This request isn't difficult, is it? Only if you complete the warrior trial. Your request is simple. I'll have the Dragon Ball delivered right away. Under Frieza's sharp gaze, the Great Elder decisively followed his heart. What a crap trial, to hell with it. Nelu, you should get someone else to collect the Dragon Balls. That scum was knocked unconscious by my tail. He won't wake up for at least 10 days or half a month. It was rare that Frieza didn't smile his signature smile. After all, this result was caused by him. Cassius. Bring all the Dragon Balls to me. There's a distinguished guest who needs the Dragon Balls. The Great Elder lowered his head and looked at Frieza, who was not even as tall as his calf, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Lord Frieza, Cassius will be here soon with the Dragon Ball, please wait a moment. Oh wow, good job. It seems you can still unleash your potential? Advertisement. Although Frieza was not willing, his smooth head was touched by the rough hand of the Great Elder. In order to become stronger, Frieza decided to endure it. King Frieza, your strength is too great. I am no longer capable of helping you activate your potential. The Great Elder was telling the truth, and how could he dare to touch Frieza's head? Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic because he thinks his life is too long? Frieza was very upset, very upset. He had finally decided to put aside his pride and let this ugly guy touch his head, but the result was like this. You better pray that Dragon Ball will grant my wish, or it will be a miserable end for you in this planet, oh ho ho. My smile becomes more natural, this is possible. The Great Elder smiled awkwardly. He knew clearly about Porunga's ability. He knew that he was not omnipotent. He was really worried that Frieza would say something that could not be fulfilled. Alas, why is Namek so unlucky? Just when Frieza was getting impatient, 6 Namek people who looked almost exactly like Nairu arrived, each holding a basketball-sized Dragon Ball. Stop talking nonsense and summon Shenron immediately. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, the people who had just approached were about to get angry, but the Great Elder immediately coughed and said, listen to King Frieza and send out Porunga immediately. The Great Elder gave birth to all of the Namek people, and no one dared to disobey his words. So the 7 people put the Dragon Ball on the ground, and one of them recited the formula to summon Shenron in Namek. After the man finished speaking, the Dragon Ball flashed 3 times, and then a beam of light shot up into the sky, and then the sky turned pitch black. An evil dragon that Frieza thought was a combination of Western elements appeared before him. He looks very intimidating, but Frieza knows that this guy is just a weakling and can be smashed into pieces with just one punch. When the Great Elder saw that Porunga had been summoned, he immediately said to Frieza, King Frieza, you may now state your wish. Oh ho ho, very good, my first wish is to make me 30 centimeters taller. After Frieza said his wish, there was complete silence. Frieza's eyes hardened, causing everyone to shudder. Cassius, who summoned Shenron, did not dare to delay and quickly repeated Frieza's wish in Namek. This wish is very simple. Okay, your wish has been granted. Please tell me your second wish. Advertisement. A burst of light enveloped Frieza. When the light dissipated, Frieza was stretched from less than 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters. I can finally look down at people, it feels so good. Glancing around, Frieza suddenly felt like killing someone. It seemed that all the Namek people were taller than him. The second wish is for me to have a gender, male. The whole audience was silent. After several seconds, Cassius woke up with a start, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly told Frieza what he wanted. I can't fulfill this wish. The frozen demons are too powerful and their physiological characteristics cannot be changed. Frieza's face darkened. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept this reality when it really happened. He released 120 million combat forces without any scruples. He really wanted to smash this useless dragon into pieces with one punch. Calm down, don't be impulsive. Oh, Frieza suppressed his laughter and gathered his strength again. Then let me have the appearance of a human. He was very disgusted with his naked appearance. This wish cannot be fulfilled either. Please change your wish. Guessed it, Frieza was actually just giving it a try and didn't really have any expectations. Unleash my potential. Frieza thought that by stimulating his potential, he could continue to practice instead of being stuck at this combat power for a long time. This time, Porunga did not disappoint him because another burst of light enveloped him. Your potential has been stimulated. Please tell me your next wish. Frieza thought about it and decided not to raise the wish for immortality, as it was definitely impossible to do so. Only a super Shenron could fulfill a wish of this level. Create a body that is exactly like me, completely obeys my commands and has no thoughts. Everyone was confused about this wish. Could this be the doll mentioned in the universe that was a perfect one-to-one simulation of a real person? This wish is very simple. 3 wishes have been granted. Goodbye. Porunga couldn't wait to leave. He had never heard of or seen such a strange wish. Of the 3 wishes, only one is something a normal person can do. The point is, Frieza gave him such a get up feeling that he almost couldn't help but pee. Chapter 4. Deep down, there are feelings. King Frieza, your wish has been granted. Is there anything else I can do for you? The Great Elder looked down at Frieza, his tone very respectful. Frieza found that he still needed to hold his head up when talking to this Namek Elder. It makes me very unhappy. Frieza tapped the ground lightly, floated in the air, and looked down at the Great Elder. Well, this is much more comfortable. You Namek seem to know a lot of amazing magic. Can this magic be learned? Frieza thought of Den's healing technique. As for making Dragon Ball, he doesn't want it because the creator of Dragon Ball can't make wishes, and since it's not a Super Dragon Ball, it won't do much for him. The magic of our Namek clan is generated after the awakening of blood. Whether it can be learned by other clans, I have never tried it. Seeing that Frieza's triangular eyes were showing signs of anger, the Great Elder quickly added something. King Frieza, calm down. You can try to learn it. I believe that with your unparalleled talent, it won't be difficult to learn these magics. Beads of sweat the size of beans hung on the Great Elder's forehead. He was afraid that Frieza would get angry and create a planetary fireworks display, and their clan would be extinct. Oh ho ho, tell me about your magic and let me choose. Hearing Frieza's words, the Great Elder did not dare to neglect and quickly listed several types of magic. Detection, healing, body extension, potential activation, egg-spitting life extension, space storage. When Frieza heard about the egg-spitting life extending technique, he thought of the image of an egg bulging out of a tiny throat and a mouth full of mucus. It was extremely disgusting. Healing and spatial storage, that's all. Frieza thought about it and decided that although the body extension technique was also quite disgusting, it was still quite effective, so he added another body extension technique. There is also a detection technique, which can actually check combat power, which is quite practical. Blue, Cassius, Aulic, B***ch. You are responsible for teaching these 4 skills to King Frieza. Lord Frieza, these 4 are the ones who use these 4 skills the best. Looking at the 4 people who looked exactly the same, Frieza wondered how they could be distinguished. Was it because the lines on their bodies were different? One day later, Blue and the other 3 were lying in 4 large pits. If they were not still breathing, no one would think they were still alive. It's not that Frieza didn't learn those skills, on the contrary, he learned them all, and he was much more skilled and powerful than the Namek people. What makes Frieza angry is that healing can only be used on others and is ineffective on himself. The storage space is only 2 cubic meters, advertisement. He didn't try the body extension technique, and he didn't have a hobby of self-harm. But it doesn't seem to be any better. I wasted a day and learned useless skills. That's not true either. At least the clone created by Dragon Ball has a place to go, and the detection technique is still useful. It is worth mentioning that this clone only has the appearance of Frieza, without any talent of the Ice Demon clan, and has no combat power at all. Frieza was so angry about this that he almost broke his teeth. Even Namek's Shenron is so unreliable, so you can imagine how unreliable Shenron is on Earth. Frieza really wants to find the Super Dragon Ball, but it seems a bit difficult and he has to go to the 6th universe. Even though Frieza has a combat power of 120 million, he is actually just a piece of trash. At least there is a long queue of people in Grand King Kai who can abuse him. Even though Supreme Kai Shin's performance is mediocre, he still has a combat power of 800 million. As for Dragon Ball Super, its power is measured in trillions, and its combat power can scare Dodoria to death. What wish would Frieza make to Super Shenron now? Is he going to tell everyone that he just needs a gender? The requirements are not high, both men and women are welcome. In the Great Elder's room, Great Elder, are you sure Frieza won't kill us? A man who looked almost exactly like Piccolo asked the Great Elder a question. The Great Elder's eyes became very deep, and his gaze seemed to see into the distant past and future. That shouldn't be the case. King Frieza didn't destroy the planet Yadrat. He seems to be different from before. From the depths of his heart, I felt human emotions. As if to verify the Great Elder's words, Frieza used instant transmission to return to the ice planet. He located a machine that could emit special energy, which he had originally placed on the ice star to test the instant transmission skill. Bang! A punch created a big hole in the ground, and Frieza jumped in without hesitation. This time, he was not training himself, but to place the clone. Using the principle of asexual reproduction, Frieza placed a cell into the clone, allowing the clone to absorb the cell with the help of the extremely cold environment. He was not sure whether he could eventually create a puppet clone that would completely obey his orders, but at least it was an attempt. Oh ho ho, don't let me down, Frieza number 2, advertisement. After saying this, Frieza disappeared from the space, leaving only the frozen Frieza number 2. Dodoria has been very distressed recently. He feels abandoned by King Frieza. As the Emperor's number 1 lackey, his fighting ability is simply not enough to control the Frieza Legion, so he can only stay in the Frieza base camp recently. Swish. Frieza suddenly appeared beside Dodoria, which made the frowning Dodoria almost burst into tears. King Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, you seem surprised. Frieza said this casually before sitting on his throne. Go to Metamor. Yes, King Frieza. Dodoria came alive at this moment and was able to take advantage of the power of others again. No, it's the fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. There doesn't seem to be a good word. Where's Vegeta now? Frieza held a glass of red wine and took a sip with great relish. The taste seems to be good. Dodoria immediately tapped the control panel a few times, and a picture immediately appeared on the screen. It was exactly what Vegeta looked like sitting in the spherical universe ship, in sleep mode. It seems that he, Vegeta, is still flying in the universe. Yes, only a few days have passed, but in the original book, Vegeta flew for a whole year. Frieza had no intention of directly killing Vegeta and Son Goku. If he lost these two people, what would be the point of him traveling to the Dragon Ball world? Oh, I'm looking forward to your growth, Vegeta. Dodoria. This is the key point, it must be circled and will be tested. As Frieza is the Emperor of the universe in public, his spaceship must be the fastest and most comfortable one. It only took him 3 months to reach the planet Metamor. If Frieza didn't know which she was from the planet Metamor, he wouldn't have to spend so much time on the spaceship. Go back to headquarters and wait for orders. Hearing this again, Dodoria's heart immediately sank. But he didn't dare to raise any objection and still left respectfully on the spaceship. As for why Frieza no longer needs the universe spaceship, he won't ask at all, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Advertisement Chapter 5. Fusion Technique of Metamor. Frieza came to Metamor naturally for the fusion technique. Otherwise, why would he ask Shenron to create a clone for him that had no independent consciousness? He even wanted to get Supreme Kai's earrings. If he could obtain the status of a god, it would be even better if there was no time limit after the fusion. Frieza's appearance already doesn't conform to aesthetic standards, so why bother about whether the moves in Metamor's fusion technique are beautiful or not? As long as he can become stronger, that's enough. In the original work, after Frieza was resurrected and trained for 4 months, he mastered the transformation into Golden Frieza. Only after he truly became Frieza did he realize that it was simply impossible. To achieve the same level as in the original work, the prerequisite is to perfectly master the strongest form, and then one needs to suffer mental torture day and night for many years. Only after his rage and potential were infinitely stimulated could he gain such a leap forward increase in strength, and also initially master the transformation into the golden form. He doesn't want to be trapped in a meatball, then hung on a big tree, watching a group of little angels singing nursery rhymes around him every day. As for the potential that Namek Shenron had developed for him, it was simply a joke. Whenever he thought of this, he wished he could instantly transmit back to Namek and smash that treacherous ugly dragon to pieces with one punch. Because, this potential only allows him to continue to become stronger, but the speed is terrifying. Through meditation training on the spaceship, his combat power only increased by 1 million, from 120 million to 121 million. You know, after Son Goku became a Super Saiyan, his power increased by hundreds of millions or even billions. It's embarrassing to talk about this 1 million. Hey, leave the fusion technique to me. Standing in front of the two big-headed dolls, Frieza asked with a very cold expression. The person in front of him had a combat power of only 100,000. He was wearing a small vest, loose trousers, and had a particularly big head. Hey, are you an alien? You have to beat me if you want to learn our fusion technique? Paw. Without any hesitation, Frieza slapped him deep underground with his tail. This is the first time I've heard such a cheap request. When another Metamor alien saw this scene, his eyes instantly popped out, bloodshot, and his face was full of disbelief. Can you tell me now? Frieza said impatiently. casting a cold look at the remaining big-headed doll. Advertisement. Yes, 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 but we have to wait for Yadi to wake up. This fusion technique requires two people to work together. After saying this, the Metamor alien quickly jumped into the deep pit and picked up his unconscious companion. He won't wake up unless he's in a coma for a few days. How about I try to wake him up? Oh ho ho. The signature laugh almost made this Metamor alien cry. It was so scary. Crash. Yadi was thrown into the lake nearby. The cold lake water entered her lungs through her nasal cavity and choked her awake. Boom. Yadi fought at full strength, suddenly rushed out of the water, looking at Frieza with evasive eyes. He was unable to react at all to the attack just now and had already lost consciousness. Hurry up, Infusion, I hope you won't let me down. Frieza's cold eyes and impatient tone made Yadi shiver and she jumped back to the ground tremblingly. Don't tremble, Yadi. We will definitely be able to defeat him after we merge together. Yeah. Let's fusion. Then, the two big-headed dolls struck a fusion pose right in front of Frieza. Fusion. Frieza thought to himself, it's really ugly. Boom. A warrior with muscular abdomen was born. He was still wearing a black vest with gold patterns, and he looked quite stylish. I felt the strength of the chi, it's about 5 million. In other words, the increase brought by the fusion technique is 50 times the normal combat power, which is equivalent to the increase of a Super Saiyan. Not bad. Frieza thought that if the clone's cultivation level improved, and he could use the fusion spell, he would instantly have a combat power of 6 billion, and he would have no problem even fighting a small puppet. Of course, this was just a data reference based on the fusion techniques of the two people in front of him. Whether there was actually an upper limit was not something Frieza could know right now. Ha ha ha. Now I'm neither Yadi nor Yumi. My name is Yumidi. Die, aliens, and let me show you how powerful our fusion technique is. This is the after effect of the fusion technique, the arrogance that comes with a sudden increase in strength. Advertisement, paw, still a tailspin, knocking it into the ground. It's called Yumidi. Why don't you call yourself Yumid? The principle of fusion technology is very simple, and you can see a little bit of it from the original book. He just wants to confirm it again on the spot to see if there is any discrepancy. The results were exactly the same. Frieza was a little annoyed that 3 months of universe voyage time was wasted. In order to relieve his anger, he instant transmission went to the awakened slag and stepped on him deep into the ground. After making sure that the other party was not dead and could remain unconscious for a long time, Frieza felt much better. Poor Slug had just woken up a few days ago, his head was still a mess, and he was knocked unconscious by Frieza again. 5 months later, a Saiyan who looked exactly like Son Goku came to Slug's planet, but he did not find the deep pit where Slug was unconscious. This planet is quite suitable for growing spirit trees. There are no powerful beings here, so let's grow them here. Frieza didn't know about this because he had returned to the Ice Star and went into seclusion in a deeper and colder place. As for the Frieza core, he temporarily entrusted it to King Cold. Anyway, that old guy has nothing to do all day long. In order to live well in the future, Frieza is working very hard. First of all, he must at least be able to talk to Supreme Kai, otherwise there is no way he can get the combined earrings. As for Gods of Destruction, he is very self-aware. There is no possibility of negotiating terms with the other party for the time being. The only thing he can do is to complete some shameful things for him. While Frieza was in seclusion, time passed quietly, and Vegeta also came to Earth. The plot of the original work unfolds smoothly, from Vegeta's arrogance at the beginning to his miserable departure at the end, without the slightest deviation. The only deviation is that after Vegeta came back, what he heard was not Frieza going to Namek, but King Cold happily setting off for Namek. Vegeta didn't even know King Cold, let alone how strong he was. I only learned from Chuyi that King Cold is Frieza's father, and his fighting power is even more terrifying than Frieza. Moreover, King Cold pulled out his own men, a 5-man team named Kurd. The weakest one of them easily beat up Ginyu. Dodoria and Shangbo became a small army leader of King Cold, especially Dodoria, who cried all day long. She looks just like a concubine who has fallen out of favor and been banished to the Cold Palace. Vegeta was furious, just because the image of Dodoria's fat body with a resentful look on her face frightened him. He decided to go to Namek and give Dodoria a good beating. If he could take advantage of the situation and snatch the Dragon Ball, that would be great. Chapter 6. Namek's Death. Frieza returns. Boom. X2. Vegeta and Chuyi's universe spaceships landed on Namek one after another. Vegeta came to teach Dodoria a lesson, because his combat power is now 24,000, while that fat guy Dodoria is only 20,000. Poor Dodoria didn't know that he was being targeted by the Saiyan monkey, and he was still responsible for charging at the front line among the miscellaneous soldiers, killing one Namek after another. He has only one wish, for Frieza to return soon. He missed the days when he was just taking advantage of the power of others. He would accept it even if it meant being a dog relying on the power of others. At least it's not a real dog. In the distance, a fierce battle took place in the direction where Vegeta and Chuyi landed, and this scene happened to be seen by Dodoria, who was at the front line. After a Namek kid was rescued by 2 little kids, he has been looking for those little kids. He clicked on the detector without hesitation and found that one of them was Chuyi, with a combat power of 18,000. The other one looks familiar, it should be Vegeta, and his combat power is also 18,000, suppressed breath state. Oh wow. These 2 guys are here too. I have to teach them a lesson. I can finally vent my frustration. He only dared to laugh once, because if he laughed several times, it would be King Frieza's exclusive laugh. The red body suddenly burst out with white airwaves and flew towards the place where the battle took place at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he arrived at the place, Dodoria saw from afar that Vegeta killed Chu Yi with a shockwave, and the detector in front of him also showed data of 24,000. This made Dodoria slam on the brakes and run away without looking back. Just kidding, he is here to show off his power, not to be bullied. Dodoria, don't run, I'm going to kill you today. Vegeta uses his full strength, getting closer and closer to Dodoria. Bang! A Sabo with green hair tied into a braid suddenly appeared and knocked Vegeta to the ground with an elbow. At this time, Sabo had not yet transformed, and his combat power was only 21,000. He was able to hit Vegeta only by relying on a sneak attack. Sabo, your strength is not good, it doesn't hurt at all. Vegeta rushed out from the ground, with no signs of injury except for some dust on his body. Sabo is actually feeling frustrated. He used to be a close friend of King Frieza, but now he can only be a vanguard soldier leader. Now, even Vegeta, whom he originally looked down upon, came to mock him. How could he accept this? Ah, Vegeta, you're looking for death. With a loud roar, Sabo transformed directly. The main reason is that I have been suppressed for too long and need to be released. Advertisement. Although Sabo was not handsome originally, he was still normal after all. After the transformation, he became a toad-faced man and the muscles all over his body bulge. It looks very ugly and scary. Moreover, his combat power instantly soared to 29,000, which is already 5,000 higher than Vegeta's combat power. Vegeta fought as fiercely as a tiger, but despite trying his best, he was still no match for Sabo, whose strength increased greatly after his transformation, and was constantly hit by Sabo's punch. Wow, Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the white aura on his body disappeared, and he fainted. Poor Vegeta turned into a tragic tower and was beaten to death by Sabo. Krillin and Gohan, who were hiding behind a rock, saw this scene and were stunned. They arrived at Namek earlier than Vegeta, and discovered many evil auras as soon as they landed, which made them dare not act rashly. The only time I took action was when I really couldn't help myself, but I just rushed out to save a child. Now that he saw the powerful Vegeta being beaten to a pulp, he dared not show up anymore. They can only hope that Son Goku will come to Namek soon to save them. Goku, come here quickly, Namek is in danger, your best brother is weak at the knees. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. Bulma looked at the laser lines that occasionally crossed the sky and felt terrible. And what is Son Goku doing at this time? Oh, he was wriggling like a maggot on the spaceship. His target was a small bag not far away, which contained a few magic beans. On the ice star, it's nothing but cold. The endless ice fields are enough to make one's scalp tingle. Bang! Suddenly, the entire ice star shook, and a big hole appeared somewhere in the ice surface, and endless cold wind whistled out from the hole. One of them is about the same height as Son Goku, and is pale white overall, with some purple spots on the top of his head, shoulders, etc. His pupils were as red as blood, but not very big, which made them look particularly creepy. Oh ho ho! Activate the detection technique. The combat power has reached 250 million, not bad. It turns out that becoming stronger is also very refreshing. What a pity, I still want that kind of pleasure. Advertisement touching that smooth place without any bulges or gaps, Frieza's eyes suddenly shot out two red rays of light. Swish, Ice Star was almost cut in half by Frieza. After venting his anger, Frieza took out the communicator from the storage space and put it on his ear, with the glass lens covering his left eye. Damn, these ears are weird, they're actually rectangular, this is outrageous. Ding, ding. Dodoria, where the hell have you been? Dodoria, who was flying towards the King Cold Universe spaceship with Sabo, suddenly stopped. This long-lost voice made him so excited that he just wanted to burst into tears. Sabo didn't know what was wrong with Dodoria, so he had to stop and ask in a bad mood. Hey, are you having a seizure? We need to take Vegeta back to King Kurd? Dodoria ignored Sabo and bowed 90 degrees to the air. It was a perfect gesture. Lord Frieza, I am in Namek right now because Lord Kurd wants to collect Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Lord Frieza, I have such a miserable life. As your personal secretary and lackey, I have now been reduced to a small team leader. Woo woo woo. Hearing Dodoria's sobbing, Frieza felt the hairs on his body stand up. It's just a feeling, because he was completely naked and had no body hair at all. However, when he heard that King Cold was actually doing what he was supposed to do in the original book, he felt bad. He had owed a favor to Great Elder Namek, but it had only been a short time since then and he was beaten by his nominal father. He didn't care whether the Nameks died or not. The main thing is that he feels that King Cold has taken over the cooking. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just stay at the Ice Star and enjoy the fine wine and delicious food? Why do you have to go to the main storyline to show your presence? Who are you with? Now his fighting power has doubled. As long as he is given 2 breaths of time, King Cold will be killed instantly. You know, the Trunks coming in the future will be about the same as he is now. If you have to give a number, it should be around 240 million. Since Big Trump was able to kill King Cold, there's no reason why he can't. Oh ho ho ho, after I, King Frieza, return to the battlefield, my first opponent is my nominal father. Sacrificing one's own family for the greater good, bah, it should be killing one's father to offer sacrifice to the heaven, the power is boundless. That's not right, the energy used here should be infinite strength. Alas, it's a pity that this energy cannot be used for that purpose. If it could be used, it would be perfect. Damn Akira Toriyama. You're not a human being. Chapter 7 Venting out nameless rage. Frieza sensed Dodoria's aura, and then he found that this guy's aura was too weak to sense at all. Frieza had no choice but to set his target on King Cold, and this time he sensed it quickly. Swish, Frieza disappeared into the ice planet, and reappeared in King Cold's universe ship. King Cold was also shocked when he saw his adopted son suddenly appearing in front of him. He had no idea how his adopted son appeared, he just appeared out of nowhere. It's magical. Frieza, what kind of magic is this? Although King Cold was surprised by Frieza's sudden appearance, he had nothing to worry about as his fighting ability was stronger than that of his son. What he didn't know was that Frieza had suppressed his aura to less than 100 million in order to not draw attention to himself, just to confuse King Cold. Because the Ice Clan's combat power is too strong, it is normal to suppress their own combat power a little, and King Cold did not doubt anything. I heard you were collecting Dragon Balls, Frieza said, looking around and found 6 Dragon Balls in a corner of the spaceship, exactly the same size as the ones he saw at the beginning. I have them from 2 stars to 7 stars, only the last one from the Great Elder is missing. Phew, as long as the Great Elder is not in trouble, he won't be considered completely ungrateful. Although he didn't care, Frieza had been scolded a lot anyway, so one more wouldn't make a difference. However, he is the only one who can do this. King Cold did it, and then he gets to bear the blame. You're dreaming. Frieza. Your father will soon gain immortality, all thanks to your men. The detector detected the fighting power of your subordinate Vegeta before. It seems that the Saiyan monkey does not regard you as the object of absolute loyalty. King Cold sipped his red wine, looking very gentlemanly. There is also a 5-man team in the spaceship, which is King Cold's ace team, the Cood team. Even the weakest one can completely defeat Captain Ginyu, and the most powerful one has reached a combat power of 3 million. However, in Frieza's eyes, this combat power is actually no different from that of a weakling. You know what, you did what I was about to do, and it really upset me. Frieza's attitude was quite bad, which made the 5 members of the Cood team very unhappy. But they know very well that they can show off their power in the universe and ignore most people. However, the Frieza in front of him was definitely not one of them. If he was still Frieza sitting in the stroller, the boss of the Cood team would still have the right to look down on him. Now, advertisement huh? Why is the sky green today? Frieza, perhaps you forgot that I am your father. King Cold still looked like a gentleman, but only he knew whether he was angry or not. It's just in name only, the blood of the Frozen clan has never been above 0 degrees. Besides, don't you always think about killing Cooler? Doesn't that mean he's not your son anymore? Crunch. Crunch. Frieza approached King Cold step by step, and took a glass of red wine from the bar in the distance. Frieza, what do you want to do? You should know that my fighting ability is far superior to yours. King Cold had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. As expected, he was the one who was killed instantly by Date before he even had time to transform. Oh ho ho. You are so stupid, ha. Suddenly, Frieza's aura surged, and the violent aura blew the Cood 5 directly over, crashing into the spaceship. Although this spaceship is very advanced, it is also very sturdy. Unfortunately, it still couldn't withstand the energy leakage caused by Frieza's explosion. Puff puff puff. The stronger ones in the spaceship were pushed out by this breath, and a total of 5 holes appeared on the spaceship. The remaining junk that only relied on advanced weapons could not withstand the pressure and exploded without even having time to scream. Puff. King Cold lowered his head, and a purple glowing energy blade pierced his chest. Wow, the severe pain made King Cold spit out a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, it had turned into ice crystals. It can be seen how low the blood temperature of the Frozen clan is. Frieza became even more annoyed when he saw this scene. It seems that even if Shenron can help him obtain his gender, his significant other can't bear the low temperature. I miss you already. Oh ho ho. Frieza increased the strength in his hands and swung the purple energy blade quickly, cutting King Cold into many pieces in an instant. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, King Cold's head was not separated. Frieza, however, he is greeted by a purple energy wave from Frieza. King Cold was shattered in the energy wave that surged into the sky. The extremely high temperature left not a single cell of King Cold left. Advertisement. After doing all this, Frieza still couldn't suppress the evil fire in his heart. 5 beams of death shot out from his blood-red eyes, shooting at the 5 members of Cud's team who had escaped with their lives in the entire spacecraft. Originally, you didn't have to die. Who made you escape? The Cood 5 cursed loudly. I didn't run away, you blew us away. What kind of hatred is that? Killing your own father wasn't enough, you also have to deal with us, your followers. No. Boom. X5. The world is quiet. Call. The wine glass in his left hand was not damaged at all, and Frieza drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. This feeling is so G great. As expected, the best way to release unhappiness is to destroy. How about destroying Namek as well? Forget it, this is Son Goku's transformation battle in the Dragon Ball world. Super Saiyan, with golden hair, green eyes, fierce look, and an arrogant attitude that despises everything. My childhood idol, but I'm so strong now, it seems like I can beat the shit out of them easily. By the way, Slug should have woken up too. Although his fighting power is a bit weak, he can still serve as a stepping stone for Son Goku. Just do it. So, when Dodoria, full of excitement, and Sabo dragged Vegeta like a dead dog to the spaceship, Frieza disappeared again. Lord Frieza, Please don't abandon your most loyal servant again. Dodoria felt bitter in her heart, even more bitter than eating Coptus chinensis. Feeling abandoned by Frieza again, big tears rolled down. This is disgusting to sob. Bang. It was a flying kick towards Dodoria's fat body. Roll. The pink ball of meat broke through the spaceship and flew out. Sabo. When King Frieza comes back, I will make sure you know how powerful I am. Sabo spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Bah. You are just a useless B***************** D who relies on the power of others. At this moment, a figure appeared on the path that the thick phlegm must have passed. Chapter 8 The Poor Slug. Turles has the same appearance as Son Goku, and it is unknown whether he is Burdok's illegitimate son. Turles found an uninhabited planet, so he planted a spirit tree on it. The spirit tree is a magical species that can absorb the essence of the planet. The day when the spirit tree matures is the day when the planet runs out of vitality. When the spirit tree withers, the planet will fall apart and become dust in the universe. Turles accidentally came across a growing spirit tree, so he took it for himself. This is the 4th time that the spirit tree has been planted. At this time, Turles already has a combat power of nearly 30,000. This combat power has surpassed all Saiyans. After all, before the Saiyan planet Vegeta exploded, King Vegeta's combat power was only about 10,000. Turles is proud. Even his 5 subordinates are stronger than King Vegeta. He feels that he is the only one who can rely on him to revive planet Vegeta. However, reality was against him. If he discovered the existence of Slag when he landed on this planet, he would leave without hesitation. However, Slug was knocked underground by Frieza. Because he lost consciousness, his combat power was infinitely close to 0. But when the spirit tree was planted, it woke up Slag when it extracted energy from the planet. After Slag opened his eyes, he first doubted his life, and then felt some tree roots draining energy from him. How could he bear this? He is a super Namek, King Slug. Boom. With a loud bang, Slag's old and frail body made a grand appearance. Even though Slug's combat power has been greatly weakened now, he is still not something that Turles and others can deal with. You have to know that in Slug's strongest period, he had a combat power of 60 million under normal circumstances. Although he is seriously aging now, even if he doesn't have 10 million, he still has several million. Turles is in tragedy. After sacrificing the lives of 5 of his men, Turles escaped on a spaceship without even having time to collect the seeds of the spirit tree. Slug didn't have the energy to chase him, mainly because Frieza's 2 sweeping attacks had seriously injured him. Looking at a big tree growing on the originally bare planet, and looking at the big tree full of red fruits, Slag became excited. Spirit tree. It really is a spirit tree, ha ha ha. The era of King Slag is about to return. Baji, 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 Baji. Slag continued to eat the fruits of the spirit tree, and soon he had eaten nearly half of them. After eating nearly half of the fruit, Slug's combat power did not increase much, but he regained his youthful body. His combat power only increased from 60 million to 65 million. In fact, this improvement is already a lot. If Turles knew about this, he would probably cry in the toilet. Ha ha ha, as long as I eat the remaining fruits and plant them on other planets, the entire universe will be mine. Frieza is nothing. Prepared to tremble. Slag was full of confidence and was venting the frustration he had felt the previous 2 times. Advertisement suddenly, a sinister and mean laugh came from behind. Oh wow. Congratulations, Lord Slug. Slag turned around with difficulty, and his body moved as slowly as rust. Frieza. Frieza floats in the air because Slug is taller than him. Frieza secretly hated himself. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Shenron to raise him a few meters. Come on, make me tremble. Oh ho ho ho. With a wave of his hand, Frieza stored all the fruits on the spirit tree into the storage space. Even the spirit tree seeds were stored there. Soon, the spirit tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the planet began to show signs of weathering. No, you can't do that. Slag was shocked. He didn't have the ability to survive in the universe. Then, Slag fought with all his strength and flew towards the distance, where his exclusive universe spaceship was. It's the same bughouse spaceship as Piccolo. Unfortunately, Frieza would not allow him to escape. He accelerated slightly and came to Slug's side, then grabbed Slug's tentacles. Go! Swish! Frieza and Slug disappeared at the same time. When he appeared again, Slag saw a mouthful of dark yellow thick phlegm flying towards him. I instinctively closed my big mouth, but he just happened to hold the thick phlegm in his mouth. Frieza's veins on his head were throbbing and he felt extremely disgusted. Bang! The long tail hit Slag's head hard, directly smashing a big hole in the spaceship, and Slag went deep into the ground again. Slag, who was trembling all over after being slapped by Frieza, swallowed instinctively and felt unwell. Being beaten by Frieza is nothing. If you are not strong enough, you can only take the beating. But what about that thick phlegm? Slag expanded his size and rushed into the sky. He kept picking at his throat, trying to vomit. Bang! It seemed that something fleshy hit him on the head, and then slid down his body into the spaceship. Advertisement. Frieza's eyes twitched. This Dodoria actually rolled down from the sky. Is this the so-called number 1 lackey? It seems a bit embarrassing. Come on, get smaller, let's sit down and talk. The combat power of the giant slug is only 100 million. In Frieza's eyes, he is just something that can be killed instantly. However, this fighting power is just right for honing Son Goku's abilities. King Frieza would be very boring without a strong opponent. The key is that Son Goku can also bring out the androids, Cell, Majin Buu and a series of other plots. This is the best stepping stone on the road to becoming stronger. Slug has regained his youth and has been humiliated by Frieza. How can he be obedient? Roaring loudly, Slug was about to fight Frieza for 300 rounds. If you want to talk to me, beat me up first, paw. Slug fell face down on the ground, causing the entire planet to shake 3 times, and countless cracks appeared on the surface. Such a weird request, I can actually satisfy you, oh ho ho. Snap, 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 standing on Slug's back, the tail whipped Slug's bald head again and again. Not long after, a giant green Tathagata appeared. If there were more halos behind the head, it would look more like it. Lord Frieza, you're finally back, I missed you so much. Dodoria ran over with tears and snot, and stepped on Slug's tentacles with her big feet. Her weight actually left many footprints on Slug's tentacles. Damn it. Do you want to disgust me to death? Crossing his arms over his chest, Frieza leaned back and flicked his tail. Dodoria disappeared into the sky even faster than before. This scene made Sabo terrified. It seems that the thick phlegm he just spit out was the culprit. Oh, Vegeta. This guy dared to betray King Frieza. If we catch the traitor, maybe we can save his life. No, it's my life, huh. Where's Vegeta? Damn it, don't play tricks on me, you can't play hide and seek with me. Chapter 9. The Ginyu Force appears in the sky above Namek. 5 round spherical spaceships were flying side by side, about to break through Namek's atmosphere. As soon as Frieza contacted Dodoria, Dodoria immediately conveyed the good news to the Ginyu Force. The Ginyu Force spent a long time researching the design, but was despised by the Cood Force and was severely punished in anger. They are so frustrated. If King Frieza were here, he wouldn't praise them, but he would respect the fruits of their labor, right? When they heard the news of King Frieza's appearance, the 5 of them immediately rushed out of the recovery cabin, not caring about their injuries, and headed towards Namek in a hurry. Anyway, their injuries are not serious and they can recover quickly even without staying in the treatment cabin. Hiding in the sanatorium, mainly because I have no face. They desperately need recognition, especially the recognition from the strong. So 10 minutes later, they arrived at Namek and dove in. Boom, 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 5 consecutive peerless. As luck would have it, the 5 spaceships landed right on the giant slug. He was hit on each of his limbs, and together with the one on his lower abdomen, there were 5 dents. Frieza's eyelids twitched at this scene. In other words, the Namek people also reproduce asexually, otherwise it is hard to say whether this slug would become a eunuch. Stuck, gas, the hatches of 5 spherical spaceships opened, and 5 people of different heights walked out. The highest one is Bart, with a combat power of 44,000. He is known as the fastest man in the universe, but the exact speed is unclear in seconds. The shortest is Gouda, with a combat power of 18,000, making him the weakest member of the Ginyu Force. He was able to join this team entirely because of his superpowers. But in Frieza's opinion, this guy is just there to make up the numbers, and his abilities are useless. The one with the best looking hairstyle is Giz, with long white hair, a combat power of 50,000, and he is also the vice captain of the Ginyu Force. The one with the most developed muscles, the simplest mind, the long face and the pineapple head is Reckham. In the original work, he tortured Vegeta, Son Gohan and Krillin. However, his combat power is only 40,000, which makes him the second to last in the Ginyu Force. The last purple character who looks like he has no head is Ginyu, the captain of the Ginyu Force. No one knows whether his true form is like this, after all, he has a unique skill of changing bodies. Advertisement: the Ginyu Force is named after him. It has the highest combat effectiveness, with 120,000 members, and he is the main contributor to the combat effectiveness of the entire team. Ginyu. When the 5 people jumped together, they shouted each other's names and then posed in a funny way. A gust of wind blew by, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. In the anime, Frieza has seen several people perform funny combination moves, and after watching them live, he still couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's really shocking. Pa, with a flick of his tail, Slug, who had been pretending to be dead and doubting his life, suddenly came back to life. It quickly returned to its normal size, with a servile look on its face, and it even didn't dare to restore the dents on its body that were made by the universe spaceship. Next, you will take my place and pretend to be trying your best to collect the Dragon Balls, but you must not go to the tower in the northwest. Do you understand? Slag was shaking all over, sweat was pouring down his face, he bent down suddenly and almost choked on his head. Understood, understood. Actually, the Japanese word for this is more appropriate, but I just don't want to use it. Frieza saw the other man bowing like this and couldn't help but kick him again. You're offering sacrifices to me. You be asterisk 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 D. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the universe spaceship without paying any attention to Slag, who disappeared into the sky. Dodoria, why is this spaceship so shabby? How did you manage to be the #1 lackey? After finally climbing back, Dodoria, who was aching all over, immediately regained his spirits. His headache and legs were no longer sore, and he was filled with energy. Don't worry, King Frieza. I'll have the headquarters send a more luxurious spaceship over right away. Dodoria has found the value of his existence. He can once again take advantage of the power of others and bully others. This feeling is so great. Mr. Sabo, I don't think you're handsome at all. Don't get in my way anymore and go provide support for Ginyu and the others. Frieza's three views were completely destroyed when she saw Sabo in green skin, especially with a long braid. Sabo immediately bowed 75 degrees, mainly because he didn't dare to bow at such a big angle. Slag was a lesson for him. Sabo trotted towards Ginyu and the others. He was particularly afraid of Frieza now. Vegeta was gone and he thought he was dead. Now that he was lucky enough to keep his life, he was already satisfied. As for whether she looks good or not, that is not up to Frieza, the genderless being. Advertisement, boom. An energy bomb hit Sabo. Sabo was almost vaporized by the energy bomb, but fortunately he was rescued by Slag and put into a rapid treatment cabin. Don't say bad things about me in your heart. If you want to end up like him, you can try it. Even Slag, who had just landed freely, was trembling with fear. The words that Slag was originally preparing to complain about were aborted. Although Dodoria has no strength and courage, he has a heart of a dog. You guys, learn more from Mr. Dodoria, oh ho ho ho. Very good, laughing one more time will only attract more hatred. Glancing at Vegeta who was moving lightly in the distance, Frieza smiled. Dodoria and the others had just arrived here when Frieza saw Vegeta who had fainted, so he secretly cast a healing spell on him. This is the second male lead of Dragon Ball. Without him, it would lose a lot of fun. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, please don't let me down. Don't die like in the original book. The power of the plot is really magical sometimes. Even though it was King Cold who sent people to collect the Dragon Ball, a group of his men were still wiped out by the Namek people. Moreover, Tenten, who knew healing skills, was also rescued by Krillin and the others. Frieza knew this after just a slight sense. What's even more amazing is that Vegeta actually met Son Gohan and Krillin along the way, and the three of them actually reached the historic decision of forming a strategic alliance. Vegeta and the others could sense energy, so they tried to restrain their own energy as much as possible and ran towards where the Great Elder was. Meanwhile, Son Goku's universe ship was less than a day away from Namek. Just now, Son Goku once again crawled to the small bag of senzu beans like a maggot, slammed his chin on the ground, and a senzu bean jumped out. When Son Goku saw the senzu beans, his eyes lit up and he tried hard to roll them with his tongue, but failed. The second time, I failed again. The nth time he ate, just when Son Goku's eyes were about to lose their light, he finally rolled the senzu bean into his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Ding 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 ding. Son Goku raised his hands high and was resurrected with full health again. What is our protagonist Frieza doing? Oh, he was thinking, how am I supposed to pee? This problem is very serious. Chapter 10. Two people alone in a room. Bulma is not the heroine. If you feel that the description is too much, you can skip it. I describe Bulma only because she is the most important heroine in Dragon Ball, but she does not have to be the main heroine. After all, Frieza's physique is extraordinary. After studying it for a long time, Frieza finally gave up. It has been such a long time since he came here, and he has never had any emergency situation. Perhaps it is because of his special physique. Frieza, who was getting impatient, came to a cave alone, where there was a building that shouldn't be there. House. There is a sign on the house. Capsule Corp. What that meant, Frieza had no idea. He never liked studying bird language. However, he knew that this was the house that Bulma had transformed into using the universal capsule. Bang. 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 He knocked on the door gently, trying to appear as elegant and gentlemanly as possible. The door is open. Bulma, in her pajamas, stood inside the door, looking curiously at the tall man with pale skin in front of her. The main reason was that Bulma couldn't tell whether the other person was a man or a woman for a while, so she could only describe him as a tall person. Hello. Who are you looking for? Frieza looked around, gave what he thought was the gentlest smile, and asked in confusion. Is there anyone else here? Bulma was frightened by Frieza's smile, and with those blood-red pupils, he was simply the villain in the novel. I took a quick glance and saw the long tail, and was immediately terrified. She wanted to scream, she wanted to run away, and she even had to pee. No, no more. What do you want to talk to me about? Bulma asked tremblingly, trying hard to hold back the urge to pee. Frieza couldn't maintain the smile that he thought was gentle and gentlemanly, so he returned to his normal appearance and spoke lightly. It's been a while since I've tasted Earth's delicacies. I wonder if you can satisfy my small request. In return, I will treat you to Parameistar's red wine and the most famous spirit tree fruit in the universe. Although Frieza, who has returned to normal, still looks extremely evil, he is finally a little more normal, which makes Bulma not as scared as before. When Bulma heard Frieza's request, she felt that he was a reasonable person, and her nervousness eased a lot. She is a very courageous person, otherwise she would not go alone to look for Dragon Ball. After hearing about the fine wine from the planet Parame and the famous fruit of the spirit tree in the universe, her curiosity was successfully aroused. Please come in, sit down for a moment, I'll get you some food. As the eldest daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, she never lacks food and clothing when she goes out, and she prepares multiple copies of everything in advance. Especially since she met Son Goku, she has prepared dozens of times more food than before, because that kid had no strength when he was hungry when he was a child. There were many times when Bulma almost became famous because of hunger, so this is something that we have to pay attention to. Soon, a table full of delicious food appeared in front of Frieza. It was so delicious that Frieza, who hadn't tasted such food for a long time, almost drooled. Advertisement. So Frieza waved his hand, and a large box of red wine from the planet Parame appeared in the house, and there was a red fruit in Bulma's hand. Although the storage space is not large, the effect is still great. The fruit of the spirit tree looks furry and doesn't look good at all, but the refreshing fragrance makes Bulma want to take a bite. It's not that I don't want to give you more of this fruit. With your body, eating one is already the limit. Once you get used to it, it's okay for me to give you more. Frieza did not eat as voraciously as Son Goku. Instead, he drank his wine while slowly cutting a steak with a knife and fork. This steak was actually cooked to his favorite medium rare. He could even see a little bit of blood when he cut it. It was exactly what he wanted. Bulma looked at the stranger who was eating slowly in front of her, and she actually felt that he was a gentleman. It's outrageous. I'm so sorry, I don't know your name yet. Hello, my name is Bulma, and I'm from a faraway planet called Earth. Nice to meet you. Bulma originally wanted to reach out and shake the other person's hand, but finally gave up the idea. Judging from the voice, this pale-skinned person seems to be a man. Hello beautiful lady, my name is Frieza, maybe you have heard of this name. Bulma's brain shut down for a full 30 seconds. Then a scream that broke through the sky was heard, and the whole house shook a few times. Frieza, you are Frieza. Frieza rubbed his rectangular ears. It seems that having too good hearing is not a good thing. Guaranteed authenticity. Bulma would know about Frieza, or King Kai would tell them through telepathy after she came to Namek. From King Kai's description, she learned about Frieza, an extremely cold-blooded super-villain in the universe who would destroy planets at will. And this time, it's Frieza's father, King Cold, who's terrorizing Namek, and that group of people is also looking for the Dragon Ball. Then, King Cold is yours. Frieza interrupted Bulma, although it was a bit ungentlemanly, he really didn't want to hear those words. It's just in name only. He ruined my plan and I have sent him to see the King of Hell. Maybe I can only see him in hell. Bulma was shocked. But none of that matters. The important thing is, will this universe-level villain kill himself, or will he do that to him first and then kill him? Or will he kill himself first and then do that? It seems like I can't accept it no matter what. What should I do? What should I do? Frieza's face suddenly darkened. The main thing was that he felt what Bulma was thinking. Advertisement. If he had that ability, he wouldn't mind Bulma thinking so, and would even be happy to help her fulfill her wish. The point is, the key is, the focus is. That is the eternal pain in his heart. Miss Bulma, don't let your imagination run wild. If I wanted to kill you, you would have met your ancestors long ago. After that, Frieza continued to eat his delicious food. Pudding, mousse cake, fruit lasagna, hamburger, steak, fried chicken, crispy pork belly, braised pork with preserved vegetables. Why is there even stinky tofu? Well, the most typical example of something that smells bad but tastes delicious. Seeing that Frieza was concentrating on the food and was not as scary as King Kai said, Bulma's urge to urinate retracted. Looking at the red fruit in her hand, she hesitated. Should I eat it or not? Will I be poisoned if I eat it? Does it contain some kind of spring medicine? But this fruit smells so good, I really want to take a bite. So confusing. Eat it. This fruit is very rare and can improve your physical fitness. After eating it, it's impossible to stay young forever, but it will be no problem for you to live for hundreds of years. Besides, this thing is good for your skin. I guarantee that you will become more beautiful after eating it. Frieza followed suit, just like coaxing Snow White into eating an apple. After all, she is the most dazzling heroine in the Dragon Ball world, and he also hopes that Bulma can have a healthy and long life. After a long time, Frieza had almost finished eating, and when he saw that Bulma had not eaten the fruit of the spirit tree yet, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. What? Do you really not trust me? Although I am not a eunuch, it doesn't make much difference. The emperors in ancient times trusted people like us the most. Why can't you, a little girl, trust me? I gave you the fruit, but you didn't eat it. Isn't that giving me face? This change of expression immediately frightened Bulma so much that she felt like peeing again. Bulma swallowed her saliva while resisting the urge. I thought, if I die, Dragon Ball can revive me. Snap. It's juicy and meaty, leaving a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. This feeling is simply indescribable. Bulma's eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't wait to continue biting. Wow, this fruit is so delicious. Frieza was satisfied when he saw this scene, and he laughed naturally, but the sound was still so shameless. Oh ho ho ho. Chapter 11. The war ended in one stroke. King Frieza has disappeared for a long time, and no one knows where he has gone. Slag felt that this place was his world again. When he found out what Dragon Ball was about, his mind became active. If you can wish for immortality, why would you still be afraid of Frieza? Doesn't exist. However, Frieza's power was still there, so to be on the safe side, he decided to wait another day. After a day, if Frieza still hadn't shown up, he would no longer care. As for the Ginyu Force, in his eyes, they are just a bunch of idiots, the kind with low combat effectiveness. The poses they combined were as awkward as they could be. Being ugly is not a problem, and being stupid is not a problem either. The key is that you don't know it yet. No self-awareness at all. It's very annoying. Especially that Dodoria, who acted like Frieza, was the boss and he was the second in command. If King Frieza hadn't praised Dodoria before leaving, Slug would have definitely taught this lackey a lesson. No, teach him how to be a dog. Break one of his legs first. Aren't all lackeys lame? Just bear with him for a day. In the northwest of the shabby universe spaceship, completely out of sight, standing next to the Great Elder were the grim-faced Nelu and the surviving Dend, also known as Tiantian. The Great Elder placed his hand on the head of Vegeta, who looked unhappy, and then a powerful energy emerged from Vegeta's body. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. He felt like he could kill 10 Friezas right now. If there was a combat power detector, Vegeta's combat power would have reached a terrifying 300,000 at this moment. This combat power is enough to kill everyone on this planet except Frieza and Slug in seconds. Vegeta feels like he is the brightest guy on the planet right now. Come on, come on. Do it again. Faced with Vegeta's unreasonable request, the Great Elder looked helpless. The main thing is, I can't beat him. If I had known earlier, I should have opened up Nero's potential first. With Nero's combat power of 42,000, after development, he should be able to crush the current Vegeta. I can only develop a person's potential once in his life. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Advertisement. Nelu and Tiantian stepped forward and called out, their eyes full of worry. The Great Elder waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Naru, come here. You are the best warrior in my Namek. This time, Namek's disaster needs your strength. Nelu wanted to refuse, but in the end he obediently placed his head in front of the Great Elder. 10 seconds later, Nail also gained an astonishing improvement. Although it was not as abnormal as Vegeta's 10 times, it also reached as much as 350,000. This anger immediately crushed Vegeta, but there was still that unpleasant contempt in Vegeta's eyes. Tisk, if you just give King Vegeta a few days to practice, defeating him will be easy. As for Son Gohan and Krillin, after being developed, they only have combat power of 20,000 and 15,000, so Vegeta is a little embarrassed to form an alliance with them. It doesn't matter whether Kakarot comes or not, I will definitely get rid of Frieza. Vegeta said this proudly, and white air waves appeared around him. He kicked the ground and flew towards the universe spaceship at a very fast speed. Vegeta, X2. Son Gohan and Krillin wanted to stop him, but Vegeta was so overwhelmed by his surging strength that he refused to listen. Child, you should go and help them. The evil that is invading this time cannot be dealt with by him alone. The Great Elder didn't know that King Cold was dead, and he didn't know that the enemy they were facing now would be the same clan who escaped from the previous Namek at the same time as him. Slug, the most talented Namek warrior. The culprit who caused this dramatic scene was Frieza, who was sleeping in Bulma's house. Where is Bulma? After eating the fruit of the spirit tree, she suffered from diarrhea for a long time, but she did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, she now feels better than ever. The skin is smoother, the hair is softer, the figure is better, more curvy and elastic, especially the little face, which looks like water will come out if pinched. As for her combat power, which was increased to 1,000 points due to the fruit of the spirit tree, she didn't take it seriously at all. Beauty is the most important thing. She wasn't interested in fighting or anything like that. Looking at Frieza sleeping in the guest room, she wondered if Frieza was misunderstood and that he was not as bad as imagined. On the contrary, Frieza gave her the impression of being quite polite and graceful, and even more of a gentleman than Son Goku. It's probably your appearance that has caused the world to misunderstand you. How about finding the Dragon Ball and changing your appearance? Hee. That's what women are like, superficial. She remembered again that this sleeping man had personally killed his nominal father. Soon, Bulma found another reason to think that there was nothing wrong with her. It must be that King Cold who used your name to cause chaos everywhere, and you couldn't stand it anymore, so you killed your own relatives for the sake of justice. Advertisement. Not to mention what Bulma was thinking, Vegeta had already met the Ginyu Force at this time. At this moment, Vegeta's fighting power is overflowing, and he is full of confidence. Stop playing rock paper scissors. Come on, if I frown, that little bald guy will grow hair. Ginyu Force. Krillin and Son Gohan who are trying to fly. As for Naru, he became a deserter. The excuse is, I am the Great Elder's bodyguard. The Great Elder's safety is above all else. I can only rely on you for the next battle. On the surface, Klin agreed with Nelu's approach, but secretly gave him the middle finger. I'll make you black. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat the other person, if it weren't for the Omega Shenron beads in his hand, he would definitely raise his middle fingers with both hands. One more curse. Don't be ashamed. The battle begins. The battle is over again. The gap of hundreds of thousands is enough for Vegeta to kill the Ginyu Force in seconds. Although Captain Ginyu had a combat power of 120,000, he was blown to pieces under Vegeta's brutal attack without even having time to exchange bodies. As for Sob, who had recovered after emergency treatment, he escaped the disaster because he had prepared a cocktail for them in the rear. Vegeta is not Son Goku. His personality now is different from what it will be in the future. If he can kill someone instantly, he will never delay even a second. To ride a wave, you need strength as a foundation. After this battle, Vegeta's confidence swelled rapidly. It was as if a BGM sounded in the sky. I am the most handsome guy on this street. When you walk, you must walk with swagger. Wear sunglasses and change your hairstyle. As soon as you go out, you will be adorable. There's nothing I can do, I'm just born this way. My strength does not allow me to keep a low profile. Single quote. Shenron, you just need to make me grow 20 centimeters taller. I don't want immortality anymore. Ha ha ha. Frieza, are you ready to die? Frieza turned over in his sleep, mumbling to himself. The next chapter will be even more exciting. Chapter 12. Eating a fruit to fly is the most suitable way to practice. Vegeta was so crazy that after dealing with the short-lived Ginyu Force, he flew towards the universe spaceship at a faster speed. Son Gohan and Krillin felt a little nauseous when they looked at the broken limbs and arms on the ground. But before Son Goku arrives, the more powerful Vegeta is, the more secure they will be, which is a good thing. Boom. Son Gohan and Krillin were still flying, and in the distance Vegeta had already met Slug. Although Vegeta had a moment of doubt when he saw Slug, he knew Sabo. Sabo in front of him was serving Slag respectfully, holding a tray with a goblet of red wine on it in one hand and a white towel hanging on the other arm. The whole outfit is just that of a waiter. Slag was very satisfied with Sabo's service. He was currently lacking loyal subordinates. It just so happened that this Sabo was disliked by Frieza, and he felt that it would be a piece of cake to subdue Sabo as long as he appealed to his emotions and reason. As soon as Vegeta rushed towards Sabo, Slug took action. As a genius-level Super Namek, it was quite easy for him to control his Kai. Seeing that Vegeta's combat power was only 300,000, he was too lazy to burst out with his full strength. After experiencing aging, he paid special attention to health preservation. He only mobilized 1 million combat forces, and slapped Vegeta on the head like slapping a fly. Then, there was a loud boom as Vegeta was smashed to the ground. Vegeta seemed full of vigor and vitality one moment, but was slapped unconscious by Slug the next. The difference in strength is too big. Just like him and the Ginyu Force before, he can easily kill the opponent in seconds, so he can also be easily killed in seconds by Slug. Vegeta was not killed by a slap, which means he benefited from the Saiyan system. However, Vegeta had lost his combat capability at this time, and Slug was surprised that he did not faint. Mr. Sabo, that Saiyan monkey must be the traitor under King Frieza, go and kill him. Yes, respected Lord Slug. Advertisement. With one fist clenched in front of his chest, Sabo bowed to Slug, showing his respect for Slug. Ha! With a light shout, white air waves appeared around Sabo. Before the appearance of Super Saiyan, white air waves were the most common color, and the size of the air waves also represented the strength. Sabo, with a combat power of 21,000, rushed towards Vegeta at a very fast speed. He had a deep resentment towards Vegeta. It was because of Vegeta that he was abandoned by King Frieza. Coming above Vegeta, Sabo bent his knees and knelt down on Vegeta's chest, ready to deliver a hard blow to Vegeta. Sabo was descending very quickly, but Vegeta could only watch. At this moment, he was completely out of breath and was completely defenseless. If he was hit like this, he would most likely be dead. At this critical moment, Son Gohan arrived first. After his potential was developed, his combat power had reached 20,000, not much weaker than Sabo. Seeing Vegeta's miserable appearance, Son Gohan, who was already rushing on the road at full speed, had no time to think about anything else and gave Sabo a side kick. Because the detector was destroyed, Sabo didn't notice Son Gohan's arrival at all. When he saw him, he had been kicked away by a pair of small feet. Boom. Sabo's luck was not much better than Vegeta's. He crashed into a hill, raising a cloud of dust. Solar Flare. Krillin's fighting ability is slightly weaker, and he arrived one step later than Son Gohan. After feeling Slug's powerful and evil aura, he directly used a magical skill to escape. Gohan, run! Krillin grabbed one of Vegeta's feet with one hand, and without even looking at Slug, he ran towards the northwest at a very fast speed. Not far away, two figures were slowly flying towards this side. One of them was Frieza, who killed King Cold as soon as he appeared on the stage and then captured Slug to take the blame. That smooth body, those soft lines, those scarlet pupils, all prove that he is a born villain. However, next to him there was a woman flying unsteadily. She was covering her eyes with one hand and trying hard to fly. This woman is Bulma. It was Frieza who taught her how to fly, but it took Frieza a lot of time. He actually missed the battle between the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. Bulma was shouting while flying, as if the sound of the wind around her would cover up her voice if she didn't shout louder. Advertisement. Mr. Frieza, that bright light just now seemed to be Krillin's solar flare, and the voice sounded like him too. Frieza put his hands behind his back and easily maintained the same speed as Bulma. Oh, ha ha ha, Ms. Bulma, you were right. There was indeed a little bald guy and a child who appeared on the battlefield in the distance. They also rescued the seriously injured Vegeta. Every time she heard this frivolous laugh, Bulma felt goosebumps all over her body, but she didn't dare to question it, let alone point fingers at this laugh. Wait, what news did she just hear? What did you say? Krillin and the others walked together with Vegeta. Hey, isn't Vegeta one of your men? Even though Bulma represents the intellectual ceiling of the Dragon Ball world, it's still a little unclear what went wrong. Vegeta is a ruthless man who kills people all over the earth. Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi, and Piccolo were all killed by him. Vegeta. Don't talk nonsense, those were all killed by Nappa, I haven't killed anyone yet. I won't take the blame. Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes at the thought of Yamcha. Mainly it was the dust from the distance that blew over and entered the eyes of Bulma, who was not yet accustomed to flying. Of course, Bulma still likes Yamcha very much at this time. After all, she has not discovered how unfaithful Yamcha is now. It should be a strategic alliance. After all, my men are collecting Dragon Balls, and you are also collecting Dragon Balls. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? The corners of Bulma's mouth twitched. She really didn't understand how this gentlemanly man could become the emperor of the universe. Or that notorious big devil. It must be King Cold who put all the blame on his own son. People like him don't deserve to die. Yeah, that must be it. Frieza is willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice, so he should be on the side of justice. Otherwise, why would he give himself such good fruits to eat and teach him to fly in the sky? By the way, she also wanted to fly in the sky like Son Goku and the others, but when she thought of their training methods, she gave up. Frieza really understood her. He fulfilled her wish by eating a fruit, which was exactly what she wanted. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Bulma's vision was restored. She was surprised to find that a meteor was falling at a very fast speed in the sky. Chapter 13. An unconventional appearance. Frieza's eyesight was much better than Bulma's, and he knew that it was a spaceship making an emergency landing. Frieza didn't bother to guess why an emergency landing happened. It had nothing to do with him anyway. But the direction of landing is a bit intriguing. It's actually in the direction of that ugly green sob. Sabo was very angry. He no longer wanted a beautiful appearance, since it was devalued by King Frieza anyway. After the transformation, his combat power soared to 29,000. He chased after them at a speed far exceeding that of Son Gohan and the others, not noticing that a fireball was coming towards him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later. Boom. Son Goku's universe spaceship accurately hit the flying Sabo, and then Sabo was smashed into the ground by this unparalleled force, with only his limbs exposed and shaking constantly. If a universe spaceship falls straight down, how powerful would that be? According to Frieza's estimation, if converted into combat power, it should be less than 30,000. Therefore, Sabo would not die from this blow, at most he would be paralyzed on one side. Ms. Bulma, let's take a break here for a while. Let's drink some wine and enjoy this show. Frieza suggested, and then landed on a small hill without even considering Bulma's opinion. After Bulma landed, she waved her hand and cast a transparent energy shield, mainly to prevent that group of people from creating too much dust. Bulma guessed that the spaceship just now was Son Goku's spaceship, because the pattern of the spaceship was very familiar, and it was obvious at a glance that it was produced by the Universal Capsule. However, she is now at the center of the battle. Although her combat power has reached 1000, her combat awareness is almost zero, and her combat power seems to be of no use at all. Bulma was very obedient and did not leave Frieza's protection. I found a small capsule from the Universal Capsule box. Bang! A parasol, a round wooden table, 2 beach chairs appeared, as well as a refrigerator. Opening the refrigerator, Bulma took out a few cans of drinks. Frieza didn't hesitate and opened a can and started drinking. Wow, drinks from Earth are the best after all. Lying on the beach chair, Frieza put on a pair of sunglasses and took a sip of drink from time to time, looking like a real spectator. In the distance, the hatch of the Universe spacecraft opened, and a handsome young man with a crab head and wearing an orange combat suit walked out. Goku, Dad. It turns out that right after the incident, Son Gohan and Krillin were hiding in the distance and watching. They had a hunch that it must be Son Goku coming. Krillin couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a self-destructive landing except Son Goku, whose mind was full of training and fighting. Advertisement. Sure enough, that touch of orange and familiar hairstyle, who else could it be but Son Goku? So, Krillin grabbed Vegeta's foot with one hand and ran towards Son Goku, and even Son Gohan forgot that he could fly over. But this was a tough time for Vegeta. During the time Krillin was running, his head touched the ground hundreds of times and he was almost knocked over on his back. Finally, when Krillin hugged Son Goku, he instinctively threw away the things that were in the way. Vegeta was finally freed, but what greeted him was the surface of the Universe spacecraft. Ding! There was even an echo. A human-shaped dent appeared on the surface of the spacecraft, and Vegeta once again became the Tragedy Tower, embedded on the Universe spacecraft. Uncle Krillin, look at that guy, is he Vegeta? Hearing Son Gohan's questioning voice, Krillin looked in the direction Son Gohan pointed. Oh, isn't that Vegeta? Why did he go there? Krillin, take this Senzu bean and give it to Vegeta. He's almost killed by you. Fortunately, Son Goku noticed that something was wrong with Vegeta in time. His eyes had already started to roll back, right? After Krillin left with the Senzu beans, Son Goku rubbed Gohan's head and quickly got the news of what happened on Namek. He also learned that Vegeta's combat power increased to 300,000 after the Great Elder unlocked his potential. This combat power is even stronger than he has now, because he only has 90,000 now, and he can only mobilize 15 times Kaioken at present, which is 1.35 million at most. However, Son Goku did not feel any fear at all. He was full of fighting spirit for the existence that could easily kill Vegeta in seconds. Hey, what's under the spaceship? Why is it shaking? Son Goku was curious as to how there could be such a magical thing where he landed. Son Gohan reacted immediately, for he saw with his own eyes the ugly Sabo being smashed into the ground by the spaceship. That's a big bad guy. He and many aliens killed almost all the Namek people. Dad, you must avenge Uncle Piccolo's people. Son Goku was in a dilemma. He liked fighting and he had no interest in wiping out those who had lost the power to resist. Son Goku doesn't want to, but there are people who are willing. After eating the Senzu beans, Vegeta, who was revived with full health, was filled with resentment towards Sabo. Boom. With a full-strength energy bomb, Sabo and the basically scrapped Universe spacecraft were blasted into pieces. My gravity room. Son Goku screams. Advertisement. Forget it. It's useless anyway. I can just ask Dr. Bliss to make another one when I get back. It is indeed Son Goku, worthy of being the founder of optimism. Vegeta looked at Son Goku with contempt. Although Son Goku hid his fighting power, Vegeta could feel that Son Goku's fighting power would not exceed 100,000. And Vegeta, after being resurrected from near death, his combat power has increased to 1 million. No matter how powerful Son Goku is, or how perverted Kaioken is, they will definitely be crushed by him, the Saiyan Prince. In the distance, Frieza frowned. This plot seemed a bit too far-fetched. Judging from the development of this plot, Vegeta is likely to transform into a Super Saiyan first. This is unscientific. Slug was very annoyed. It would have been fine if he had been drafted by Frieza to serve as a soldier, but the person he liked was killed. When he wanted to save him, a mysterious force imprisoned him. When his restraining power disappeared, Sabo was shattered into pieces. He wanted to go over and crush the opponent, but Frieza's voice appeared in his mind. You can do whatever you want, but you can't kill those people. Frustrated, wronged, blue skinny mushroom. So, he didn't want to play anymore. Couldn't he just stay in the shabby universe spaceship? It's just that Slug doesn't want to fight anymore, but Vegeta wants to fight, and Son Goku also wants to fight. So, when Slug was about to have a few drinks happily, a huge energy bomb blasted the already dilapidated universe spaceship through. The key point is that all the good wine was destroyed. I spared your life, but you are so rude. Slug saw that Vegeta was revived with full health after eating something, and his strength soared by more than 3 times. However, this was nothing in his eyes. It was still just a reptile, just a little bigger at most. Why is it a Namek? This time, not only Son Goku saw it, but Son Gohan and Krillin saw it as well, and they were all terribly surprised. Could it be that the Namek people destroyed the Namek people? Was there a civil war? What the hell is going on? However, the Namek people in front of him looked very evil, and their aura was also evil, completely different from those peace-loving Namek people. No matter who he is, just beat him up first. Vegeta took the lead. He wanted to avenge the previous slap. Paw, whoosh, bite. Chapter 14. Everyone is pretending. A tiny dot disappeared from sight. Frieza had sharp eyes and saw clearly that the one flying away was Vegeta. With a combat power of only 1 million, he actually attacked Slag without knowing what was good for him. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. If Frieza hadn't given instructions and Slug had tried his best to control his fighting power, Vegeta would probably have been slapped into a pulp. Bulma's eyesight wasn't that good, so he didn't know what was going on. He just saw a blurry figure that quickly disappeared. Mr. Frieza, the one who just disappeared, was a human. Frieza patted the ground with his tail, took a big sip of his drink, and burped. Yes, the one that flew away was Vegeta. Looking in the direction where Vegeta disappeared, Frieza's eyes lit up. An interesting thing happened. The battle on Namek has been changed beyond recognition because of his arrival. Nelu was distressed because he just wanted to protect the Great Elder but was scolded by him. Therefore, at the request of the Great Elder, he had to fly towards the battle scene with Tiantian. I brought Tiantian along because he knows healing skills and is very good at it. It's not as fast as Senzu beans, but it also doesn't have the limitation of a small number of Senzu beans. Nilu and Tiantian were rushing towards the universe spaceship, when suddenly a black dot appeared in the distance, and Nilu was stunned. Soon, the black spot gradually grew larger, and he could clearly see the person who was running straight towards him. It's Vegeta. Tian, get out of the way. Nilu shouted loudly and pushed Tiantian away, instantly bursting out with his full strength of 350,000 combat power, and waves of air surged out. Nelu's arm began to swell, becoming more than twice as big as before. The energy was also increasing rapidly, soaring from 350,000 to 500,000. This situation is the same as Date's power type Super Saiyan, which gives up speed and only increases strength. There was no way for Naru to do this, as Vegeta was coming at him too fast, with such unstoppable force that if he didn't do this, the car would probably be destroyed and everyone on board would die. Of course, he could also dodge, but the Great Elder was in the direction they were coming from. If he didn't stop Vegeta from continuing to crash over, the Great Elder would definitely be affected. The Great Elder's current body cannot withstand an impact from such a distance. Niru has no choice. Stop it. Advertisement. Bang. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Nilu's mouth, and the blood vessels on his hands burst in many places. This was caused by the huge pressure he was under. However, Vegeta was finally caught. Nelu never imagined that the first time he burst into full strength after his combat power was enhanced would be to intercept a human bomb. This made him a little depressed. Vegeta has a combat power of 300,000, but he was beaten so badly. Naru doesn't know yet, but this is the second time Vegeta has been beaten so badly, and his current combat power has become 1 million. After being separated from Nelu and the others for less than half an hour, their combat effectiveness increased threefold. So terrifying. Tiantian, come and treat this man, he is only half alive. Vegeta was really miserable. In less than 10 minutes, he almost died twice. Tiantian was also not vague. He was originally sent by the Great Elder to serve as a medic, and saving lives and healing the wounded was his forte. Po lo. Humming Jigglypuff's famous song, a green light appeared on Tiantian's hand. After 5 seconds, Tiantian stretched out his hands, made a circle, then pressed his palms down to his stomach and exhaled heavily. It was just like the movement of a martial arts master finishing his exercise after transmitting his internal energy. Frieza just didn't see it. If he had, he would have exclaimed, "You also traveled through time, right? Are you from demigods or Babu? You definitely can't be the loser from the deer in the cauldron." Nilu looked at Tiantian's arrogant look and said unhappily, "Don't be in a hurry to rest, I'm also seriously injured." Then, Tiantian ran towards Nilu with his short legs. After some pretentious operations, Nelu's hand returned to normal. Although he had not experienced a major war, Niru's combat power had increased a little, but not much, barely reaching 400,000. It's really not much. However, Vegeta was different. When he opened his eyes again, a golden light flashed by. Vegeta stood up, looked at Naru, then looked at Tenten. He knew that it was Tenten who saved him. He wanted to say thank you, but he was too proud to open his mouth. After feeling his own power, Vegeta unexpectedly did not laugh wildly, but remained silent for a moment. At this time, his combat power has soared to 2 million. Although it is not as large as the previous increase, it is indeed almost reaching the minimum combat power of 3 million required to transform into a Super Saiyan. From the fleeting golden light just now, it is clear that Vegeta has touched the threshold of Super Saiyan. Advertisement. At this time, another black dot flew towards this side, and when I could see it clearly, I found that it was a person. His clothes were in tatters and his crab-like hairstyle had turned into bangs blown by the wind. Who else could it be but Son Goku? Kakarot, you dare to show off your fighting ability. Are you looking for death? This time, with the presence of Vegeta, a powerful warrior with a combat power of 2 million, Son Goku was easily taken on. Looking at the unconscious Son Goku, Vegeta's face was full of disgust. With a flick of his hand, he threw Son Goku directly in front of Tenten. In order to punish the other party for the damage he caused to him on Earth, he was made to slide on the ground for a while. When Son Goku arrived in front of Tenten, a deep gully appeared on the ground. This man is Son Gohan's biological father. It's up to you to save him or not. As Tsunere as Vegeta is, he now understands how powerful Slug is. Even with his current combat power of 2 million, he has no chance of winning against Slug. Unless he can find the origin of the golden light just now, perhaps that is the characteristic of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta is indeed a fighting genius, although he can't figure out the difference between an ordinary Super Saiyan and a legendary Super Saiyan. But this did not stop him from thinking in the right direction. Tiantian felt a little tired. The healing technique had no effect on his body, but he felt a little tired from pretending to be cool. In a short while, he had already pretended 3 times. And it had been less than 10 minutes since he came out from the Great Elder's place. Tiantian has a feeling that he will be so tired that he will vomit blood today. A green light appeared, and Tiantian finished his work again to sort out his inner breath. Soon, Son Goku regained consciousness and was in better shape than ever before. A sudden loud shout, "Ha! Bear! Bear!" White air waves wrapped around Son Goku's body, and his aura was even stronger than Vegeta just now. Vegeta's face turned dark instantly. Who the hell is the prince of the fighting nation Saiyan? The Earth was surpassed by the opponent the moment Son Goku activated the 4x Kaioken, he indeed surpassed Vegeta's fighting power. Now, Vegeta has barely reached 2 million after surviving death twice, but Kakarot, this cheater, only experienced it once, and his combat power soared to 2 million. It's simply unreasonable. Oh my god, you are blind. Don't you know who is the fighting genius? At this time, Nilu had already complained in his heart, and in his mind, there were thousands of alpacas rolling in and out. Chapter 15 Vegeta's highlight moment. God is unfair, and Vegeta has no way to deal with it, but it is certain that he has not given up. He has now grasped some ideas about Super Saiyan. As long as he can become a Super Saiyan, Kakarot is nothing. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other, and both saw the unwillingness to admit defeat in each other's eyes. A wave of air rose into the sky, and Son Goku and Vegeta rushed towards Slug's location again, one after the other. In the distance of the universe spaceship, Son Gohan and Krillin were flying in the direction where Son Goku disappeared with tears in their eyes. Slag had no desire to fight these two ant-like people. He felt sorry for Sabo, the subordinate he was almost conquering. In this universe, anyone with a combat power of over 20,000 can already enter the realm. For example, Chu Yi, although his combat power has not reached 20,000, is also a good subordinate, not to mention Sabo who has a combat power of 29,000. Teams like the Cood Force and the Ginyu Force could have actually dominated the world if they hadn't encountered perverts like King Cold and Frieza. He also felt a little regretful that he let Saiyan, who planted the spirit tree, run away. Otherwise, he would have been a very good subordinate. Wait, those two idiots who just dared to attack him seem more suitable to be recruited as subordinates. Those two people were much stronger than the Ginyu Force, so how could he just slap them away? But those two people should not be dead. Should I go over and take a look, give them treatment, and perhaps I can use them for my own benefit? Just do it when you think of it. Frieza is too perverted, and Slug doesn't dare to resist openly. It would be okay to recruit a subordinate to serve you. After all, we are also known as the king. However, just as he was about to get up to take a look, the two people who had been slapped away by him before came back again. Not only did they not look injured, they even looked energetic. What the hell is this? These two seem to be more capable of fighting. Saiyan has such talent. At this moment, Slag felt a sense of threat, and it was very strong. When the energy waves of the crab head in orange clothes turned red, his strength increased by 15 times. Although it is still an ant, its growth is quite amazing. Vegeta was still the first to launch the attack, and Slug didn't take the mere 2 million combat power seriously. But what the hell was that golden light that flashed from time to time? Whenever the golden light appeared, Slag's hair stood up, as if there was some ancient ferocious beast hidden in the golden light. Son Goku was thinking deeply as he saw Vegeta relying on the golden light that appeared from time to time to fight with Slug. The dust caused by the battle did not affect Frieza and Bulma. Frieza was eating steak with a knife and fork, slowly recalling the past. Advertisement. When seeing Vegeta and Son Goku reappear, a smile appeared on Frieza's lips, because he felt the hidden strength in Son Goku. 90,000 combat power instantly turned into 2 million. Even Akira Toriyama wouldn't dare to write like this. But it just happened. In the state of 20 times Kaioken, Son Goku has a combat power of 40 million. Moreover, Son Goku has a very strong combat awareness. Once he fights with Slug, coupled with the Saiyan's characteristic of increasing combat power through rage, Slug may not be able to withstand it. It seems that he will have to become giant. Alas, if I had known, I would not have killed King Cold so early. It would have been nice to have him as the second stepping stone for Son Goku and the others. What a pity. But no regrets. He won't be at peace until King Cold is dead. If Son Goku can compete with Slug with his Kaioken, then Vegeta's form is quite interesting. If you say it is Super Saiyan, it is unstable. If you say it is not, his combat power has reached 40 million with a flash of golden light. This increase is not as much as the transformation into Super Saiyan, but it is already terrifying. Ah, da. Bugs. Vegeta became more and more excited as the fight went on, and Slug cursed as he gradually unleashed his fighting power. Boom. Bear. After another fistfight, Vegeta's state changed. A circle of golden light appeared outside the white air wave, and this circle of golden air wave was very stable, different from the previous flickering light. His hair and eyes remained the same though. Frieza chewed the steak and marveled at its toughness. This Vegeta's talent is really good. Without any extreme emotions, he has actually achieved the level of a simulated Super Saiyan. His combat power has stabilized at 40 million. Not bad. Bulma was extremely nervous as she watched the battle scenes projected on the screen. She didn't know what Mimic Super Saiyan was, but she could see that Vegeta was still at a disadvantage. That's right, Vegeta was indeed at a disadvantage. Even after Slug opened fire at full power and burst out with 65 million combat power, Vegeta still couldn't hold on. Moreover, the Mimic Super Saiyan consumes a lot of physical strength, which is almost the same as Kaioken. Vegeta cannot maintain this form for a long time. Too bad, he hasn't mastered the technique to truly transform yet. Looks like Vegeta is going to lose. Frieza shook his head and ate the last of the steak. Come on, let's go to the scene. Aren't you tired of craning your neck to look like this? Advertisement. Once again ignoring Bulma's eye roll, Frieza took the lead and flew towards the battlefield, not very fast, just like strolling. Bang, boom. Vegeta was still holding on with all his might, using punches, knees, and kicks, using a wide range of moves, completely ahead on fight with Slug. The golden aura on his body is indeed gorgeous, but his fighting power is there. Slag is not a novice in combat and he also fights with punches and kicks. With a gap of 25 million, the scales of victory quickly moved towards Slag. Moreover, it's useless for Slug to become giant. In this battle, Slug is very stable. Ah, Vegeta fought Slug with a punch again, and then flew into the air quickly with the rebound force. Prince's play appears. Before, Vegeta either killed people instantly or was killed instantly, and he had no chance to use the Prince's fighting style at all, which made Vegeta very angry. Energy bullets shot out from Vegeta's hands like they were free, much faster than a Gatling gun. Krillin and Son Gohan couldn't see them clearly anyway. He only felt waves of terrifying energy descending from the sky, shining Krillin's bald head brightly. As soon as Bulma got closer, she felt like she was going to die and there was no way she could continue flying. The key point is that she felt a strong urge to urinate again. Skyrocket. After continuing to output for a full half minute, Vegeta finally yelled and used his ultimate move, an energy wave that was very similar to the Kamehameha. Let's not talk about the energy wave for now, but Vegeta's scream was indeed extraordinary, and even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by him. Son Goku looked at Vegeta's position and was instantly shocked. Stop it, Vegeta. Are you going to destroy the Namek sphere? Son Goku couldn't imagine what terrible consequences would occur if Slug stopped standing there and resisted and instead dodged and escaped. Mouth cannon. At the center of the explosion, Slag's voice was heard, and then a column of energy thicker than the rocket shot out and directly collided with the rocket. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party didn't want Namek to disappear like this. Etc. Speaking of Son Goku, even Vegeta doesn't know the name of their opponent. What kind of war is this? But never mind, as long as there is a fight. Hey, the one falling headfirst to the ground seems to be Bulma. Chapter 16. I just want to get some treatment. Why is there so much trouble? When Bulma was about to make close contact with the earth and soon become immortal, Frieza suddenly appeared beside her. The energy in his hand directly wrapped around Bulma, saving her from being smashed into a pulp. Son Goku stopped halfway through his flight because he saw a man with pale skin and a long tail behind him saving Bulma. Son Goku could sense that the man had no ill will towards Bulma, so he stopped paying attention to Bulma and turned to look at Slug and Vegeta who were fighting. Oh, ho ho ho, Miss Bulma, how could you be so careless to fall from such a high place? Even if you have 1000 combat power and won't die, you are facing the ground with your face down, and it's easy to get disfigured. When Bulma heard this laughter, for some reason, she felt a sense of security. I want to take a shower. Frieza was about to laugh again when he was startled by Bulma's noise and then sniffed. Frieza stretched out a finger and pointed it at Bulma from a distance. A special energy wave appeared, and Bulma instantly changed into a clean set of clothes of the same style but different colors, and even her body was cleaned. Bulma was stunned, then became furious. You. After talking for a long time, Bulma couldn't say anything. How could she say something like, why did you change my underwear too? Cannot. Bulma is a rich girl, she has to have some dignity. She couldn't do what Son Goku did and strip naked in public. He had no sense of shame. Puff. Swoosh. Vegeta finally lost to Slug in the wave fight. At the moment when the sky rocket was shattered, he used all his strength to move sideways, allowing the energy column to pass by him. Anyway, the energy bead was heading towards the sky, so he had no psychological pressure to hide. The key point is that Vegeta is exhausted, and his combat effectiveness has been reduced to the point where he can't even maintain flight. At this time, if you are bombarded by Slag's mouth, there will be absolutely no residue left. Vegeta slowly fell to the ground, no different from Bulma just now, also in the headfirst position. Slug accelerated suddenly, intending to kill Vegeta in one fell swoop. He had long forgotten what Frieza had told him. If he allowed the Saiyan monkey in front of him to continue growing, his life would definitely be threatened. However, Son Goku won't let him have his way. 10x Kaioken. With a loud shout, the energy around Son Goku instantly turned red, and the next moment he appeared in front of Slug. Slug was in a furious state, and when he saw another Saiyan monkey coming to cause trouble, he directly kneed him. Advertisement. Bang. Son Goku was hit in the stomach unexpectedly and instantly vomited a mouthful of bitter water. He was careless. With 10 times Kaioken, he only had 20 million combat power. How could he be a match for Slug who was at full firepower and furious? Just when he was about to use the 20x Kaioken, an extremely hateful laugh was heard. Son Goku had never heard this laugh before, but he just thought it was very mean. Oh ho ho ho, you two stop for a moment. As a bystander, I think it's a bit unfair for you to fight each other now. When Slag heard this, he trembled all over and didn't dare to do anything. Son Goku also distanced himself from Slugler and looked at Frieza not far away, and Bulma beside Frieza. Why did Bulma change clothes? It seems that this is not important. What is important is that the person in white and purple in front of him gives him a sense of unfathomableness. He didn't feel it before because he was far away, but now Son Goku can feel it. Even though the opponent's aura doesn't seem strong now, it is only slightly stronger than Naru. Bulma, who is this next to you? As soon as Son Goku opened his mouth, he strayed from the main point of the matter. Bulma was still in a state of irritation and anger. She rolled her eyes and cursed. Son Goku, why didn't you come to me first when you got here? Do you know that I almost fell to my death just now? Frieza had a black line on his head, and with a flick of his finger, Bulma screamed and flew towards where Krillin and the others were. Oh ho ho, Mr. Slug, your energy has dropped a lot now. It seems that Vegeta has made you suffer. Your son Goku, right? Do you want to fight Slug in his prime? Slag was indeed a little out of breath, but he still had a trick up his sleeve, and he was still confident that he could deal with the crab head in front of him. Son Goku's eyes lit up. That's for sure, but I'm out of senzu beans, and Tenten won't agree to treat this person. He glanced at Nilu and Tiantian on the ground. They both seemed to have lost their minds and had forgotten to save Vegeta. Never mind. Vegeta won't die anyway, so let's just not treat him. Oh, ho, ho. Let me fulfill your wish. You must give me a good fight. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly when he finished speaking, which made Slug shudder again. Advertisement. Even Son Goku felt an extremely evil aura. FFF King Frieza. Dodoria, who had been trying to avoid the aftermath of the battle, suddenly flew up from the water with a body full of lumps of flesh. Dodoria feels aggrieved, wronged, and scared. Finally seeing her backbone again, Dodoria was so excited that she almost bumped into Frieza's arms. Frieza also had a look of helplessness on his face, but Dodoria was absolutely loyal to him, and he also needed a subordinate like this to pass on messages and run errands for him. Frieza suppressed his annoyance and flicked his finger, hitting Dodoria's forehead with incredible accuracy. Whoosh! Dodoria disappeared from everyone's sight at a very fast speed. Hide well before the universe spaceship arrives. Oh, I'm so worried. Frieza just wanted to come out and treat the two of them, why is there so much trouble? Two green lights flew towards Slug and Son Goku, and Frieza flew towards Bulma without looking back. The main thing is that Bulma has a lot of delicious food in her hands, and it would be boring to just drink. Besides, one should eat melon seeds and drink good wine while watching a play. Life should have a sense of ritual. Vegeta suddenly yelled. Everyone be careful, he is the real Frieza, the Emperor Frieza of the universe, the most evil Frieza ever. With this shout, Krillin and Son Gohan immediately entered combat mode, but Bulma took out a capsule filled with a lot of delicious food. Nilu and Tiantian also woke up at this time. But neither of them knew Frieza. Although Nilu had seen Frieza once, he fainted soon after. Tiantian had only heard about it from the Great Elder, but had never seen Frieza in person. But both of them learned from the Great Elder that Frieza was not a vicious person and all they had to do was obey his orders. Frieza actually smiled slightly when he heard Vegeta's description of him. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Bulma. Frieza laid back on the beach chair, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and took a sip of red wine, ignoring Vegeta completely. Hey, you two aren't going to get started yet. I'm already ready. An energy shield appeared, and Frieza protected himself and the food table. Bulma was also protected because she was standing close. Vegeta froze, and Gohan and Krillin also froze in their places. Should I fight or not? Chapter 17 Kaioken shines. Lord Frieza, do you know who the person fighting Vegeta is? Why is he one of our Namek people? In fact, this question not only makes Naru and Tenten curious, but also makes Vegeta and Son Goku very curious. Oh ho ho, Sir Slag, are you going to introduce yourself? Swish, everyone's eyes turned to Slag in the air. Even after Dodoria disappeared in the distance, he actually looked over here, but he couldn't see anything. My name is Slag, everyone. That's it. That's how you introduce yourself. Oh wow, I'm very satisfied with this self-introduction. For the rest, you can ask the Great Elder of Namek. Next, please start your performance. Bear. Slug was the first to burst out with all his energy. He could feel that Son Goku definitely wasn't using his full strength just now. When Son Goku saw that Slug was serious, he lost his curiosity. My name is Son Goku, let's fight. Bear. He also unleashed his full strength, and at the beginning he had 20 times the Kaioken. Slug's eyes became serious, because he felt that Son Goku in front of him actually possessed the same amount of ki as Vegeta. 40 million. Moreover, he could feel that Son Goku could become even stronger. Son Goku's combat power has reached 40 million, which makes Vegeta's eyes red. He envied this Kaioken so much. Son Goku is such a cheater, and this Kaioken is so shameless. Fortunately, he has already reached the threshold of Super Saiyan. Son Goku didn't have time to think about Vegeta's mental activities. 20 times Kaioken was a heavy burden on his body, so he had to fight quickly. So, Son Goku took the first step. At the same time, Slag also moved. Suddenly, except for Vegeta and Frieza, all that could be seen were two shadows, one white and one red, colliding and then separating, colliding again, and then separating again. For a moment, Son Gohan and the others could only hear the sounds of fists and feet hitting each other and angry roars. Bulma suddenly remembered the World Martial Arts Tournament, and she produced a microphone from somewhere and held it in front of Frieza. Mr. Frieza, could you please do a live analysis? Advertisement. Frieza almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. This Bulma is really out of tune. After snapping her fingers, Bulma found that she couldn't move and couldn't open her mouth. So, she could only look at Frieza angrily. Suddenly, she discovered a new world. Frieza has no clothes on. Unfortunately, she couldn't scream, otherwise Frieza would definitely kill her to silence her. The battle in the air continued, and the two men with similar combat power were in a stalemate. It was mainly because Son Goku was able to fully utilize his combat power. In the end, Son Goku had a stronger sense of combat and hit Slug's big head with an elbow. This elbow strike almost made Slag's eyes explode, but his eyes were still wide open and bloodshot. Boom. As expected, Slag was knocked to the ground. In an instant, a crater appeared and cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. Boom. A pillar of fire appeared on the surface, caused by the eruption of magma from underground. The high temperature made those fighting at the bottom feel uncomfortable. Vegeta, who was lying on the ground, was almost splashed by the lava and broke out in a cold sweat. He has no fighting power at all now. Fortunately, Naru discovered Vegeta's abnormality, brought him to a safe place in time, and asked Tenten to heal him. Frieza did not stop them, but just watched with relish as Son Goku and Slug fought again. The battle between the mouth cannon and the Kamehameha is evenly matched. After all, it is not a big move after accumulating strength, so there is nothing to see. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom boom. Well, this kind of flesh and flesh fighting is still interesting. Son Goku punched Slug in the stomach, and Slug immediately punched Son Goku on the back with both fists. Son Goku hit Slug on the head with a whip kick. Slug stretched out his arms and smashed Son Goku into the ground, almost falling into the lava. Ouch, hot, hot. Fortunately, Son Goku was possessed by the air wave, and the magma only made him feel hot, but he was not hurt. You punch me, I kick you. You complain bitterly, and I vomit bile. It is truly a case of meeting a worthy opponent and a talented general, and it is hard to part with them. Finally, Slug didn't want to play anymore. His fighting ability was much higher than Son Goku's, but he was beaten more times than his opponent, which made him very embarrassed. Advertisement. Gigantic. The next moment, Son Goku discovered that he was only the size of Slug's palm. Moreover, after Slug grew bigger, his combat power soared to 100 million. If the giant Slug only had increased strength, Son Goku would not be unable to deal with it. After all, an enemy who cannot hit himself is not scary at all. However, Slug's fighting power was very balanced, his speed and strength were all improved, and even though his body became bigger and his target became bigger, Son Goku just couldn't find any gaps in Slug. Bang! Finally, Son Goku was unable to dodge and was punched by Slug and thrown far away, directly knocking down several mountains and finally falling into a large lake. Boom! Son Goku used the lake water to dissipate Slug's strength, but it also caused a huge column of water to appear in the entire lake, killing countless fish and shrimps. Son Goku secretly thought what a waste, there were so many ingredients. The 1.5-fold difference in combat power made the battle one-sided. Even if Son Goku had a high combat awareness, he couldn't withstand it. Finally, Son Goku was hit in the abdomen by Slug's punch, and he vomited acid. Without waiting for Son Goku to react, Slug clasped his hands together and slammed Son Goku to the ground. Suddenly, there was another earth-shaking movement. Son Gohan flew towards Son Goku regardless of anything, and Krillin had no choice but to follow closely. Dad, Goku, Son Goku, Mr. Frieza, please save Son Goku. I'll prepare more delicious food for you. In desperation, Bulma could only look for help at Frieza, who looked evil but had never hurt her at all. But how could Frieza agree to such an unreasonable request? He simply ignored Bulma's gaze and continued to sip his red wine. After all, Son Goku's bottom line hasn't broken out yet, and he should have mastered more Super Saiyan transformation tricks than Vegeta. This is just the beginning. 30x Kaioken, highest multiplier. Son Goku's aura expanded even more, and in an instant his combat power reached 60 million. This scene is so cool. In the red, flame-like air wave, Son Goku yelled and rushed towards Slug. Son Goku raised his fist, just like he did when he was a kid, and even let out a beastly roar like a gorilla. Slug was also shocked by Son Goku's move, but after realizing that Son Goku's fighting ability was still far behind his own, he felt relieved. Slag grinned and shouted loudly. He put his palms together, and a green energy ball quickly appeared. It then grew against the wind and soon reached a diameter of more than 10 meters. Go to hell, Son Goku. Son Goku's resilience also won Slug's recognition. Instead of calling him a Saiyan monkey, he directly called out his name. Chapter 18 The first Super Saiyan appears. Slug gathered a large amount of energy, intending to send Son Goku to the west in one go. However, an unexpected scene happened. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly because he noticed something was wrong with Son Goku. He had just reached the middle of the air, still a long distance away from Slag, when the red flame on his body actually began to shrink. Just when Son Goku was 100 meters away from Slug, the energy waves around Son Goku suddenly disappeared. Not only the red air waves brought by Kaioken, but even the ordinary white air waves disappeared. Son Goku rashly used 30x Kaioken, and his body couldn't bear it and he lost his fighting ability. What a pity. Frieza still wanted to see the power of the Dragon Fist, this is such a spoilsport. Son Goku fell downwards, but Slug had no intention of letting him go, and the green energy ball still smashed down hard. The first to be hit is definitely Son Goku, but at this time Son Gohan suddenly accelerated and came above Son Goku. Krillin, ask Tenten to save my dad. Magic flash. Son Gohan was angry because of Son Goku's miserable appearance. In the moment he was angry, his combat power suddenly increased 500 times. That's right, it's 500 times, directly increasing the combat power from 20,000 to 10 million. This time, the red wine that Frieza had just drunk was actually sprayed out. What the hell? It's totally off the mark. No, don't do that, Gohan. Son Goku's eyes widened and he screamed heartbreakingly. The combat power difference is 10 times, there is no way Son Gohan can resist it, and the only way waiting for him is death. Frieza, if you don't save Son Gohan, Bulma nodded several times, and suddenly found that she could speak again, but, it seemed that she had no way to threaten Frieza at all. On the other side, Tenten stopped pretending to be cool. After healing Vegeta, he tugged at Vegeta's tattered combat uniform and begged nervously. Mr. Vegeta, please save Son Gohan. You are the only one who can save Son Gohan now. Tenten is not a combative Namek, but he could sense that Vegeta's fighting power suddenly increased after he rescued him. Although it was only for a moment, Tenten still sensed Vegeta's hidden, explosive power. Especially the green light that appeared from Vegeta's eyes, which almost frightened him paralyzed. Cold, ruthless, and full of offensiveness. Advertisement. Humph. Useless father and son, in the end it's still me, the Saiyan prince, who has to end it all. Bear. The golden light instantly enveloped Vegeta's entire body. This time, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Vegeta had already broken through his limit first. The battle just now allowed Vegeta to break through the limit of Saiyan's combat power, directly increasing from 2 million to 3 million, and also allowed Vegeta to successfully seize the opportunity to transform. Being nearly beaten to death 4 times in one day, his self-esteem was extremely insulted. His extremely strong self-esteem allowed Vegeta to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. After Super Saiyan transforms, his power is 50 times that of normal. This time it directly increased from 3 million to 150 million. Directly crushed everyone except Frieza. The flaming golden hair shot up into the sky, and the sword-shaped eyebrows also turned golden. There was not a trace of white mixed in the air waves around his body, especially the emerald green pupils, which frightened Tiantian so much that he sat down on the ground. Boom. Vegeta stepped on the ground with one foot and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, appearing next to Son Gohan almost instantly. At this time, Son Gohan had already blasted out the magic flash, and then failed to stop the falling speed of the green energy ball, and the magic flash directly shattered. After the explosion, Son Gohan was completely exhausted and could only barely maintain his flying state, intending to use his small body to block the energy ball for his father. Go down and keep your good-for-nothing father company and see for yourself what a real Super Saiyan is. With one hand pressed on Son Gohan's stomach, Son Gohan smashed to the ground like a cannonball. In other words, Vegeta did not want to kill the other party, otherwise Son Gohan would definitely explode with a bang. Vegeta glanced at the green energy ball above his head with cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, showing his disdain for Slug. Ha! Vegeta raised his foot and kicked the energy ball. Bang! Boom! The energy bomb was kicked away by Vegeta and exploded in midair. Bah! What King Slug, I'm a Super Saiyan now, you're nothing but trash in my eyes. Call out. Vegeta is furious. Fear finally appeared in Slag's eyes. He should have thought of it earlier, he should have guessed it earlier. The Saiyan race is a bug. After each resurrection, their combat effectiveness will undergo earth-shaking changes. It is simply a race that is born for combat. Advertisement. No, King Frieza, save me. Slag was really scared. Vegeta's eyes are so scary, that look of disregard for everything, that murderous look. Slug no longer had any desire to fight. Bang, boom. Puff, bang, ouch. Slag was beaten so badly that he lost his temper. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to break, and the bones in many places were already shattered. Not only that, Slag's left arm had been broken, and the entire left arm had disappeared. He could only cover his left arm, gasping for breath, and some green blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. FFF King Frieza, save me. Slag's eyes began to blur. The difference in combat power was 50 million. He had no room to resist. He could only keep calling Frieza. He was pulled over by Frieza to take the blame, and Frieza couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Crunch, crunch. The unique sound of footsteps can be considered as Frieza's own BGM. Slug gave Frieza a very wonderful performance, and Frieza really didn't want to let Slug die like this. So he walked out. Vegeta, Slug helped you become the first Super Saiyan. Is this how you repay your kindness? Vegeta looked at Frieza, who was taller than him, with disdain in his eyes. He kicked Slag hard and sent him flying, but he still failed to kill Slag in the end. Frieza, planet Vegeta was destroyed by you, and you even lied to me that it was caused by a giant meteorite. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Vegeta became even more excited, and the golden energy waves around him expanded rapidly. Just judging from the air waves, Vegeta's momentum is much stronger than Frieza's. However, in reality Vegeta's anger only brought a slight enhancement. If Vegeta's combat power was 150 million before, now it's only 160 million at most. This combat power is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Frieza, who has a combat power of 250 million. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, I thought you were 5 years old. You're definitely not a 3-year-old kid. Vegeta, everyone, Son Goku, who was receiving daily treatment, almost laughed to death. Chapter 19 Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza's teasing severely insulted Vegeta's self-esteem. Unforgivable. Ah, Frieza, die. The Super Saiyan with golden air waves is a little different. It cannot be compared with any mimic Super Saiyan or dozens of times Kaioken. The fight was so gorgeous and so brutal. However, no matter how Vegeta attacked, Frieza always had a smile on his face, and then he stretched out one hand to block all the attacks. It seems that the fight between Vegeta and Frieza is not as spectacular as the fight between Son Goku and Slug. However, if you know the extent to which the surrounding environment has been destroyed, you will know how powerful the destructive power is when Vegeta is in Super Saiyan state. Sometimes when Frieza doesn't want to put his hands up to block, he will just move aside. At this time, the power released by Vegeta will bombard other places, such as mountains, the ground, or the water. Explosion on the mountain, landslide. Bang on the ground cracked. It hit the water surface, creating huge waves several hundred meters high. The situation on the bottom of the water could be seen from the center, and countless fish and shrimps were killed. The more he fought, the more impatient Vegeta became, and the more impatient he became, the more violently Vegeta fought. Soon, Vegeta's breathing became rapid and his movements were not as smooth as they were at the beginning. Vegeta is no match for Frieza. This Frieza is stronger than Slug. Son Goku's eyes were shining, he was stimulated by the battle in front of him and was extremely excited. Unfortunately, he has not yet mastered the technique to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he has touched the threshold, he is still unable to transform successfully. If it is a mimic Super Saiyan, Son Goku is confident that he can do it, but that will not be able to reach Vegeta's current combat power. Perhaps. Worth a try. The battle between Vegeta and Frieza continues, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that Frieza is playing tricks on Vegeta. Frieza didn't fight back at all, just kept dodging and blocking with one hand. But even so, Vegeta was almost exhausted. Why? Why can't I beat Frieza even though I became a Super Saiyan? I won't accept this. Bear. Advertisement. Otherwise, why do they say that in the Dragon Ball world, combat power depends on roaring? Look, Vegeta, out of extreme unwillingness, broke through his own limit again, and his combat power instantly soared to 200 million. In the original work, after the Battle of Namek, Son Goku trained for a long time on the planet Yadrat before he had a combat power of 250 million. Although it is 50 million higher than Vegeta's current level, it took Son Goku more than a year of hard training to achieve that. It can be seen how angry Vegeta is now. Bear. The golden air wave expanded once again, and Vegeta distanced himself from Frieza. His breathing was a little unstable, and he was gasping for air. Frieza, don't dodge if you have the guts, take this attack from me. Skyrocket. Vegeta put his hands together with their backs together, his arms at his sides, twisting his body and yelling at Frieza. Vegeta was also afraid that Frieza would dodge without any moral integrity, so he released the Skyrocket at full power, but he didn't have time to change direction. If Namek exploded, there would be no hope for him. Vegeta knows clearly that Frieza can survive in the universe, but Saiyan can't do that. Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, hurry up and go summon Shenron with Naru Tenten and the others. If the planet explodes, we'll all be doomed. Son Goku looked at the crazy Vegeta and felt a little uneasy. He could ignore everything else for the sake of fighting, but he couldn't put his son and friends in danger. With his brain cells, he was able to think of relying on Shenron to transfer these people away, which was already the result of Chi-Chi burning incense on Earth. Vegeta's skyrocket will not be paused just because Son Goku and the others need to summon Shenron. Krillin holds the planet while Gohan runs off with the Dragon Ball radar to find the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered among the ruins of the universe spaceship. They had just started to move when Vegeta's oversized skyrocket, with a pale yellow glow, rushed straight towards Frieza. It was like a rocket being launched, with such incredible power that it frightened Slug, who was left alone, and made his face turn even greener. Puff. Slug used the energy he had finally recovered to perform the body extension technique, and his disappeared left arm grew back. Then he ran after Son Gohan and the others who were looking for the Dragon Ball. To obtain immortal life is Slag's greatest wish. Slag has already experienced death once and is extremely afraid of death. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Slag will not give up this wish. The power of the shock wave lies in the fact that it can burst out and release twice or even 3 times its own power. Vegeta's current combat power is 200 million. Frieza can beat him because Frieza's combat power is 50 million higher than Vegeta's. Advertisement. Now the strength of Vegeta's skyrocket has reached 500 million. If Frieza doesn't take some measures, injury is inevitable. Star Storm. Frieza also shouted, stretched out his hands, leaned his body slightly backward, and a purple energy wave appeared, then quickly hit Vegeta's skyrocket. Go to hell. Vegeta yelled madly, and it must be said that Saiyan's voice is really loud. Fortunately, Frieza's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, and his voice is not much worse than Vegeta's. Oh ho ho ho. Go cool down in the universe. Vegeta is increasing his power, and Frieza is also increasing his power. At this time, the difference in combat power was revealed. The purple star storm was obviously much stronger than the light yellow sky rocket. The balance of victory was tilting towards Frieza, and at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the star storm had arrived in front of Vegeta, and at this time, Vegeta's sky rocket was almost out of sight. Damn it, whoosh. Finally, Vegeta once again managed to dodge the fatal shockwave at the last moment. The purple star storm only grazed Vegeta's arm and cheek, leaving only a few scratches. However, Star Storm is not just a nice name. Its characteristic is that it does not consume much energy in the universe. Although it is useless, it can definitely destroy a planet. Because Frieza previously worked for Gods of Destruction Beerus, this star storm was prepared to destroy as many planets as possible. Oh ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, you don't seem to be my opponent. How about letting Mr. Son Goku take over? Or you can all come at me together. Looking at Vegeta who had lost his Super Saiyan form, Frieza once again laughed his signature laugh. When Son Goku saw that Vegeta was defeated, he rushed to Frieza. Maybe Son Goku can't beat Frieza, but he can't let Frieza disturb Gohan and the others from summoning Shenron. As for Slug, Son Goku simply forgot about it. Next, please let me fight you. So far, Son Goku has never seen Frieza hurt anyone, so he really can't hate Frieza. Therefore, there is an extra word, please, in Son Goku's words. Chapter 20 Shenron appears, wish-making in progress. The sky suddenly became dark, and a green and ugly Shenron suddenly appeared in the night sky, looking very abrupt. Son Goku was stunned. He seemed to have ignored this question. Wasn't this obvious to everyone? Shenron is out, the quick talker will get what he wants. Son Goku broke into a cold sweat when he remembered the weird wish that Oolong had made when he was a child. Oh ho ho ho, Son Goku, let's pause our fight for now. I'm curious about what wishes you will make. Son Goku was having a hard time speaking and didn't notice the problem in Frieza's words at all. Not just one wish, but some wishes. So far, all of Frieza's actions have been full of kindness. Slug is his subordinate, and Frieza did not kill him directly like Vegeta did. Vegeta betrayed him, but Frieza did not kill him when Vegeta was powerless to fight back. Well, simple Son Goku didn't know how to refuse Frieza's request. However, Frieza just said that. Does he need to care about Son Goku's thoughts? No. Therefore, before Son Goku could reply, Frieza was already slowly flying towards Shenron. Son Goku had no choice but to shake his head and quickly follow. The Shenron of Namek is very different from the Shenron of Earth. The Earth is a five-clawed oriental Shenron, but its color is green. The Shenron of Namek also has a long tail, but it has the characteristics of a western lizard dragon. Compared with Earth's Shenron, it is much bigger and really ugly. Below the Shenron, Naru, Tenten, Son Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, a weakened Slug, and a slightly recovered Vegeta all gathered. Krillin was the first to shout, "Shenron, please revive the people on Earth who were killed by Vegeta." Shenron. Ideographic period. Vegeta yelled, "Shenron, make me immortal." After the battle just now, Vegeta decided that he didn't want to grow taller, and it would be better to be immortal. Shenron. Ideographic period. Slag was so excited that he shouted out his subconscious mother tongue, "Shenron, please let me gain immortality." For all of you who don't know Namek. This time Shenron reacted. It opened its bloody mouth, looked at Slag with its bloodshot eyes, and said something that left everyone speechless. "I can't fulfill your wish, please change your wish." Tenten immediately called out to Son Gohan and Krillin. The Shenron of Namek needs to make a wish in the Namek language, otherwise Shenron will ignore you. Besides, Shenron can make 3 wishes. Vegeta was furious and wanted to slap Tenten. Advertisement. Then what are you still hesitating about? Tell me my wish right now. Krillin was very anxious and hurriedly shouted to Tenten. Don't listen to Vegeta, revive the people he killed first. Oh ho ho. Suddenly, a sinister laugh that made everyone's scalp tingle was heard, and everyone noticed Frieza with pale skin, followed by Son Goku in a tattered orange martial arts uniform. Vegeta gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Frieza, I won't let you go." Frieza ignored him, thinking he was just barking. His scarlet pupils looked extremely evil, and when he glanced at Shenron, Shenron shuddered. "Dear King Frieza, we meet again after a year." Hiss. Not only Son Goku, everyone gasped, and Slug was completely confused. What? Shenron is an old acquaintance of Frieza. This is really like a knife stuck in the butt, it opened my eyes. You work first. Don't pay attention to the little green man below. Oh ho ho ho. The only person who could argue that Shenron should work first might be an outlier like Frieza. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Slug were all stunned. Frieza doesn't even want to make a wish. Slag was furious, but he had to hold it back. Shenron has already said that his wish cannot be fulfilled. If he continues to offend King Frieza, it would be like lighting a light in the toilet, seeking death. The first one to react was Bulma, and she was the only one at the scene who didn't seem to be very afraid of Frieza. Of course, Son Goku wasn't afraid either, he simply treated Frieza as a battle target. Tenten, you first have Shenron revive the Earthlings killed by Vegeta. Tiantian was reminded by Bulma and did it immediately. However, I can't help you realize this wish. I can only revive one person at a time. Please change your wish. Son Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, Son Goku are petrified. This Shenron looks pretty majestic, and even bigger than the Shenron on Earth. Who knew it was so watery? Even worse than the one who wrote the novel about ties. Gohan, revive me first. When I revive, God will be revived, and the Earth's Shenron will be revived. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Tiantian and others appeared in this space. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan yelled. Advertisement. Aren't you dead? Son Gohan's words made Piccolo frown. Is now the time to talk about this? Don't you have any idea whether I'm dead or not? You are responsible for my death, don't you understand? Calm down. Calm down. Inhale. Exhale. Gohan, make a wish first, be good. Son Gohan reacted immediately and quickly looked towards Tenten. Tiantian answered directly. I have made a wish according to what the voice just said, and Shenron has accepted it. Son Gohan looked up at the sky again, though he couldn't see Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, are you still alive? Piccolo didn't want to pay any attention to this idiot, but he still had a wish to fulfill, so he could only force himself to calm down. Gohan is so good. Your second wish is for me to go to Namek. That's why they say he is so good at talking. Before Son Goku could stop him, his wish had already come true. A green-skinned Piccolo wearing a cape that looked almost identical to Nairu fell from the sky. This cloak is actually very handsome, and if his head hadn't sunk into the ground, the picture would have been perfect. Son Gohan saw Piccolo struggling to pull his head out and rushed over to help. He grabbed Piccolo's big feet and pulled Piccolo out like pulling a carrot. Piccolo doesn't want to talk, he's almost becoming autistic. Gohan, can you please let go? It's really uncomfortable to be held upside down by someone grabbing your thighs. This damn Shenron resurrected himself, but didn't restore his physical strength, making himself very weak now. Tiantian noticed that something was wrong with Piccolo, so he quickly trotted over to Piccolo's side and emitted green healing light from his hands. 5 seconds later, Tiantian once again made the gesture of finishing work, pretending to be silly and gazing straight ahead with his eyes squinting. When Frieza saw this scene, he really wanted to ask him, hey, which martial arts world did you travel from? Moreover, Frieza had an illusion that he had not traveled to the real Dragon Ball world, because in Dragon Ball Z, these people were not so funny. Son Goku finally couldn't help it and shouted loudly. I want the third wish. Well, it's not too much for Son Goku to ask for a wish, but Vegeta refuses to do it. Vegeta has reached the limit of his patience, and the third wish must be granted to him. No, you must give me the third wish, so that I can become immortal. Chapter 21. A Combat Genius. Vegeta was furious, but it was useless. Shenron looked at Vegeta with disdain and rarely said anything nonsense again. You think too much. If I had this ability, would I still be afraid of King Frieza? Vegeta was stunned. What the hell is this Shenron? It's useless. Oh ho ho ho. Everyone's scalp was tingling again, but Frieza was very happy. He liked this feeling of being unable to tolerate him but unable to do anything to him. One word. It's so F asterisk 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 G cool. Without further ado, since Vegeta's wish was ruled out by Shenron, it is natural that the wish will be given to Son Goku. Son Goku shouted to Shenron, take everyone on Namek except me and Frieza and transfer them to Earth. Small. Piccolo was just about to express a different opinion, but Shenron did not play by the rules and did not ask Tiantian to repeat it in Namek at all. This wish is so simple. Shenron just let out a loud howl, and then his huge dragon eyes turned red. Then, only Son Goku and Frieza were left on Namek, and even the Dragon Ball ran to Earth with them. Regarding Piccolo's psychological shadow area at this time, the sky over Namek was bright again. A figure fell from the sky. Son Goku watched with curiosity as Vegeta fell headfirst into the hole where Piccolo had just fallen. Vegeta refused. Shenron's helpless voice was heard in the sky, and then Shenron's voice disappeared. Regarding Piccolo's psychological shadow area at this time, Piccolo also rejected it in his heart at that time, but unfortunately his combat power was less than 80,000 and he was unable to resist Shenron's divine power. PFFT, 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 Kakarot. Don't even think about showing off on your own. Frieza can only be defeated by me. Vegeta spat out the mud in his mouth, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Son Goku above his head with extreme dissatisfaction. Oh, ho ho ho, I've let you make a wish, isn't it time to show me what you can do? If you still use the Super Saiyan method, you won't be able to beat me. Vegeta felt like he had received 10,000 points of critical hit from Frieza. But he really couldn't beat Frieza now, and his strength hadn't recovered yet. He could only cross his arms across his chest, looking unwilling. Ha! Advertisement. Son Goku began to gather his energy, and soon raised his aura to its peak, and his combat power also reached a new historical high of 3 million. However, Son Goku did not end there. He began to scream even more painfully. The surrounding stones and soil began to float up, and Son Goku's aura also rose sharply. Bear. In addition to Son Goku's white air wave, a layer of golden air wave was added, turning him into a mimic Super Saiyan, and his combat power reached 60 million. Frieza was a little disappointed. Son Goku hadn't gone through extreme emotions, and his normal combat power had reached 3 million, but he still hadn't broken through to Super Saiyan. This is a bit disappointing. This fighting power is useless. You are far inferior to Vegeta. Son Goku let out a small sigh of relief and shouted. It's not over yet. 5 times Kaioken. What? Frieza was shocked. Isn't it said that you can't use Kaioken in Super Saiyan state? Could it be that the original novel lied to me? No, Son Goku did not complete the Super Saiyan transformation, he only completed the Mimic Super Saiyan, and perhaps this is the reason why Son Goku was able to use Kaioken. Bear. The red energy wave of Kaioken is very overbearing, but the golden energy wave is not inferior in the slightest, which results in Son Goku's current energy wave being red inside and gold outside. To be honest, it's really cool and looks more gorgeous than Frieza's purple air wave. Vegeta opened his mouth in shock. No, that's impossible, you must be kidding. Although Son Goku has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan with a cold expression, he also has sword-like eyebrows and murderous eyes at this moment. Let's make this a quick fight. I can't sustain this state for much longer. Boom, bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Son Goku's combat power has reached 300 million. It surpassed Frieza by 50 million. Advertisement. This is the Saiyan, a race that will create infinite possibilities if you give it a chance. Frieza was caught off guard and could only defend himself. Before his combat power exceeded 10 billion, the difference of 50 million in combat power was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. However, Frieza is no pushover. With his extremely high talent and super durable physique that is not inferior to Saiyan, Frieza slowly caught up with Son Goku's movements. Frieza's combat power is gradually increasing. In just 1 minute, his combat power is almost close to 300 million. The battle continued, and every attack made the whole Namek tremble, with lightning and thunder in the sky and tsunamis in the sea. The two fought all the way. When they encountered mountains, they caused landslides, when they encountered rocks, they caused cracks, and when they encountered the sea, they caused vacuum zones to appear in the sea. Namek had already been damaged a lot by several battles before. At this moment, affected by the battle between the two, the ground began to crack and magma continued to rush out of the ground. Lightning continued to strike in the sky, and the sky above Namek had turned completely dark, with a large amount of dark clouds covering the entire planet. What a sign of planetary destruction. This is the result of Frieza and Son Goku fighting in the air. Energy bombs flew everywhere, creating craters one after another. Occasionally, a scream was heard, either Frieza was smashed into the sea, or Son Goku was blasted into the ground. 3 minutes later, Frieza's combat power reached 350 million, and his combat power was still rising steadily. Originally, Frieza thought he would need to use his trump card today, but who knew that his physique was so abnormal? What Frieza didn't know was that it was precisely because he had learned to control chi and practiced in seclusion deep in the ice star for a long time that a large amount of potential had accumulated in his body. And these potentials were activated through Son Goku's high pressure. Once these potentials begin to burst out, they will not stop because of the strength of the opponent, but will stabilize only after a complete outbreak. 400 million. When Frieza's combat power reached 400 million, it finally stopped rising. Frieza was happy, as his combat power almost doubled within 5 minutes, but Son Goku was in a terrible situation. Although he is a mimic Super Saiyan, he is much more violent than his normal form. With the bonus of Kaioken, his body has reached its limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Goku was panting heavily, and his entire chest felt like it was about to explode. His entire aura became extremely unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and even Son Goku's hands began to tremble. It's not that Son Goku is scared, but his body is really approaching the critical point. Ah, Son Goku roared unwillingly. If his body could bear it, he would definitely use a higher multiplier Kaioken. With such an exhilarating battle, he really didn't want to fight for only 5 minutes. Suddenly, the red energy wave in Son Goku's inner circle disappeared, and the Kaioken state had been lifted. Advertisement Chapter 22 Namek explodes. Frieza shook his head. Although Son Goku shocked him for a moment, this method could not last long. Frieza believed that Son Goku would soon not even have the energy to stay in the air. However, it turns out that even though Frieza has been reborn, Son Goku's protagonist aura still remains. Bear. When the Kaioken was released, Son Goku, with great reluctance, actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. And because he had already experienced the combat power of 300 million before, the newly transformed Son Goku directly possessed the combat power of 300 million. Although, this combat power is still not as good as Frieza, but it is still much stronger than Vegeta. With golden hair, obviously bulging muscles, green pupils, and cold and cruel eyes, Son Goku in this state gives people a feeling of invincibility. However, it also depends on who you are facing. Frieza expressed complete disdain for the mere 300 million combat power. Bang! Frieza punched Son Goku in the face, but Son Goku just turned his head, still looking at Frieza with those murderous eyes. A gap of 100 million was actually ignored by Son Goku. In fact, this is not the case. Because of the use of Kaioken in the state of mimic Super Saiyan, Son Goku is now unable to feel pain. It is precisely because he cannot feel pain that Son Goku gives people a feeling of invincibility at this moment. The strong and powerful arm punched from bottom to top, directly hitting Frieza's stomach. Even though there was a difference of 100 million combat power, Frieza still felt a ball of fire burning in his abdomen. Ah! Frieza stepped back, holding his stomach. Careless. He was actually hit by the dead monkey, and he was completely unprepared. Pa! Frieza spat out the bitter water in his mouth, and the energy waves around him exploded. Bang! Bang bang bang! Frieza once again broke out into a fist-to-fist battle with Son Goku. Neither of them used energy bombs, it was just a crazy hand-to-hand fight. Every time they exchanged punches, it was like a thunderclap, and Vegeta could hardly keep up with the speed of the two. Gurgle. Swallowing. An idea suddenly popped into Vegeta's mind. These two people are both cheaters. Another 5 minutes later, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the center of the battle, as if a hole had been broken in the sky, making people's hair all over their bodies tremble. A figure fell towards the ground at an extremely fast speed, right where Vegeta was. Advertisement. Vegeta was horrified and used all his strength to crawl away, finally diving into the water. Boom. A meteorite crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters appeared. Son Goku was shirtless and his tattered combat pants were stubbornly attached to his legs like rags. Although he preserved the last bit of his dignity as a man, Son Goku's eyes were dazed, his whole body was cramping, and he curled up into a ball instinctively. The Super Saiyan status has been lifted, and Son Goku can no longer feel the existence of his own body except that he did not faint. Frieza was also in a difficult position facing Son Goku who had no sense of pain, but fortunately he managed to knock Son Goku down in the end. Frieza's breathing also became a little uneven, and his breathing became much more rapid. Slowly landed on the ground and walked towards Son Goku step by step. Crunch, crunch. The built-in walking special effects appear again. Crash, cough, cough cough. Vegeta jumped out of the water and crawled to the ground, coughing violently. Because of the battle between Frieza and Son Goku, Namek has been brought to the brink of explosion. This planet has suffered irreversible damage. Especially when Son Goku hit the ground at the end, it completely destroyed the core of the entire planet, and the planet was less than 3 minutes away from exploding. Frieza waved his hand and sucked over several spherical universe spaceships of the Ginyu Force. With a wave of his hand, he landed on the battlefield. He knew that Son Goku was not dead, and Vegeta was not seriously injured either, and was in much better condition than Son Goku. Vegeta, there is an emergency recovery chamber inside this universe ship. It won't cure him, but it won't kill him either. You guys should leave. This planet will explode soon. I'm looking forward to your growth. Next time we meet, I hope you can make me fight as hard as I did today. Oh ho ho ho. Swish. Frieza disappeared right where he was, and the next moment he had arrived at the ice star. Etc. Frieza felt something was wrong. He always felt like he had forgotten something. Forget it. Never mind. Let's go under the ice and consolidate our fighting power first. Any improvement in combat effectiveness by any person needs to be stabilized, otherwise there is a high probability that combat effectiveness will decline. Bai Ru Yuan Zhu Zhong to Sun Gohan. After the Cell game, Son Gohan was useless, and when he reached the Majin Puo period, his initial fighting ability was not even as good as when he was a child. What a pity. Advertisement. On Namek, Vegeta finally came to Son Goku. Looking at the painful Son Goku, Vegeta wanted to kill him directly. The energy bomb in his hand had already condensed. Half a minute later, the energy bomb disappeared. Vegeta finally did not kill the person. You let me go once on Earth, so I'll let you go this time too. But next time I will surpass you, defeat you, and kill you. Bang! Vegeta kicked Son Goku roughly into the nearest universe spaceship, then ran over and put emergency treatment equipment on him, and finally pressed the start button of the spaceship. Boom! A fire dragon made of magma shot up into the sky, and Namek was about to explode. Vegeta didn't dare to waste any more time, and quickly ran to a universe spaceship. After pressing the start button of the spaceship, he closed his eyes and began to rest. He hadn't had a proper sleep in the past 2 days and was indeed tired. However, if there is another opportunity like this, he will still enjoy it, because this time not only has his strength increased greatly, but he has also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Next, he will train even harder, and one day, he will surpass Son Goku and Frieza. I am the Prince of Saiyan, the most talented warrior. I will not lose to you, no. Snap. The hatch closed, and Vegeta's universe spaceship followed Son Goku's spaceship and flew into the universe. Not long after Son Goku and Vegeta left, Namek exploded. In the universe, sound cannot be transmitted, but the gorgeous fireworks proved how inhumanely Namek was treated. On Earth, Dodoria had been trembling with fear while avoiding the magma coming out from the ground, and was suddenly teleported here. He was a little dazed as he looked at the trees around him, a scene of peace and tranquility. Who I am? Where am I? Where is King Frieza? Soon, he saw a group of people not far away. The one lying on the ground with his eyes closed was Slag. There is a green mountain in front of Slug. Oh, no, it is a Namek man as big as the mountain. A tiny Namek man is lying beside the giant, releasing green energy from his hands. The two Namek men who looked exactly the same stared at each other, and the atmosphere felt a little strange. Then Dodoria also saw the Earth woman who had a good relationship with King Frieza. He didn't know her name, but she must not be offended if she could be protected by Frieza's energy shield. As for Son Gohan and Krillin, he was even more familiar with them. It was they who rescued the little Namek kid. Chapter 23 Absorbed Evil. Dodoria's appearance attracted everyone's attention, and Piccolo looked at Dodoria's pink flesh with disgust. The key point is, there are so many small bumps, which are even more disgusting than his green skin. Nelu looked at Dodoria with an aggressive look. This chubby pink guy was definitely not as cute as he appeared. Tiantian's face was full of fear. After all, Dodoria had led a team to kill everyone in their village, and Dandan was killed by Dodoria with just one finger. Son Gohan and Krillin were also ready to attack at any time, as they had also witnessed Dodoria's evil deeds. Slag still had his eyes closed, and unknown energy was enveloping him, causing Slag to fall into a deep sleep. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the masterpiece of the Great Elder. Only the Great Elder has these mysterious magics. Bulma hid behind Son Gohan and Krillin. Dodoria's appearance really didn't suit her taste, so she instinctively put Dodoria on the bad side. My young, beautiful, and noble lady, do you know where King Frieza has gone? Also, where is this place? Why am I here all of a sudden? Dodoria's combat power is only 20,000. Among the people in front of him, the only ones he can beat are Krillin, Bulma and Tenten. Putting aside the Great Elder's cultivation level, the tonnage alone is a bit scary. Dodoria's tone was so nice, not only because other people's pinching him was no different from pinching a chicken, but mainly because Bulma was a guest of honor of King Frieza. Although she didn't know why King Frieza was interested in this frail woman, it didn't stop Dodoria from trying to please him. As the number one lackey in the world, he does have this awareness. Bulma stretched out her finger, pointed at herself, and asked in confusion. Are you asking me, you ugly B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ woman who can be called a lady at the scene, and she is young, beautiful, and wealthy. So, although Bulma still disliked Dodoria, her attitude had improved a lot. Frieza is fighting with Son Goku and Vegeta on Namek. This is Earth. We were all sent back by Shenron. Dodoria almost flew into a rage when he heard the word, ugly, but when he thought of Frieza's horror, he once again maintained what he thought was a gentle smile. But when Bulma answered his question, Dodoria suddenly felt unwell. It seems that he is now more than a million miles away from Frieza. Advertisement. So, Dodoria wanted to contact King Frieza using the communicator. Before his fingers touched the communicator, a figure flashed by and Dodoria felt a lightness on his ear. The communicator had been taken away by Piccolo. Snap. Piccolo recognized this communicator, but he would not inform the other party. What if it attracted some powerful existence and he, the big devil on Earth, was killed again? Who would he go to for justice? You, me. Dodoria wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. At this moment, the Great Elder coughed violently, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Son of Kadaz, you are now called Piccolo, right? Although Piccolo didn't want to admit it, he knew that what the Great Elder said was probably true. Yes, my name is Piccolo. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, glanced at Slag lying on the ground, and sighed deeply. Slug fled the home planet at the same time as your father. Both are Nameks with genius talents. It's a pity that Slug was driven by evil and became a villain who did all kinds of evil. You are luckier than Slug, but you are also divided into good and evil thoughts, and you are the evil one. Everyone on Earth knows this, the gods explained it once. But I can feel that the evil thoughts in your body have been changed. You have concerns and human emotions, and are more willing to take on the responsibility of protecting the planet. Cough, cough. Grand Elder. Nilu wanted to stop the Great Elder from continuing speaking because the Great Elder was in too poor health. However, the Great Elder simply waved his hand and continued. I have used a special method to control Slag's body. The evil in him is too overbearing, and I can't seal it for too long. King Frieza is not here, and neither are Son Goku and Vegeta. Once Slug wakes up, the Earth will be destroyed by him, and none of you can stop him. To everyone's surprise, the Great Elder actually mentioned Frieza, and seemed to trust him quite a bit. It's very unscientific. But no one interrupted the Great Elder. They all knew that what he said was true, and they also wanted to know what solution he had for the situation. Advertisement. As the embodiment of evil, you are able to control your heart. This is an opportunity. As long as you absorb the evil in Slug, not only will you become stronger and give you extremely powerful combat power, but you will also be able to restore Slug to the purest and kindest Namek. Piccolo was stunned, then overjoyed. He doesn't care about evil or not, as long as he can become stronger, that's enough. The strength of Vegeta and Son Goku hit him hard, which made him hate his own weakness. If he had strong power and could refuse Shenron's teleportation like Vegeta, how could he be sent back just after arriving in Namek? This is simply a great shame and humiliation. A combat power of 78,000 is indeed enough to walk around on Earth, but in front of Son Goku, this combat power is just an ant that can be crushed at will. He is Piccolo Daimao who once fought with Son Goku and the battle was hard to decide. How could he accept this reality? What should I do? Piccolo's attitude did not surprise the Great Elder. He was still the Great Elder who combined wisdom, beauty, and, mystery. Put your hand on Slug's chest, and I will channel his evil into your body. All you need to do is control your heart. Piccolo did as he was told, opened his palm, showed off his sharp nails, and then pressed it hard on Slag's chest. Get ready. It's about to begin. Babulu, crackling, chirping. A silver-white light appeared on Slag and Piccolo, and everyone saw a black energy flowing into Piccolo's palm. Boom. A tremendous breath spread out, creating a hurricane-like force wind that bent all the trees in the forest. After 30 seconds, the hurricane stopped, and Slag turned into a breath of air about the same size as Naru. There was no trace of evil in his body, and he seemed so quiet and peaceful. However, Piccolo was different. His body was surrounded by black energy. Waves of roars came out of his mouth, and he looked extremely manic. Control this evil. Imagine the person you want to protect. Imagine the feelings you once had when you sacrificed for him. Ah, no, I don't want to hurt Gohan. Ah, 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 ah. Boom. An even more violent aura than before emanated from Piccolo, instantly blowing all the trees in the forest toppled over. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 24. Poor Dodoria. Piccolo felt like he was about to explode. All he wanted to do now was to destroy everything he saw before him. He will destroy everything, whether living or dead. Just when Piccolo was about to lose control, Son Gohan rushed forward and hugged Piccolo's back. Pencils, pen holders, tubes, bullets, slingshots. This is a word chain game that Son Gohan played when he was training with Piccolo. When Piccolo heard the voice, the aura in his body suddenly disappeared, and the darkness in his eyes receded like the tide. This voice is the only pure land in Piccolo's heart, and it is also the important factor that enables him to control himself. Phew. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Piccolo finally calmed down completely. He reached out and grabbed Son Gohan from behind and brought him in front of him. He looked into Son Gohan's eyes and said seriously. Gohan, thank you. If it weren't for you, Uncle Piccolo would have completely lost himself. Son Gohan said with tears in his eyes. I knew it. I knew Uncle Piccolo could do it. Gently putting Son Gohan down, Piccolo clenched his fist and felt the energy in his body. Extremely powerful. He didn't know if he could compare with Son Goku at this moment, but he did feel that he had become countless times stronger. Frieza. Boy, you just went from 78,000 to 78 million. Although the increase is not small, you are still a little brother. According to Slug's jauntized combat power of 100 million, Piccolo only received an increase of 77.92 million, which was indeed a lot of waste. But what's better than assimilation is that Slag saved his life. Besides, Slug has already been powerful once, so even if he becomes kind, he can still slowly improve himself in the future. After all, Slag has a body with a normal combat power of 60 million. Although his current combat power is only 400,000, people with a combat power below 50 million will not be able to break his defense. Dodoria is terrified. The earth is terrible, I want to return to King Frieza. Woo woo woo. Advertisement. To know how scary Piccolo is, just look at the fact that Dodoria was frightened and cried. Hearing the crying, Piccolo swept over with a knife-like gaze, and Dodoria was so scared that she didn't even dare to twitch. The Great Elder spoke again. He is Frieza's subordinate, and also Frieza's most trusted lackey, a subordinate, so don't hurt him. Frieza's terror is beyond your imagination, Son Goku and the others can't win. Piccolo knew that the Great Elder's prediction would not be wrong, and Frieza was not as indiscriminate as King Kai said. For the sake of the Great Elder and Frieza, Dodoria will be spared for the time being. However, Before Frieza comes to Earth, Dodoria must stay with Piccolo and do hard labor. Dodoria didn't know what his fate would be, and kept thanking the Great Elder for saving his life. Next, things on Earth returned to their original course. First, the Namek people who were killed by King Cold's men were resurrected using the Earth Dragon Ball. After 130 days, Namek's Dragon Ball was used to attempt to revive Son Goku, but it failed because Son Goku was not dead at all. Bulma was reminded by the Namek people again that she could invite Son Goku to Earth, but just like in the original story, she was rejected. As for Vegeta, I'm sorry, he has not yet gained recognition from everyone and has been forgotten. Even though Vegeta was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, it couldn't change that fact. Therefore, everyone had to give up this approach and chose to resurrect Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Jiaozi. Then, after another 130 days, Shenron was summoned again. This time the wish was very simple. First, he learned that Son Goku was on Yadrat with Vegeta, and then he learned that Frieza had returned to the ice planet. Finally, the Namek people used their last wish to teleport them to a planet suitable for them to live on and without humans. The ending is still a happy one, and the Earth has returned to peace again. On the new Namek, all the Namek people gathered around the Great Elder, who looked very old. From now on, Slag is your new Great Elder. I believe that under his leadership, we Namek people will also be reborn. After saying this, the Great Elder's hands dropped weakly, and crystal tears appeared in Slag's eyes. Now Slug only has the purest kindness left, and his mind is only thinking about how to strengthen the Namek clan. Advertisement. On Earth, Dodoria worked hard to build a road in the mountain using his limbs, and all the wages he earned were taken by Piccolo to give to Son Gohan. After all, Son Gohan ate too much and Chi-Chi could hardly support him alone. As Son Gohan's uncle, Piccolo felt he should help the child's family. Poor Dodoria did the most work, ate worse than a pig, and had lost a lot of weight. The only consolation is that Dodoria's combat power has increased to 50,000. Although it is still garbage, it is also the result of training. And the people who trained him were Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi and Krillin on Earth. Now this group of people who will only be there for the occasion have finally broken through the limits of Earthlings. Yamcha's combat power is 45,000, Tien Shinhan's is 70,000, Jiaozi's is 40,000, and Krillin's is the strongest, having soared to 100,000, making him the true number one person on Earth. The era of Master Wu Tian is gone forever. Looking back to the time when Master Takenori, who could flex his muscles and blow away the moon with a Kamehameha, has now become a real lecherous old man. With a large group of awesome disciples, he couldn't help but feel proud. On this day, Frieza opened his eyes from deep within the ice layer of the ice star. Not only did his combat power stabilize, it also skyrocketed to 600 million again. About 300 days had passed, and Frieza finally remembered what he had forgotten. That's Dodoria's lackey. Frieza sighed and felt that he still needed to go to Earth to take a look. If Dodoria had not been killed by the Earthlings, he was most likely still on Earth. Taking a look at the clone created by Dragon Ball, it has successfully fused with Frieza's cells, and its strength is slowly increasing. Now it has a combat power of 100 million, but after exceeding 100 million, the speed of increase has become a snail's pace. The combat power of just 100 million is obviously not enough, so we can only continue to keep them here. My combat capability improved too quickly, and it seemed that my clone had no chance of catching up. This was a bit of a misstep. If the combat power is not the same, there is no way to fuse them. If the combat power is reduced by cooperating with the clone, then there is no point in fusion. What if after fusion, it's not as strong as the original body alone? Forget it, just keep raising it. Maybe a miracle will happen one day. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had arrived on Earth, and appeared next to Piccolo. Chapter 25. Calling a deer a horse and confusion of right and wrong. Frieza couldn't do anything about it. It was too far away, and the only breath on Earth that could be sensed was Piccolo. During this period of time, Piccolo has not stopped his practice, and his combat power is now close to 100 million. Although it is still not good enough, it is much stronger than in the original book. This is also thanks to Slag's dedication. When Frieza saw Dodoria, who had lost a lot of weight, he almost didn't recognize this number one lackey. Can you imagine that the originally chubby Dodoria turned into a muscular man with 8-pack abs? If it weren't for Dodoria's special skin color, and if it weren't for the fact that the small bumps on his body had not disappeared but had simply become smaller, Frieza would never have thought that this person would be Dodoria. The moment Dodoria saw Frieza, all the grievances came to her mind and her tears flowed all over the floor like free money. Dodoria threw away the steamed bread in his hand and was about to report it to his master. Speaking of steamed cornbread, it was only after Son Gohan couldn't stand Dodoria's food anymore that he asked Piccolo to improve Dodoria's food. Otherwise, what Frieza would have seen was Dodoria gnawing on pig food, and it was the pig's leftovers. Oh ho ho ho. Dodoria, you look much better now than before. Those 8-pack abs look great. It seems you have been training very hard on Earth. Dodoria was dumbfounded before she could speak, and so was Piccolo. Piccolo was dumbfounded simply because he was stunned by Frieza's aura. Frieza had just finished training and had no time to hide his fighting power. The combat power of 600 million almost made Piccolo autistic. Piccolo thought that even if he was weaker than Son Goku now, he shouldn't be much weaker, but Frieza's aura really gave him too much impact. Except for Frieza who has the detection skill, the others can only judge the strength of the combat power by feeling. But Piccolo didn't even need specific data to feel the gap between the two sides. He was crushed by Frieza's powerful fighting ability. Dodoria was dumbfounded by what King Frieza just said. Dodoria is worthy of being the #1 lackey, and immediately caught the appreciation in Frieza's words. Lord Frieza, I am your most loyal subordinate. In order not to embarrass you, I worked very hard to train myself on Earth. Not only did I take the initiative to do all the rough and tiring work, but I also fought with different people, slept only 3 hours a day, and ate the most difficult coarse grains. After nearly a year of unremitting efforts, I finally have such a fit body. Advertisement. But after seeing King Frieza again, I realized that you are the sun in the sky, and I am the weeds on the ground. It is you who shines on the earth and allows me, a little grass, to thrive. If I continue writing, millions of words will not be enough. In order not to finish the book so quickly, I can only use Dainjay instead. Piccolo was once again shocked by Dodoria's shamelessness. No wonder the Great Elder said that Dodoria was Frieza's #1 lackey. With regard to her flattery skills, he couldn't catch up even if he boarded the universe spaceship. Frieza was enjoying Dodoria's millions of words of flattery, feeling a little elated, when he suddenly saw a mechanical flying insect approaching him. Thinking of a possibility, Frieza did not crush the flying insect. Instead, he waited until the flying insect collected his own cells before driving it away. The others didn't notice the flying insect. They just saw Frieza's eyes suddenly fixed, then he waved his hand, and his breath dropped. Piccolo thought Frieza was going to fight him, and was thinking about how to contact Great Elder Slug and ask him to find a way to revive him with the Dragon Ball. But before he could think of a solution, Frieza's aura dropped rapidly, and soon it dropped to a level similar to Krillin's. Piccolo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said to Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria, since King Frieza is here, your training will come to an end for now. I believe King Frieza needs your care. Piccolo cooperated wholeheartedly, which made Dodoria almost cry out of grievance. He has been subjected to inhuman treatment for nearly a year. This shameless man said this, does he want to thank the other party himself? Dodoria was very resistant. Frieza had no idea what was going on, he just thought Dodoria was funny. Now, he found that Piccolo was also quite fun, so he decided to play along. Where are your manners, Dodoria? You are my subordinate, do you want people to say that I am incompetent? Frieza's eyes suddenly became extremely dark, and the chill he emanated unconsciously made Dodoria shiver dozens of times in an instant, almost giving him cramps. Bang! Dodoria slammed her legs together, then bowed 90 degrees to Piccolo and thanked him loudly. Thank you very much Mr. Piccolo for the training plan you have put together for me. Please accept my sincerest thanks, Mr. Piccolo. Advertisement. Piccolo was stunned. He had this slightly unrealistic idea, but it was purely to disgust Dodoria, and he didn't think Frieza couldn't see it. However, whether Frieza saw it or not, Piccolo didn't know, but Piccolo knew clearly that Frieza followed his words. This King Kai is a big liar. Bulma, the unreliable middle school girl, is more reliable. Bulma is right, Frieza is a very easy person to talk to, but sometimes he seems like a bad person. This guy is clearly playing with his subordinate, a subordinate who is extremely loyal. Your name is Piccolo, right? I remember you. Your fighting ability was not so high back then. Did something happen that I don't know about? Frieza waved his hand and conjured up a table and a chair from the storage space. On the table was a plate of fruit, which were the fruits of the spirit tree. Throwing one at Dodoria was like giving a little sweet treat to this subordinate. This is called the art of controlling subordinates. Sit. Frieza sat on the only chair with confidence, but asked Piccolo to sit there too. Where the hell should Piccolo sit? Sit on the floor or on a table? Piccolo really wants to turn the table over. But he didn't dare, because not everyone is a crow who can turn the table over whenever he wants. Piccolo was sure that if he dared to make any move to overturn the table, he would be blown to pieces. In fact, Frieza didn't have such an idea, but his appearance gave Piccolo such a feeling. If you look too evil, no matter how friendly you act, it will be useless. Frieza just wants to say, Piccolo, you are too superficial. You actually judge people by their appearance. This is not what a mature person should think. I told you to sit down but you didn't. Aren't you being disrespectful? Frieza took a fruit from the spirit tree and threw it directly into his mouth, just like Zubaji eating the ginseng fruit, without any aesthetic appeal. Although the fruit of the spirit tree is of no use to him, it still tastes good and at least can quench his thirst. Chapter 26 Bulma's family is really rich. Finally, Piccolo sat down, but there was nothing under his butt. On the surface, Piccolo maintained a relaxed and comfortable sitting posture. Frieza didn't point it out, and quickly finished a plate of 5 spirit tree fruits, then waved his hand very gentlemanly. Mr. Piccolo doesn't like fruit. Piccolo almost couldn't hold it anymore. Why don't you invite me to eat before you finish? If you don't ask, how can I dare to eat? Now, you've finished eating it and you blame me for not liking it. Well, I really don't like to eat. I just need to drink some water. Piccolo decided to change the subject. We were sent back to Earth by Shenron Purunga. The Great Elder took advantage of Slug's weakness and used our clan's secret method to control Slug. Frieza narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the mountain-like elder was hiding something. Don't misunderstand, King Frieza. This secret method is only effective for people of our clan. Piccolo, who was almost frightened to the point of having a heart attack, quickly stood up and began to explain. Frieza nodded, remaining gentlemanly, and invited Piccolo to sit down again. Come on, sit down and talk. We have plenty of time. Dodoria, make some tea. Piccolo had no choice but to sit in the air again, while Dodoria flew away quietly. He had to find a kettle, or boil water by hand. Piccolo glanced at the disappearing Dodoria, took a deep breath, and continued. With the help of the Great Elder, I absorbed Slag's evil thoughts. Since most of Slag's fighting power comes from those evil thoughts, I also gained huge benefits. Later, with the help of Shenron, we resurrected the dead Earthlings, and peace returned to Earth. After this period of training, my strength has reached the level it is today. Piccolo never mentioned anything about Dodoria. Since Frieza had let it go, he didn't bother to go up and seek trouble. Frieza nodded. Even though the plot had changed a bit, overall, not much had changed without him in the mix. Judging from the mechanical flying insect that just appeared, it won't be long before Big Trunks will appear, and in 3 years, artificial humans should also appear. Originally, Frieza wanted to ask if there was a guy named Calictu who appeared during this period, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. That kind of trash was really not worth caring about. Son Goku and Vegeta haven't come back yet. Advertisement. Piccolo shook his head and said that they summoned Shenron, but it didn't bring the two back. They only knew that they were on a planet called Yadrat. Frieza pondered for a while. It was his arrangement to let Son Goku and Vegeta go to Yadrat. It seemed that both of them were learning the instant transmission there. Well, thank you for telling me this. Since you are so honest, I will not care about what you did to Dodoria. Frieza said, and with a wave of his hand, the tables and chairs disappeared. Hey, I took away the chair, why are you still sitting there? However, before Piccolo could react, Frieza had already flown away, and judging from the direction, it should be Exedu. Piccolo remained seated, his face turning dark green with anger, but unfortunately, he was not as strong as the other person and could only endure it. Poor Dodoria finally found the kettle, but when she came back she only saw a green face. Where's King Frieza? Dodoria feels that she has a miserable life. She follows a master who disappears at any time. She is so tired. This time Piccolo did not restrict Dodoria's freedom, but pointed to the west and said. If I'm not mistaken, Frieza should have gone to Bulma's house. Didn't everyone say that Frieza and Bulma had a good relationship on Namek? Dodoria was overjoyed, she threw the kettle, soared into the sky, and flew towards Bulma's house. A few seconds later, Dodoria was back. He grabbed the canteen he had thrown away and followed King Frieza once again. This made Piccolo's eyes twitch. Bulma's home is in the city center of Exedu, a hemispherical house that occupies 1/10 of the entire city. After all, her family is the richest in the entire Earth. This shows how terrifying the profit of the universal capsule is. Bulma is studying the gravity chamber and the universe spacecraft at home. This is the topic that Dr. Brissif is currently researching. Bulma, who is better than her teacher, naturally also devotes herself to this research. But her advantage over Dr. Brissif is that she doesn't need an escalator and can just float in the air and see whatever she wants. Suddenly, a scary face appeared in front of Bulma. Even though she could fly, she was still scared and fell to the ground. Frieza's face often appeared in Bulma's nightmares. The longer the time went by, the clearer Bulma remembered it. This is not love, this is really being scared by Frieza's appearance and eyes. Frieza, why are you here on Earth? Advertisement. After discovering that the person in front of her was really Frieza, Bulma, who was often awakened by nightmares of Frieza, was not so scared anymore. She quickly got up from the ground and grabbed Frieza's hand, first looking at his eyes, then at the square ears, and finally at the very long tail. This is definitely the real Frieza. Wild. Oh ho ho. Ms. Bulma, you seem quite excited about my arrival. Bulma rolled her eyes and replied unhappily. How can I not be excited? Tell me, have you imprisoned Son Goku? Otherwise, why doesn't he want to come back? Frieza thought of many possibilities of their meeting again, but he had never expected it to be like this. Suddenly, Frieza got a little angry. Forget it, you shouldn't be that kind of person. This is your first time in my house, come on, I'll treat you to a big meal. King Frieza, you can't abandon me again. Before Frieza could reply to Bulma, Dodoria, the follower, came chasing after him in a hurry. He looked at Dodoria with disdain, but finally did not kick him away. This guy hasn't had a normal meal in nearly a year. Frieza sympathizes with him and decides to take him out for a good meal as a reward for his loyalty for so long. Bulma had no objection to Dodoria's arrival. Not to mention Frieza and Dodoria who didn't eat much, even if there was a big eater like Son Goku, she could afford to feed as many of them as wanted. The three of them came to Bulma's family's restaurant, where dozens of people in chef uniforms were busy making sure the family could eat delicious food anytime and anywhere. This level of luxury is indeed something that only the richest families on this planet can afford. Dodoria's eyes had already emitted green light. She took a few deep breaths but still stood there without moving. He absolutely wouldn't dare to eat before King Frieza made a move. Go ahead, eat whatever you want, but don't eat away your 8-pack abs. Dodoria seemed to have heard an imperial decree, and immediately nodded and bowed to thank the Lord for his grace. Then, a pink storm started in the restaurant. There was a reason why Dodoria was so fat before. Chapter 27 Dalton's Tay is here to be tortured after all. The Earth in Dragon Ball is still very harmonious. There are many strange species such as werewolves, bear people, bird people, etc., and these species live together with humans. Although Frieza was reluctant to admit it, he did benefit from this group of people. Therefore, even though he and Dodoria were relatively different, people did not show much hostility towards them. Of course, this is based on the premise that Frieza is wearing sunglasses, otherwise many people would be scared to death by Frieza. The quick-acting heart pills in the pharmacy would probably be sold out, and policemen on flying motorcycles would come find him and charge him with a scary crime. Of course, Frieza doesn't go out often. He usually stays in the gravity chamber that Bulma customized for him. The maximum gravity room is 1000 times, but Frieza can only use 500 times at present. This gravity multiple is the multiple that Vegeta used during normal training in the Majin Buu arc. As for Dodoria, I'm sorry, anyone who dares to step in will be crushed into a pulp. During this period of time, Dodoria's combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. Frieza would just swing his tail at him whenever he wanted, calling it Frieza-style training. You know what, the effect is quite good. Dodoria now has a combat power of 300,000 and is no longer the one who can be crushed by Krillin and others. With the help of the gravity room, Frieza's strength improved rapidly, and when he felt the aura of Big Trunks, his combat power had already exceeded 800 million. And the gravity room also has a great effect, it can help Frieza stabilize his combat power, so he doesn't need to go back to the Ice Star to stabilize it. So, Frieza settled down on Earth, but he couldn't ignore the affairs of the Frieza Legion. After all, destroying some garbage planets was the mission given to him by gods of destruction Beerus. There was no other way. Frieza couldn't afford to offend Beerus for the time being, so he could only let Dodoria control him remotely. The main reason is that after Duoduo tasted the sweetness of Frieza's training method, he would never leave Frieza even if he was beaten to death. Frieza just let Dodoria do what she wanted. After all, Beerus didn't require her to do anything in this or that way. Just destroying it was fine. To be honest, Frieza really took the scapegoat for others. All his actions were at the request of Beerus, but he was called a villain who did all kinds of evil. Today, Frieza finished his training, and after his combat power reached 800 million, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he could not increase his combat power quickly. After trying a higher gravity environment, Frieza still couldn't solve this bottleneck, so he chose to take a break for a while. Just at this moment, Frieza felt the breath of Big Trunks. Although this breath was very unfamiliar, it was definitely a Saiyan breath, so it could only be Big Trunks. It wasn't just Frieza who felt it, the rest of the planet felt it, too. So, without any prior agreement, all the soldiers flew towards where Date was. Originally, Frieza could have transmitted over instantly, but he was not in a hurry and just wanted Dodoria to go and see the fun first. I just finished practicing, so I have to take a shower or something. Advertisement. As for clothes, Frieza said that they were not necessary and the original skin was good enough. When his strength reached a certain level, he would naturally change the skin. After taking a shower, shaving his non-existent beard, and eating something, Frieza instant transmission came to Dat's side. Date was already confused. When Piccolo and others told him that Frieza had not been defeated in the war and had lived on Earth for some time, Big felt terrible. Especially when he saw his mother also flying over, his worldview collapsed. Mom knows martial arts. Her combat power has reached 1000. This is even more powerful than Piccolo Daimao. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? When Frieza appeared beside him, Dat's confusion reached its peak. The shock he received today was too great and he collapsed instantly. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, drew the sword from his back, and slashed at Frieza. Frieza's scarlet pupils instantly shot out 2 death beams, which directly smashed Dat's sword into pieces. Glancing at Bulma, Frieza said calmly, "Your son is not well educated. I will discipline him for you." Bulma looked confused, and everyone looked thoughtful. Dat was so angry that he threw away his broken sword and punched Frieza with his fist. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Dat was swung away by Frieza's tail and directly smashed a mountain into pieces. This is not good. I am a person who cares about the environment. I usually don't like to step on green belts. How can you destroy the natural environment like this? Pa! Advertisement. This time the kick landed on Dat's back. Dat was kicked directly into the sky, turned into a star and disappeared. Big Goku is out now, and it won't be long before Son Goku comes back. He already had a combat power of 300 million back then, I wonder how he is now. Whoosh! Frieza had just finished muttering when Son Goku appeared, grabbing Dato's shoulders. It turns out that Son Goku sensed the aura of Frieza fighting a stranger, and fearing that the Earth would be destroyed by the battle, he couldn't help but use instant transmission. First, he rescued Big T who was about to break through the atmosphere, and then another instant transmission appeared in front of Frieza. Frieza was extremely disappointed as he looked at Dat lying unconscious on the ground. With a combat power of only 260 million, who gave him the courage to challenge himself? With such little fighting power, how can you have the qualifications to bite people after an emotional breakdown? If Bulma wasn't your mother, and I owed her a lot of favors, that kick I just gave you would have sent you to hell. I just don't know whether the souls of people who die in this time and space will return to the future time and space. Forget it, why think so much? Son Goku, you learned instant transmission from the Yadrat people, right? Why did you come back alone? When Son Goku saw Frieza, he first raised his hand and said, "Hi," then answered while testing Datu's breath. Our spacecraft will take another 3 hours to reach Earth. Vegeta hasn't learned instant transmission, but he has another skill, teleportation. Vegeta cursed. Damn it, Kakarot, you sold out all my foundation and stole my words. We must fight again later. Move. Could it be that Husu had hidden something from me? Frieza wondered in his mind if this was possible. Husu. King Frieza, I am innocent. Teleportation was developed by Vegeta based on instant transmission. That guy is indeed a combat genius. I checked Son Goku's combat power. It's 8.2 million in normal state. How much is it after transformation? Just multiply it by 50, 58 to 40, 450 million. Hi, everyone. Son Goku saw that Frieza was silent, so he went to greet his comrades on Earth. As for Date, who was lying on the ground, he was not fatally injured, he just fainted, so he was not too worried. Chapter 28 My name is, what is my name? Because of Son Goku's return, everyone was immersed in joy and temporarily put aside what Frieza had just said. Does it matter why this mysterious boy is Bulma's son? Anyway, nothing is more important than Son Goku's safe return. Goku, what have you been doing on Yadrat for the past year? Did you find a new wife? A group of people looked directly at Yamcha, causing Yamcha to scratch his head. He was just joking, there's no need to react so strongly. Son Goku also scratched his head. Although Chi-Chi is a little spicy, the food she cooks is really delicious. Everyone fell to the ground. It's confirmed, this is the Son Goku they are familiar with. Even though his strength has greatly increased and he can transform into a Super Saiyan, he is still the heartless and straightforward Son Goku. Everyone hasn't seen each other for a year, so naturally they have a lot to talk about, especially Krillin, who has the best relationship with Son Goku. Of course, the most important character is Son Gohan, who is the son of Son Goku. After a year of living under the strict control of Chi-Chi, he especially wants to follow his father on adventures. Maybe it's Saiyan's genes. Every Saiyan has a bellicosity and activity gene in him. Whoosh. As everyone was talking about the pain of separation, two spherical aircraft appeared in the sky, exactly the same as the one Vegeta took when he first came to Earth. Everyone, move away. This is Vegeta and I's universe ship. We're about to land. No one doubted Son Goku's words, and even Frieza flew a little to the side. His appearance meant that no one was willing to stand with him, except for Dodoria, who would definitely stand behind Frieza if given the chance. Be prepared for special training from Frieza. Boom, boom. Two consecutive impact sounds were heard, and the spacecraft landed smoothly. At this time, everyone gathered around again. Uncle Piccolo, that spaceship has grown legs. Son Gohan's words were innocent, but everyone reacted after hearing his words. It seems that no one cared about the mysterious man in coma just now. What's his name? Frieza said he was Bulma's son. Is that true? Help. Advertisement. At the same time, everyone ran to the side of the spaceship, especially Son Goku, who picked up the spherical spaceship and threw it. Although Date was in a miserable state, his entire body except for his feet was smashed into the ground. But he is a Super Saiyan after all, and the impact of the spaceship could not cause any harm to him. The main reason was that Frieza's kick was too overbearing. The universe spaceship that was thrown out exploded directly in the air. Vegeta was surrounded by golden energy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kakarot, call out. Vegeta disappeared out of thin air, and this time even Frieza didn't notice how he disappeared. However, Frieza followed the breath and looked behind Son Goku, where suddenly a Vegeta with a flame-shaped golden hairstyle appeared and kicked Son Goku in the butt. Son Goku was very familiar with this move, as he had been attacked by Vegeta many times. At the beginning, although Son Goku was able to quickly capture Vegeta's aura, he couldn't react at all. Later, Son Goku had developed an instinctive habit that as long as Vegeta suddenly disappeared, he would definitely leave the place immediately. Because, Vegeta didn't kick his A every time. This time was no exception. The moment Vegeta disappeared, Son Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan and flew away. Son Goku escaped, but Dato, who had just been pulled out of the pit by Son Goku, was in a miserable state. He was kicked out by his own father. Poor Big T, he was almost kicked out of the atmosphere by Frieza just now, and before he could wake up, he was kicked into the sky again. In other words, Vegeta did not really want to kill anyone. At the moment of hitting Taito, he withdrew 99% of his strength, and finally only 0.10% of his combat power was used to kick Taito. How powerful is a Super Saiyan? Even 0.10% of his combat power is still hundreds of thousands, which is more painful than a hit from a universe spaceship. So, Date was awakened by this kick. Very angry. He transformed into a Super Saiyan again and looked at Frieza in the distance with an angry look on his face. Frieza. Ideographic period. It was your father who kicked me just now, what do you mean by glaring at me? In just a short period of time, 3 Super Saiyans appeared here at once, and the huge air waves caused the celestial phenomena here to change. The sky, which was originally clear, is now covered with dark clouds, and thunder and rain may occur at any time. Frieza, who was shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly remembered a classic line, it's thundering and raining, go home and collect the clothes. Dato was about to attack Frieza again, but was stopped by Vegeta. Tell me, who are you? How did you become a Super Saiyan? Advertisement. Vegeta, he must be a Saiyan too, otherwise how could he become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku also flew back and looked at Dato's Super Saiyan in amazement. Impossible. The only Saiyans left alive are the two of us and your half-blood son. And his hair isn't black, and his hairstyle isn't right. Vegeta flew in the air, crossed his arms, and pointed out several factors why Dato was not a Saiyan. But he can transform into a Super Saiyan. How do you explain that? Son Goku continues to sabotage. Tell me, who are you? Vegeta wanted to die so much that he looked like he had been screwed, which made Vegeta even more upset. Frieza had already set up the beach chairs and a small round table, and was drinking watermelon pops while watching the show in front of him. Data. 260 million, Vegeta, 400 million, Son Goku, 4.5 billion. Fun. In the original work, Vegeta cannot transform now, and Son Goku is only 280 million, which is stronger than Daigoku, but only to a limited extent. Now, Vegeta and Son Goku can both crush Goku. What kind of sparks will be created between them? My name is Harry Potter Conan. Although Date felt that this time and space were in a mess, he was still worried that saying his name would affect his birth. Poof, when Frieza heard the name, he ejected the watermelon popcorn in his mouth. How strong is Frieza? The originally limp and powerless watermelon Bobo shot towards Piccolo and others. Then, bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, suddenly there was chaos and there were constant cries and shouts of abuse. Bulma is smaller in stature, and because of the angle, she was completely blocked by Tien Shinhan. She turned around and looked at Tien Shinhan behind her and asked in confusion. What happened to you? Were you attacked? Huh? Were you guys beaten with watermelon juice? Chapter 29. Conflict caused by watermelon popo. It's okay, I just slipped my tongue a little. You guys continue to watch the show, continue to watch. Frieza accidentally angered everyone, so he had to explain briefly. Everyone looked at Frieza, then thought about their own bodies that were hurt by the being from watermelon popo, and chose to continue watching the Saiyan monkeys, that is, to watch Son Goku and the others. Bulma is different, she is braver and more importantly, rich. A capsule was thrown out directly. Bang, a refrigerator appeared. She opened the refrigerator door and inside was a pile of watermelon popsicles. Come on, try it. This is Mr. Frieza's latest invention. It tastes pretty good. Son Gohan was the first to step forward, inserted the straw, took a deep sip, then rubbed the back of his head, where there was a bump caused by the watermelon popo. Gurgle, Son Goku looked back at his friends who were drinking their drinks and watching the show, and he felt greedy. Well, Harry Potter and Conan, right? You play with Vegeta first, I'm going to go get something to drink. Oh, don't worry, Vegeta. I'll save you a glass, but be gentle. He looks so weak, don't kill him by accident. Date. Vegeta. Ideographic period. Seeing Son Goku turning away and cancelling his transformation, Vegeta instantly got angry. Kakarot. Son Goku looked back curiously, tilting his head in confusion. Vegeta shouted fiercely, leave at least 3 cups. Son Goku fell to the ground, followed by Dai, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Son Gohan and other bystanders all sprayed out watermelon pops at the same time. Fortunately, the power of their spray was not as terrible as Frieza's, and even Piccolo only left a few small holes on the ground. Frieza laughed so hard that her stomach almost hurt. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was Dodoria. As Frieza's subordinate, he would not laugh no matter how funny something was unless Frieza allowed it. Unless, you really can't hold it back, ha 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 ha, oh, ha ha ha, shivering. Frieza gave Dodoria a look and she immediately shuddered and stopped laughing. However, his cheeks were twitching, his stomach was twitching, and his 8 abdominal muscles were shaking in a very regular pattern. I originally thought that since things had developed to this point, there would be no need for a fight, and the most appropriate thing for everyone to do was sit down and have a summer drink together. Advertisement, however, things often do not go as people expect. Bang! There was a noise louder than thunder, and Vegeta was already fighting with Dato. Bang! 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 The sound is rhythmic. There were continuous thunder-like sounds in the sky. These were the explosions that occurred when Vegeta and Dato were fighting. Not only was there a sonic boom, but there were also circles of airwaves sweeping over. Well, this breeze is quite comfortable. Drinking watermelon popsicles with ice and feeling the cool breeze is quite a special experience. Frieza's words won everyone's approval. Dodoria was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. She kept nodding her head while biting the straw. It wasn't easy, but he was finally given a cup of watermelon popo. From now on, he will bow to Frieza until his death. The battle continues. As Son Goku said, although Dato can transform into a Super Saiyan, he is indeed a little weak compared to them. After just 2 minutes, Vegeta became impatient. He thought that Dato was hiding his strength, but it turned out that he was really weak. You deserve to be beaten for delaying my drinking. Pa, 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 After a round of slaps, Date squatted on the ground, holding his buttocks and looking aggrieved. Vegeta washed his hands with ice cubes from the refrigerator with a look of disgust, then ignored Son Goku's gaze and took away 5 cups of watermelon pops. Vegeta. You said you wanted 3 cups. Son Goku held a cup in each hand and took a big sip. After seeing Vegeta's behavior, he swallowed the watermelon popcorn in his mouth in one gulp, and his throat bulged. Don't think I didn't see it, Kakarot, you're already drinking your 4th cup. Everyone was speechless. What's wrong with these two people? Why do they have to argue about who is better in such a matter? So, Vegeta and Son Goku started a watermelon pop drinking competition, which made everyone embarrassed. Look, what is the gap? They're so strong, yet they still remember to suppress each other. We have to work hard too. So, Piccolo and others also joined the watermelon popo drinking competition, and the whole refrigerator of watermelon popo was quickly divided up. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew by. Date, who has been forgotten by everyone, begins to doubt his life again. Why did I go through so much trouble to come to this time and space? Is it just to be beaten? Advertisement, is it to get a spanking from Dad? Was it to watch them fight over the drinks? That watermelon popsicle looks delicious, right? You must be thirsty too, drink it, I saved it for you. Bulma's gentle, sweet and considerate words made Dad want to just cry. Your mother is still the best. No matter whether she is from this time and space or from the original time and space, she will always save a portion of any delicious food for you. Gurgle, gurgle, it's delicious. Thank you, Mom. Oh shit. When I get excited, I scream out of habit. What should I do? My goodness, poor kid, he was beaten silly by two violent lunatics, Frieza and Vegeta. Bulma looked at Dad with pity, feeling heartbroken. Kid, don't play dumb. Who are you and why can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta waved his hand, and the empty cups lying around his feet were destroyed by Vegeta. The hairstyle that soars into the sky makes him look so aloof and unruly. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta got goosebumps all over his body instantly, but he still forced himself to keep his arms around his chest. You may not be able to beat him, but you must have the attitude of not being afraid of him. Crunch, crunch. Frieza walked over slowly, with its own BGM special effects, and he was full of aura. Dodoria followed closely, with half of the watermelon popo still left in his hand, a reward from King Frieza, and he was reluctant to drink it in big gulps. Frieza. Date gritted his teeth and almost crushed the watermelon pop cup in his hand. Please call me Harry Potter Conan. Then his momentum plummeted. Date now only wanted to ensure that he would be born in the future, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Crunch. Frieza stopped and looked at Date with a smile, which made the soldiers who were just there to watch shudder. Bulma was immune to it, she was used to it. But she knew that every time Frieza showed this expression, he was up to something. Although, I've never seen Frieza fart or squat. Chapter 30. A terrifying android will appear in 3 years. Conan, how old are you this year? Where did you sell Shaolin to? Everyone. Frieza was stunned, it seemed like something was wrong. Ahem. Conan, isn't it time for you to tell us the purpose of your visit this time? This has been going on for several chapters. If it continues, not only the readers but even Frieza will not be able to bear it. I, Frieza, am the protagonist. Alas, I don't have much of a presence in these few episodes. He doesn't fight, doesn't look for Dragon Ball, and doesn't practice. With such little fighting power, he's just pretending to be a big shot. I, Frieza, have a combat power of 800 million. Am I too proud of myself? I, Frieza, can crush all 3 of you by myself. Am I being arrogant? Even the watermelon pops, I only had 1 glass. Am I, Frieza, angry? Okay, I'm angry. I invented this, but I didn't drink as much as you guys. Ahem, I seem to have gone off topic again. Frieza. Run away, I'm the protagonist. How can I be off topic if I just complain? Taito scratched his head in embarrassment, although he couldn't understand this time and space, except that Frieza was not considered an enemy and Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan, there was no difference. Well, these are all minor problems. The big thing is whether my big brother can be born. Conan is Conan. Hello everyone, I came here this time to tell you something. Don't ask me why I know this, I can't explain it clearly. Everyone was speechless. What the hell are you talking about? If you don't tell us, why should we ask you? Keep going. Frieza's sinister look is very unhappy. If you don't tell me, how will the story develop? About 3 years from now, at 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12th, a very powerful duo will appear on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the south. Vegeta interrupted Dato's narration and said with disdain. Super strong. Can you be stronger than me? Date was stunned. It seemed that the artificial humans of the future would not be as strong as their fathers. If my strength is used as the standard, any one of them is only slightly stronger than me. Advertisement. As he spoke, Dato's voice began to become smaller. He could clearly feel that Vegeta's father was much stronger than him, and Mr. Son Goku might be even stronger than his own father. Also, that Frieza who always smiles for no reason, it seems like his father is very afraid of him. By the way, it seems that I was beaten up badly by Frieza just now. That being said, Frieza's strength is also higher than it should be. With a group of people like this on Earth, can the androids really make any big waves? Tisk, I thought it was no big deal. I don't know why you knew what happened 3 years later, but according to what you said, the so-called duo is nothing special. Bulma was quite concerned about this matter. After all, it happened on Earth, and Earth was her hometown, so it was better to ask for clarification. Conan, please continue. Who are they? Are they aliens? Speaking of aliens, Bulma looked at Frieza. It seemed that this person was the leader of the aliens. Don't look at me. Just remember to compensate me for Zigwa Bobo's agency fee later. Oh ho ho ho. Turning her head, Bulma no longer looked at Frieza's money-hungry face. Dodoria, as the number 1 lackey, was immediately furious when he saw Bulma ignoring his master. How dare you, woo. Then, Dodoria's head sank into the soil, and he could only make humming sounds. Frieza's tail slowly dropped, signaling everyone to leave him alone. Date's face was covered with sweat, but he didn't dare not say it. They are not from the universe. They are artificial humans created by Dr. Gallo. They appeared to destroy all mankind. They killed Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo died, the gods disappeared, and Dragon Ball lost its function and turned into stone. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Mugen Sensei, and others were killed by the androids, and in the end even Son Gohan, died. When they heard the news of Date's death from his mouth, everyone had a strange expression on their face. But, they are indeed standing here now, and they were just fighting for drinks. At this time, Date also remembered the watermelon bobo in his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at his hand, he quickly bit the straw and took a big sip with relish. Watermelon bobo has the ability to ease the atmosphere. The atmosphere became good again. After all, who knows whether what will happen in the future is true or false, and the other party also said that the fighting ability of the androids is not as strong as Vegeta, so there is nothing to worry about. Wait, what about me? You said they all died in the battle, why didn't you say how I died? Son Goku suddenly found something wrong, and it seemed that Conan didn't tell him what happened. Android, how could he not participate in the battle? Date was stunned and was choked by the watermelon bobo. This Son Goku is actually curious about how he died. After a violent coughing fit, Dad took out a small bottle from his pocket. Mr. Son Goku, if you don't participate in the battle, you will die of a disease called viral heart disease in 2 years. You won't have the chance to participate at all. Advertisement. Dato already knew about the group's nonsense, and without waiting for Son Goku to speak, he continued. This is a special medicine for treating heart disease. As long as you take it when the disease occurs, you will be fine. After saying this in one breath, Date felt like he was about to collapse. He didn't want to stay in this G time and space for even a second. He would rather go back to his own time and space and have a big fight with the androids than hang out with this group of people. It takes too much brain cells. That's it, I still have to deliver a package. Phew, I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. He couldn't wait to take out the capsule containing the time machine and threw it far away. Bang! A time machine that can only accommodate one person appeared. Oh ho 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 ho. Hey wait, I'm curious about your machine. Bulma, study it and build one for me. Bang! Before Big could sit on it, the time machine turned back into a capsule and was grabbed by Frieza. Frieza, give me back my capsule. I will be needed in the future, I can't stay here. Date was anxious, so he decided to grab it. Bang! Whoosh! Ding! The world was quiet, and Dad was swept away by Frieza's tail. It's not your turn to tell me what I, Frieza, want. Here, 3 days. If you can't figure out the principle, you can kill yourself. Frieza threw the capsule to Bulma and left in style. To be exact, Frieza disappeared. But everyone is used to it. Frieza's style is to come and go without a trace, and there is nothing much to say. Goku, what skills did you learn on Yadrat? Shenron only said that you were practicing new skills there. Tell us quickly. Son Goku touched his nose. He would not refuse Krillin's request. Nothing much, it's just a skill called instant transmission. As long as you can sense the aura, you can quickly teleport to the other person's side. By the way, Frieza just disappeared using instant transmission. Where is Frieza? He came to the planet Yadrat and found Husu, the one who taught him instant transmission and star transformation. Chapter 31 Superhuman Talent. Frieza, whose figure could cure children's night crying, suddenly appeared beside Husu, which scared Husu and ended the battle early in an instant. Oh, ho ho ho, Husu, you seem to be in a good mood. Do you want to enjoy yourself for as long as possible before you die? Husu didn't dare to be disrespectful to Frieza, because he was the one who could destroy a planet at any time. Shouty, please go out first. I have something to discuss with this distinguished guest. Husu put on his clothes as quickly as possible, while Shouty had an unsatisfied look on her face. However, Frieza looked too scary, so she could only run out holding the quilt. I wonder what brings you here, King Frieza, so late at night. Is there anything I can do for you? We just sent away 2 Saiyans who were causing trouble a few months ago, and today King Frieza is here again. Why is the life of Yadrat so miserable? Husu felt pain in his balls when he thought about the destruction caused by the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta. Those places are uninhabited, but the otherwise elliptical planet has a large dent. If the people on the planet hadn't desperately tried to find materials to fill the gap, the planet would have exploded sooner or later. You know what I hate most when someone deceives me. What's with Vegeta's teleportation? Husu remembered that he had already said it. Forget it, since King Frieza wants me to tell you, I'll tell you. So that Master Frieza knows, this matter started a year ago. It was a sunny day. Shouty and I. Frieza's scarlet eyes swept across, and 2 bottomless holes appeared beside Husu. It was unknown whether the core of the planet had been destroyed. But Husu didn't have time to worry at this moment. He was so frightened that he lost 2 out of 6 souls and fell directly to his knees on the ground. Husu is indeed the most powerful person on the planet Yadrat, but his combat power is still only 80,000. How can he be compared with a big guy like Frieza? Great king, did I say something wrong? After a lot of effort, Husu finally brought his frightened soul back to his body and asked the crucial question tremblingly. The second thing I hate is people who talk too much nonsense. He didn't care at all about Husu and Xiao Dai. Even when they were fighting fiercely just now, Frieza was calm and even a little disgusted. The main reason is that Frieza can't do it. This is all pain. Deep pain, a pain that he can never let go of. Damn big truck, you can hit anyone you want, why did you have to hit me? Just tell me about the relocation. Husu didn't dare to play any tricks at this time. He even tried to play the victim. What if King Frieza was happy and taught Vegeta and Son Goku a lesson? Advertisement. Now, he didn't dare to do that. As long as he didn't offend this more terrifying god, it meant that the mugwort that Shouty had just burned was working. Teleportation is actually a variant of instant transmission. It cannot teleport over long distances, but it can teleport back and forth within the line of sight. Compared to instant transmission, teleport is more suitable for use in combat. Over the past tens of millions of years, only a few people have been able to comprehend teleport from instant transmission. However, those who have mastered teleportation are the leaders of their generation. They can fight monsters above their level and kill people without any problems. Husu finished speaking and looked at King Frieza cautiously, his eyes looking pitiful. Frieza felt very uncomfortable being stared at by him, but he didn't do anything to hit him, but his face became very dark. You mean to say that Vegeta's talent is higher than mine? When a common man gets angry, blood splatters within 5 steps. The king was so angry that the space almost shattered. Husu looked at the disappearing house and huddled into a ball in fear. What a miserable life. The new house I just bought is gone just like that. Your Majesty, please calm down. This slave, is not like that. Anyway, Your Majesty's talent is definitely the highest in the entire universe. You just didn't think about it in that way at the time. Oh, Frieza thought about it and it seemed to be true. Influenced by the original work, he was completely focused on learning instant transmission and never thought about other directions. The key point is that he learned instant transmission so quickly. As soon as Husu finished explaining the principle, he had already learned it. Who the hell would think about other things? Tell me your idea of relocation. However, Husu could not fulfill Frieza's request. No, my king, everyone who has mastered teleportation has his or her own unique way of thinking. It is impossible for outsiders to describe it. Well, this statement is very high-sounding. So Frieza thought carefully about the principle of instant transmission. Then, Frieza appeared not far away, and then appeared somewhere else. After moving about 10 times, Frieza moved back again. Think about it carefully. Hey, it's so weird that I can't even describe the principle of teleportation. It seems like Husu wasn't lying. Frieza felt relieved. At least this proved that his talent was stronger than Vegeta's. He understood it instantly, but Vegeta took several months to learn it. Advertisement. Tell me, are there any other similar mutant skills? As long as it is a super awesome skill, Frieza will not let it go. Husu thought about it carefully. There were so many brilliant talents that appeared in the long years. He spent a lot of brain cells before he came up with a mutated skill. Nerve. This time Husu was not spared and successfully angered Frieza, and was swept away by Frieza's tail. You're looking for death, I'll help you, yes or no, and you still dare to scold me. Of course, Frieza didn't really kill him. Although he is a cold-blooded creature with blood at an unknown temperature below 0, he is also a cold-blooded creature with a human soul. At least he would not do anything to deceive his teacher. It's fine if he destroyed his ancestors, but he doesn't think there is any family affection among the Frozen clan. However, there is one person who is a little different. In the plot version, Cooler went to trouble Son Goku for him, and ended up following in Frieza's footsteps, which still made Frieza a little touched. As for King Cold, who wanted to adopt Daedric as his son after his death, he is not in Frieza's love line. After a long time, Husu ran back trembling and shouting. Your Majesty, your humble servant, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about you being crazy. Husu flew far away again. Frieza knew that Husu's brain was a little short-circuited for a moment, but this was definitely not a reason for the other party to scold him. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared on the spot, mainly because Husu seemed to have no energy to run back. Looking at Husu who had lost 3 teeth, Frieza said in a grim tone. You'd better think it over before you speak. Although I don't want to kill you, my patience is limited. Husu is now missing a few teeth, so his speech is a bit lisp, but he really thought it through this time and spoke as clearly as possible. Deep well, a strong and powerful body, a beautiful and refined one, tempting to lead the flashing corpse. Frieza was completely confused. What the hell was going on? The 4th update is here, everyone is happy and joyful. If possible, please use your lucky hands and click to urge the update. Your encouragement is the biggest motivation for my writing. Chapter 32. This skill is really awesome. Frieza said he didn't understand anything that Husu, who was missing 3 front teeth, said. What the hell is this talking about? Frieza's angry eyes, a hint of cold murderous intent began to emerge, and Husu was so scared that his legs went weak. He was so anxious that his already big eyes bulged out and were full of bloodshot. Suddenly, Husu seemed to think of something and quickly took out a yellowed book from his storage space. After taking a look and making sure he had picked the right thing, he quickly handed it to Frieza. Nervous book. Frieza couldn't help but read it out loud, and when he thought about what Husu had said before, he seemed to understand something. A healing spell was cast, and Husu recovered rapidly as if he had eaten magic beans, even his lost teeth were restored. Although he was surprised by his own changes, Husu knew that it must be related to the green light that Frieza had just waved his hand. King Frieza. This is the neurological book I just mentioned. It records a great man's understanding of mental power in ancient times. Someone once realized the flash time power from the contents of this book. Flash time power. There was a dazzling light in Frieza's eyes. This was a very, very powerful fighting skill. It relied on the flash time skill to dominate the entire sixth universe. Swish. The yellowed book immediately came into Frieza's hands. He opened it and was stunned. The crooked text is totally incomprehensible. Are you sure this isn't a book you put together with a cover? Why is there a universal language for the three universes on the outside, but an incomprehensible tadpole script inside? Husus' legs no longer tremble, his hands are stronger, and he speaks more fluently. This is not the cover I put on, this is the cover my ancestor put on. Frieza's face turned dark. What the hell is the difference? Don't worry, King Frieza. You don't need to be able to understand this book. You just need to put your mental energy into it and you will naturally know its contents. This book is really intriguing and mysterious. It seems that the person who wrote this book has really great mental attainments. Frieza didn't say anything and directly released his mental power. Although it was only a small amount, it was enough to cover the book. Husu was thinking, King Frieza was indeed amazing. He had never systematically learned any techniques in mental control, but he was able to release his mental power immediately. Judging from what Frieza has achieved, his attainments in mental strength are already very impressive. Advertisement. This is because Husu overestimated Frieza. If the soul in Frieza's body was not a time traveler, his mental power would not be so high. Frieza didn't know all this. He just knew that this crazy book was indeed very crazy and most people would definitely be driven crazy by its contents. Fortunately, Frieza is not an ordinary person. Not only is he not crazy, he also learned flash and lightning from it. Flash time is Hit's flash time technique. Frieza has mastered it, but the time he can control now is less than 1,000th of a second, which is really useless. The skill of lightning is not as strong as flash, but it makes Frieza faster, truly 3 points faster than lightning. Flash time and lightning switch are actually a set of combined skills. If you use flash time to hide yourself in the gap of time and then use lightning switch, even if the opponent's combat power is twice that of the user, they can be caught off guard. A slight advantage in a battle between masters can change the outcome of the battle. Yes, since your book is really good, I will forgive your disrespect to me. Husu had been guarding Frieza for a month, fearing that Frieza would get furious again if he couldn't see him when he woke up, so he didn't dare to leave at all. After a lot of effort, Frieza finally woke up. If Frieza had delayed a little longer, Husu might have become a savage. Hey, how come you've become like this after just a short while? Lord Frieza, it's already been a month. So long. Okay, you've worked hard, so I won't punish you this time. If I find out that you've hidden something from me again, you know the consequences. I know. I absolutely won't dare to hide it. Frieza left, Yadrat was saved, and Husu fell ill. Back at Bulma's house again, Frieza asked directly. How is the research on the time shuttle going? Bulma was startled by Frieza's sudden appearance and said unhappily. How can I possibly research it? That's a time machine, you thought it was a plane. I can't research it. I can't understand a lot of the data. Without systematic notes, it's impossible to research it. At least I don't have the ability to do it for now. This made Bulma quite disappointed. Give it to me, I'll take it to the headquarters for research. Although Frieza was a little disappointed, he also knew that the time machine was indeed very complicated, and giving Bulma only 1 month was naturally not enough. As for when Date will go back, he doesn't care. Does the future life or death have anything to do with him? No, Conan has already taken it back, and he has also left in a time machine. Advertisement. Frieza's eyes narrowed, his breath rising, he was angry and needed to vent. If you can't vent your anger through that kind of thing, then you can only destroy it. You said the research would take 3 days, and now it's been a month. Bulma didn't care about the consequences of Frieza's anger, he had done nothing wrong anyway. It seems that what Bulma said makes some sense. Damn Husu. In short, Frieza can definitely not be wrong. Whoosh. Frieza is gone. Whoosh. Frieza appears again. Frieza felt much more comfortable when he appeared again, but unfortunately Husu was in a miserable state. He couldn't get up again without resting for a year or two. Prepare me some delicious food. Frieza did not feel any psychological pressure in ordering Bulma, as the other party still owed a lot of patent fees. Why don't you just go to the restaurant? It's available 24 hours a day. Bulma was complaining in her heart, there was no food but food. Where did the food go? Frieza was actually curious too, where did all the food he ate go? Never mind. Strange things happen every year. This year it just happened to my house. In the restaurant, Vegeta was eating heartily. A lot of food was in short supply. It was obvious that the kitchen was running out of supply. Frieza was speechless. Fortunately, Vegeta, the Saiyan, is not picky about food and mainly eats staple foods, which is different from Frieza's preference. Frieza, I want to duel you. After training in the gravity room for nearly a month, Vegeta's combat power has skyrocketed to 500 million. He feels that he can now teach Frieza how to behave. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, your self-confidence seems a little overinflated. Well, I'll play with you after I finish eating. It's okay to help digest the food after dinner. Chapter 33. Vegeta's Pride. On an uninhabited planet not far from the Earth, Frieza and Vegeta stood 100 meters apart. With the arrival of the two, the weather on the planet changed. Especially when Vegeta roared first, released all his fighting power and transformed into a Super Saiyan, the originally dark sky became bright. When a person's power reaches a certain level, even God will make way for them. On Earth, Son Goku and Piccolo are sparring at Bowsy Mountain, while also training Son Gohan, and after Vegeta transforms, his hand movements suddenly stop. Piccolo and Son Gohan also looked up at the sky with serious expressions. That's Vegeta's ki. So strong, what kind of hard training has he gone through in the past month? Son Goku was very confused. You know, when he just returned to Earth, his combat power was 50 million higher than Vegeta's. Now his combat power is only 500 million. This growth is much slower than Vegeta's. Dad, the other energy seems to be Frieza's energy. It's so scary. I feel like my heart is going to stop. Come on, Gohan, Piccolo, let's go see what's going on. Son Goku grabbed the two men's shoulders with one hand each, then activated instant transmission and appeared directly on the uninhabited planet where Frieza and Vegeta were. Frieza was now wrapped in purple air waves, and the air waves rising into the sky were so scary that it was terrifying. Son Gohan was already a little overwhelmed when he was far away on Earth. Now that he felt it up close, he just wanted to sit down on the ground. Gohan, if you want to be a qualified warrior, you must have the courage to face everything. Honestly, Piccolo was also amazed by Frieza's energy. The gap was so huge that he couldn't even muster the courage to fight him. But can he admit it? It's impossible. Not only can he not admit it, but he also has to make Gohan not afraid, otherwise he won't be a qualified master. Oh ho ho, Son Goku and Piccolo are here too. How about you three come together and be killed by me? It's better than being killed by the androids. As for Son Gohan, a scumbag with a combat power of 300,000, he looked down on him. If Piccolo's combat power had not exceeded 100 million, he would not have taken the opponent seriously, although he did not take it seriously now. Vegeta's face was dark. He didn't want to admit it, but Frieza's aura was indeed much stronger than his. However, his strong self-esteem prevented him from agreeing to Frieza's suggestion. No, this is a fight between the two of us, I won't allow anyone else to interfere. Die, Frieza, bang, bang 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 bang. Advertisement. A combat capability of 500 million is still something to behold. Although Frieza has reached a bottleneck and his strength is stuck at 800 million, it is still more than enough to deal with Vegeta. Whoosh. Vegeta's teleportation began to take effect, and each time he would appear in places that Son Goku and others could not expect. This teleportation is indeed a bit difficult. Vegeta can crush anyone of the same level with just teleportation. Son Goku doesn't want to admit it, but teleport is indeed more suitable for use in battle than instant transmission. However, Son Goku soon discovered that something was wrong. Vegeta's teleportation has never been successful, and it seems that Frieza can also teleport. How is this possible? Frieza can also teleport. What? Piccolo and Son Gohan were shocked, but Son Goku looked at it for a while longer before nodding slowly. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta continued, but after teleportation had no effect, Vegeta was already unable to hold out. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom boom boom. Vegeta is now in a completely passive position and has no ability to fight back at all. Impossible, impossible, why, boom. Vegeta was hit by Frieza's tail sweep and was knocked directly to the ground, and a huge crater appeared instantly. Oh, ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, I think I've learned what you call teleportation. Also, my fighting ability is higher than yours, so it seems you can't do anything to me. Impossible, impossible. Vegeta was lying in the center of the crater. He still maintained his Super Saiyan form, which also proved that he was not actually too seriously injured. No, no, no. I'm the strongest Saiyan in history. I'm the Prince of Saiyan. I won't lose. I won't. Bear. Vegeta exploded with anger once again, causing the rocks on the ground to fly upside down and explode into powder in midair. Oh, ho ho ho, Saiyan's output is all based on shouting, it really lives up to his reputation. Advertisement. At this moment, Vegeta's energy suddenly surged to 800 million, which was equal to Frieza's. Wow, so strong. Vegeta's ki is now on par with Frieza's. Piccolo screamed in shock. Only then did he feel that Saiyan was truly abnormal. The speed at which his strength was increasing was completely inhumane. No, Piccolo, you are wrong. Vegeta has made a mistake. Look at his muscles, they have expanded more than a circle. His strength has increased, but he may not be able to defeat Frieza. Son Goku sensed something was wrong. He felt like Vegeta was giving up some attributes to gain power. For example, speed. If you can't keep up the speed and hit the target, no matter how strong your power is, it will be of no use. No, Son Goku, you forgot that Vegeta can teleport. Using teleportation, he can quickly get to Frieza, and his power will be useful. Son Gohan's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at his father. He felt that what Uncle Piccolo said made sense. Son Goku still shook his head. No, although I admire Vegeta for coming up with this idea, combined with his teleportation, there is indeed a lot of room for maneuver, but you forgot. Frieza, he can teleport too, and he's faster than Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta, driven by his strong self-esteem, transformed into a muscular version of Super Saiyan, and then teleported behind Frieza. Vegeta poured all his strength into this punch. He was confident that he could smash even a planet to pieces with one punch. Phew. The fact was completely opposite to what Vegeta thought, his punch hit nothing. To be exact, it should have hit the afterimage left by Frieza. Tisk tisk tisk. Vegeta, ah Vegeta, you're going backwards the more you live. Frieza appeared behind Vegeta, and for once he didn't smile, he chopped Vegeta's neck with his hand. Vegeta's whole body shook, and he felt weak. He uncontrollably released his Super Saiyan status and fell to the ground. Looking at Vegeta's posture, he is in a state of falling headfirst again. I see. If Vegeta uses this move on someone who doesn't know how to use instant transmission or teleport, it will definitely catch them off guard. However, facing someone like Frieza who knows how to teleport, it is completely useless, and the shortcomings of my own speed become even more obvious. Son Goku's brain is never stupid when it comes to anything related to fighting. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Chapter 34. 1 vs 3, the planet trembles. This time, Vegeta didn't plunge his head into the ground, because his best friend Son Goku caught it. Although Vegeta had committed unforgivable crimes on Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta developed a mutual understanding. This was thanks to the more than half a year they spent together on the planet Yadrat. The two not only aim to surpass each other, but also have a common goal to surpass, and that goal is Frieza. Vegeta's strong self-esteem does not allow him to be weaker than others, while Son Goku simply wants to become stronger. The two people have different starting points, but they both have a simplicity that others cannot understand. It is because of the simplicity of their hearts that they progress faster than those around them. However, they encountered Frieza, a pervert whose talent was even better than theirs, and crushed them both with his strength. Oh ho ho ho, how about it, Son Goku and Piccolo, are you interested in doing some post-meal digestion exercises? Gohan was dumbfounded and Piccolo's eye twitched. You call this kind of intense battle a post-meal digestion exercise? I haven't eaten yet. Son Goku is Son Goku, his train of thought is just exceptionally peculiar. This time, it was Frieza's turn to be dumbfounded. I just made a casual joke, and you took it seriously. Let's go to Bulma's restaurant. There's plenty to eat there. Frieza did not lose to Son Goku in terms of fighting, but in terms of thinking, he was completely defeated. I don't have the energy to explain anything to Son Goku, so I just go and eat. Then, Bulma's chefs are all about to go on strike. They are already busy enough with Vegeta alone, and now there are Son Goku and Son Gohan, father and son, who are also big eaters. Especially Vegeta, he just ate enough for 100 people. How long has it been since then, and he can eat so much again? Please, be a human being. Bulma looked at this scene, put her hand on her forehead, put out the cigarette in her mouth, and then made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a large number of delivery people wearing yellow jackets and riding aerial motorcycles appeared at Bulma's house in the western capital. Fried rice, fried noodles, steak, fried chicken, roasted whole lamb, roasted suckling pig and other delicacies, cakes, desserts, snacks and drinks are all available and in an endless supply. Eat, eat. If you can make me bankrupt, it's your ability. The good thing about Bulma is that she is generous and will generally satisfy any request made by her friends. Even if her friends don't ask, she will take advantage of some gatherings to satisfy those in need. After a delicious meal, it is natural to do some digestion exercises. This time, there were more people watching. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Jiaozi were all there, as were Mr. Wu Tian, Wu Long, and Pu Yalu, and Bulma was not absent either. Bulma flicked her hand lightly, and with a bang, a long row of tables appeared, covered with all kinds of delicious food. These were the extra tables that were left after Son Goku and the other two couldn't eat anymore. If you don't eat it, it's a waste. Advertisement. You can be willful if you have money, but wasting money is shameful. The spectators are ready and the fighters are in place. This time, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Piccolo team up to fight Frieza. Although he was a little unhappy that Bulma had invited everyone over to watch on her own initiative, as a person who ate and drank for free, he couldn't seem to say much to object. At least, that's what Vegeta thought. As for Son Goku, just fight him, who cares about other things? Piccolo, he has no say. Bear, buzz. A wave of energy rose into the sky from the 2 golds and 1 white, and Son Goku and the other 2 had already raised their energy to the highest level. Vegeta is a little over 500 million, Son Goku is 500 million, Piccolo is 150 million. Boom. Frieza burst out with all his strength, a purple wave of energy burst out in anger, and his 800 million combat power instantly crushed the entire audience. Drink. Ha. Quote. Oh, the battle had just begun and the scene had already become intense. Son Goku was responsible for the main attack, and his aggressive moves forced Frieza to fight back. Vegeta uses teleportation to launch sneak attacks on Frieza from time to time, and he will also confront Frieza head-on. Little, who am I? Where am I? Wait for me, let me find Frieza first. In the end, Piccolo could only fire the magic light cannon again and again, but none of them hit Frieza, and he almost hurt Son Goku and Vegeta several times. Oh no, your combined fighting power far exceeds mine, why are you still so useless? Frieza's indiscriminate taunts immediately made Son Goku and Vegeta furious, and Piccolo's face turned red. Damn it, Kakarot, hold him tight, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Ah, Vegeta uses the same trick again, and this time with Son Goku holding him back, he can transform into the muscular version of Super Saiyan without any worries. Piccolo, you must be aiming at me when you use your skills. If you accidentally hurt someone, don't blame me for being rude. Bang. Advertisement. Boom. There was a sound like thunder in the sky, and Vegeta's punch collided directly with Frieza's. Because of Son Goku's distraction, Frieza simply ignored Piccolo, but he still had to fight with Vegeta. With the same combat power, this punch directly produced the effect of a thunder explosion. This sound made the onlookers cover their ears because their eardrums were hurt. Krillin, think of a way, we will be shocked to death if we continue like this. Bulma screamed. She just felt like a thunder exploded in her head and she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit. Son Goku noticed the situation of the crowd below and shouted to Piccolo. Piccolo, go down there and protect them. You can't help in the fight now. Bang. Son Goku was kicked away by Frieza, and he smashed a mountain into pieces. Oh, ha ha ha, being distracted during a battle is a big taboo. Swish. Frieza disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he was behind Vegeta, using the same trick again, ready to knock Vegeta unconscious. However, Vegeta is not the kind of person who only cares about eating and not being beaten. The moment Son Goku was knocked away, he was already prepared to defend himself. Dong. Frieza chopped Vegeta's arms with a knife, and a sonic boom erupted again. Fortunately, this time Piccolo had come to the crowd and protected them with an energy shield. Although the shield was shaking, at least it didn't break. After the sneak attack failed, Frieza pulled back and Son Goku instant transmission appeared where Frieza had been standing before. Good, the two of you are becoming more and more compatible with each other. This is really interesting. Oh wow. Swish. Oink, oink, oink. Frieza was full of energy again, bursts of explosions were heard in the sky, and the entire planet began to tremble. There was fear in Piccolo's eyes because he found that this planet was already a little overwhelmed. Boom, boom. 3 minutes later, two figures crashed straight into the earth from the center of the battle. Not only did two craters appear, but the entire planet cracked. Bulma screamed. Son Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, we're going to die. The third update is here. I'll try to write another chapter tomorrow afternoon. I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyes. Thanks to Shanglong for the Bobo milk tea, thanks to Hongshin who loves braised edamame for the like, and thanks to Brother Haosheng for the reward, I'm very happy. Please urge for more updates, thank you everyone. Chapter 35. Get some senzu beans just in case. Call out. Frieza appeared beside the crowd and pointed his finger, and everyone, including the tables, chairs and benches, floated up. You all owe me a favor, oh ho ho ho. Swish. Including Piccolo, Frieza left the place with the energy circle and when he reappeared, he was already beside Dodoria. Dodoria has been in the computer room of Bulma's house, responsible for remotely controlling the Frieza army. Dodoria was stunned when so many people appeared at the same time. When he saw Frieza's face, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and shouted. Meet King Frieza. The whole Bulma's house was in a state of chaos, and everyone was trembling as they watched the house shaking. I can't do this job anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack sooner or later. You guys go now, I'll ask all my relatives to come over. You want to leave even with such a high salary, you idiot. As a result, no employee actually proposed to leave. Sometimes the ability to make money is so simple and unpretentious. Frieza encouraged Dodoria and told him to concentrate on his work. As soon as he walked out of the computer room, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared and fell to the ground. Frieza, you are so strong. After Vegeta fainted, Son Goku finally couldn't hold on and fainted on the spot. There was another commotion and Krillin flew away without looking back. He was going to Karen Tower to find Karen-sama, who should have a stock of senzu beans. Alas, the post-meal digestion exercise not only almost resulted in a death, but also destroyed a planet. This can be considered as helping Beerus again. Lord Frieza, Cooler has contacted us, and Cooler is heading to the ice planet. Son Goku and the others just fainted, and Dodoria rushed out to report the situation to Frieza. Everything else was easy to deal with, except Cooler's matter, which Dodoria didn't dare to do. It is said that Cooler has the strongest combat power, and whether in terms of strength or power, he is an existence that the Frieza Legion needs to look up to. Got it, tell him I'll be back to Ice Star soon. Glancing at the direction where Krillin left, Frieza thought that he was strong enough now, and the recovery ability of the Ice Clan was also amazing. But people make mistakes and horses stumble, so we still have to prepare some senzu beans. Another thing is that Yajirobe, who is a drag, should not waste the senzu beans anymore. Advertisement. Swish. Everyone was shocked. Frieza disappeared again. No one knew where he went to digest his food. I hope the Earth can withstand it. No one knows how long Kalen Tower has existed. We only know that it has existed since ancient times, when humans first appeared on Earth. Above the Karen Tower, there is a building that is the exact opposite of Bulma's house, the bowl-shaped Temple of the Gods. The god in the Temple of the Gods is the embodiment of Piccolo's goodness, a useless person who has accomplished nothing except creating Dragon Ball. There is also a divine servant named Bobo in the Temple of Heaven. He has black skin, 2 round eyes, and is dressed a bit like an Indian. His mount is a flying carpet. Frieza was very suspicious. Was there another magic lamp? Regardless of whether it is a magic lamp or not, this Bobo is also the one that Frieza is most confused about when he read the original work. If the character of Angel had not appeared in Dragon Ball Super, Popo would just be an ordinary divine servant. But since the species of Angel has appeared, it is questionable who Popo is. Popovich himself said that in addition to serving the current Piccolo, he also served the previous god. Piccolo is now very old, but Popovich still looks full of energy. Who knows how many generations of gods he has served. Swish. When Frieza appeared again, he had already arrived in Kalantari. Without even looking at the fat man Yajirobe, he just swept him with the tip of his tail, and Yajirobe flew towards Bulma's home in Exedu. If you dare to come here to eat senzu beans again, you won't survive next time. Yajirobe was completely unable to control his body and could only allow himself to collapse the toilet in Bulma's house. When Yamcha found him, Yajirobe was burping and vomiting, looking pitiful and desperate. I just ate some magic beans. Who did I offend? Now, not only are the senzu beans I just ate wasted, they are also contaminated. Did Frieza do this on purpose? He really didn't mean it. He didn't even need to go to the bathroom, so how would he know the direction that Yajirobe would land in? Oh, Kalen the Immortal, right. Take out all your senzu beans. Karen the Immortal knew quite a lot about how brave Frieza was. He stood high up and saw far, so he naturally knew what Frieza had done on Earth. He can't be said to be an unforgivable criminal, but he's not a very good person either. If we follow his wishes, everything will be easy. Going against his temper, no one's plea will help. For example, Yamcha, the unlucky guy, how can he feel comfortable just because Frieza lives in his girlfriend's house and eats and drinks for free, almost having S**X for free? He didn't know whether Frieza had the functions of a man, but he felt like a goat's head was about to appear on his head. Advertisement. So, he said some unpleasant things, such as eating for free and bringing a subordinate to eat for free with him. Yamcha didn't actually say anything nonsense, but he was dug out from the ground anyway, with only one breath left. Sighing, Karen Immortal was also helpless. If he hadn't been on guard against Yajirobe like a thief, keeping him on his guard every time, and hadn't fed a senzu bean to Yamcha in time, Yamcha would have been in danger of death. Karen the Immortal could only follow Frieza's temper. Mr. Frieza, I only have 30 senzu beans left. Can you let me keep some for an emergency? The immortal Karen really didn't lie. These 30 senzu beans were the output in the past year. Just give me 20. I'm just trying to help. This thing doesn't taste good. I tried Frieza once and it didn't taste good. It had a raw smell and was a bit nauseating. The effect is really good. No matter if you are missing limbs or not, as long as the broken limbs are still there, one magic bean will guarantee that they will be restored to their original state. The recovery speed is fast, which is indeed unique. Okay, Mr. Frieza is really a reasonable person. Immortal Karen praised very seriously, and then immediately took out a small bag containing 20 magic beans. Frieza was not vague either. With a wave of his hand, he put it into the storage space. The 2-meter square space was quite useful. Leave some of your annual production for me. If the Earth is in trouble, I will not sit idly by. This is certain. Frieza was a resident on Earth before he traveled through time. How could he be willing to see the Earth being destroyed by someone? Of course, if he plays you to death, that's another matter. Thank you, Mr. Frieza. This time, Immortal Kalen was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Being able to exchange senzu beans for the promise of a great man was such a worthwhile deal. Whoosh. Karen the Immortal looked at the empty Karen Tower. Frieza was no longer there. Lord Kai, it seems that Frieza is not as vicious as you said. On the King Kai planet, a short and fat man with 2 tentacles on his head shook the flesh on his body, and the tentacles moved, and then he spoke. But Frieza's brother Cooler is really evil. Chapter 36 Brothers at War. Frieza, the troublemaker, finally left the Earth, and life on Earth returned to peace again. Frieza left Bulma's house, but Vegeta became a permanent resident. It's not that the delicious food in Bulma's house attracted Vegeta, nor was it Bulma's beauty that attracted Vegeta. It was the gravity room in Bulma's house, which seemed to be tailor-made for Saiyan. Vegeta used 300 times the gravity. He knew the importance of basics, so he maintained a normal state and performed basic exercises in a 300 times gravity environment. If it's 500 times, you need to transform into a Super Saiyan to move freely. Son Goku also remembered the crucial thing, the gravity room, as he had spent time in the gravity room on his way to Namek. So, Son Goku also asked Bulma to make a large gravity room for him. As for whether it costs money or not, Son Goku doesn't think about it. He doesn't have this concept in his head. Bulma didn't care. It was just a gravity chamber and wouldn't cost much. Just like that, Son Goku Piccolo and Son Gohan also returned to Baozi Mountain to train, in preparation for the Android War 3 years later. Krillin, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan once again came to the Celestial Temple, as they felt that training here would be more helpful to them. Things like gravity chambers are really harmful to their health given their physical conditions. They don't have the tenacious lives like Saiyan and Frieza. Earthlings, who already have a short lifespan, are not suitable for using things like gravity chambers, as that would accelerate their aging. Saiyans are different, they have a longer lifespan and they stay young for a long time. At the beginning, Yamcha almost died there when he tried out the gravity multiplier used by Frieza, which is 500 times gravity. This is also one of the reasons why Yamcha is unhappy with Frieza. Yamcha had never seen Frieza's terror before, but he knew how powerful Vegeta was. He was angry but dared not say anything about Vegeta staying at Bulma's house. To be honest, I really had a psychological trauma from being beaten by Frieza. Krillin, you know, there are already 2 Super Saiyans on Earth. Son Goku and Vegeta are already that strong, and there's the even scarier Frieza behind them. Can the androids really make any waves? Yamcha was actually a little discouraged. He felt that no matter how hard they practiced, they could not catch up with Son Goku and the others. Besides, they were already the top people on Earth. Was it necessary to continue practicing hard? Klin clasped his hands together, then his face changed and he began to spit and curse at his own disobedient hands. Damn you, you broken hand. I don't want to be a monk. I haven't held a girl's hand yet. Bah, bah, bah. You stinky hand, you broken hand. I told you to put your hands together and pretend. Pa. Yamcha was slapped on the back of the head by Krillin, and Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi saw a figure disappear into the ruins of the Temple of Heaven. Huh, where's Yamcha? What did he just ask me? Swish. Advertisement. Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi were instantly very, very far away from Krillin. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the god, but Bobo still had the calm and composed demeanor of a master. Bobo, do you think the temple can handle them? Bobo's eyes are round and he has an otherworldly aura as if he has seen through everything in the world. God, you forgot that everything in the temple of the gods can be restored with just a thought from you. There is no need to worry about them destroying it. Ha, ha ha, that's true. Let the storm come even harder. In a jungle somewhere on Earth, a Dodoria wearing combat uniform and with some small bumps on his head walked out. After half a month of searching, he finally completed the instructions given by King Frieza. Looking at the time machine in front of him that was covered with moss and had a big hole on the top, Dodoria was filled with emotion. First, I was impressed by King Frieza's foresight, and then I admired myself for actually finding it. Is this the time machine? Why does it look so old? Never mind, let's take it back and have Monaka send it to headquarters for analysis. Monaka is the best courier in this universe and has never made a mistake. Of course, Monaka hasn't come into contact with Son Goku and the others yet, otherwise it's hard to say whether something would go wrong. Especially those two troublemakers Son Goten and Trunks, Monaka was unlucky to meet them. Oh, and the Beerus one is ridiculous. Today, Monaka was hired by someone to deliver something to the Ice Star. The object was a wooden box with a videotape inside. The sender is Cooler and the recipient is Frieza. To be honest, Monaka is really dedicated. Even in such a cold place like Ice Star, he actually delivered the goods. Although he was almost frozen into an ice sculpture, his professionalism is worth learning from. Frieza had just returned to the ice planet. As soon as he appeared, he saw an Iceman holding an ice block and moving step by step towards the palace gate. The Iceman is naturally Monaka, and the wooden box from before is wrapped in the ice. Before Frieza was reborn, he worked for Machuan for a period of time and had been a prodigy before, so he knew how difficult this job was. He did not make things difficult for Monaka and even sent Monaka back to the universe spaceship, which made Monaka so grateful that he kept thanking him. Back in the palace, Frieza smashed the things Monaka sent him with one finger, and the videotape in the wooden box was intact. Dodoria, play. Huh, are you deaf? Advertisement. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and then he remembered that he had left Dodoria on Earth. Hey, you come and play it. A bald man with gray skin pointed at himself and asked dully, King Frieza, are you calling me? My name is Tagma. If there had been no one available in the palace due to King Cold's death, and Tagma had been the only person still on duty in the palace, Frieza would definitely have let Tagma experience the feeling of being a sparring partner in advance. Go, play him. Frieza was curious and looking forward to it. Brother Cooler must have collected some indescribable wonderful videos, which made Frieza a little impatient. Tagma is a little dull, but his hands are still moving quite fast. Soon, a picture appeared on a large screen. Frieza was stunned. This scene seemed familiar. In the picture, King Cold was drinking, and suddenly, he appeared. What the hell? Frieza's eyes lit up, and two destructive rays shot towards the player, destroying the videotape and the player to pieces. The picture disappeared instantly, leaving only a few words thanking you for using Changhong TV. Frieza was completely confused. This advertisement was the worst. Cooler. Frieza was very angry. He didn't expect that Cooler had installed a surveillance camera in King Cold's universe spaceship, and his act of killing his father to sacrifice to the heaven was seen by Cooler. If he had just come here, if he had just killed King Cold, Frieza would still be a little afraid of Cooler. After all, Cooler has always maintained his peak form, and his combat power is 470 million. This is not the final combat power. Moreover, Frieza knew clearly that Cooler had developed a new transformation, but he had no idea how powerful it was. However, the current Frieza is not afraid of Cooler at all. Not to mention that he has 470 million, even if it is twice as much, he is not afraid at all. As for the transformation that Cooler mentioned, he can do it, but once he's transformed, due to the characteristics of the fourth stage of transformation, he can never change back to his current appearance. He thought that he would like to have more horns on his head, as he did now. Another thing is nostalgia. The current Frieza is the image in our memory, so profound that it is unforgettable. Chapter 37. The Frozen Clan has no family affection. Having just brought humane destruction to the video, Frieza's brows furrowed, but without eyebrows, he looked a little weird. Fortunately, there are so many characters without eyebrows in Dragon Ball that we've become accustomed to it. Boom. The sound of a heavy object falling came from outside the palace, and Frieza sighed. Cooler, here it comes. Just come if you want. Killing one is a sin, killing 10,000 is a hero. If you can kill 10,000 out of 10,000, you will be the best among the best. Crunch, Crunch. This time, it was not Frieza's footsteps, but Cooler's footsteps as he walked into the palace, which were also the unique footsteps of their clan. Frieza, my dear brother, you actually did what I wanted to do most. How can I thank you, big brother? As soon as Cooler saw Frieza, he made the most passionate speech, but the temperature in the palace was dropping rapidly, even lower than the outdoor temperature. Oh, it's just something you want to do but don't dare to do. Why should I, Frieza, be afraid? But you, after all these years, still haven't made any progress. Your combat power has only increased from 470 million to 500 million. I am very disappointed. Oh ho ho, if Cooler hadn't revealed his undisguised murderous intent as soon as he came in, Frieza wouldn't have responded so sharply. After all, this Cooler was the one who single-handedly went to Earth to avenge him. Now it seems that Cooler is just using that name. There is no family affection in Cooler's heart. In other words, the Frozen clan has no family affection at all. When Cooler heard Frieza's smirk, his face twitched involuntarily. He really couldn't understand why his brother's hobby was so strange. Frieza, you seem very confident. Don't you know that I can transform once more? Cooler crossed his arms and tried to look down at Frieza. Then, he found out that he couldn't do it. When did you grow taller? Cooler was in disbelief, because once the frozen demons reached adulthood, it was impossible for them to change their body image except for transformation, and it was even more impossible for them to grow so much taller. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Whoosh. 2 death beams shot out from Frieza's eyes and instantly pierced Cooler's chest. However, Frieza was not at all complacent, and his eyes looked to the left. There, Cooler's figure slowly appeared, while the previous Cooler was quickly disappearing. Humph, childish tricks. Cooler swung his tail with disdain, then slammed it hard on the ground. A crack instantly appeared on the ground, which was bottomless. But the good thing about the ice star is that it is resistant to blows. The cracks quickly froze again, as if nothing had happened. Cooler didn't want to waste any more time and started to explode with anger. A purple wave of air burst out and Tagma was blown away and disappeared. Cooler and Frieza don't care whether Tagma lives or dies. After seeing Cooler explode, Frieza still looked calm and composed. With only 500 million combat power, he was not worthy of taking him seriously. Ding, bang. The 2 fists collided, and Cooler was instantly blasted out of the palace and directly hit the ice surface in the distance, splashing ice crystals all over the sky. Cooler's eyes were filled with anger and he rubbed his arm in disbelief. His left arm was almost crippled by this punch. Good. I was wondering where you got the confidence from. It turns out that your strength has become so much stronger. But, all this is in vain, Frieza. You succeeded in irritating me. Bear. Cooler exploded with anger again. He wanted to transform further, only in this way could he be sure to defeat the current Frieza. Bang. Cooler was smashed under the ice again, and Frieza said calmly, you talk too much nonsense. He stretched out his right hand, pointed his index finger at the deep pit where Cooler was, and shot out a beam of death light that was 10 times thicker than the one shot from his eyes at high speed. Boom. No matter how solid the ice star was, the entire planet changed after being hit by this blow. Large blocks of ice protruded out one after another, and cracks appeared on large areas of the ice. Frieza, you're looking for death. Boom. After a roar, Cooler rushed out of the ice, his hands hanging down weakly. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, I thought you were so great, my dear brother, but it turns out you are just a useless piece of trash. Saiyan can handle attacks of this magnitude. Although Cooler has high combat capabilities, he doesn't know how to utilize his own ki as well as Son Goku and the others. Frieza feels that such a fight is meaningless. Transform now. I'll give you some time. I want you to die with a clear conscience. When Frieza killed King Cold in seconds, his combat power was only 250 million, but King Cold was able to transform twice, just in case. The key point was that he couldn't use star transformation at that time, so he didn't give King Cold any chance at all. Maybe it was because he had been with Saiyan for some time, or maybe Frieza had a wild nature to begin with. Anyway, he now felt that killing Cooler like this was meaningless. Cooler's angry eyes were so angry that they could spit out flames, but he still did not give up the opportunity to transform. He underestimated Frieza and overestimated himself. At this moment, he was extremely afraid of death. When Cooler saw the surveillance footage, his eyes immediately lit up. He suddenly realized that he could also make a sneak attack like Frieza did, and he could do it better than Frieza. Since it was determined that Frieza had just sneak attacked King Cold instead of actually defeating him, Cooler dared to kill him like this. Now, he dared not underestimate Frieza anymore, because Frieza really had the power to kill him. You're going to regret this. Ha 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 ha, you're definitely going to regret this. Seeing that Cooler still had time to talk nonsense, Frieza moved in front of Cooler and punched Cooler in the abdomen. Cooler's eyeballs bulged out after being hit, and his mouth opened wide, spitting out some green liquid that was hard to tell whether it was bitter water or blood, which made Frieza feel nauseous. The force burst out from his arm again, and Cooler roared in pain again, flying 1,000 meters away. You haven't realized whether I regret it or not, but I know you must be regretting talking so much nonsense now. Frieza moved and stepped on Cooler's chest again, causing bones to crack. Cooler screamed in pain before he withdrew his foot. 10 seconds. For some reason, I am willing to give you another 10 seconds. If you cannot complete the transformation, then die. Cooler's eyes flashed with brilliance. It wouldn't take 10 seconds. Just 5 seconds would be enough. By the way, even after you transform, you still can't escape death. Reminder, 3 seconds have passed. Cooler was stunned. This Frieza was distracting him by talking and even timed it. Cooler immediately stopped hesitating and frantically gathered all the energy in his body. A bone-cracking sound even louder than before was heard, and Cooler's body finally began to change. Ah, Frieza, I'm going to let you know how it feels to be beaten up. Cooler was still talking nonsense while transforming, while Frieza was counting calmly. 7 to 8 approximately 9 to 10, time's up. Bear. Chapter 38. Tyrannical Cooler. Frieza went to the wrong theater. When Frieza counted to 9, Cooler had completed his transformation. 2 thick tentacle-like things are placed on the forehead, making a, yeah, shape. The 2 ears stretched out and turned into 2 more tentacles, and with another one, it became a 5-pointed star. The white chest-like muscles, abdomen, hands and feet turned purple, and the height also increased a lot, now as tall as Frieza. If we talk about the part of the 4th transformation that Frieza is most satisfied with, it is that he has become a lot taller. As for the rest, he can only laugh. He can change, but he will never change. His development path is different from Cooler's. He would prefer to change his hairstyle and hair color like Saiyan did, but he couldn't do that because Frieza had no hair. So, he changed the color of his skin, and it was the kind that could be changed back. Frieza, now, it's time for you to experience the pain and howl. Don't resist, it feels great. Cooler regained his confidence, but unfortunately, Frieza broke his defense with just one move. Oh, you, bang. Frieza's smirk made Cooler instantly go full throttle. With a full 1.5 billion combat power, he smashed Frieza's chest with his fist as hard as iron. Boom. Frieza was caught off guard and was hit before he could dodge, causing the entire palace to collapse. In the ruins, Frieza suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest made him extremely angry. If he had not forced himself to take a half step back at the last moment, preventing Cooler's punch from hitting him with full force, with a difference of nearly twice, Frieza might not have been able to stand up by now. Boom. Bear. Frieza was furious, and a purple wave of air rushed up into the sky. More than 800 million combat powers broke out completely, and the ruins of the entire palace were blasted away by him. Crunch. Crunch. 1.5 billion combat power. That's all. Frieza, you can't laugh anymore. Soon, very soon you will be able to meet our dead father. Ah. Cooler let out a strange cry and rushed towards Frieza at an extremely fast speed. The purple air waves around his body were obviously larger than Frieza's. Frieza dare not underestimate him. The difference in combat power is obvious. He will definitely suffer a loss if he fights head-on. So, Frieza used teleport again and again to dodge Cooler's attacks, and took advantage of the super fast speed of teleport to hit Cooler hard several times. Advertisement. However, in Cooler's current form, not only does he have strong attack power and fast speed, but his defense is also incredibly high. Frieza's attack landed on Cooler, but did not cause huge damage to Cooler like before. Cooler only needed to mobilize the air waves around him to resist 90% of Frieza's power. Frieza, you can only run away, but you can't beat me. Moving at such a high speed must consume a lot of energy. I wonder how long you can hold on. Cooler launched a violent attack. Frieza was like a small boat in the raging waves. It seemed that the boat might capsize at any time, but he managed to avoid the attacks of the huge waves again and again. Boom. Cooler punched the ground, and the entire ice star began to tremble. More ice layers burst, and mountains of ice rose from the ground, while more places sank. Whoosh, whoosh. Frieza appeared in the distance, his breathing becoming rapid. The difference in combat power was nearly double, and the fighting made Frieza look very tired. Oh, Cooler, today I'm going to show you my strongest trump card. You're lucky, you're the first person to see it. Oh, ha, ah. Frieza was seen hugging his shoulders with both hands, and the airwaves around him changed from purple to black, and then from black to colorful colors. In these colorful colors, there were even some starlight spots appearing. Cooler felt that something was wrong and instinctively sent a shockwave towards Frieza. However, to Cooler's surprise, at the moment the shockwave hit Frieza, a flash of starlight suddenly appeared in the 7-colored air wave. Poof! Like the sound of some biological being's exhaust, Cooler's shockwave disappeared in smoke. Frieza's aura was still increasing, and soon it reached 2.4 billion. Oh, Cooler, this is my trump card, the triple wave of star transformation. Cooler was stunned. What the hell is triple overlapping waves? Frieza taunted with a playful smile on his face. Do you think you are uneducated and don't understand? Let me tell you, the triple wave will triple my combat power. Although it is not as easy to use as Kaioken and can be used dozens of times, the star transformation does not have the side effects of Kaioken. Moreover, it lasts for a very long time, so long that it makes you doubt your life. Whether Kaioken is 2 times or 30 times, it will be a burden on the body. Many people suspect that Son Goku's viral heart disease was caused by drinking the super divine water, but Frieza actually thinks that it has more to do with Kaioken. When the body load reaches a certain level, the body will collapse, and this is definitely the best time for external viruses to invade. Therefore, having a strong and healthy body and not overdrawing your body is the capital of revolution. Frieza thought that the triple wave, which is a threefold increase in combat power, would be enough to defeat Cooler, so he did not increase his own combat power. Advertisement. The main thing is that when Frieza first learned the star transformation, he discovered that it was incomplete. It was only after he completed it himself that he learned the triple wave. As for the pillar that stood tall on the first floor, he simply looked down on it and ignored it. What a crappy name, so inappropriate. The name of the second level is Double Dragons and Phoenix, which is Frieza's lifelong pain. Therefore, Frieza had never used star transformation before he comprehended the triple wave. Although, this so-called triple overlapping waves is a bit not serious, it feels like saying, mountain splitting, figure it out yourself. But at least it's not that obvious. Tremble, Cooler. You can go see Kurd now. Oh ho ho ho, whoosh. Cooler was stunned for a moment. He really didn't see Frieza this time. Frieza was also a little confused. He just wanted to move the power switch, but what was the result? He came to an unfamiliar environment. Here, birds are singing and flowers are blooming. Here, there is no harm to humans or animals. Here, there is a man with a tuft of white hair, short stature, and grayish skin. There was also a man with the same skin color as Dodoria, with many wrinkles on his face. At this moment, both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Looking at the murderous Frieza, they felt their whole bodies numb. Isn't this Supreme Kai Shin and his servant kid? What the hell, why am I here? Now is not the time to contact them. These two pieces of trash are so arrogant. Killing them will ruin the plot. Slip away. Hello. Goodbye. Whoosh. Frieza instant transmission has left. Chapter 39 Cooler was swallowed by the black hole. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Frieza reappears and kicks Cooler directly on the shoulder, kicking Cooler deeper into the ground, almost entering the core of the ice star. If Cooler really entered the core of the ice star, he might turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. Unless he is sealed for tens of millions of years, he will probably not wake up. This is also the defect of the Frozen clan. Once they encounter extremely low temperatures, they will passively seal themselves. Unless someone takes them out, they can only wait for the sealed person to adapt to the temperature before being unsealed. But getting it out of the ice core is easier said than done, and Frieza won't try anyway. What if you accidentally freeze yourself? Millions of years later, when he comes out, he may be invincible, but what kind of era will it be by then? Without Dragon Ball, without Son Goku, Vegeta, Bulma and others, what's the point of the Dragon Ball world? Boom. Cooler rushed out, trembling all over. Ice chips kept falling from his body, especially his mouth, which kept making a clicking sound. It seemed that even though he was a member of the Ice Clan, he was frozen by the low temperature near the ice core. Frieza. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Bear. The air waves around Cooler surged again, but it was of no use. It was just anger, and his combat effectiveness did not increase significantly. Facing the 2.4 billion Frieza, Cooler's fate was sealed. Fighting power depends on roaring, which is not the talent of the Frozen clan, but an exclusive skill that only Saiyan possesses. Back in Namek, even when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, when Vegeta got angry, his combat power of 150 million could soar to 200 million, an increase of 1/3 in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Son Goku got angry and reached a combat power of 300 million when he transformed into Super Saiyan for the first time. You know, the first stage of Super Saiyan, even at full power, according to the original work, the combat power is at most 1.5 billion, and it was achieved after Son Goku's death. Son Goku had already reached 1/5 of the combat power in the strongest state at this stage, which is terrifying. Of course, people like Cooler and Frieza who belong to the freezing group also belong to the cheating group. Cooler's last transformation directly increased his combat power by 1 billion. The combat power of 1.5 billion is already equal to the full power. Oh, ho, ho. You can scream, no matter how loud you scream, no one can hear you. No matter how loud you scream, it will never be louder than mine. Lord Frieza. I heard it. Advertisement. A voice that was humble to the core suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Tagma, who was hiding behind a large block of ice. This is a bit embarrassing. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 death beams shot out from Frieza's eyes, and 2 blood holes appeared on Tagma's left chest and lower abdomen. The blood had just flowed out but was frozen into ice cubes by the low temperature of the ice star, but it also prevented Tagma from bleeding too much and polluting the environment. Oh, ho, ho. This time, no one will be able to hear you screaming. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. King Frieza, I'm still alive. Tagma's heart is different from others. His heart is on the right side of his body, so the death beam just now failed to take Tagma's life. Cooler was shocked. Then, oh ha 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 ha. Frieza, Frieza, are you trying to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my power? Frieza's face instantly turned as black as coal. This damn B********** D must have lost his mind. This time, Frieza directly stretched out his finger, and a beam of death ray hit Tagma's forehead accurately. Tagma is dead. This time he even stopped breathing. He died because of his talkativeness. Frieza, go to hell. Cooler has been accumulating strength, waiting for the moment when Frieza will go crazy and kill Tagma. At this point, he had gathered a gas bomb with a diameter of 1 kilometer in his hand, and then he pressed it down towards Frieza's head. Destruction bomb. Frieza's eyes narrowed. The power of Cooler's destructive bomb was extraordinary. If it hit the ice star directly, then the entire ice star would be reduced to nothing except the ice core. At the same time, the clone he had Shenron create also vanished into thin air. Even though it's a bit useless, it's what he made with a wish, so how could he let Cooler ruin it like this? Don't I, Frieza, have any dignity? Star. Energy wave. A 7-color energy wave instantly appeared from Frieza's hand, and then quickly rushed towards Cooler's destructive bomb. It seemed that Frieza's star energy wave was much smaller than Cooler's destructive bomb, but once the two came into contact, the destructive bomb immediately stopped falling and was pushed back by the star energy wave. The gap in strength is too big. Even without the protagonist aura-like Son Goku, Cooler still can't withstand Frieza's counterattack. No, Frieza, let me go. I'm your brother, Frieza. Whoosh. Advertisement. The star energy wave penetrated the destruction bomb and pushed Cooler directly into the universe. Just like in the original book, Cooler was pushed out of the atmosphere by the energy wave and shot into the universe. What is different from the original is that there is no star like the sun near the ice star, and what Cooler faces is a black hole. As soon as they entered the black hole, Cooler and Frieza's star energy waves disappeared, and no one knew where they were teleported to. However, Frieza is certain that as long as Cooler does not collide with an indestructible planet, such as the sun, whose extremely high temperature can vaporize Ki Blast, Cooler will only be slowly devoured by the energy wave. I actually entered a black hole. I don't know whether Cooler is dead or alive. Frieza was a little unhappy. He used too much force just now and failed to kill Cooler on the spot. He was careless. If Frieza used the star air blade that killed King Cold, any number of Coolers would have to cut him into pieces, and then use a shock wave to burn him to ashes. Forget it. Even if he doesn't die, this guy will never be my opponent. If he dares to jump out again, I can just kill him again. Phew. Frieza exhaled slowly, releasing his star transformation form. It is true that the star transformation can be maintained for a long time and does not put any burden on the body, but Frieza still quickly released this state. Just now, after he used the star transformation for the first time, he actually ran to King Kai's planet with just one effort, which made Frieza very surprised. Especially during the battle just now, he could feel the starlight surrounding him constantly entering his body. Frieza had a guess that the starlight was the so-called divine power. If this kind of divine power was controllable, Frieza would simply accept it all without hesitation. However, after these star rays entered his body, they actually repelled his soul. It's just outrageous. This discovery directly scared Frieza, which is why he used too much force and sent Cooler out of the ice planet. Could it be that because my soul is not from this world, the power of God rejects me? Frieza was repeating this in his mind. After what happened in Tagma, he was worried that some other aliens would appear on the ice star and hear what he said. After all, this is Frieza's biggest secret. No doubt about it. It's too tiring to update at 1 AM, so I'll update around 6 PM from now on. If nothing goes wrong, there will be another chapter at 6 o'clock. I wish you all happiness every day. Chapter 40 Return to Supreme Kai. Lord Frieza, please forgive me, save me. Really? Frieza's caution was right. The cockroach Tagma, who should have died long ago, actually came back to life again. At this time, Frieza was a little curious about Tagma. His attributes were quite strong. He was not dead at all. At this point, Frieza no longer had the heart to kill him. As the saying goes, you can do it once, twice, but not 3 times. Frieza has already killed the other party twice. Killing him a 3rd time would be a bit inhumane. Although many people think that Frieza is not a human being, from the beginning to the end, Frieza always thinks that he is a human being, just a little different. Yes, that's right. Since Tagma is not dead and was killed twice by Frieza, he still calls him King Frieza, so his loyalty is commendable. Although this guy's combat effectiveness is low, there is a lot of room for growth. In Dragon Ball Super, when he just appeared, he was a freak who could fight against Son Gohan and beat Son Gohan up so hard. This may be due to the fact that Son Gohan's lack of training has caused a serious decline in combat effectiveness, but no matter how serious it is at least tens of billions. This Tagma looks skinny, but his potential is much greater than Dodoria. That is, it seems like my brain is not working very well. A green healing energy was thrown out, healing Tagma's injuries, and then Frieza gave him instructions. Restore the palace. Next time I come back, I want to see a more luxurious palace. Yes, respected King Frieza. The way he speaks doesn't sound like someone who is stupid, does it? Forget it, these are all small matters. The main task now is to figure out the issue of the soul being rejected by divine power. Originally, asking Shenron should be the fastest way, but I have just been to the Supreme Kai world once and I also remember the breath of Supreme Kai Shenron, so I might as well just ask him. Supreme Kai Shin has no Kai, but that doesn't mean he has no breath, and God's breath is very special. No matter how far away, Frieza can accurately locate it. Put your index finger and middle finger together, place them between your eyebrows, and feel them for a while. Whoosh. Frieza just disappeared right in front of Tagma. Tagma suppressed his anger deep in his heart. After Frieza disappeared, he began to contact the Frieza Corps headquarters and asked them to send people to rebuild the palace. Even Frieza didn't know that the blow that just hit his head caused Tagma's thoughts to spread out all of a sudden. Advertisement. Swish. Frieza once again came to that quiet and peaceful place with birds singing and flowers blooming. Supreme Kai World. Supreme Kai Shin and his servant Kid once again looked as if they had seen a ghost. Soon, Kid was the first to react and started yelling at Frieza. Frieza, how dare you, a mortal from the lower realm, repeatedly intrude upon the world of Supreme Kai. Oh, ho ho, Mr. Kid, this is my second time here. How can you say it's the third time? I don't blame you for being uneducated, but you are uneducated and yet you like to pretend to be educated. That's what's wrong with you. So, you need to take 3 punches from me. Kid looked disdainful, and Supreme Kai Shin also had a playful look on his face. Then, Frieza moved. After fighting with Cooler and using star transformation, Frieza's bottleneck was finally broken, and his combat power has now reached 1 billion. Bang, ha, bang, boom. 3 consecutive lightning strikes blasted Kid directly into a mountain. Not to mention the ugly head, even the exaggerated big feet had disappeared. Despite the strength of the Supreme Kai world, Frieza still caused a lot of damage to the surface of the Supreme Kai world. The birds were no longer singing and the flowers were blooming. The tranquility and peace disappeared, and 2 meteorite craters and a collapsed mountain appeared at the scene of the battle. Supreme Kai Shin still maintained his playful smile. What happened in this short moment made Shin unable to react at all. When can the Frozen clan come to the Supreme Kai world? Since when did that weakling Frieza become able to kill Kid in seconds? Judging from the fighting power Frieza just showed, it seems that he is stronger than himself. Unfortunately, it is far inferior to Majin Buu. Otherwise, not only would he not mind what Frieza did, he would also do everything he could to win over Frieza, the god of death. Supreme Kai, how long are you going to keep that smile? Kid isn't dead, but he won't be waking up anytime soon. Just now, his last blow hit Kid directly on the back of the neck. With such a powerful blow, Kid would be unconscious for 10 days or half a month and would not be able to wake up. The main reason is that Kid talks too much and can't tell the difference in strength. It's very annoying. Frieza, you've been bullying the hell out of the Northern Galaxy and I haven't even come after you yet. Who gave you the guts to challenge me in the Supreme Kai world? Advertisement. There is only one thing that Saiyan cares about, and that is Majin Buu, but the one he dares not pay the most attention to is also Majin Buu. He was worried that because of his attention, the magician Babidi would discover Majin Buu's hiding place, which would be a disaster for him. Majin Buu is located in the Northern Galaxy. Shin's every move is actually under his attention, but Frieza's low combat power does not attract his attention at all. Supreme Kai Realm. In my eyes, it's just a bigger planet. There's nothing mysterious about it. I came to the Supreme Kai world this time just to ask you for a favor. If you agree, then it's fine. If you dare to refuse, I don't mind going to find the magician Babidi. On a planet in the Northern Galaxy, there is something that Babidi is interested in. Buzz. Supreme Kai Saiyan was shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a look of horror on his face. You, how did you know? This is impossible. In the entire universe, no one except me would know where he is. Tell me, who told you that? After the shock, Supreme Kai Saiyan was left with only anger and fear. Oh ho ho, Supreme Kai, does it matter who told me? Shouldn't the important thing be whether I will tell Babidi? Frieza's words made Supreme Kai freeze in his tracks. Yes, this is the most important thing. Those who have not experienced it personally will never understand the horror of Majin Buu. Shin calmed down. Things were not at their worst yet. All he needed to do was to keep Frieza steady. You said, as long as you promise me to kill the person who told you the news and promise not to leak the news, I can promise you 3 things. As a Supreme Kai, Shin made this concession in order to prevent Majin Buu from wreaking havoc on the entire universe. He can be called a qualified god. However, this timid character, especially when it comes to Majin Buu, Shin loses his composure, which is the most useless thing to do. A very contradictory person, but also very real and pure. Oh, ha ha, very good. I can tell you responsibly that in this universe, the only people who know where that guy is are you and me. When Shin heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is still within control. 2 at Chapter 41. Fusion Soul Method. I swear on the Ice Demon Clan that I will never tell anyone where that person is. Is this okay? Frieza was also helpless that Supreme Kai Shin would actually ask him to make such a vow. Ridiculous. Would he care about the lives of the members of the Frozen Clan? Could it be that Supreme Kai hasn't woken up yet? Okay, you can make your request now, up to 3, and I have the right to choose whether to help you or not. Tisk. Frieza didn't take Supreme Kai Shin's words to heart at all. Disagree. Fight until you agree. I once fused an unknown life, which is why my combat power has improved dramatically recently. However, my soul is incompatible with it. Master Supreme Kai, do you have any way to eliminate this problem? Shan was stunned. He thought Frieza would make some excessive demands and he was thinking about how to shirk it. As a result, the requirements are so low. If Shin knew that Frieza's soul was not from this world, would he still think so? Unfortunately, there is no if. In your case, it's probably because you fused a new soul. It's normal for your body to reject it, but this problem is easy to solve. The first method is to drive the soul that doesn't belong to you out of your body. The second method is to use the properties of the Patara earrings to forcibly fuse the 2 souls in your body together to form a new soul. This time it was Frieza's turn to be stunned. He never thought that the Patara earrings could have such a function. Then please lend me the Patara earrings. This requirement was not difficult at all for Supreme Kai Shin. He stretched out his hand, and when his 5 fingers opened, a pair of earrings appeared in the palm of his hand. The color is yellow, exactly the same as what Supreme Kai Shin is wearing now. Mortals are not qualified to wear Patara earrings, but since I promised you, I will make an exception for once. Frieza ignored Shin's nonsense and quickly put the earrings on his ears. However, a tragedy happened. It would be fine if his ears were just rectangular, but there wasn't even any protrusion at all. How'd I wear this? After complaining about his appearance again and again, Frieza still had no idea what to do. Is there any other way? As you can see, my ears are quite special. Advertisement Shin was speechless. How could such a thing actually happen? Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. It doesn't matter. You don't have to hang it on your ears. It can be symmetrical on both sides. For example, you can hang it on a symmetrical body. Frieza was furious. I am a good man with a very positive outlook, and you actually asked me to do such a shitty thing. This is intolerable. Then, Frieza instant transmission went to the location of his clone, a place he thought no one could see. Damn it, done. Oh, shit, that hurts. The first one was hung up, and Frieza was sweating from the pain. Oh, it feels good. Before Frieza could figure out why he felt so good, he felt dizzy and a huge vortex appeared in his head. Two figures appeared in the vortex. One is naturally the image of Frieza, and the other is the image of Hu Qin. With the help of this vortex, the two souls are undergoing fusion. Soon, Frieza completely lost consciousness. Shin used his abilities to quickly find Frieza and witnessed everything Frieza did. Then, he laughed, smiling happily, like a child. Consider this as a little punishment for trespassing into the Supreme Kai world and being rude to me, but I'm not kidding you, this earring can really fuse the soul in you. Kid, let's go back and play Go. Supreme Kai's life was so plain and simple. During the long years, he spent his boring time playing Go Bang. Every time, when Shin suggested playing Go Bang, Kid would immediately respond loudly, and go make tea and prepare the chessboard. This time, Kid's voice did not appear. Looks like Kid was knocked out by Frieza. Forget it, I'll count the ants. The ants that Shin refers to are not the ants on the ground in the Supreme Kai world, because the Supreme Kai world will not allow this kind of species to exist. What Shin calls ants is a planet where humans have just been born. He is counting how many new lives have appeared today. Supreme Kai continued with his leisurely, monotonous yet fun daily life. Frieza is still lying dead underground on the ice planet. The fusion of souls is extremely difficult because the original soul belongs to Hu Qin, and Hu Qin is not from the Dragon Ball world at all, so the difficulty of fusion is much greater than imagined. Advertisement time flies and will not stop just because Frieza is sleeping. Soon, a year had passed and Frieza's fusion was about to be completed. At this time, many astonishing things happened on Earth. First of all, after drinking, Bulma actually slept with Vegeta, who had trained herself to be a complete lunatic. This time, Yamcha was completely cheated onto his toes. Above his head, there were really countless alpacas nibbling on the green grassland. But Yamcha had no way to deal with this. It was because he was so unfaithful that after every training session, he would not go to find Bulma but go find other girls to play with. Lonely, empty, and cold. Women need care and companionship, even though Vegeta is a training maniac who wishes he could stay in the gravity room 24 hours a day. But, no matter what, Vegeta never set foot outside of Bulma's house, right? This kind of good family man is exactly what Bulma needs right now. It was quite natural that the two got together, and not long after, Bulma began to experience pregnancy symptoms. Now, in addition to researching some new projects, Bulma takes good care of her body every day. In her belly, there's the ridiculous baby of her and Vegeta. Vegeta has actually changed a bit. Perhaps he is not as nervous as in the original book. He even agrees to travel with Bulma. Vegeta's change made Bulma fall completely in love with this unromantic man. Moreover, in order to take care of his pregnant wife, Vegeta actually took the initiative to ask to take a driver's license test, just to be able to go on a self-driving tour with Bulma at any time. Life needs a sense of ritual. I'm tired of flying all the time. At the same time, Chi-Chi was also going crazy at Bowsy Mountain, and his loud voice made the house jump 3 times. Goku. You must get a driver's license. Even the weird man from Aunt Lee's house next door can drive himself on a road trip, so you must do it too. Son Goku had no choice, while Piccolo felt a little regretful. Why did you give Son Gohan's family a large amount of money in the first place? It's not that you have too much money, you even want to go on a self-driving tour. Looking at the luxury aerial car parked outside the door, Piccolo was speechless. So, 3 strong men appeared in the largest driving school in Shido. A Vegeta with hair that shot up into the sky and took the shape of flames. A Son Goku with crab-shaped hair, a cute face and a muscular body. The last one is Piccolo, who exudes evidence of being cheated on, even more so than Yamcha. What kind of exciting scene will these 3 violent men put on in the driving school? Let's wait and see. Chapter 42 Driving School Storm. Shido Driving School is a world-famous driving school. It is world-class in terms of its large area, complete equipment, and large number of training cars. Of course, their tuition fees are not low, and those who can come here to study are all from wealthy families. Of course, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Piccolo didn't care. Vegeta is a gigolo. His wife is rich, so he spends money as a matter of course without any psychological burden. Son Goku doesn't care about money at all. Anyway, Piccolo gave the family a lot of money, and it seems like they can't spend it all. At the beginning, Dodoria built 3 highways around the Earth by himself, and the salary was huge. I feel sorry for Dodoria for 3 seconds. After registration is completed, you will officially enter the learning stage. As for the written test, the driving school charges such high fees that there is no need for 3 people to take it. Vegeta's trainer is a muscular man, Son Goku's trainer is an old man with shabby teeth, and Piccolo's trainer is a quiet-looking woman. The instructor explained the clutch, brake, accelerator, gear shifting, etc., and demonstrated it to all 3 of them. Among them, the muscular man's movements are the most gentle, the old man's movements are the most skillful, and the female coach's movements are the most bold. Soon, it was the turn of the 3 to test drive the car. As the Prince of Saiyan, Vegeta often came into contact with high technology when he was Frieza's subordinate. A flying car is just child's play. Piccolo has superior wisdom and it is easy to get started. Son Goku was different. His mind was filled with fighting consciousness. He stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake at the beginning and crashed into an explosion-proof wall, destroying the first training car in less than 5 seconds. Fortunately, Son Goku was more responsible and carried the old man out immediately, thus preventing him from dying in the car accident. In the first game, Vegeta and Piccolo defeated Son Goku. After the 3 of them became familiar with the use of the various tools of the car, they set off on the road. Vegeta soared into the sky as expected, which made the muscular man so happy that he was shaking all over and even spoke in a coquettish voice. Vegeta is so disgusting. Piccolo drove very steadily, but was ridiculed by the female coach, saying that he had grown a lot of muscles and looked tall and strong, but it turned out that he was a coward with skin the same color as bile. Piccolo was furious. Under the careful instruction of the old man, Son Goku finally stepped on the accelerator as if it were the brake again, instantly coming from behind and crushing the entire field. Vegeta was feeling so disgusted and was about to lose his temper when Son Goku whizzed past him and he was immediately furious. Kakarot, you want to compete with me in driving? I'll help you. Then, Vegeta exerted force on his feet, puff, advertisement. Vegeta stepped on a hole in the car and the accelerator disappeared inside the car. The car broke down. Piccolo was also ridiculed to the extreme. After seeing Vegeta lying down and Son Goku surging, he immediately showed his machismo and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. After a brief pause, Piccolo's car shot out like a cannonball and caught up with Son Goku in an instant. At the back, Vegeta threw the wrecked car away, then stopped a high-speed training car with one hand, pulled down the student who was driving, and sat in it himself. The muscular sissy was also very responsible and actually got on that car as well. Whoosh, Vegeta also started racing mode. This scene made the muscular man tremble and shout, "Mr. Vegeta, you are awesome. Let's go to the yacht tonight and have fun." Buzz. Vegeta nearly exploded on the spot, and activated the teleportation mode with the car. This time, the muscular man was so scared that his face turned green. Is this magic? In such a huge driving school, there are only 3 cars running around, and they are naturally Son Goku, Vegeta and Piccolo. The speed of the car reached 580 miles per hour. The roar of the car could be heard outside the school ground, mixed with the excited shouts of women, the frightened screams of muscular men, and the shrill cries of old men. Then there was a loud announcement in the driving school. Please pay attention, 3 students with manic disorder are racing in the field. For your personal safety, please leave the lane as soon as possible, and it is best to hide in a sturdy house. We are urgently contacting the traffic department for help. We are urgently contacting the psychiatric hospital for assistance. Please pay attention, please pay attention. Important things should be said 3 times. As for Son Goku and the other 2, they simply ignored the content of the broadcast and continued driving as they please. Son Goku takes the lead, followed by Piccolo, and Vegeta lags behind. However, Vegeta cheated and moved directly to the first place. Son Goku's eyes were spitting fire, and he accelerated with a Kamehameha and became the first again. Piccolo was not to be outdone. While driving with one hand, he held Vegeta's car tightly with the other hand. As long as Vegeta moved, he would hold on tightly. At the same time, he kept spraying energy waves from his mouth, and his speed was so fast that his shadow could not be seen. For a moment, the 3 of them were competing with each other, and even the helpers from the driving school could only run away in panic. The car is out of gas, that's also called a matter? They don't need gasoline anymore, Ki Blast is much better than that. Vegeta kept moving, Piccolo kept blasting Ki Blast from his mouth, and Son Goku's Kamehameha never stopped. Anyway, Son Goku had long stopped holding the steering wheel with his hands. Just now the old man emotionally asked him to cut the steering wheel, and Son Goku did so. He now completely let himself go. This time, the muscular man fainted directly. The old man drank a whole bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills before he fainted. It was really a whole bottle, and he swallowed the bottle as well. Advertisement: the only one who didn't faint was the female coach. She touched Piccolo's elongated hand and became completely stunned. Soon, Vegeta and the other 2 stopped circling in the driving school and started running towards the wild. There was chaos all along the way. Fortunately, the 3 of them subconsciously avoided attacking the crowd and buildings, so no major damage was caused. Mr. Piccolo, can your Skyrim also freely grow or shrink like your hands? Finally, the infatuated female coach said what she had been holding back for a long time, and Piccolo immediately broke down. After her eyes widened, the female coach followed the other 2 coaches and fainted. Without the hindrance, Piccolo felt completely clear and his speed soared again. A burst of golden light appeared, and then another golden light appeared. Seeing this, Piccolo cursed. You 2 are not worthy of playing. If you have the guts, don't transform. Will Vegeta pay attention to him? Can Son Goku admit defeat? Vegeta and Son Goku's speed increased again, but Piccolo managed to hold Vegeta's car tightly, and he was hanging steadily at the end. In Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan was doing his homework when he saw 3 cars flying over his head, 2 in front and 1 behind, and he immediately exclaimed, "Mom, Mom, I see Dad and Uncle Piccolo, and the one in the front is Uncle Vegeta." Chi-Chi also saw it, and her face was full of disbelief. "Gohan, your father's driving skills are so amazing on just the first day, he is worthy of being my Chi-Chi's man." Gohan looked at the disappearing car in a daze, then looked at Ki Blast which had not disappeared yet. "Mom, don't you think Dad and the others are driving with Ki Blast?" Chi-Chi was petrified instantly. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of Vegeta, dressed in a mix of pale white and purple. Who else could it be but Frieza? "As soon as I appeared, I saw 3 cars coming towards me. FK, I was hit by a truck and came here. Are you 3 going to send me back?" Boom. 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 Special report. There was a 3-car crash in the southwest of Bowsy Mountain. The perpetrators are suspected to be 3 Namek students who were in Shidu today. Fortunately, the coaches in the car have been safely sent to Shidu Central Hospital. When a driving school accepts students, it must pay attention to their physical condition to prevent such a bad incident from happening again. The Western Metropolitan Police Department has officially issued a wanted order. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo are now on the run as mentally ill members. If you encounter these 3, please do not approach them and call the hotline immediately. The 748 hotline is on standby at all times. After hearing the news, Frieza laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Chapter 43. Warriors with Soaring Combat Power. In the end, Bulma had to buy the driver's licenses for Vegeta and the other 2, and even changed their names. This became a shame for the 3 of them. Fortunately, training can make people forget these little things, and time can make people forget the 3 crazy people who appeared in the driving school. On this day, when Frieza opened his eyes, he felt that the Dragon Ball fighters were flying towards the southwest. Frieza knew that it was time for the android to appear. In the past 2 years, Frieza has not been practicing madly. After successfully fusing Frieza's original soul, the divine power in his body finally no longer rejects him. And he also figured out the reason why he appeared in the Supreme Kai world in the first place. It was the divine power in his body that was causing trouble, because his soul did not belong to this world, and the divine power hoped to use the power of Supreme Kai to destroy this alien. Unfortunately, his fighting power was too high, and Supreme Kai Shin had no way to deal with him. Not only that, due to the gap in inheritance, Shin lost too many skills as a Supreme Kai, and did not notice Frieza's problem at all. The reason why Frieza didn't practice madly was that his current combat power was increasing rapidly even without practice. Not only that, in the past 2 years, he once again used the 3rd style of star transformation, the triple wave, and this time he frantically absorbed the divine power in his body. Because hidden in this divine power is an ultimate skill, Ultra Instinct. Although, with the divine power in his body now, he has not even comprehended the introduction of Ultra Instinct, but this does not prevent him from wanting to comprehend this technique. His flash time skill also improved a lot, increasing the time tenfold from the previous 1,000th of a second. Yes, that's right, 100th of a second. It's still useless, but it proves that Frieza will be able to reach 0.1 seconds one day, which is the minimum time required to use the flash time technique. When Hit first appeared, he had mastered the 0.1 second flash time skill. He could freeze 0.1 seconds in the future, allowing himself to attack the enemy during the time when the enemy was frozen. And as the skills become more proficient, this time can be increased. Hit's highest record is 0.4 seconds. It's already scary. There are weaknesses as well, because the use of flash time power actually takes time, and if it can be used at a speed far exceeding the user's own speed, it can be cracked. For example, Dispo from the 11th universe used supersonic speed to break the flash time technique in the Tournament of Power. Feeling his fighting power growing even while sleeping, Frieza felt extremely comfortable. A combat capability of 1.5 billion. This is the case without activating the star transformation. Even if Cell has become a complete form now, he is still no match for Frieza. If it is Lightning Cell, it would still be worth watching. Advertisement: brush your teeth while taking a shower, and life will be wonderful. Although it is unlikely that Frieza will have love in his current state, even if he does, he can only have a platonic love. It's so painful, but Frieza cannot change this situation for the time being. Life must go on and he must live comfortably. After having breakfast in Bulma's restaurant, Frieza used instant transmission to come to the Z Warriors. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta was extremely unhappy about Frieza living in his house and even took away the naming rights of his son, although he also liked the name Trunks. Frieza's arrival caught everyone's attention, but they only glanced at him with concern. Frieza's temperament was a bit cold and moody, so they were not willing to get close to each other. The point is, Frieza was not wearing any clothes, and when everyone discovered this, although they rationally did not say anything, they were still ashamed to be associated with him. Taking a look at Son Goku, his normal combat power has reached 12 million, and when he transforms into a Super Saiyan it is about 600 million. Vegeta and Son Goku are similar. Even if it is higher, it is only in the tens of millions, which is not enough to affect the victory of the battle between the two. Also worth mentioning is Son Gohan. In the original work, Son Gohan could not transform into a Super Saiyan at this time, but now Frieza clearly felt that Son Gohan could transform, and his normal combat power had reached 8 million. If he has this much combat power and still can't transform into a Super Saiyan, how dare Frieza have diarrhea on live broadcast? Or the kind that stands upside down, Piccolo is a bit scary, he has improved a lot. Although he has hidden his combat power, detection technology does not lie. Piccolo's combat power has reached 400 million. It's outrageous. But when I thought that I already had 1.5 billion and the other party didn't even have a fraction of what I had, I felt relieved. Although Piccolo tried very hard, he still became a supporting role. This is a Dragon Ball world where the combat power is generally elevated. To be more precise, the combat power of everyone related to Frieza has undergone a qualitative change. Yamcha. 100,000, more than double the previous number. Tien Shinhan. 150,000, which seems to have doubled. Frieza found that he seemed to have reached a critical point. If he crossed it, there would be explosive growth. Jiaozi only has a combat power of 50,000. He obviously can't keep up with everyone else. His limit has reached this point. Bulma. Frieza didn't want to talk about her. It is said that women become stupid for 3 years after they are pregnant. This time, she almost went back to the time before liberation. The combat power is 100 points, which is 10 times less. Advertisement finally, there is Krillin, the strongest warrior on Earth, with a combat power of 300,000. Krillin is worthy of being the strongest person on Earth. He still has great potential, and breaking through 1 million is not a dream. Soon, the group of people came up with a battle plan to search for the androids separately, but Frieza had no interest in it at all. The main reason he came here was to see if historical events would still happen. At this time, a pink storm shot over from a distance, wearing a small vest and loose trousers, because the small vest allows him to fully show his 8-pack abs. Frieza once praised his abdominal muscles, which Dodoria always kept in mind, and he worked out hard every day. Look, without relying on the gravity room, Dodoria's combat power has reached 1 million, making him truly the #1 man under Frieza. And he is the #1 lackey, and everyone agrees with this. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes focused and he looked towards the town in the distance, where 2 special auras appeared. This is not chi, because it is impossible to sense the opponent's chi, but Frieza can sense the opponent's energy. This is the unexpected surprise brought by the detection technique. Oh ho ho. The long-lost laughter sounded again, and Dodoria trembled all over when she heard it. She felt extremely comfortable, just like eating a popsicle in the middle of summer. An old man, probably Dr. Gallo, has an energy value of 600 million. Another fat man with a lightning rod on his big head also has an energy value of 600 million. This is 3 times more than the original. This is quite interesting. It seems that this time the artificial humans can also bring me a lot of joy. Looking at his men again, Frieza suddenly became furious. Are you here to show off your 8-pack abs? Don't you have any idea of your own fighting ability? I have trained you many times over such a long time, why are you so disappointing? Pa, whoosh, ding, Dodoria once again successfully obtained a sweep from Frieza, and she felt extremely happy. I believe that if he does it 1,000 or 800 times, he can become Super Dodoria. Alas, how could I, the great emperor of the universe, Frieza, accept a subordinate with masochistic tendencies? Can't you just go to the gravity room and practice? Dodoria. How can I have a chance to show my face? If I don't show up for a long time, the audience will almost forget me. Chapter 44 Uncle Bao's male son Wufan. Maybe it's because God felt too sorry for Yamcha, or maybe it's because Frieza's arrival made the androids too much stronger, causing them to become arrogant. Anyway, the one who was attacked by the android this time was not the unlucky kid Yamcha, but the frighteningly green Piccolo Daimao. His luck was also better than Yamcha's, as he was spotted by Son Gohan just after being attacked by Android 19. Others are mama's boys or daddy's boys, but Son Gohan is an uncle's boy. Not the uncle's boy like Qin Shubao or Lil Mengchang, but the kind of uncle's boy who was closer to his uncle. Seeing his uncle Piccolo being attacked by the android, Son Gohan immediately became angry and transformed into a Super Saiyan without thinking. The combat power of 400 million soared to 600 million after the addition of the anger attribute. Son Gohan's anger has an upper limit, which is determined randomly. Android 19 was kicked out in one go. The angry Son Gohan couldn't control himself, which indirectly caused number 19 to crash into many flowers, plants and tall buildings along the way. For a while, the island was in chaos. Fortunately, there are quite a few Supermen here, and things did not go to the worst possible direction. At most, some people just lost some money. How scary is an angry Son Gohan? You can tell by the dented face of Android 19. You should know that Android 19 has an energy value of 600 million, which is equal to Chi. Android 19 had no control over his body and only stopped after crashing into another island. At this time, all the soldiers also rushed over here, and also came Android 20 Dr. Gallo himself. Originally, Son Goku should have been the first to go on the field, but the angry Son Gohan didn't play by the rules at all and just attacked Android 19 crazily. Number 19 does have an energy value of 600 million, but after being ambushed by Son Gohan, his energy value suddenly decreased a lot, which led to the situation where Son Gohan suppressed number 19. Is Gohan this strong now? This aura is really strong. I feel like it's even stronger than when Son Goku first returned to Earth. Tien Shinhan said this with great emotion, while Yamcha and Jiaozi nodded in agreement, and Krillin was even more proud of his nephew. Son Goku is his fellow apprentice, so Son Gohan is naturally Krillin's nephew. Die, die, die. Son Gohan's fighting style is also different from others. He likes to shout while fighting, which makes him look particularly imposing. As the battle time prolonged, the energy stored in Android 19's body dropped sharply, and now number 19 only has less than 400 million energy points left. He was a little panicked. When Son Gohan first exploded, his combat power soared to 600 million. As his physical strength ran out and the explosion ended, Son Gohan actually had less than 400 million combat power. Moreover, even though Son Gohan has always been the one taking the initiative to attack and seems very irritable, in fact, Son Gohan knows very well that if he continues like this, he will not be able to outlast the android. Magic Flash. Son Gohan put his hands on his forehead and sent a huge energy blast towards Android 19. Advertisement Frieza stood in the distance and shook his head in disappointment after seeing this scene. Son Gohan is courting death. Sure enough, when Android 20 saw this scene, he just laughed. Android 19, who was facing the shockwave, showed an evil smile on his face. This scene happened to be seen by Piccolo, who thought to himself that something was wrong. Android 19 smiled evilly and raised his palms to greet the magic flash. On his palms, there was a glass ball-like bead. A magical scene happened. Son Gohan's shockwave was directly absorbed by Android 19. Son Gohan gasped and looked at the scene happening before him in disbelief. Android 19 burst into laughter. Ha! The android shouted, and the rubble near his body was swept away in an instant. Frieza saw that Android 19's energy value returned to 600 million again. It seems that 600 million is the upper limit of Android 19. It is not like in the original book, where it can increase by another billion after absorbing the energy wave. Whoosh! Android 19 began to counterattack. He headbutted Son Gohan directly at an incredible speed, and even produced a sonic boom. Not good. Gohan, get out of the way. Get out of the way, Gohan. The shouting of the crowd finally brought Son Gohan back from his shock, and he was about to dodge once more as he exploded with anger. Unfortunately, he was no longer strong enough, and because he was distracted, he was a step too slow, and he didn't have time to avoid Android 19's attack. If Son Gohan was hit by this, he would be seriously injured if not killed. The lightning rod above No 19's head is not a decoration, it is something that can pierce Son Gohan through. At critical moments, we still have to rely on our uncles. Fathers and the like are not reliable at all. As early as when Piccolo discovered that something was wrong with number 19, he had already taken off his gravity equipment, and his combat power soared by another 50 million to 450 million. Before Son Gohan could dodge, Piccolo had already rushed in front of Son Gohan and crossed his arms in a defensive stance, blocking Android 19's fierce attack. Bang! A loud bang resounded throughout the world, and the sound waves spread to the sea, causing many fish to turn up their bellies, looking as if they were dying with their eyes open. Despite a difference of 150 million in combat power, Piccolo finally blocked the fatal blow from number 19. Even though his hand was pierced, he was a man with body extension skills, so this was just a minor injury and nothing serious. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, showing no emotion at all at the scene before him. Advertisement on the contrary, Son Goku, perhaps realizing that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, became furious and attacked. Bear! The golden airwaves rising into the sky showed the fire of anger in Son Goku's heart at this moment. Whoosh! Bang! Dwang! This one strike almost smashed the island into the bottom of the sea, and Android 19 was smashed through the island and into the deep sea. Son Goku's combat power, 650 million. The rage just now caused Son Goku's wealth to suddenly increase from 600 million to 650 million. This is the Saiyan clan dominated by emotions. Alas, Frieza felt a bit bored. He really couldn't muster the energy for such a battle. He might as well go find Supreme Kai Shin to talk about life and play Go to kill time. Frieza was about to leave when he suddenly felt Son Goku's rapidly decreasing aura. From the initial 650 million, it soon became only 300 million. This descent speed is definitely abnormal. If he was caught by the android and the energy in his body was sucked away, then all this would make sense. But Son Goku had just exploded, and with one kick, Android 19 sank to the bottom of the sea, and the latter has not yet rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Not only Frieza discovered Son Goku's situation, but everyone else also had an expression of surprise on their faces. Only Vegeta had a thoughtful expression on his face. Boom! Android 19 suddenly rushed out from the ground, knocked Son Goku away, and then beat him up. Son Goku couldn't put up any resistance at all. Not only that, Son Goku's aura is decreasing. When Son Goku was knocked to the ground again by Android 19, creating a huge crater, Son Goku couldn't even maintain his Super Saiyan status. Dad! Goku! Goku, old son, humph, Kakarot is such a waste. Oh wow, Chapter 45 The unlucky child is here to be abused again, must read for brothers. Oh ho, this idiot is having a heart attack. If you don't give him medicine, he'll die of a cold soon. Krillin fed Son Goku a senzu bean, but it only healed Son Goku's injuries. However, Son Goku still grabbed his chest with one hand, and his face was still full of pain. Krillin and the others didn't even realize what was going on. Frieza was really worried about their intelligence. With this brain, it's not even as good as the itchy Dodoria. At least, every time Dodoria got angry, he could get beaten up smoothly, which meant he was quite scheming. With Frieza's reminder, everyone finally understood what had happened, and then Yamcha and Jiaozi took Son Goku back to Baozi Mountain to take medicine. Android 19 and 20 wanted to stop it, but Vegeta stood in front of them, making them afraid to act rashly. They all knew very well how strong Vegeta was. Although the database was data from a few years ago, they still would not underestimate him. Son Goku surpassed them when his fighting power just exploded, and although Vegeta is slightly inferior to Son Goku, the difference is not too far. This is their evaluation of Son Goku and Vegeta. Very pertinent. But putting Son Goku ahead of Vegeta, Vegeta just can't accept it. You rotten copper and iron. Let me show you Prince Saiyan's Iron Fist. Let's see whether your rotten copper and iron are harder or my Iron Fist is more powerful. Bear. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although his combat power did not reach Son Goku's 650 million due to anger, it was only 600 million, which was the same as the androids, but it was still very terrifying. Although the androids also have an energy value of 600 million, they do not have Vegeta's combat awareness, nor do they have the bug that Vegeta has as a Saiyan and can roar out combat power. Vegeta was not arrogant enough to think of fighting two at once, he just attacked Android 19 like crazy. Dr. Gallo of Android 20 feels very uncomfortable. Why does everyone ignore him? Is it because the glass cover on his head doesn't look strong enough, and they are afraid that he won't be able to withstand the beating? Dr. Gallo couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't going to intervene. Only by defeating this group of people 1v1 could he further curb their arrogance. However, this time Dr. Gero miscalculated. Android 19 was not strong enough for Vegeta to beat. With the same combat power, even if Vegeta didn't use the skill of teleport, he would have already beaten Android 19 to a pulp. Broken copper, rotten iron, bang, bang, one of Android 19's arms exploded. The engine oil was all over the floor, it was yellow, sticky and extremely disgusting. Hand, advertisement. Vegeta grinned. This robot was quite realistic. If it wasn't for the fact that it was unlikely to obey, he would have wanted to take it back for his son to play with. Don't worry, you'll soon be like your hand, boom, it'll explode. Move. Number 19 had no idea how Vegeta appeared in front of him, as if Vegeta was supposed to be there. Then, his other hand was twisted off by Vegeta, and then with a sweeping kick, his entire head was cut off. Bah. A robot is a robot, and all that sprayed on me is motor oil. Bear. Vegeta exploded with anger again, stretched out his hands straight, and pointed his palms at No 19's body and head. After a short period of charging, 2 energy bombs were blasted out at high speed. Turning his head, Vegeta looked at number 20 who had a shocked look on his face. Looking at the glass cover on his head and the brain inside the cover, his stomach churned a little. Next, it's your turn. Whoosh, Vegeta accelerated and was about to kill Android 20. But when he was still halfway on the road, a bullet-shaped aircraft suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta, forcing Vegeta to stop immediately. Vegeta looked up. Hey, isn't this an acquaintance? Haha, Harry Potter and Conan from another time and space. It's just that the timing of this guy's appearance is a bit wrong. Was this intentional or deliberate? Because of Conan's appearance, number 20 has already run away, and the android has no breath, so it will be very difficult to find him. Date was also confused. He was sitting in the time machine and had seen an old man running away. This was not the android he was familiar with. Click, the hatch of the time shuttle opened. Dad jumped down, and then quickly turned the time shuttle into a capsule and put it away. He saw Frieza in the distance, and remembered the scene when Frieza stole the time machine. Frieza swung his tail, looking disdainful. Tisk, I already have a machine and I'm currently researching it at the headquarters. How could I be interested in this piece of junk from yours? Dodoria. My king, ours is tattered. Excuse me, who were you fighting with just now? Looking at the desolate island, Date was very puzzled. Perhaps sensing that the battle here was over, Bulma flew over unsteadily with Trunks in her arms. With a combat power of 100, it was really difficult for her to fly. Date's eyebrows twitched as he watched, fearing that his unreliable mother would fall down, and then his own self in this time and space would be destroyed. Vegeta didn't care. He was annoyed by Conan's, he knew the other party was called Conan, sudden appearance. Isn't this like letting a tiger go back to the mountain? Life goes on, fighting never ends, advertisement. This is what Saiyan needs to do to stay alive. He grabbed Date by the collar and shouted angrily, just now I was about to kill the last android, but you suddenly showed up and let him run away. Now you ask me who I am fighting against. Date was confused. Was the person who just escaped also a cyborg? Could it be that the artificial human in this time and space is an old man? That's not right. Shouldn't the androids be 2 young people? 1 male and 1 female. The male is cold and the female is beautiful. There's no reason for them to be an old man. As for number 19, Date could no longer see the other person's true appearance because it had turned into a pile of tattered fragments. Besides, Mr. Vegeta, your fighting power is too terrifying. With such fighting power, you can definitely kill those 2 androids in seconds. Piccolo was smarter and took over what Dad said. You mean, there are more than just these 2 androids, there are also 2 young people. But what you just said about Vegeta being able to kill the other party in seconds is not true. Although their strength is not as good as Vegeta's, it is definitely not much different. He knew exactly how strong Vegeta was, because Son Gohan was definitely no match for Vegeta, and he could only fight Son Gohan to a draw now. Piccolo, on the other hand, understood the gap between the 2 sides the moment he was severely hit by number 19. He was also very pleased that Son Gohan was able to fight with number 19 for so long after he became furious. This godson is not loved in vain. Oh ho ho, Big Tay, it's time for you to tell us your real name. Little Tay has been born. Date's face froze. Indeed, what Bulma was holding in her arms was definitely herself as a baby. Although he was unhappy with Frieza's laughter, Dad had no intention of hiding it any longer. Being called Conan is really a bit annoying. Hello everyone, let me formally introduce myself. Pa, Vegeta slapped him to the ground, and a mouthful of thick phlegm fell onto Tu's face. Who's interested in knowing who you are? You've been talking for so long that I don't even know where the android has gone. Phew, Frieza just laughed. As expected, Date still needs to come out, otherwise I will fall asleep while watching the show. 5 chapters will be updated today, starting the debut journey. I hope to have a good result. Amitabha. I wish you all a happy viewing and a more fulfilling life. Good night. Chapter 46 The True Heir of the Tragedy Tower. Date felt very aggrieved. He was beaten every time he arrived, and every time his own biological father was there. The key point is that it's not that I don't dare to fight back, but that I really can't win. For 3 years, Vegeta has been trying hard to fight against the androids, but now his combat power is only 290 million. Facing Vegeta with a combat power of 600 million, he will definitely be completely defeated. Oh, Vegeta, aren't you curious about who this person you beat up is? Crunch. Crunch. The unique BGM sound effects and the silly laughter, apart from Frieza, there is no one else like him in all the 12 universes. Vegeta had a Tsunere look on his face. It was one thing not being able to beat Frieza, but the prince had to have the full attitude. Who else could he be? Since his name isn't real, and with that hair color, I can't think of anyone else with that hair color other than my son. To be honest, Vegeta is quite unhappy about the fact that Bulma's genes changed the hair color of his offspring. The android just ran away. He was not that powerful anyway. As long as no one provoked him, he would not bother to pay attention to him. The main reason was that he couldn't stand Trunks' hair color, so he slapped him to the ground. Date wanted to cry but had no tears. I endured it when you beat me because you were my father, but why did you spit in my face? Vegeta. If you dare to hit my son, I will fight you. Although Bulma already has a child, her bad temper has not changed. She suddenly threw away the little toy that was in the way and rushed directly towards Vegeta. This scene made Vegeta's heart tremble with fear. It's true that Date is his son, but that's in the future, not the present. No matter how unhappy he is with Shouty, he is still his son. Swish, Vegeta went to save his son. Pa, Bulma slapped Dad in the face as he just got up, and Dad was stunned on the spot. Mom actually hit him? On the same day, within 30 seconds of each other, they gave themselves a mixed doubles match. I feel wronged and want to cry. Advertisement? Wow wow wow. Shouty cried for him. He was abandoned by his mother and was held upside down by his own father. It would have made no sense for him not to cry. Bulma, this is our son. This big one is for the future. Why are you so excited? Holding a piece of meat in one hand, no, a Trunks, Vegeta came to Bulma and yelled at Bulma angrily. Shouty didn't care what happened, he just knew he was very sad and needed to vent. Whoosh, a thin stream of water fell from the sky and landed on Dad's face with incredible accuracy, quickly washing away the spit. This time, even Frieza couldn't stand it anymore. This big Tay was really pitiful. Every time he came, he was bullied to pieces. The first time was okay, because I was not as strong as him and was beaten by him and Vegeta until I couldn't take care of myself. The second time, he was slapped by his parents, and then he peed on his own face. Why does it feel weird? As he thought about it, Frieza got angry. Damn, you can pee. You have a virgin pee asterisk 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 asterisk. You are so great. You are not bullying me, are you? Bear, Frieza was angry and he needed to vent. After taking a look at the whole field, only Vegeta was able to take a beating. Vegeta was terrified by Frieza's gaze, and it was obvious that Frieza was not holding back. Fu, plan. Vegeta was sent flying by a sidekick from Frieza. Fortunately, Vegeta let go of Shouty in time before he was kicked away. Fortunately, Big Tay did not dislike his urine and caught Shouty in time, otherwise Shouty would have disappeared in front of everyone like Vegeta. Bulma was shocked. Frieza, what are you doing? Why am I kicking my man? Trunks, hurry up. Take me to your dad. Shouty looked at Date, and Date looked at Shouty. Date finally realized that Bulma was calling him. Date was very reluctant, but he was indeed worried about his father. Advertisement. After glaring at Frieza fiercely, Date held himself in one hand and Bulma in the other, and rushed towards the direction where Vegeta disappeared at a very fast speed. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan watched what was happening before their eyes, wondering in their minds, were they out to deal with the androids, or were they out to deal with the androids? Piccolo was the first to react, and said to everyone, the direction the androids ran away in is the same direction Vegeta disappeared in. Let's quickly follow them and see what happens, otherwise they will suffer in a fight. Krillin also came to his senses and exclaimed, and Bulma, if she encounters a cyborg, something bad will definitely happen. Tien Shinhan added, Krillin, you should worry more about the two of us. Bulma has 2 Super Saiyans protecting her, but we have no one protecting us, and our combat power is low. Son Gohan is extremely protective. It's okay, if you can't beat them, just run away first, I'll let Uncle Piccolo cover your back. Small. Frieza looked at the people who left, especially Krillin and Tien Shinhan, and always felt that the wind was whistling and the Yi River was cold, and the heroes would never come back once they left. If he hadn't traveled through time and space to become Frieza, but had become any of Krillin and the other Earthlings, what would have happened without the system? When I think about it this way, it seems that becoming Frieza and losing some of the fun is not unacceptable. Well, let's go and take a look. Number 16, 17, and 18 will appear soon if nothing unexpected happens. Even number 19 and 20 have become so much stronger. God knows what will happen to those androids. By the way, Cell came from the future, so there shouldn't be any unexpected changes in his combat power, otherwise I would have to use star transformation. As for Son Gohan, just go away. He is the kind of guy who acts recklessly just because he has a little bit of strength. In the end, he even killed his own father. What AB ************* D. When Frieza watched Dragon Ball in his previous life, what made him most angry was that Son Gohan killed his own father. Even though he is Frieza now, he does not play an openly villain role. Villains never have a good ending. Only when you are a person who is both good and evil, and acts secretly without being discovered by anyone, can you be the most comfortable and free. After feeling the energy of number 20, Frieza disappeared instantly. Because of Big T, Dr. Gallo had returned to the base at this time. When Frieza appeared, he had already opened the hibernation chambers of Android 17 and Android 18. Frieza lowered his breath to the minimum without alerting Dr. Gallo and the others. After taking a look at number 17 and number 18, he went straight deeper into the ground. Android 17, a 17-year-old boy, handsome and cool, with an energy value of 900 million. Android 18 is the twin of Android 17. She was born a little earlier than Android 17, so she is the older sister of Android 17. Number 18 has light golden hair, a smooth face without a single blemish, and a very good figure. It's not particularly grand, but it seems very suitable for control. Energy value: 800 million. Looking at the broken culture chamber in front of him, Frieza knew that things had taken an unknown turn again. Because he saw a hole on the ground, which was about 30 centimeters in diameter, which was very consistent with the current size of a certain future creature. Chapter 47. The Man-Made Man Who Doesn't Play by the Rules. Boom. Maybe it was a coincidence, or it should be a coincidence. The place where Vegeta landed was exactly at the door of Dr. Gallo's laboratory. You can tell how powerful Frieza's kick was just by looking at the collapsed mountain. Vegeta himself was not affected by the collision. For a Super Saiyan, being hit like this was nothing. But it was different for the people in the laboratory. It can't be said that he was seriously injured, but he was definitely buried alive. Not only number 17 and number 18 were buried at the same time, but also Frieza, who was in a deeper layer. As for Dr. Gallo, who transformed into number 20, he still could not change his fate of being killed by number 17. The only good thing is that he has been buried and there is no need to worry about his body being left exposed in the wilderness. Boom. 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 Number 17 rushed out from underground carrying a huge hibernation capsule, and the girl number 18 also appeared at the same time. The third explosion was caused by Frieza, which directly blew up the entire mountain. Frieza, covered in purple air, was floating in the air, looking very bad. He, Frieza, was actually buried alive. It wasn't very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. When Frieza saw Vegeta standing up from the dirt, shaking his head, he instantly understood what had happened. This is a bit embarrassing. This luck is extraordinary. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Date and others also arrived soon after. Especially Big Trot, when he saw number 17 and number 18, he was immediately furious, but unlike Vegeta and Bulma, he still controlled his temper, put Bulma to the ground, and gently put little Trot into Bulma's arms. Android 17, Android 18, Die, Bear, Date exploded again, and his combat power reached 300 million. His anger increased his combat power a little, and with his confidence soaring, he sprinted towards Android 17. Whoosh, bang. It seems that Date's tragedy is not over yet. With a combat power of 300 million, he challenges a combat power of 900 million. No need to use energy value, which affects the reading experience. The ending is already doomed. Advertisement this time, Dato didn't disappear into the sky with a ding. Instead, he was picked up by Son Gohan. This is impossible. Number 17 can't be that strong. I should be able to fight him on equal terms. Humph, nothing is impossible. Not to mention the androids that come out now, even the androids before would only need one hand to beat you. Vegeta is very disappointed with his future son. If his fighting ability is not good, he can be trained, but if his brain is not good, it will be really troublesome. After thinking about it, there is no good way to cure the brain thing for the time being, so Vegeta decided to fight the android first. As for the fact that he was just kicked away by Frieza, is that true? Sorry, Vegeta chose to forget. You are Android 17 and 18, right? Fight me. I refuse. I refuse too. At this time, number 17 had already opened the hibernation capsule with number 16 written on it, and an extremely tall man climbed out of the hibernation capsule. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a male-looking robot. It's actually made of all metal. If Dr. Gallo has this ability, why does he need to transform us? Number 18 knocked on No 16's arm, and there was a sound of metal being knocked, which made her a little confused. Number 17 and number 18 were originally just ordinary humans, but were selected by Dr. Gallo to be transformed into artificial humans. Although they are still human now, there are nano-elements in their bodies that change their thoughts, and they also have emergency stop devices and self-destruct devices in their bodies. The most important thing is that they were living a life worse than death during the transformation process, otherwise why would they hate Dr. Gallo so much? Why do you refuse to fight me? Weren't you created to destroy humanity? Number 17 raised his head, looked at Vegeta in the distance, and asked in confusion. Who told you that we want to exterminate humans? We are humans ourselves. Oh, you mean Dr. Gallo, right? The mission he gave us wasn't to destroy humanity. What annoys me the most is Dr. Gallo's mission. He actually asked me to pursue Bulma. Humph. You're a man, is it so hard for you to pursue a beautiful woman? What about me? I'm actually going to seduce Son Goku and make him break up with his wife and children. Damn old man, damn mission, wind, it was still scraping, and everyone at the scene was stunned by the tasks mentioned by number 17 and number 18. Bulma's heart trembled, but she pretended not to hear and carefully checked Date's injuries. Son Gohan pointed at himself, then looked at Piccolo and said, Uncle Piccolo, that female android just now said that she wanted to break up my family, to separate my father and mother? Piccolo rubbed Son Gohan's head distressed-edly and closed his eyes helplessly. If we're not hallucinating, then you heard it clearly. It's okay Gohan, Uncle Piccolo won't leave you. What you said? Advertisement. It's as if number 18 has already succeeded and Son Goku and Chi-Chi have already separated. At this moment, Frieza was petrified. Has the plot become so bizarre? Next, instead of a battle, it's a youth romance drama or a story about a mistress taking over? It's just outrageous. However, everyone forgot that if anyone was angry at the scene, it was definitely Vegeta. He was despised in front of her, and he still wanted to flirt with her woman and cheat on her. Date was stunned on the spot, with 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. All he could think about was, I want to leave this time and space. This place does not belong to me. I want to go. I want to leave. I want to go find my mother. However, do you think that's the end of it? No. Number 18 first compared height with number 16, and then asked, Big guy, what is your mission? Number 16 looked at the sky with pure eyes, and a drop of oil tear fell. My mission is to make movies. Only when my popularity exceeds that of Optimus Prime can I be with my favorite animals. The wind continues to blow, and the plot is galloping on the wrong path. Bang! A time machine appeared, and Dad, with a look of despair on his face, was about to escape. Bang! The time machine turned into a capsule again, and this time it was not Frieza who did it, but the quick-eyed and quick-handed Bulma. Don't leave in a hurry. Although this time and space have undergone unacceptable changes, your future has not changed. You need to become stronger to save the bleak future. Date was stunned. What my mother said made so much sense that I didn't know how to refute it. In order to prevent you from being unable to withstand your father's training, I will keep this capsule for you. When your father recognizes you and you think you can defeat the future androids, I will return the time shuttle to you. Mother. Dad was so moved by Bulma that tears welled up in his eyes. He knelt down on the ground in front of his mother. In this world, only your biological mother loves you the most. Oh ho ho ho, Bulma, you just want to take a closer look at how good your future son's body is and how popular he is with girls. Date was startled and instinctively looked up at his mother. Bulma's eyes were evasive, and her face was full of shyness of having her thoughts exposed. Big special, almost shutting myself up, Chapter 48 a Dragon Ball version of Trouble, for everyone. Vegeta has no interest in whether Date is autistic or not, and he doesn't have the time to care about it. He is already a grown-up, it's time for him to be independent. What annoyed Vegeta now was that he was ignored. First, he rejected his challenge to fight, and then he expressed his desire to seduce his woman in front of him. Even though Bulma pretended not to hear it, Vegeta still couldn't accept it. Did you really think he didn't feel Bulma's heartbeat quicken and her face turn red at the first moment? Bear, Vegeta's golden energy wave was stronger than ever before. At this moment, Vegeta, filled with shame and anger, exploded. The combat power instantly increased by 200 million, soaring to 800 million in an instant. Even Frieza was surprised. This damn Saiyan is totally off the mark. Bang! Vegeta's punch hit No 17's chest. Although it was blocked by No 17's arms, the powerful force still caused the ground behind number 17 to crack. Frieza's eyes focused, and the divine power in his body surged toward the ground. He was reinforcing this piece of ground as much as possible. Once the battle started, everyone's attention was restored, and even Taito was watching the battle between Vegeta and number 17 with a nervous look on his face. Number 17 really didn't want to fight, as he had already found his target. As for the fact that the other party had already given birth to a child, that was not within his consideration. As long as he completed the mission, the devices in his body would be permanently shut down. He has no choice. Just like Vegeta's crazy attacks on him now, he had no choice but to defend and counterattack with all his strength. Although there is a difference of 100 million combat power between 800 million and 900 million, fighting is not entirely based on combat power. Especially since Vegeta appears in incredible places from time to time, this gives number 17 a headache. He had been beaten many times, and had crashed into one mountain after another. There were holes of varying depths on the ground, his clothes were torn, and there was a cut on his face. Touching his scratched face, number 17 got angry. He still has to rely on this face to seduce Bulma. If his face is scratched, the loss will be huge. It may determine whether he can complete the task. Vegeta, you're looking for death. Buzz, ha. With a burst of energy all over his body, a transparent wall of energy appeared, blocking Vegeta's kick from behind again, and directly using a Shenron tail swing. Number 17 was forced to use the energy shield, a life-saving skill that can only be used 3 times a day. Bang, dong, dong, dong dong dong. Vegeta was caught off guard by the kick. His tried and tested move, except on Frieza, was blocked by this pretty boy. After crashing into several mountains, Vegeta finally neutralized the impact of No 17's kick, and Vegeta roared in anger. A hole, I am the Prince of Saiyan. If you dare to think about my woman, I will make you unable to be a man. Frieza seemed to hear the background music that only appears during battles in Dragon Ball. Thump, 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 thump. thump, 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 thump. Hey, Chi-Chi, Goku has stabilized, right? Oh, I see. A drop of sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. This was actually Bulma's cell phone ringtone. The curved plow met the musical score. Outrageous. Advertisement bang, 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 dwang. Vegeta was headbutted by number 17, and the two of them moved in perfect sync, squatting on the ground with their hands covering their heads. In the end, Vegeta was able to withstand greater pressure. He clenched his fists at his waist, bent his knees slightly, opened his bloody mouth, and began to howl madly. Ah, dong, Gu, dong, Gu. Vegeta used the Super Saiyan muscle version again, and the muscles all over his body became extremely huge and hard, making Bulma drool. If Vegeta didn't have the bag on his head, he would definitely be more powerful. Now, it just adds a touch of joy. Puff, Frieza couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know why his sense of humor was getting lower and lower, but the image of Vegeta really made him want to laugh. In muscular form, Vegeta's combat power instantly soared to 1.2 billion, which is truly terrifying. Whoosh, Vegeta knew that his speed was not good in this state, so he decisively used the teleportation. He kicked number 17 in the crotch with the determination to smash his balls. Number 17 didn't react at all, his head was still dizzy. He and number 18 both have eternal energy. They won't feel weak as the fighting time increases, but they will still feel pain. Look, number 17 didn't take any effective defensive measures against Vegeta, who suddenly appeared. Was it enough to just clamp his legs together subconsciously? If you are facing someone with similar fighting ability, this trick is indeed useful. But now he was facing the enraged and muscular Vegeta, and this subconscious defense seemed so pale and powerless. Number 18 had already covered her eyes. She could already imagine the eggs breaking. At that moment, what she thought about was not saving number 17, but that he would never be able to complete the mission in his lifetime. On Vegeta's side, only Frieza has the ability to prevent this from happening. But why would he stop it? He traveled through time and space and lost his physical characteristics, which made Frieza wish that everyone was like him. Therefore, not only did he not stop Vegeta's actions, but he also learned a lot from it. In the future, whenever he sees someone he dislikes, he will kick him. Look, the angle, strength and speed of Vegeta's kick are all impeccable, steady, accurate and ruthless. Frieza is watching it with so much relish and it's a feast for the eyes. Boom, The sound is wrong. Shouldn't it be the sound of eggs breaking? Did number 17 get kicked to pieces? Does it have to be so violent? The wind blows? The smoke cleared, Vegeta was stepped into the ground by a big foot, and his whole body was twitching continuously, as if he was going to die at any moment. His head was buried in the soil, so he couldn't breathe oxygen. Bear, advertisement. A golden wave of energy surged into the sky, and his hair stood on end with rage for his father. Bear, a purple wave of air rose into the sky. Frieza is angry. He was enjoying the show, but the big guy number 16 came out to mess things up. Wasn't he trying to make things difficult for him? Whoosh, whoosh, Dad and Frieza moved at the same time. Bang. Whoosh, ding. Dato was thrown away by Frieza's tail, and this time even Son Gohan didn't have time to catch him. Krillin held his forehead with both hands and said with emotion, Conan, Trunks really only cares about food and not about beatings. How many times has he been beaten? Tien Shinhan blinked all three of his eyes, and actually stretched out a hand and began to count seriously. The first time was when Frieza flew me into the sky, the second time was when I was hit by the universe spaceship, and the third time. Bang, number 16 was kicked in the chin by Frieza and was kicked into the air. Then Frieza recalled Vegeta's actions just now. Whoosh, he moved in front of number 16 and kicked him out faster, more accurately and more fiercely than Vegeta. This kick was so graceful, so unique, and so shocking. Dwang, ouch, it hurts, ouch, it hurts, my feet, my feet, my feet, my feet are going to be broken, ouch, ouch, ouch. The Dragon Ball version of anxiety is for everyone. Lyrics. Little Golden Turtle, singer, Frieza. At this time, Tien Shinhan finally said the next sentence. Including the slap from Bulma, that should be 7 times, right? This Conan, Trunks is quite pitiful. Bulma is furious. He raised Shao Te with both hands and pointed his chili pepper at the two of them. Trunks, CM for me. Chapter 49. The comedy ends. The crotch kick is an ominous move. When Vegeta used this move, he was trampled into the dirt and was saved by Frieza. Frieza followed suit and used the same move, causing severe trauma to his leg bones. Not only was he traumatized, he also sang a song about it, creating the legendary song, Tension, in the Dragon Ball world. Everyone who used this move paid a heavy price for it, so what about those who almost suffered from or have already suffered from it? Number 17 was still squatting with his knees tightly together, with big beads of cold sweat running down his forehead, which was caused by fear. Number 16 was different. His body was particularly hard, but he still peed when kicked. No, that yellow liquid should be motor oil or something like that. With a combat power of 1.2 billion, he also felt the pain in his balls at this moment. Fortunately, he had no balls and his eggs would not break, so he was considered lucky. But he still paid a heavy price for it. If no one was willing to repair it, it would sooner or later become scrap metal because the oil had drained out. Save me, Miss Bulma, you are the goddess on this planet, a goddess who combines wisdom, kindness, beauty, nobility, elegance, grace, virtue. 2,000 words omitted here, in one body. Please help me plug this oil leak while I am about to step on your man. No, please help me plug this oil leak while I am about to step on your man. No, please help me plug this oil leak while I am about to step on you as a product of technology. Miss Bulma, please save him. At most, I won't chase you anymore. Anyway, I won't get old, and you're still young. When you think Vegeta is useless, just try me. Frieza stopped complaining about the pain in his feet, and Vegeta stopped gulping for fresh air. They were all shocked by the shamelessness of the two androids. However, do you think this is the end? No, there are even more shameless ones. That's right. Miss Bulma can just flirt with my brother, and I can also flirt with Son Goku. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, is Son Goku's family short of money? How about I rob a bank on the 17th to buy Son Goku a night? Poof. 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 Piccolo and Son Gohan didn't quite understand, but Tien Shinhan and Krillin, Vegeta and Bulma, even Frieza could understand it. Date. If the androids of the future also have this kind of mission, there won't be so much to do. Ding! A spot of light appeared from behind the crowd, very fast and emitting golden light. Could it be that gold fell from the sky for number 18? Piccolo had good eyesight and could tell who the golden light was from a distance. He was immediately surprised and said, "Hey, isn't it Trunks? He didn't hit anything this time? Did he go around the earth and come back?" Shoute. Oh, hug. Bulma's face turned dark, and she was about to let Piccolo taste the power of a young chicken again. Piccolo quickly flew away. He was still feeling uncomfortable after being peed on in the face. He is a demon, and what he fears most is boy's urine. Who doesn't know that boy's urine can drive away evil spirits? The boy's urine just now directly caused him to lose 100 points of combat power. Advertisement, it'll take him quite a few punches to get it back. Stop it. Tai Su is also a rather magical being. Even after being knocked unconscious by Frieza, he still maintained the form of a Super Saiyan. It was not until he was clamped under the armpit by Piccolo and smelled a pungent smell that was unbearable that he slowly woke up. Hurry, let me go, woo, please let me go. Date almost collapsed. The moment he landed, he vomited violently. Piccolo rubbed his nose and explained to everyone, it's okay, he just felt dizzy, he will be fine after vomiting. Everyone fell to the ground. Not far away, behind a stone, a pair of extremely evil eyes looked at everyone, and then drilled into the ground again. Frieza glanced over there, but saw nothing. Just now, he noticed that he was being stared at, but when he looked over, the feeling disappeared again. Moreover, the combat power of the thing before was only 8 points, which was only slightly stronger than a weakling. Maybe it's some kind of wild beast, never mind. Looking at number 16, number 17, and number 18, these three people are neither the evil ones in the future, nor the ones who only kill Son Goku in the original work. Their missions are a bit weird, but generally speaking, they will not actively hurt people. This leaves the Dragon Ball fighters with no reason to fight and kill, and Frieza will not be so idle as to fight the only person with a high combat power of 1.2 billion in the field. The hit is on his body, and the pain is on your own body. Kill 10,000 enemies and lose 8,000 of your own. Frieza won't do this. After eating a senzu bean, the injury on his foot healed instantly, and Frieza left by instant transmission without even looking back. He felt that it would be more comfortable to chat with Supreme Kai Shin, play some Go, and teach Kid a lesson. Another thing is that he wants to try the Supreme Kai Sword. In the original work, Son Gohan drew out the Supreme Kai Sword when his strength declined, which was about 1.7 billion. Now his combat power is more than 1.5 billion, so there is no reason why he cannot draw it out. Frieza was gone, but the scene still needed a result. Bulma was the first to speak. I can help you with the repairs on the 16th, and you can stay at my house on the 18th, but you'd better stay away from me on the 17th. When talking about number 17, Vegeta's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, so Bulma had to change her words temporarily. In fact, Bulma felt that these two were still children. She thought that if she could talk to them about reason and life, maybe she could get them to give up their mission. Krillin suddenly said, Bulma, can we ask Shenron to help them recover their human bodies, or at least remove the devices that control them in their bodies? Son Gohan's eyes lit up. He was also a top student and his brain worked quickly. Yeah, Aunt Bulma, didn't you collect the Dragon Balls a long time ago? You can also make a wish so that they have completed their missions. Hey, come on, that's a good idea. For the sake of peace on Earth, for the sake of family harmony, to reduce the number of good young men pursuing married women, and to save a girl who tried every means to give Son Goku his first blood, Bulma decided. No longer paying attention to Vegeta's gaze, she waved her hand and said, come back to Shido with me. I'll ask Shenron to help you solve these problems. Advertisement Vegeta was very unhappy. He felt humiliated when he thought about how he was stepped into the ground by a robot just now. Now that Bulma was in charge of him, he was even more angry. With a cold snort, Vegeta looked at number 16 with an aggressive look, then disappeared in a flash. Number 18 didn't care what Vegeta thought. She readily agreed with Bulma's opinion and even kissed the bald Krillin who first proposed this plan. In an instant, Krillin's face turned red. Subconsciously, I put my hands together and silently said, am I? Or something like that, but suddenly I was startled. Krillin immediately hit his right hand with his left hand. When Tien Shinhan saw this scene, he retreated instantly, several hundred meters away from Krillin. A tragic scene happened. Because the left hand was going to hit the right hand instinctively dodged, and then a pop sound was heard. The sound is exceptionally clear and loud. Klin also feels that it is very elastic. When I looked closely, she looked so familiar. When I looked up, she was such a beautiful lady. Bang! An even louder sound was heard, and Krillin was whipped by number 18 and flew directly into Tien Shinhan's arms. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes were wide open, and bloodshot was coming out. Why did I try so hard to hide away, but in the end I still couldn't escape? Yamcha, where are you? This should be your job. Whoosh, ding, Uncle Krillin. Uncle Tien Shinhan, I'm here to save you. Son Gohan was so innocent that he rushed out first. He didn't want these two to fly around the earth. Piccolo held his forehead and flew away. Big Tay looked at Little Tay, with his big eyes staring at his small eyes. Hi, oh, hug. Chapter 50 New Crisis, who is the savior of the earth? Da Tay felt complicated when he looked at Xiao Tay who was asking for a hug. It feels strange to hug myself. Is Dad okay? Dad lost his father when he was still a baby and had no idea what kind of person his father was. Everything was told to him by his future mother, Bulma. He only knew that Vegeta was very proud and extremely strong-willed. Although, Vegeta was not defeated by the delicate girl number 18 as in the original story, he even almost crippled number 17 after his outburst. However, Vegeta was crushed by a robot. Although it was a sneak attack, he was still defeated. When Vegeta left just now, everyone could see the resentment and anger in his eyes. As a man, Dato also felt the unwillingness hidden deep in Vegeta's heart. The object of resentment is Frieza. Date didn't understand why this space and time had become so chaotic. He absolutely didn't believe that it was caused by his arrival. When he first came, Frieza was already on Earth, and his fighting power was terrifying. Don't overthink it, Trunks. Your father is a very proud man, but he's also a very strong man. Nothing can break him. Believe me, Vegeta will recover soon. As Vegeta's wife, Bulma didn't hold a wedding banquet or get a marriage certificate, but this didn't affect her understanding of Vegeta. Arrogant. That was in the past. Now Vegeta is not lonely, but proud. His identity as a prince makes him proud in a way that ordinary people cannot understand. He will use his actions to prove that he is the strongest. Mom, can I go see Dad? Bulma shook her head at Dad and spoke earnestly. Trust Mom, don't go. Let him calm down alone. Let's go home first. You're too dirty. No girl would like you like this. Date's face turned red instantly. Both the young mother and the future mother were so out of touch. So, Big Tay rode Little Tay on his neck, supporting him with one hand, and holding his young mother with the other hand, followed by the 3 androids as they flew towards Zaidu's home. From time to time, Date would look back at the 3 androids. He still couldn't accept why the androids in this time and space were so different from the androids in the future. It's outrageous. When they got home, to everyone's surprise, Vegeta was already standing in the yard. If you do anything bad, I will destroy you without mercy, including you big guy. Frieza can defeat you, so can I. Advertisement. After saying that, Vegeta walked directly into the gravity room without waiting for anyone's response. He did not stand on the top of the mountain and meditate alone like in the original book. After all, the blow he suffered this time was not so unacceptable. See, there's no Trunks. Your dad is still a very attentive person. Dad, you care about us so much. Date was also deeply touched, and he finally believed what his future mother said. Your father cares about us very much. Turns out, it's true. Trunks. Get to the gravity room. Have you been playing in the mud these past few years? Vegeta's angry shout was heard from the gravity room. Go ahead. If you want to deal with future androids, you can only rely on yourself. Let your father train you well. How can my son, Bulma, be inferior to that Uncle Gohan? Big nodded vigorously, pulled the little one who refused to come down from his neck down, and placed him in Bulma's arms. Yes. Then, Dad rushed to the gravity room. Before closing the door, Dad looked at the 3 androids again. After seeing that they really didn't have any ferocious expressions, he closed the door of the gravity room. Everyone, come with me. Xiaoqiang, take number 16 to the laboratory first and examine his body structure. Bulma beckoned the android into her home, giving instructions to a household robot. Number 16 followed the household robot, but he kept covering his crotch with his hand, and the oil was leaking out. Led by Bulma, number 17 and number 18 went to the bathroom to wash their bodies first. Anyway, Bulma's bathroom was big enough and there was enough space for men and women together, and there were also partitions. Hey, there are some clothes there, you can pick them out, you're welcome. As the richest person in the world, Bulma has endless use of these things, and they are all high-end clothes. Number 17 and number 18 thanked him and then went into the bathroom. Bulma came to a safe, entered the password to open it, and saw the flashing Dragon Balls. All 7 were there. The 7 Dragon Balls have almost become the private collection of Bulma's family. God can only watch and he dares not go to Bulma's house to cause trouble. That is not to maintain fairness, that is like an old man eating arsenic and complaining about his long life. Inside the gravity room, Trunks had a hard time facing 300 times the gravity, mainly because he had not yet adapted to it. You are not allowed to transform into a Super Saiyan. You must be able to move freely here in your normal state, and then be as fast as the wind. Advertisement, your basics really disappoint me. It's a miracle that you can transform. I'm sorry. Date lowered his head, he had no intention of resisting his father Vegeta's teachings. Lift your head up. I, Vegeta's son, must have the pride of Saiyan. Your father is a prince, and you are also a prince. The pride of a Saiyan prince will not allow you to bow your head. Yes. In Baozi Mountain, Son Goku was no longer in pain. When Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Krillin came, Son Goku started snoring. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Son Goku was okay, they believed that the Earth was safe. Now that the androids have been proven to be harmless, what could be more important than Son Goku's illness? It's true, at this time, the god of the Temple of Heaven was frowning. Just now, the people in a small town were attacked by a monster and all disappeared, leaving only clothes on the ground. The god of heaven had just discovered this scene. The other party's growth rate was very alarming, and the aura on his body was extremely evil, which made the god's old face covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat. Bobo accompanied the old god, his eyes were always so calm, as if nothing could cause him too much emotional fluctuation. Bobo, I have a feeling that the Earth is about to face a great disaster. This feeling is so strong that I might even leave this time. Bobo's expression finally changed, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. God, you'll be fine. On Earth we have Son Goku, Vegeta, and now we have Piccolo, who is now much stronger than before. They will protect the Earth. The god once again looked towards another place, where people were disappearing one by one at a speed that was simply jaw-dropping. I hope so, but I have a strong feeling that this time, not to mention Piccolo, even Son Goku and Vegeta may not be able to defeat this evil. Maybe, Frieza can, but he's not on Earth now, who knows if he can get back in time. Bobo's eyes stretched and contracted. This was the first time his eyes had such a big fluctuation. Yes. There is kindness in Frieza's heart. He is not as bad as King Kai said. Frieza is both good and evil, but he has his own bottom line. Moreover, I can feel that he is really protecting the Earth. He has already reinforced the geographical nature of the battle area. Frieza can save the Earth. The god looked at Bobo strangely. This was the first time Bobo said so much. I hope so, Frieza. Where the hell is he now? Chapter 51 to 360 Times of Pain. Where is Frieza? He was in the Supreme Kai world, drinking tea made by Kid, and fighting Supreme Kai Shin. The chessboard is almost full of chess pieces, but the winner is still unknown. Frieza's face was ferocious, and Supreme Kai's eyes were wandering. Kid stood far away and wiped the cold sweat from his face. Kid is really worried that if Frieza still can't win, he will take it out on him again. He was really fed up with it. He would be beaten half to death every time. The pain was real. Oh, Kid, come here for a moment. I promise not to hit you this time. Kid's eyes lit up. Could it be that Supreme Kai Shin finally sympathized with him as a servant and deliberately lost to Frieza? Kid came over happily, congratulating him. Congratulations to Frieza for finally winning a game after the 361th set. Bang. Call out. Boom. Oh, ha ha ha. Even though I won, why did you have to tell me which round it was? I really wasn't going to beat you up this time. Shin. Kid? Oh, he has fainted. Shin. I heard there is a Supreme Kai sword in the Holy Land that no Supreme Kai of all generations could pull out? Chirp, chirp. Kid's ears moved. Boom. I don't know if it's because Kid got beaten too many times and his resistance increased, or because he got so excited when he heard Frieza mention the Supreme Kai sword, but he actually resurrected immediately. Frieza. Watch out for the Supreme Kai sword, you can't hit it, it's the most precious treasure in the Supreme Kai world. Pa, the world is quiet again. Moving back to Supreme Kai Shin, Frieza looked down at her with a much higher advantage than Shin. This is called using power to suppress others. Supreme Kai Shin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead unnaturally. By the way, Shin didn't know why, but he was a little grateful to Frieza for saving his face. Every time he lost to him, Frieza only beat Kid and never used force against him. The Supreme Kai sword does exist, but it's stuck in the hardest boulder in the Supreme Kai world. It's going to be very difficult to pull it out. As you said, no Supreme Kai of all generations has ever pulled it out. I heard that the Supreme Kai who can pull it out will become the most powerful being in the universe. Shin spoke very seriously, even exaggerating and telling a lie for the first time, but he also wanted to persuade Frieza to give up his covetousness for the Supreme Kai sword. Could Frieza be fooled by him? Joke. Stop talking nonsense and take me there. I don't believe that I can't even touch a woman, and I can't pull out a piece of scrap copper and iron. Shin was furious. Frieza actually said that the Supreme Kai sword was a piece of junk and compared it to a woman. Advertisement. This is intolerable. I glanced at Kid. He probably wouldn't wake up right away this time. Frieza. I want to challenge you to a duel. A cruel smile appeared on Frieza's lips, and his already small eyes narrowed to look even more ferocious. That expression frightened Shin so much that he took 3 steps back. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Shin calmed down. He had long recognized the gap between the two of them. In short, he could not manipulate Kid at will. Frieza. Give me both my hands and my feet. Frieza was stunned. This Shin is simply shameless. I'll grant you your wish, but if you lose you have to take me to the Supreme Kai sword. If the Supreme Kai world wasn't so huge, and it wasn't too troublesome for Frieza to find a Supreme Kai sword with only the hilt exposed on such a large and empty planet, Frieza would never have let Shin take him there. Brush. There was no point in moving. Frieza shot out like a cannonball, with a combat power of up to 1.6 billion, and rushed towards Shin. That's right, it's 1.6 billion. After he kicked number 16 and played Go for 2 days, his fighting power increased by 100 million. Shin was facing a formidable enemy. Frieza's speed was so fast that he couldn't even catch sight of the opponent. It's so painful. Supreme Kai has eggs, and he knows what it feels like. Even if he didn't, Frieza could let him know that number 16 didn't have any balls either, but he felt the pain of having his balls hurt. Pa, Frieza's third leg attacked, and the long tail hit Shin hard. Even though Shin had made complete defensive preparations, the difference in combat power was too great, a full 800 million, which was exactly doubled. As expected, Shin was blown away, and he became unconscious in midair. Frieza finally got the chance to beat Shin in broad daylight. How could he let him faint so easily? 361 games of chess, and he won the last one. With a flick of his finger, a ray of green recovery energy was given to Shin, and Shin recovered instantly. Am I okay? It turns out that this is all Frieza is capable of? Frieza, die. It turns out you are all show and no substance. Bang. Shin fell into a state of confusion again. Another ray of green restorative energy. Oh ha ha ha, Frieza, come on again. Pa, after 36 times, Frieza was panting, beating people and saving people at the same time. This is really not a human thing to do. Shin has come to his senses by now. He is saved every time by Frieza's beating. This guy is just playing with him. How outrageous. Frieza, 360 times. How many times have you done this? Why are you so weak? Advertisement. Frieza's eyes turned fierce, rough. A senzu bean appeared out of thin air, and Frieza took a few bites of it and swallowed it. He was originally weak, but instantly revived with full health. Today, if I don't beat you to the point where you doubt your life, I won't be named Fu. Pa, come again, Pa, come again, Pa 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 Pa. Come again. After 300 times, Frieza has eaten 8 senzu beans. The light in Shin's eyes had lost its luster, and he, who had been yelling mechanically to come again, finally gave in. No, don't come, bang, including the last time. There are 59 more times. I told you not to talk too much, I told you not to let me use my hands and feet, and I told you not to give a gender when you created the Frozen Clan. Boom boom boom. Shin. Sometimes I don't even know where the Frozen Clan is. I don't take the blame for this. In the Supreme Kai world, today has ushered in the darkest day in history, and endless wailing resounds throughout the Supreme Kai world. Kid had been awakened by the fright a long time ago, but he didn't dare to move, let alone speak. He was not only afraid of Frieza, but also afraid that Supreme Kai would be embarrassed because of him. The 360th time, Shin, you have completed your mission. Bang, bwang, a crater with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared in the hard world, and Supreme Kai Shin really fainted this time in the center. Frieza was also tired, mainly because of the fatigue from swinging his tail. Even though Frieza was physically strong, he was gasping for breath and rubbing his tail constantly. After swallowing the 10th senzu bean, Frieza felt less tired, but he still looked a little listless mentally. As he stretched out his hand, a fruit of the spirit tree appeared in his hand. This thing has a repairing effect on spiritual damage that cannot be replaced by anything else. As for using it to improve combat effectiveness, that is the most wasteful way of using it. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Frieza felt like he had been reborn. Although such fighting is very tiring and purely one-sided beating of others is even more boring, the long-term exercise is also a good training for him. 1.8 billion combat power. There is no systematic training at all, it's simply venting anger by beating people, but this can also increase combat effectiveness by 200 million. Piccolo might faint in the toilet from crying. Vegeta has fainted from crying in the gravity room. For the past 2 days, he has received hellish special training from Vegeta, and his final combat power after the transformation is only 400 million. However, the suffering and fatigue that Dad endured were much greater than Frieza. Daddy, can you please let me take a shit? If you keep beating me like this, I'm going to shit. Roll. After finally patching up the hole number 16 temporarily, Bulma began to prepare to summon Shenron, but was startled by the movement in the gravity room. Chapter 52. A bunch of indecent things. Come out, Shenron. Bulma ignored the father and son. She just handed little Tay to number 18 to hold, because she found that little Tay liked to touch number 18 very much. Where to touch? Of course it's the smooth and silky golden hair. It's getting dark. Tay rushed out of the gravity room. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and he let out a loud roar. Get out of the way, I can't hold it anymore. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a series of fart sounds. Mortal, why did you summon me in such a smelly environment? Look, Shenron has read it all. Bulma looked very embarrassed, but luckily she was thick-skinned and immediately put Shenron's teasing behind her. You are Shenron. Those farts were from the guy who just disappeared. They have nothing to do with us. Number 18 held Xiao Tay and looked at Shenron with curiosity. It seemed that the dragon meat tasted good. Ahem. Lazuli, get rid of your stupid idea. Shenron is here to help us remove the device from our bodies. Eat it and wait for next time. Number 17 crossed his arms and immediately thought of what his sister was thinking, so he immediately spoke up to stop her. Shenron. It seems that the summoners of this year are not very serious. Tell me your wishes, I can make any wish come true for you. Number 16 suddenly looked up and said before Bulma could, my wish is for 3 more wishes. Number 17 was stunned. Number 18 was stunned. Xiao Tay. Oh, oh, so soft. Bulma fell to the ground. A drop of sweat was clearly visible on Shenron's forehead. I can't fulfill this wish, number 17 immediately interjected. Then let Lazuli and I become normal people again. Shenron. I can't do it, can you please promise me something that I can do? Ah, am I? You guys almost broke my heart, can we start over again? Everyone fell down. Bulma finally stood up and said very apologetically. Sorry Shenron, don't pay attention to these 3 country bumpkins who have never seen the world. I'll make this wish. Shenron. Why don't you tell me, my time is very precious. Bulma didn't care about Shenron's tone anymore, she cleared her throat and shouted. Shenron. Please remove the devices in these 3 androids that will self-destruct if they don't do their job. Finally, the faces of the 3 androids became extremely solemn. This was the best solution they could think of. Advertisement. I'm just afraid that this useless Shenron will say that this wish can't be fulfilled. This wish is very simple. Shenron's eyes flashed red. Okay, the wish has been fulfilled. Bye, Bulma immediately yelled. Hurry, number 17. Leave all the Dragon Balls to me. Whoosh, number 17 immediately disappeared from the spot and came to Shenron's big head. Why don't you disappear? Number 17 looked at the huge dragon eye and was puzzled. Shenron. Idiographic period. Forget it, I can't afford to offend you, Shenron disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls he shot into the distance were quickly caught by number 17. Here, it's turned into 7 stones. I didn't change anything, I don't know if it was Shenron's doing. Bulma waterfall sweat, it's okay, it will be back in a year. How do you feel? Bulma was still concerned about this issue. She did feel that number 17 and number 18 were quite pitiful. As for number 16, she was just a pure robot and was not within her sympathy range. Number 17 touched his lower abdomen and nodded. It's good, I feel very motivated when I see you. Boom, the gravity room exploded. Vegeta is furious, and Super Saiyan muscle mode has been activated. Stop, I was just joking. I'm fine now. The self-destruct device is gone. I can't be better. Con number 17 has a deep psychological trauma from that kick. But rubbish, the bomb in my body is gone, and the mission is gone, but I still want to go and fool around with Son Goku, don't you? Number 17 was furious. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Also, my name is not Rubbish, remember this, I am your brother, my name is Lapis. Whether you are Rubbish or Lapis, if you dare to tease my woman, you are ruined. Bang. Number 17, with a combat power of 900 million, had no power to resist Vegeta, who had a combat power of more than 1.2 billion. He was beaten away and disappeared from sight in an instant. Vegeta wanted to move away and kick again, but number 17 had already disappeared. I first looked at number 18, who was holding his little Tay, so forget it. Turning to look at the big robot number 16, I saw a large piece of steel covering his legs and instantly remembered Frieza's song, Uneasy. Suddenly, Vegeta lost the desire to fight. Tell Breisfeld to build me another gravity chamber. Trunks needs more intense training. After saying that, Vegeta put his hands on his hips and walked straight to the bathroom without even looking at anyone else. Everyone, don't be so formal, Vegeta is just like that, he doesn't have any bad intentions, he. The missing number 17 hasn't come back yet, so Bulma has no confidence at all when she says this. Number 16, that thing down there is too ugly, you should get it fixed at Bulma's house. Advertisement, as for me, I'm going to Bowsy Mountain to see Son Goku. If there's a chance, I'll have S*X with him. If there's no chance, I'll find a way to have S*X with him. After number 17 disappeared, number 18 also left. Bulma was so scared when she heard what number 18 said before he left. What kind of wish is this? Why are they all so weird? Boom. A handsome guy rushed out from the soil, his eyes full of resentment, searching around. When he found that Kid had not woken up yet, Supreme Kai Shin breathed a sigh of relief. After a gorgeous snap of his fingers, Shin returned to his most perfect image. Oh ho ho. You finally woke up. Can you take me to find the Supreme Kai sword now? You need to save Kid. He can use instant transmission to take us there. Supreme Kai Shin finally understood what it meant to be a wise man who knows the times, but the process of understanding it was a bit miserable. Frieza had no intention of saving Kid. He just stood there and said lightly, if you continue to sleep, you will never wake up. Chirp. Chirp. Kid's ears instantly perked up, and the next second he appeared behind Shin cleanly. Supreme Kai-sama, I definitely just woke up. Supreme Kai Zion's mouth twitched and tears appeared in his eyes. Thinking about my fame as Supreme Kai, how could I forget that Frieza still has a tail to use? Stop talking nonsense and take us to find the Supreme Kai sword. You two have wasted a lot of my time. Kid was so frightened by Frieza's narrowed eyes that he almost urinated. He quickly grabbed Shin's shoulders and disappeared in a flash. Frieza was furious. You forgot about me. Whoosh. Frieza was furious and used instant transmission to arrive at Kid's location. He looked around but could not see Kid and Shin. Kid and Shin returned to where Frieza was, but they didn't see Frieza either. Then, Frieza refused to accept the defeat and said, I don't believe I can't catch you. Swish, 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 swish. When Frieza and Kid were exhausted like dead dogs, Frieza finally showed his skill and kicked Kid and Shin directly onto a mountain. Boom. How dare you play tricks on me? Can't you just stand there and don't move? Kid felt so wronged. He didn't dare stop. If he stopped and didn't look for Frieza, he would definitely be beaten so badly that he couldn't take care of himself. Besides, why can't you just stand there and wait for me, Frieza? He is innocent. Chapter 53. Do you want to insert it or not? On top of an inconspicuous mountain pillar, a hilt of a sword was exposed. Around the hilt, there were 3 people standing. They were none other than Frieza and Supreme Kai, the master and servant. Supreme Kai is still that elegant young man, but Kid is a bit miserable, as he has a big bump on his head. A doctor cannot heal himself. Kid can heal anyone, but like Frieza, he cannot heal himself. But he doesn't have the courage to let Frieza heal him. It's very frustrating. Is this the Supreme Kai sword? It does look similar to the original, except that you only show the head and don't even give me a place to start. It's not completely impossible, at least you can pinch it with 2 fingers. Ah, da. Frieza suddenly let out a strange cry, scaring Kid so much that he immediately rolled off the stone pillar, and Shin immediately flew into the sky. Ever since they met Frieza, the 2 of them have become frightened birds. They have really been traumatized by Frieza. Boom. The earth was shaking and the stone pillars were trembling. Frieza punched the area around the hilt. He had to find a place to strike, right? However, when Frieza punched with all his strength, only a shallow fist mark appeared around the hilt, and there was no damage as Frieza hoped. It seems that this stone pillar is extremely hard. When Frieza read the original novel, he was curious. Since he couldn't pull out the Supreme Kai sword, wouldn't it be enough to just blow up the place? Frieza doesn't know whether the characters in the original novel thought of this or not. What he knows now is that this method won't work. It's useless. This place has been strengthened by some kind of seal. Unless the Supreme Kai sword is pulled out, it is impossible to cause any damage to the stone pillar. Seeing that Frieza simply wanted to get the Supreme Kai sword and had no intention of using force on him, Shin relaxed and dared to speak up to remind him. Then tell me how to pull it out. Do you use 2 fingers to pinch it out? Shin didn't know what to say. Should he tell Frieza that this happened suddenly some time ago? I'm afraid Frieza will beat him up again and he won't be able to take care of himself. Go away, I'll try the energy blade. Energy blade is the same method used to kill King Cold. The ones who enjoyed using this method the most were Black Goku and Zamasu, who even created a sickle image. Buzz. Frieza controlled the energy in his body, a purple energy blade appeared from his fingers, and then he started to cut the stone pillar randomly. It has to be said that the seal that Beerus had Whis cast was indeed powerful. Frieza had to work very hard to finally dig out a small hole that was just big enough for his hands to hold the hilt of the sword. Kid, come and recover for me. Kid doesn't dare to let Frieza treat him, will Frieza be afraid? Joke. As expected, Kid ran back happily and restored Frieza's strength. Phew. Go away, I'm about to start. With his feet firmly on the ground, he bent down, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then Frieza roared. Ah, no reaction at all. Quack, quack, quack. Advertisement. I don't know why there are crows in the Supreme Kai world, and Frieza almost broke down in anger. I just don't believe it. If Nobita fans can do it, I can't do it. Frieza began the grand project of frantically drawing his sword. Shin and Kid stood in the distance and watched, shouting to cheer for Frieza. Come on. Pull out the carrots. Pull out the carrots. Hey hey hey, pull out the carrots. Oh no, I can't pull them out. Come on, Frieza, pull out the carrots. Frieza was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ah, get out of here. Whoosh. Frieza suddenly pulled out most of the Supreme Kai sword. Shin and Kid shut up on the spot, staring with their mouths wide open in disbelief, their faces full of doubt about life. No, I don't want to come out. It's not time yet. At this moment, an old voice came out from the sword, which shocked the 3 people. Shin and Kid didn't know whose voice it was, but Frieza knew. Isn't this the old Supreme Kai who merged with the witch, how many generations ago? Stop talking to me. If you don't want to come out today, you have to come out now. Frieza keeps on pushing, but the sword was trying desperately to dig into the soil. I won't come out. Come out here. Frieza powers up again. I won't come out. Damn, I have such a bad temper, you have to come out today. Bear. The third move of star transformation, Triple Wave, was used by Frieza. In an instant, Frieza's momentum tripled, from 1.8 billion to 5.4 billion. Come out. Ah, whoosh. The sword was drawn out, but it slipped out of his hand. The Supreme Kai sword was thrown away by Frieza, aiming directly at Supreme Kai Shin. Shin's face turned green with fear, and he shouted, Kid, Kid. Kid. He heard it, but he pretended not to hear it. This was asking him to die. He is not stupid. Poof. The Supreme Kai sword directly pierced through Shin's shoulder, and then shot Shin away at a high speed. My hands are numb. Oh, ho. If you fight me, you think I'm a sick cat because I'm a tiger and I don't show my power. Kid, where's the sword? Advertisement. Frieza asked unhappily after glancing around and finding that only Kid was left. Kid swallowed his saliva. He felt that Frieza at this moment was more like a god than Supreme Kai. The 7-colored air waves and the dazzling starlight almost blinded Kid's titanium dog eyes. Especially that terrifying aura. How terrifying is this combat power? Whoosh. Ah, Frieza, stop this sword. Frieza took a look and thought, wow, Saiyan is quite good at playing. He was pierced by the Supreme Kai sword and flew around the Supreme Kai world. Drink. Frieza puts his hands on Shin's back. Shin spat out a mouthful of blood, as he was seriously injured by the attack of Supreme Kai sword and Frieza. Don't be afraid, I'll draw my sword right now, Frieza said, reaching out to grab the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword and exerting force. Don't pull it out. Unfortunately, Frieza had already pulled out the sword. Frieza looked at Shin in confusion and asked, you like the feeling of being penetrated? You're such a weird person. Then I'll penetrate you again. Don't want. Puff. A trickle of blood spurted out from Shin's shoulder again. Shin's face instantly turned paler than before, and his eyeballs bulged out. I told you that no one likes to be stabbed by a sword. Forget it, I'll pull it out for you. Don't. Ah. Frieza held up the Supreme Kai sword and asked Shin, did you come here to get it or not? You were really hard to please. Shin stopped talking. At this moment, he was breathing in more than out. Well, kid, can you please be kind and save him? How do you manage to be a servant? Kid really ed Frieza 100 times, 100 times. Supreme Kai, hold on, I'm here to save you. Just then, the Supreme Kai sword Frieza was holding made a sound once again. Let me go quickly. Let me go quickly, the time for my seal has not yet come. Not yet. Frieza is so obedient. After all, there is an old Supreme Kai sealed in this sword, and he is counting on the old Supreme Kai to develop it for him. Oh wow, then I'll let go. Puff. The Supreme Kai sword was inserted into Supreme Kai Shin's body again. Because of the angle, this time it was inserted straight into Shin's lower abdomen. Frieza, I'll fight you. Shin couldn't take it anymore and was about to lose his temper. No, don't insert it here, insert it where you were before. The old Supreme Kai's voice came out of the sword again. Frieza smiled wickedly and grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand. Sean was shocked. Chapter 54 The person who pulled me out should be the handsome guy with blonde hair. Poof. Phew. Please, don't plug and pull again. Sean really cried, so loudly. Even Frieza couldn't bear to watch this scene and began to feel distressed. But the old Supreme Kai was still yelling about being in the wrong place, but no matter how Frieza looked at it, Shin's body was pierced everywhere except his head. Kid, save the people first. After that, we can discuss with this sword where to stab it. Kid was already too shocked to speak, he saw with his own eyes Frieza piercing Supreme Kai's body with a sword right in front of him. This is only Lord Supreme Kai, whose vitality is strong enough. If it were him, he would have been stabbed to death long ago. Without time to think, Kid placed his hand on Supreme Kai Shin's body. A burst of light flashed, and Shin's breath finally returned to normal. If it weren't for the countless holes on Shin's clothes, no one would believe that Shin's body was covered in blood holes a few seconds ago. But the old Supreme Kai inside the sword was still yelling that he was in the wrong place. Are you cured? I'm going to insert it. Swish. Saiyan quickly disappeared from the spot. He was really scared. This Frieza is totally disgraced. Frieza, you misunderstood. The Supreme Kai sword means that you should stick it back into the stone pillar. Boom. Frieza blasted out a star storm, blowing the stone pillar to pieces. Then Frieza raised his head as if nothing had happened, looked at the collapsed stone pillar, and asked. I pulled it out with great difficulty, and now I want to put it back. Do I have no dignity? Besides, the stone pillar has collapsed, how can I put it back? Saiyan didn't know what to say. You knew the feeling very well, but you still stabbed me dozens of times. Hey, Frieza, how much combat power do you have in this state? Can you defeat Majin Puo? Frieza ignored him, he wasn't going to touch that freak with unlimited stamina right now. No 16's fighting power has undergone a sudden change. Who knows what that immortal freak will become after he intervenes. To be on the safe side, it is better to be down to earth. Oh, ho. Old Supreme Kai, stop yelling like a chicken. The person who sealed you is already asleep. He won't care whether you live or die. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is that I break the sword, and then you come out. The old Supreme Kai yelled, two. I choose two. The second option is that you come out on your own. Old Supreme Kai, you be ********************************* You have no respect for the elderly or the young at all. If I could get out by myself, why would I stay in there? Advertisement. No, the time is wrong, the person is wrong, why should I come out? I won't come out. Frieza just didn't understand why the time was wrong and why the person was wrong. Tell me, when is the right time and the right person? The old Supreme Kai said with longing, the one who pulls me out should be a handsome guy with blonde hair, definitely not a hairless, sexless person like you. Bear, old man, do you know that you have violated my taboo? Frieza was seen holding the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade with the other, screaming madly, and the Supreme Kai sword in Frieza's hand was twisting irregularly. Shin. No, Kid. Supreme Kai sword. Click, dang. Shin and Kid are petrified. Frieza gasped and threw the broken Supreme Kai sword to the ground, then with a poo sound, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the broken sword. Old man, get out here. Bang. An old man suddenly appeared at the spot, with a big horse face, pointed fox ears, big bags under his eyes, a face full of wrinkles, a Japanese mustache, and only a small tuft of hair. This is the old Supreme Kai from before the 15th generation, who possesses a special magic that can develop people's potential. Old man, don't be so shameless. You still want the golden-haired man to let you out. Your request is not low. Do you want him to come on a colorful cloud? Ahem. Now that it's out, it's destined. The old Supreme Kai was very calm and not as excited as before, which made Frieza suspect that the old man was using him to play tricks on Shin. Stop talking nonsense. I know you can develop people's potential. I pulled you out, so now develop your potential for me. Wait, Frieza, you know who he is. Shin just couldn't understand how Frieza knew so much about the Supreme Kai sword. Without waiting for Frieza to answer, the old Supreme Kai started to lecture him. What kind of Supreme Kai are you? You know nothing. I am the Supreme Kai 15 generations before you. You are such a disappointment to me. The boss of Zion opened his mouth wide, looked at the old man in disbelief, and said tremblingly, 15 generations ago, Supreme Kai. Frieza is getting impatient. He has been making trouble with Supreme Kai for a long time. He doesn't want to go on like this, otherwise the readers will curse. Hurry up. My patience is limited. Old Supreme Kai was helpless, sighed and said, okay, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Frieza suddenly had a bad feeling. This old Supreme Kai was comparable to Master Roshi. It seems that you already understand, so don't let me say it out loud, okay? Old Supreme Kai's eyebrows were shaking, and his face was full of lewd smiles. Frieza knew what this LSP was thinking, but since he needed help, he could only take out what he had prepared long ago. After all, one cannot be too strong. It is not good to keep fighting and killing. Advertisement. Brush. A lot of magazines appeared, all of which were pictures of young ladies in cool clothes, which made Supreme Kai so happy. Shin and Kid vomited 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. Very good. Very good. Sit down. Sit down. I will start to develop you now. After putting away most of the magazines, old Supreme Kai only kept one magazine, flipping through the pages and wiping his saliva from time to time. Here, Frieza finally got what he wanted, and things were also very lively on Earth. Number 17 has been beaten by Vegeta no less than 10 times, which shows how determined No 17's attitude is. Bulma was almost moved by this persistence. Son Goku woke up, and when he opened his eyes he saw a beautiful woman with golden hair. However, Son Goku is Son Goku. Not only did he ignore the beautiful girl, he pushed her away and yelled, Chi-Chi. I'm hungry. Do you have any food? This made number 18 very frustrated. She ran to the mirror and looked at herself again and again. She felt that she was so beautiful. Chi-Chi has fallen asleep because of number 18, and Son Gohan and Piccolo were tricked by her to go to Bulma's house. Naturally, no one would answer Son Goku. Son Goku had been sleeping for 3 days and was very hungry, so he used instant transmission to go find Vegeta. Bulma's house had delicious food available 24 hours a day. Hey, hello, Conan. Dato was having dinner with Vegeta when he suddenly heard Conan's name. He choked and the noodles came out of his nose. Kakarot, this is my son, Trunks, not some Conan. Son Goku was shocked. No way, your food is injected with hormones. How come Trunks has grown so big? Puff. Vegeta blew a chicken drumstick out of his nose. Seeing that Vegeta and Trunks were busy coughing, Son Goku started to eat like crazy. Dato and Vegeta looked at Son Goku, and for the first time, they both had the same thought. Mr. Son Goku Kakarot must have done it on purpose. This is the city of Fak. All the people in the city have disappeared. This is the 13th city on Earth where people have disappeared. This is BCH City. All the people in the city disappeared overnight. Only clothes are left on the ground. In the Temple of Heaven, the old god's brows were getting more and more furrowed. The situation has developed to a very uncontrollable level. Piccolo, Piccolo, come to the Temple of Heaven. Piccolo, who was on his way to Bulma's house, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. He didn't know why the old man from the God of Heaven would look for him, but he knew that the old man from the God of Heaven would never look for him unless it was absolutely necessary. Gohan, you go to Bulma's house first. I'm going to go to the Temple of Heaven. Whoosh. Piccolo accelerated and flew towards the Temple of Heaven. He didn't have instant transmission, so he could only fly obediently. Fortunately, his fighting ability was not weak, and he soon arrived at the Temple of the Gods. Chapter 55. The person who steals the spotlight and Cell who seeks to be seen. Son Goku was full, Son Gohan was also full, Piccolo also came, the Dragon Ball warriors also came, and this time the warriors from Earth gathered in Bulma's home, in the restaurant. Piccolo brought a shocking news, that is, the real evil is not the so-called androids 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, but an unknown creature that is constantly evolving. Not only did the gods tell Piccolo about the seriousness of the situation, but the TV was also reporting on it. While Son Goku was having his meal, another group of people disappeared from the city. Wait. I know Android 19 and 20, but who are 16, 17, and 18? Everyone forgot that Son Goku didn't know what happened because of his heart disease. At this time, number 18 walked in from the door holding Chi-Chi, followed by number 17, but no 17's face was a little swollen, and his eyes were a little evasive when he looked at Vegeta. Chi-Chi. Mother. Son Goku saw Chi-Chi in no 18's hand, and then he remembered that when he woke up, the person holding Chi-Chi was putting his face close to him. Chi-Chi did the same thing at the beginning, especially what happened afterwards. He didn't like that feeling very much, it was more tiring than fighting. Number 18, what did you do to my mother? Son Gohan knows number 18, and he also knows that no 18's purpose is to break up their family. I thought Aunt Bulma had asked Shenron to make a wish, so there shouldn't be any problem. But who knew that my mother would fall into the hands of that bad woman? No. 18. Son Gohan wanted to get angry, but number 18 spoke first. Hey, hey, hey. Chi-Chi is fine, he just fell asleep. Listen to his breathing, isn't it even? Don't get excited, Gohan, your mother is fine. Can you tell me what happened first? Piccolo spoke eloquently and quickly recounted the whole story, but Son Goku's eyes became bright. Everyone knows that Son Goku is the type who gets very excited when he encounters a powerful enemy, and now everyone thinks that Son Goku is just excited. Who knew? Hey, can you make me less tired at night and cook for me? Everyone fell down together. Bulma stroked his forehead, thank goodness that he didn't compete with Chi-Chi for Son Goku. Vegeta hit Son Goku on the head with a chestnut. Stop playing tricks, is that a question of whether you are tired or not? Son Goku was puzzled. Aren't you tired? I'd rather fight. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore, and number 18 also reacted at this time. I don't know either. Krillin. Then why did you kiss me in the first place? Stop. Bulma got furious. She couldn't stand it anymore. The relationship had become a mess. Now, change the subject to the monster that caused the disappearance of humans. The roar of the lion is not exaggerated, Vegeta's woman is not fake, and this battle also has a bonus effect. A man who takes favors from others is grateful for what he has received. Now that a group of people are eating the big boss Bulma's food, Bulma's opinions must be taken seriously. Son Goku's expression also became serious. He tightened his belt and said, then we'll talk about whether we're tired or not later. Oh, I get it. Let's talk about the unknown creature first. Advertisement. Piccolo was the most qualified person to speak on this, so he took the non-existent microphone without hesitation. Cough, cough, cleared throat. According to the gods, this unknown creature has grown to a very terrifying level. Then what? Everyone was waiting for what was to come next. Ahem, it's gone. Dwang. Bulma's floor took a beating. Anyway, let's find that monster first and fight it. If we win, everything will be fine. If we lose, just don't die. Son Goku's advice is simple, crude and effective, but it is too dangerous. Vegeta had no objection, but his eyes turned to no. 17. You, stay with me. If you dare to leave my sight, I promise I won't miss you this time. Number 17 suddenly clamped his legs together and felt a chill there. He had no choice, he couldn't win because his muscle pattern was too abnormal. If the opponent hadn't slowed down when he kicked, number 17 would really have no way out. Can I stay with you? Number 18 looks so weak and fragile, and she wants to get close to Son Goku, but she doesn't want this to happen. It's all because of that damn Dr. Gallo. Son Gohan, who was holding his mother, immediately became furious. No. Son Goku asked curiously, why Gohan? Son Gohan. Idiographic period. I want to cry but I have no tears. Anyway, a large group of people went to look for the unknown creature that attacked humans, and only Bulma and number 16 who was still beautifying the iron block were left in the west. Oh, and Chi-Chi who took a lot of sleeping pills. Vegeta felt relieved, and now it was Son Gohan's turn to be alert. In a small island city, Cell had just devoured all the people on the island, and he felt that he had obtained enough energy. He no longer hid his breath, he wanted to vent, he wanted to roar angrily. The moment his breath was released, Son Goku and the others had already discovered him, so they all accelerated and rushed over here. Son Goku arrived first, instant transmission is fast. With him came number 18 and Son Gohan. There's no way, number 18 is like a sticky candy, sticking to Son Goku tightly and refusing to let go. Son Gohan stared at his father and number 18, fearing that something unspeakable might happen to them, although he didn't understand what would happen. He was helpless and could only hold Son Goku's other hand tightly. Vegeta and number 17 were also flying towards this side at a very fast speed. On the way, Vegeta finally couldn't help but speak. It was Son Goku who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, right? Why is your target Bulma and not Chi-Chi? Number 17 shrugged and replied helplessly, I can't do anything about it. The system said that Chi-Chi was not with Son Goku at that time. The woman who was best friends with Son Goku at that time was Bulma. Vegeta was furious, he felt like he had picked up a broken shoe. Wrong. Advertisement. Bulma has one blood. Damn Dr. Gallo. Dr. Gallo. Hey, I'm already dead. When all the Dragon Ball fighters arrived, Cell finally finished venting his anger and roaring. Son Goku was the first to ask, who are you and why do you have the aura of all of us? Vegeta spoke up second, his tone extremely arrogant. What are you asking? Beat him down first. Dodoria interrupted, why do you have King Frieza's aura? But not my aura. Piccolo glanced at Dodoria, who had almost no presence, and was surprised to find that the other party's aura had also become much stronger. You're too weak. You don't like it. Dodoria was so angry that he pointed at Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Krillin and shouted, they are worse than me. I am now a man with a combat power of 2 million. Yamcha took 100 crit points, Tien Shinhan took 100 crit points, and Krillin only took 50 crit points because he was a little more powerful. Be quiet, why is a lackey trying to steal the show? Date crossed his arms and looked down upon Dodoria. In the future world, he has no good feelings towards the trash who died at his father's hands in Namek. Cell was a little confused. Why did they start quarreling while talking? I should be the protagonist now. No, I have to get the camera back quickly, otherwise I won't be able to howl. Ahem. Shut up. You coughing old man, please stay aside for now. I, Son Gohan, will definitely beat up Dodoria on behalf of my 3 uncles today. Cell. Ideographic period. Who I am. Where am I? Aren't you here to find me? You guys are looking at me. Alas, I am in complete form now, don't you find the problem? I didn't devour number 17 and number 18 alas. Holy shit. I can't stand it anymore. Bang. Son Gohan did not transform, but he had already started to ravage Dodoria unilaterally. Cell was furious and yelled, don't hit him, hit me if you want to. Then, everyone looked at Cell, including Dodoria who had a bruised face. Everyone, come together and kill this greasy man with spots all over his body first. The group fight has officially begun. Chapter 56. Cell version of Tai Chi. In the Supreme Kai world, Frieza constantly reminds himself that he must be patient, because a little impatience will ruin a great plan. Looking at the old Supreme Kai with bubbles on his nose, Frieza hinted to himself that he was not sleeping, he really was not sleeping, he absolutely did not dare to sleep. Frieza is undergoing the most painful torture in history and can only constantly use psychological suggestion to comfort himself. On Earth, oh, a battle between many heroes and Lu Bu. No, a battle between heroes and Cell is going on. As soon as Cell appeared on the stage, his combat power soared to the perfect 1.5 billion, which Frieza didn't know, but in Frieza's absence, no one could withstand Cell's high combat power. Son Goku is very talented and has always been ahead of everyone in the original work. Unfortunately, with the arrival of Frieza, Son Goku is always suppressed by Vegeta. For example, now, his combat power is 650 million, Vegeta has 800 million even without muscle state, Piccolo has 450 million, Son Gohan has 450 million, Dato has 400 million, number 17 has 900 million, and number 18 has 800 million. I won't talk about others. It's embarrassing to waste my breath on those who don't make hundreds of millions. From this data, it can be seen that Son Goku has indeed suffered too much because of a heart attack. Apart from Piccolo, he can only beat 2 kids. This is not the key point. The key point is that he was rescued by number 18 twice, and number 18 vomited several liters of blood for this. Cell was indeed amazing. He was not panicked at all when facing a group of people beating him up. He punched the Nanshan nursing home and kicked the Beihai kindergarten. He was full of energy and looked like he was in charge of the whole world. Left hook, Dodoria disappeared. Right hook, Tien Shin and Yamcha Krillin hugged and left the field. With Lan Kai Wei, Son Gohan loses his ability to fight, and with Shan Wan, Dato loses his ability to move. With the hand raised, Piccolo lost consciousness, the white crane spread its wings, and Son Goku was defeated. With a knee-hugging step, number 18 fell to the ground and hugged Son Goku. After a body blow, number 17 left the stage with regret. Vegeta resists the push and transforms into muscular form. With a forward block and punch, the muscular version of Vegeta completely breaks through the defense. As if sealed, Vegeta's movement was also broken by Cell's super speed. At this point, the fight ended, and the winner was Cell. Looking at the Z fighters lying on the ground, Cell smiled and said calmly, I haven't even finished my Tai Chi training yet and you're all lying down. Dodoria is not a Z fighter, he has disappeared into the sky, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. Logically speaking, since Yamcha is not dead, Dodoria may not die. Who knows, this is the consequence of forcibly stealing the spotlight. Where's number 16? Why can't I see no? 16. As long as I absorb no. 16. I can become the strongest ultimate form in the universe, Steel Cell. Frieza is missing too. Is he too scared to come out? Forget it. I'm invincible now anyway. Killing you now would be too boring. Saiyan Cell set Cell on a romantic journey, and he made a historic decision. I've decided. 10 days. I'll give you 10 days to get stronger. In 10 days, I'll hold a game called the World's No. 1 martial arts tournament. Well, let's call it the Cell game. Advertisement. Cell left with a sneer, which also satisfied what Son Goku said at the time. If you can't win, try not to die. Go out in a hurry, and come home wailing. When Bulma saw the group of people, Little T almost lost his grip and fell to the ground, which scared Big T and Vegeta so much that they pulled their injuries and almost had cramps on the spot. Vegeta suffered the most. He had to be ruthless and hold out against Cell for 3 rounds. Now he is still alive and well, which is considered a miracle of luck. Number 16. Go get the Senzu beans from Karen-sama. Bring them all. Number 16 jumped up and when he landed, many cracks appeared on Bulma's square. With this tonnage, it would be worth a lot of money if sold as scrap metal. I'll go right away. After saying that, number 16 covered his crotch with one hand, made a Superman gesture with the other, and flew towards Kalanta at high speed. It is safest for number 16 to go out, as he has no breath and Cell cannot sense him. But, it's clearly not leaking oil anymore, so why are you still covering it up? No. 16. It's nothing, I'm used to it, it keeps me warm. 5 minutes later, number 16 came back with a large clay pot. All the Senzu beans are here. Everyone was delighted. It was such a big jar. Karen-sama was not stingy this time. Son Goku was the first to rush over, opened it and was dumbfounded. 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. How come there are only 6? When Son Goku was counting, everyone noticed something was wrong. Didn't he just count to 7? Vegeta endured the pain of cramps and kicked Son Goku away. You idiot, you can't even count. Go count number 17. 1 ideographic, 10 ideographic, 20 ideographic, 30. Everyone was relieved. There were dozens of them, right? Number 17 stretched out his hand and grabbed all the senzu beans. Total, 10. Plop, plop, plop. Vegeta was furious and yelled at number 16, it's just a small amount, why did you come back with a jar? Number 16 stroked his head with one hand and covered his crotch with the other, and replied naively. I asked him where the beans were, and he said they were all in this jar. I remembered Miss Bulma said she wanted them all, so I took the jar back with her. Very good, there is nothing wrong with this. The one with the problem is Kakarot. That idiot counted 7 and then went on to count 3,456. He is simply the worst of the worst. Advertisement. Hey, isn't it time to give us food? I'm starting to hallucinate. Krillin struggled to walk to number 18, hugged number 18, and clung to him like a dead dog. Son Goku, why have you become thinner? Bang. Krillin turned 3,600 degrees on the spot, and this time he was really hallucinating. Krillin forgot that number 17 and number 18 both had eternal energy. It's not that they ran out of strength, they just knew they couldn't beat Cell, so they didn't put up a head-on fight. Krillin actually wanted to take advantage of no. 18. That's really like a bald head B***************** GA Bell and practicing Iron Head skills. Number 18 rubbed his hands and thought to himself, hey, it feels so smooth and comfortable to fight. This bald guy does have his advantages. And when I saw him, my opinion of Son Goku was lowered a lot. Ding 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 ding. Everyone is resurrected with full health. Although there were only 10 senzu beans, it was enough for everyone to share. Number 17 and number 18 didn't need them, and the others only used 8. Son Goku felt his combat power after his resurrection, which increased a little, from 650 million to 700 million. The increase might not be even greater than his own roar. Well, Bulma, prepare some more golden voices, I might have to yell a lot in the future. Vegeta kicked it. Let Chi-Chi prepare it for you. No one is allowed to get within 3 meters of Bulma. Vegeta has been a little too nervous because of no. 17. Bulma felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Finally, everyone regained their serious appearance and began to discuss how to face the Cell game 10 days later. Vegeta, I know a place where 1 day of training is equal to 1 year of training. Do you want to go? Son Goku thought of the Spirit Time Chamber, and he felt that it would be the perfect time to go there. Vegeta glanced at number 17, resisted the urge to agree, and said through gritted teeth, no. Unless you help me destroy number 17. Number 17. Everyone fell to the ground again. In the coldest place on Earth, in the Arctic Circle, a pink man with 8-pack abs was crawling with difficulty, tears of regret flowing from the corners of his eyes. This be ******** the author, if I don't commit suicide, you won't remember me. But, the author is the most important, he can only bear it. However, Frieza doesn't care about that, he can't bear it anymore. Chapter 57. Frieza returns, something to say. The old Supreme Kai started circling Frieza, and he endured it. Every time the old Supreme Kai took a step, a bubble appeared on his heel, releasing countless years of athlete's foot, but Frieza still endured it. The old Supreme Kai was sitting there looking at a magazine and giggling. The old Supreme Kai was sleeping with bubbles coming out of his nose, and Frieza endured it all. Son Gohan has already experienced this once in the original work, so there is no reason why Frieza can't bear it. But you shouldn't, you absolutely shouldn't. Frieza, you have divine power, so my development potential is useless to you. Together, did I endure for the past 10 hours in vain? This is intolerable. Ah, da, pa, whoosh, bite. The furious Frieza not only slapped the old Supreme Kai away, but also slapped away Shin and Kid who couldn't hold back their laughter. Swish. Frieza instant transmission appeared next to the old Supreme Kai and flew around the Supreme Kai world with him. Tell me, what happened to the divine power in my body? After all, the old Supreme Kai is old, and after merging with the witch, he was not good at fighting, and now his combat effectiveness is very low. Passively moving at high speed, the old Supreme Kai couldn't even open his mouth. He finally opened his mouth, but all he could come out was, sounds. I couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Helpless, Frieza had to use his tail on him once again, instantly knocking the old Supreme Kai to the ground. As for Shin and Kid, let them laugh and keep flying. Ahem, my old bones can't stand the way you play. If you want to play, go find them. Pointing at Shin and Kid who had already circled the Supreme Kai world, the old Supreme Kai said with a rather nervous look. Frieza slapped his tail against the ground. His patience was really running out this time. I think you must have learned some skills that only gods can learn, so you have a lot more divine power in your body. According to the amount of divine power you have now, you should be no weaker than the planet god. Bear. Frieza decisively used star transformation. Under the effect of the triple wave, not only did Frieza's combat power triple, but the airwaves around him were also wrapped in a layer of 7 colored air waves, with stars flashing continuously. Old man, is this the skill you are talking about? Old Supreme Kai was stunned and muttered to himself. Advertisement. It really is the star transformation. Even gods cannot comprehend the star transformation, but you have comprehended it. It's really amazing. Can you use a higher level of star transformation? For example, the 4th level of Earth transformation, crossing mountains and ridges, and the 5th level, White Dragon exploring caverns. Collecting names for 6,789, I have come up empty-headed. Frieza's mouth twitched. This evil skill and this evil name were actually given by this group of LSPs. No wonder it aroused so much imagination. No, I have only just understood the 3 combination waves not long ago, and I still haven't figured it out after climbing over mountains and crossing ridges. The old Supreme Kai nodded, then shook his head. What a pity. The most you can comprehend is climbing over mountains and crossing ridges. Because of the peculiarities of your race, you really cannot comprehend the mystery and beauty of the White Dragon's cave exploration. But it doesn't matter. So far, there are only 2 people who have been able to master the star transformation. The first one is the Grand Priest, and you are the second. Your future is limitless. When Frieza heard the word Grand Priest, his whole body was shaken. No wonder he was able to comprehend Ultra Instinct from star transformation. It turns out this skill is a skill that only Grand Priests can learn. You mean, as long as I maintain the state of star transformation frequently, I can gain more divine power and then trample the Grand Priest under my feet. Cough, cough, cough. The old Supreme Kai was frightened by Frieza's words. This guy really dared to think so. Didn't he know how long the Grand Priest had practiced to reach his current level? It seems that old Supreme Kai himself doesn't know either. This is embarrassing. That's not necessary. Although the star transformation has no side effects, your body cannot accept too much divine power right now. You must know that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Come on, you already have the qualifications to become an angel. As long as you don't end up like Liu Bei and collapse midway, you'll have a chance. An old man is an old man. He still speaks in a pretentious way. I can't stand it. Oh ho ho, since you have helped me solve my puzzle, I will not torture your old bones anymore. Frieza left, walking away very casually, without paying any attention to Shin and Kid who had already turned around hundreds of times. The old Supreme Kai looked at Shin who kept flying past him, and he felt helpless. He had no way to stop him at all. Forget it, it's more interesting to read magazines. On Earth, when Frieza appeared, he just heard Vegeta's words that he wanted to destroy No. 17. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, what kind of useless move have you developed again? Don't let it backfire on you like the crotch kick. Speaking of the crotch kick, that's the pain of both Vegeta and Frieza. Number 17 was already sitting on the ground in fear, and number 16 had covered his head out of habit, both with F****** head up expressions on their faces. Bulma was so furious that she finally managed to get the topic back to the main topic, but before they had even started for a few minutes, it started all over again. Are you done yet? Cell has only given us 10 days. If you can't defeat Cell in 10 days, the Earth will be destroyed. As soon as Frieza heard Cell, he immediately became interested. Cell is definitely the best choice to try out the crotch kick. Cell is out. Aren't number 17 and number 18 still fine? How could you not be able to defeat them? Advertisement. At this time, there should be less than 500 million cells, right? I don't know where you heard that Cell wanted to absorb me in number 17. I only know that Cell wanted to absorb No. 16. Number 18 was very unhappy. She didn't want to be absorbed by that ugly monster. What? This is unscientific. Well, it's not impossible. After all, Cell absorbed the Cell of this time and space. The androids of this time and space have become much more powerful. So the Cell that absorbed the young Cell of this time and space should have changed a lot too. The group of people were confused by Frieza's tongue-twisting words, Cell on the left and Cell on the right. Which Cell absorbed which Cell? Frieza had no intention of explaining, he just looked at Son Goku. Your fighting ability is too weak. Have you ever thought about training to become stronger? You eat so much that your belly is full. Do you think you can't even beat Vegeta? Vegeta, Frieza, if you're talking about Kakarot, just talk about Kakarot. Why are you dragging me into this? I'm much better than this loser. Pa, out of habit, he slapped Vegeta to the ground with his tail. Mainly because it has become a habit to take photos of Shin and Kid these past 2 days. You guys go practice. I feel like you all are so weak. I'm going to meet that so-called Cell. Oh ho ho. Frieza instant transmission left to find Cell, and the scene returned to its previous rhythm. Son Goku is going to the spirit time chamber. Vegeta grits his teeth and gets up from the ground, insisting on killing number 17 before allowing everyone to go. Hey, Vegeta, how about this? Son Gohan and I will help you guard Bulma to prevent her from stealing anyone. To prevent number 17 from stealing her. Bulma, stop hitting me on the head, or I'll be hungry again. Piccolo couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to end this farce quickly. Only 2 people can enter the spirit time chamber at a time. Those who don't enter should protect Bulma and nail down number 17, the pervert who was brainwashed by the mission. This proposal was unanimously approved, and even number 17 patted his chest and promised that he would nail himself down. Thus, the order of entering the Spirit Time House was determined. Vegeta and Tai Tsukushi go in first, and Vegeta will be the first to come out and destroy No. 17. Then there are the father and son Son Goku and Son Gohan. No 18's aggrieved look is so adorable. Then there's Piccolo, then the 17th and 18th. However, number 17 and number 18 said that they did not need to practice, their physical strength was eternal, but there was no way to increase their combat effectiveness through practice. If they want to increase their combat effectiveness, they can only wait for the thunder. Son Goku was very curious. Why? Chapter 58 Tai Chi Circle with Gatling. Why when it thunders? Number 17 and number 18 won't tell you, that's their pain. Where is the Cell? Oh, Cell has found a plane by now, and he plans to build an arena here, just like the original world number 1 martial arts tournament, except that the arena will be bigger. Perhaps it was because Cell did not go to the TV station to cause trouble, there was no human army to attack him this time, and Cell had no interest in dealing with those ordinary people. He just stood quietly on the stage. 1 hour later, suddenly, Cell's eyes flew open, his gaze staring straight ahead, and his whole body began to tremble. 10 days. That's too long. I'm so bored standing there. Oh ho ho, how about I keep you company to kill some time? Frieza with a tail suddenly appeared in front of Cell, scaring Cell so much that he took a step back. After seeing who was coming clearly, Cell smiled. I thought you were a coward. Even your lackeys showed up in the previous battle, but you didn't show up. Frieza frowned, then acted as if something suddenly dawned on him. Oh, you mean Dodoria, huh? Why did he go to the far north? Cell's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a look of wanting a beating, I did it on purpose. Frieza was not angry. Dodoria was a jerk who liked to ask for trouble, so he just let him crawl back slowly. It doesn't matter. What I didn't expect was that you actually reached your complete form right away. This is a bit surprising to me. Well, after 1.5 billion battles, it's no different from the original. Cell is excited. Finally someone recognized that he is now in his complete form. It's not easy. Cell shouted excitedly, Frieza. Frieza was puzzled. Cell excitedly said again, let's become sworn brothers. You are the only one in this world who understands me. Frieza looked at Cell carefully. This Cell, who was mainly green with some black spots on his body, had a head like a pistachio and 2 wings like melon seed shells on his back. He actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Doesn't he know he's a hybrid? A thing like this dares to propose to become sworn brothers with the Emperor of the Universe. Cell, you're looking for death. You can insult yourself, but you can't insult me. Bear. A purple wave of air rushed up into the sky, and 2 billion combat forces suddenly burst out, and the arena that Cell had just built fell apart in an instant. He just pulled out the Supreme Kai sword and his combat power increased by another 200 million. He is so willful. Son Goku and the others who were guarding number 17 were immediately shocked by Frieza's momentum. Advertisement. Son Gohan. So strong. Yamcha. You're so strong, I don't have the slightest desire to resist. Son Goku. No, I want to see this fight. No. 18. Don't leave me. No. 17. Yes, yes, go ahead. Piccolo glanced at number 17 and said, don't worry, I'll take you with me if I go. Krillin. I'll go with you on the 18th. No. 16. I'm scared. So, everyone reached a consensus and left number 16 to guard the house, while the rest of the capable fighters all followed Son Goku instant transmission to the scene. Cell was also very angry. He wanted to become sworn brothers with Frieza because he respected him, but in the end he was looked down upon. Buddha said that you should not be angry, bullshit. Cell in an angry state realized the true meaning of Saiyan, which is roar. Ah, how dare you insult the strongest Cell in history. I'm going to kill you. Bear. A golden wave of energy that was exactly the same as Super Saiyan's shot soared into the sky, and the furious Cell's combat power instantly soared by 200 million. Assuming that Frieza gained 200 million combat power by ninjing as a Supreme Kai, then Cell relied purely on the lion's roar. There is not much difference between 1.7 billion and 2 billion, but there is still a difference of 300 million that can influence the outcome of a battle. People who are good at math can take advantage of this difference in combat power. But let's forget about Son Goku, he can't even count 1 to 10 correctly, so he's not worthy of being counted in hundreds of millions. Oh ho ho, this is fun. Buzz. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The battle began, Frieza and Cell bumped fists, feet against feet, tail against wings, and the fight was already difficult from the beginning. Bang. The two men exchanged fists again, and circles of air waves spread out, forcing Son Goku and the others to retreat a little. Son Goku's blood was burning, but unfortunately he was held tightly by number 18 and couldn't break free. Dad, this time I won't stop number 18 from hugging you. The fight between them is not something you can participate in. Son Goku felt the 10,000 points of critical hit from his own son. Open and close hands, right single whip, elbow punch, turn and push palm, jade girl shuttle, left and right kick, cover hand and arm punch, wild horse parting its mane, turn and swing lotus, bend the bow and shoot the tiger, grasp the peacock's tail with the left, cross hands. This time, Cell completed a complete set of 42 moves of Tai Chi. Unfortunately, the Tai Chi that was always effective against Vegeta and others did not have much effect on Frieza. Oh wow, do you think you, a fool like you, can master the secrets of Tai Chi? You're dreaming. Look at me, the Tai Chi is rotating in a circle, and the yin and yang are endless. Use yin to transform yang, and use yang to supplement yin, so that it can rotate as desired without interruption from the beginning. As the saying goes, emptiness is color. Sorry, I messed up. Advertisement. Pa pa pa, da da da, bang bang bang. Frieza traveled through time and space. He learned Tai Chi from the Wudang master Zhang Sanfeng, and he has watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber no less than 10 times. This Tai Chi move was performed with such perfection that Cell was screaming and running around. Too awesome, too awesome, this is the real Tai Chi, the most powerful secret. The one before Cell was just a piece of shit. I need Frieza to teach me. Son Goku is indeed a martial arts fanatic. Cell and Frieza can also believe it and regard it as the highest martial arts. What's more, this time not only Son Goku was deceived, even Piccolo was confused. Is drawing circles really that powerful? But if not, then Cell is really defenseless. How do you explain this? In the end, it was the girl number 18, whose mind was filled with blood donation, who was clear-headed and raised a very serious question. According to calculations, Frieza's combat power is 2 billion, and Cell's combat power is 1.7 billion. Isn't it normal that Cell can't beat Frieza? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, da 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 da. Cell has given up melee attacks and switched to throwing energy bombs, and his every move is a prince's style. Frieza was not to be outdone, and clasped his hands together in a circle, doing the closing gesture of Tai Chi, before grabbing his own tail and aiming it at Cell. Look at my Frieza Gatling gun. Oh, dodo dodo dodo. At this moment, it is no longer a fist and fist fight, but a StarCraft battle scene. Son Goku was watching in fascination, while Piccolo and the others were filled with horror. Can this battle be played like this? Hey, 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 Frieza, will your tail explode from the high temperature? Rubbish, do you think number 16 can use the Gatling move? Blood donation queen, you can go ask no. 16. Boom. Finally, Cell couldn't bear it anymore. He shot 1000 energy balls, but only 3 hit Frieza, and it was just like a tickle. But what about Frieza? The Gatling gun was really fast. It fired 5000 energy balls, and at least 4000 of them hit him. He was beaten so badly that no green color could be seen on his skin. Stop. Wait for me to catch my breath. I lost my tail but you still have one. This isn't fair. Bang. Cell stops just like that. Frieza has no dignity. He kicked Cell in the crotch with a kick, sending him flying into the air. When he landed, he kept covering his crotch with his hands, and then fell heavily to his knees on the ground. Ah, it was not until the moment he landed that Cell let out a heart-wrenching wail. Everyone who saw this scene shuddered in unison. Number 17 even started foaming at the mouth and was frightened into having epilepsy. Number 18, as the only woman at the scene, blushed. Chapter 59. Complete Cell evolves again. It is said that Cell is worthy of being the strongest person in history after being treated so inhumanely by Frieza. He only whined for a while, and before number 18 even retracted his hand, Cell had already stood up with gritted teeth. Frieza, you have no moral principles. Fortunately, I have the same characteristics as you in this aspect, otherwise my happy life would have been ruined by you. Frieza, then, Fury, I'll let you expose my scars, I'll let you spit shit out of your mouth, I'll let you scream like a ghost, I'll let you play dead. At first, Cell could still hold on, and kept saying words that Frieza couldn't accept. Slowly, his voice turned into wailing and screaming, and finally, after being knocked to the ground by Frieza, he covered his crotch and pretended to be dead. Cell was so tired, his body was so tired, and his heart was even more tired. Bang, 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 bang bang bang. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Frieza's beats were rhythmic, which made number 18, the only woman, want to dance along. But she finally held back, she was afraid of being treated like this by Frieza. Ah, I can't help it, ah, boom. Frieza was blown away by a huge gust of air, and even his 2 billion fighting strength couldn't stand. At this time, everyone noticed that Cell's image had been restored. His originally pitch black body turned green again, especially the black spots on his body, which actually began to reflect light. The air waves all over his body were still golden, but there were streaks of lightning appearing, crackling, which looked very scary. That's not all, Cell's wings changed from black to purple, making him look so noble and charming. Not only did Cell break through the limits of Super Saiyan 1 and become Lightning Cell, the equivalent of Super Saiyan 2, but he also mutated. This is, evolved again. If Cell's wings did not change color, he would still be the Lightning Cell, and his combat power would be at most 1.9 billion. But now it's different. Frieza only needs to take a glance to know the opponent's fighting ability. 2.5 billion. It has increased by 1 billion compared to before the outbreak. Number 18 murmured, Son Goku, do you know how much fighting power you have? Son Goku unhappily took away No 18's unwilling hand and asked, based on the data, do you think I can figure it out? No 18's expression paused noticeably, and she remembered Son Goku's low sensitivity to numbers. Number 18 said calmly, your combat power is now 700 million, and Frieza's combat power is now 2 billion. But Cell's combat power just went from 1.7 billion to 2.5 billion. Son Goku looked at Son Gohan and asked seriously, how many hundreds of millions more is 25 than 20? Son Gohan. Ideographic period. Everyone choked their heads on the ground and wailed. Advertisement. Oh ho ho. Son Goku, I remember that Master Roshi taught you math. Master Roshi must have fainted in the toilet crying now. Number 18 was puzzled. Frieza was obviously already at a disadvantage in terms of combat power, so why was he so relaxed? Number 18 believes that if they have another Tai Chi fight, Frieza will definitely be the loser. Things like Tai Chi circles and so on are just fancy moves, they have no meaning at all. She didn't dare to say that Frieza's fighting power was not as high as Cell's now, but as long as he was higher than her, it would be enough. Frieza was so angry that he wanted to beat her up, and she didn't even have a chance to escape. Frieza, I really have to thank you. It turns out that this body of mine has the ability to revive from near death. Moreover, I am now a complete lightning form. Are you scared? Can Frieza be afraid? That's impossible. Not to mention that he also has star transformation. Even if he doesn't use star transformation, the mere difference of 500 million in combat power can't do anything to him. Buzz. Frieza is gone. Bang. Dwang. Frieza laughed as he watched Cell being kicked into the air again. Oh ho ho. What's going on? Aren't you the perfect lightning? Why are you still in this position? The Buddha won't take you in. Get down here. When he said the last sentence, Frieza disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Cell and gave Cell a 360-degree spinning kick on the head. Plan. If Frieza hadn't used his divine power to reinforce the ground, Cell would have probably fallen into the center of the earth. Of course, using divine power to reinforce the ground does not affect Frieza's combat effectiveness, and Frieza has not yet figured out how to use divine power in combat. Cell was kneeling on the ground, his hands still covering his face. His head, which was as hard as a pistachio, had been hit in the neck. Cell's eyes bulged, his face full of resentment and anger. Ha! With a loud shout, Cell's head popped out, and he once again returned to his handsome appearance. Frieza, I admit that you are very fast, but it's useless. The difference in fighting power is too great. You can't beat me. This time, Cell decided to take the initiative. He couldn't always be passive in defense. He threw a knee at Frieza, and when Frieza blocked with his hands, Cell suddenly did a side kick and swung his leg, catching Frieza off guard. Although Frieza used his left arm to block the attack immediately, he was still knocked back by the huge force. Cell took advantage of the situation and charged forward again, raising his size 48 Bigfoot and kicking at Frieza. Cell will now retaliate against Frieza just as he treated him before. Advertisement. Swish. Cell's powerful crotch kick hit nothingness, and Frieza moved far away. At this moment, Frieza no longer had any playful smile on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his scarlet pupils looked particularly bloodthirsty. He licked his lips with his blood-red tongue. This expression almost scared number 18 to tears. Number 18 looked at Son Goku with pitiful eyes, asking for protection. Son Goku didn't have time to care about no. 18. He was shocked by Frieza's aura and transformed into a Super Saiyan involuntarily. Evil, cold-blooded, brutal. With Son Goku's brain capacity, he couldn't think of a better word to describe his feelings towards Frieza. Not only Son Goku, everyone subconsciously entered a fighting state. This is the power of the king. He could have fun with everyone, but once he got serious, no one could look directly at Frieza's face that had given Bulma nightmares for half a year. In the Temple of Heaven, the god looked at Piccolo's weak fighting power, and then at the evil aura rising from Cell and Frieza, and he finally made up his mind. On the King Kai star, the chubby King Kai had already sat down on the ground, his fat all over his body trembling. Frieza, the synonym of evil, he appears. In the Supreme Kai world, Shin and Kid have stopped flying, and together with the old Supreme Kai, they are looking at the crystal ball in front of them. Shin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Kid, this evil aura seems to be even stronger than Majin Buu. Kid knelt on the ground. Supreme Kai, we are still alive. How great. The old Supreme Kai looked pale. How could such an evil person gain the approval of God's power? Regardless of what others thought, Cell actually felt a feeling called coldness at this moment. The Ice Clan releases a coldness that is truly chilling to the bone. You succeeded in irritating me. Ah, ha. A wave of purple air spread out, followed by a jet black air wave rising into the sky. Ding, ding ding, crunch, crunch. Cell rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe what he saw. How could you become? What has it become? A proper amount of passion is also necessary. Good afternoon everyone. I received a gift of 29 yuan yesterday, so I can have a bottle of Coke today. Thank you. Chapter 60 The most ferocious expression and the most shameless words. Crunch, crunch, ding ding, ding ding. Frieza, surrounded by black air waves, walked out of the smoke, and the sound of his footsteps made a collision sound like metal clashing. Although Frieza still looked the same as before, his entire body had turned into a metallic black with a faint glow, with only the purple top of his head still shining brightly. Sizzle, sizzle, purple electric currents kept appearing, crackling and making people feel like they were about to pass out. If Frieza's pale skin gave people a sense of fragility before, then Frieza now gives people a sense of hardness like steel. Even the smooth part that was neither sky-high nor deep seemed extremely hard. Every time Frieza takes a step, everyone's heart will jump, and Cell will unconsciously take a step back. Number 17 stopped foaming at the mouth, and number 18 did not take advantage of Son Goku, and the two looked at each other. There was a look of madness in the eyes of number 18 and no. 17. They had not explained before why they had to encounter thunderous weather to improve their combat effectiveness. That was because the way they improved their combat effectiveness was to get struck by lightning. How can you say this? A constitution that makes you susceptible to being struck by lightning. Even though they are artificial humans, they still have to maintain their dignity. As for the fact that one wanted to seduce Bulma and the other wanted to donate blood, it was because it was a perverted task set by the pervert Dr. Gallo. In order to issue this task, Dr. Gallo brainwashed them. This is also the reason why even after the devices in number 17 and no 18's bodies were gone, they still couldn't forget their mission. That's too far. When number 18 saw the purple electric current around Frieza's body, greed appeared in her eyes. She wanted to give it a try. Perhaps she could be struck by lightning during the battle. Would she become stronger? Reason. The last bit of reason prevented number 18 from doing this. She is a girl and needs to be reserved. No 17's eyes lit up, then he remembered Frieza's powerful crotch kick and gave up the urge to rush forward to charge. Oh ho ho. Mr. Cell, transform. You're not the only one who can do it, how is it? Are you scared? Is Cell afraid? He is scared. Frieza's current combat power, judging from momentum alone, is already twice as strong as his. Thump, thump, thump thump thump. Cell swallowed his saliva and kept backing away. Whoosh. Frieza suddenly moved. Without moving, he simply rushed out and bumped his shoulder into Cell's chest. However, the huge difference in combat power made Cell unable to react at all. Buzz. A gust of air spread out, and everyone was pushed back again. Tien Shinhan had to grab number 17 to stand. A figure flew out and Tien Shinhan had no control over it. So terrifying. Number 18. What is Frieza's current combat power? Piccolo yelled at number 18, who also blocked his eyes with one hand and said with difficulty, 5.3 billion. Shock. Not only were the people present shocked, but Supreme Kai Saiyan was even more shocked with his mouth open. Advertisement. Suddenly, Shin jumped up. Great. With Frieza's current fighting power and the star transformation, he might be able to defeat Majin Buu. Wow. Frieza punched Cell in the stomach again, forcing Cell to cover his stomach with both hands and back away while vomiting bitterly. He is unwilling to accept this. No, if I can absorb number 16 and become the ultimate form, I will definitely not be afraid of you. Frieza paused, and the evil look in his eyes slowly recovered. Just when Cell thought Frieza was going to let him go, Frieza disappeared. Bang! Cell's eyes suddenly popped open, his eyeballs bulged out, and his whole body convulsed as he flew towards the sky. This time, Cell no longer had the strength to cover it, it was already rotten. Frieza, you got another move. It's not fair. It's not fair. Why can you become a metal form, but I can't absorb number 16? Cell fell to the ground again, his lower body turned into a pile of rotten meat, but he was still yelling unwillingly. Puff. Cell, who had the Piccolo gene, recovered his lower body, but his breath became even weaker. You're quite resilient. I guessed it before. This move is the best for you to practice. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh wow wow. 1 foot, 2 feet, 4 feet, 8 feet, 3 feet. Son Goku. Is your talent for math contagious? Son Goku was confused. Everyone fell to the ground again. Frieza was furious. He couldn't accept that he was also a high EQ hunk who couldn't count to 10. Bang. This time, Frieza didn't use a crotch kick. He directly used a side kick towards Cell's body, which is the most powerful kick. Then, Cell exploded. That's right, it exploded, with blood raining down from the sky and minced meat all over the ground. In particular, one of the pieces of flesh had Cell's eye on it. Blinking, as if saying, what happened? Number 18 is a female, and she was the first to vomit. Klin felt bad too, but he still found something for number 18 to hold his vomit. Tien Shinhan touched his upper body and was very curious. Why was my muscular body exposed again? Where were my clothes? Son Gohan also vomited a lot, and Son Goku could only pat his back gently, and at the same time wipe off the vomit on Son Gohan's back. Piccolo couldn't bear to watch it anymore, his eyes widened, Son Gohan appeared in his hands, and then he gently supported Son Gohan's back. Spit it out, you'll get used to it after spitting it out a lot. Number 17 remembered Vegeta's declaration before he entered the spirit time chamber. He was going to give him a kick that would kill him when he came out. Would he explode like Cell? Suddenly, number 17 started rolling his eyes and spitting foam again. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, I just exerted a little strength and you exploded. Your body is not in good condition. Phew. The wind was howling and a drizzle of rain was falling from the sky, washing away the bloody smell at the scene. Cell closed his last eye as well. He knew that this time he would not even have the chance to use the body extension technique. Although Frieza said extremely sarcastic words, he did not cancel the transform state, because according to the original work, Lightning Cell would not die so easily. It seems that as long as a certain chip is not destroyed, Cell can be reborn. He didn't use the destruction bomb to destroy Cell because he wanted to see how big Cell could grow. Even, if possible, it would be okay to let number 16 be absorbed. Swoosh. Sure enough, although the minced meat was still on the ground, Cell did appear so abruptly. With a bang, the resurrected Cell makes a stunning appearance. Although, his combat power at this time only increased by 500 million, from 2.5 billion to 3 billion, it was indeed an increase of a lot, and the speed was faster than Frieza's increase. However, it was useless, Cell was still no match for Frieza. Fortunately, Frieza had no intention of completely defeating Cell. Oh wow, Mr. Cell is really tenacious. Cell suppressed his anger and shouted in a low voice, Frieza. Suddenly, Cell's expression became extremely ferocious, and his whole body was filled with amazing momentum. The 3 billion combat power was not just talk. Except for Frieza, everyone else at the scene is trash. Please, let me finish the Cell game. He was full of vigor, but what he said made the onlookers drop their jaws. The people who had just gotten up fell to the ground again. This guy is making the most ferocious expression and saying the most obscene words. Has your 3 views been completely destroyed? Oh ho ho. Give me a reason not to kill you now. Cell looked up suddenly, a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'll give you 3 reasons. The first is that when Dr. Gallo created me, he gave me a mission to hold a world-class martial arts tournament that would determine the fate of the Earth. The second is that I can evolve again. You are the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. You must want to fight me in my ultimate form, right? Only in this way can you be worthy of your noble status. Third, I have your incomparable Cell genes in my body. I am actually your child. Woo woo woo. Frieza is stunned. Son Goku is stunned. Piccolo father and son are stunned. Krillin is stunned. Number 17 stopped foaming at the mouth because he had discovered a new world. Number 18 stopped vomiting, threw away Tien Shinhan's clothes, and stared at Cell blankly. There was only number 18 in Krillin's eyes, and Tien Shinhan was still admiring his own physique. Yamcha, it looks like his head hit a rock and he fainted. Chapter 61. Krillin fights for love. Frieza just wants to say, Dr. Gallo, you are such a genius. You create one artificial human after another, but the tasks they receive are more bizarre than the last. Not to mention that number 16 was going to be an actor, number 17 was actually going to pick up girls, and number 18 was going to break up a happy family. When I think about it this way, hey, Cell's mission seems to be the most normal. Frieza didn't want the Cell game to disappear just like that. After all, it was his favorite anime in his childhood. Although it had become a little unacceptable, overall, well, it didn't deviate too much. Yes, it's just a little bit off, no big deal. That's right, I have another use. If I can devour number 17 and no 18, I can destroy their nanostructures, and Dr. Gallo's hypnosis will disappear. Don't worry, I can poop again. Look, my tail can poop. Frieza glared. Do you have to be so disgusting and bully me? Also, who asked you to remove the hypnosis? Isn't it fun now? Look, because of No 18's bold idea, Krillin has already started to upgrade to become a good player. Just one look, and Cell instantly became timid. He is not afraid of anything except Frieza. Stand right here and don't move. If you fart within 10 days, I will make sure you fail your mission. Others may not know, but Frieza knows it clearly. This Cell is a patient with ADHD. He only stood for about an hour before, but he was already yelling that the time was too long. So, Cell was dumbfounded. Then he was ecstatic. Standing still for just 10 days, compared to his own life, which one was more important? Not to mention that he doesn't need to fart, even if he needs to, he can hold it in, and at least no sound will be made. Just clamp your tail tightly and move slowly and carefully. Even if you smell the stench, you won't be able to hear any movement. For example, Cell had just secretly conducted an experiment and it really didn't attract Frieza's attention. Frieza asked curiously, why are you blushing? Cell replied subconsciously, radiant. Oh, ho, ho. You kid, I have high hopes for you. Stand firm and keep your eyes open. If a CC plane flies over your head, you will be allowed to shoot it down. Cell was puzzled and could only follow orders. After all, he would definitely not be able to defeat him, at least not before absorbing No. 16. What happens after absorbing No. 16? He doesn't know, but he is confident that he is the strongest. Oh ho ho. Hey guys, let's go back and have a big meal. Frieza cancelled the Iron State transformation. He didn't want to, but his current combat power only allowed him to become Iron. He didn't know when he could be promoted to Bronze. If it were like a certain mobile game, it would be great to be Bronze directly. Damn little golden turtle, it has to be the whole black iron. The key point is, the combat effectiveness of this thing has only increased very little, only a little more than doubled. It's so lame. Frieza swore that he would never change into this dark and ugly form again. It really fits the saying, it's from Africa. Advertisement. Frieza left, leaving the scene in a mess. Cell looked at the group of people in the distance. These people had witnessed his shameless act. He really wanted to kill them to silence them. Unfortunately, Frieza wouldn't let him move. He really didn't dare to move. Number 17 pointed at himself and said, young ones. Are you referring to us? Number 18 nodded seriously. With our fighting power, if we are not the younger ones, then what are we? Look at the one who is still unconscious. Maybe he is not even worthy of being Frieza's younger ones. Yamcha took 1,000,000 points of critical hit from No. 18. Hey, Baldy, stop clinging to me all the time. How can I free myself to complete the task if you do that? Krillin felt miserable. Although he didn't know that number 18 was supposed to be his wife, he was completely captivated by that kiss. Then can you give up the mission? Number 18 looked thoughtfully at Cell, then at Krillin, and a plan came to mind. Hey, you go give Cell a crotch kick, and I'll give up the mission, how about that? She was sure that Klin would not dare to go. But how could she understand the crazy reaction of a bootlicker who was blinded by love? Krillin's eyes turned red instantly, and veins on his arms began to bulge. This scene scared Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan had already experienced Klin's pain, and he did not retreat this time. 100 meters was too short, and he wanted to go far. Whoosh! Tien Shinhan flew towards Exedu while shouting, Krillin, I support you in your pursuit of love, and I support you mentally in taking action. Before Piccolo left, he said, Klin, if you don't kick, you're not a man. Son Goku also knew about No 18's coveting of him, and wanted to persuade Krillin, but ended up sighing. Krillin, I'll go with you. After we kick instant transmission, we'll run. Son Gohan. Ideographic period. Number 17 covered his face with his hands. No, don't let me see this, please. Whoosh. Number 17, whose mental state was extremely problematic, fled away. He did not run around. Before Cell eliminated him, he did not dare to leave everyone's sight, otherwise Vegeta would not know how to deal with him. Krillin, step by step, slowly moved towards Cell. He was also scared, but he was gambling that Cell would not dare to go against Frieza's words. Cell looked at Krillin who was approaching step by step, and he was so angry that he was furious. You'd better hurry up, or you'll mess up your mentality. Cell really wanted to yell, I'm ready, come on. I promise I won't fight back. Step, and another step. Finally, in the shocked eyes of No. 18, Krillin was dragged to Cell by Son Goku. Son Goku said anxiously, hurry up, if you don't go back, I will be starving. Cell, thank you, Son Goku. Krillin was almost scared to death. What the hell is this thank you? However, thinking that number 18 was watching, Son Goku promised to use instant transmission to take him away. Advertisement. Damn it, let's do it. At worst, I'll just get a big scar on my head, and I can be a brave man again 18 years later. He raised his foot, recalling Frieza's heroic appearance, the angle of the kick, and the ferocity of the kick. Ah! With a loud shout, Krillin raised his courage to the highest level. That magnificent kick that was no less powerful than Frieza's with perfect angle, appeared. Clang! Ouch! It hurts! Ouch! It hurts! Number word count. Klin reproduces Frieza's famous song, Anxiety. Huh. Where is Son Goku? Where is Son Gohan? Where is number 18? Why is the only one left who fainted, Yamcha? Krillin looked at Cell, whose face had turned black. He didn't care about the pain in his feet and immediately did a flip. He quickly flipped to Yamcha's side and blocked Yamcha in front of him. Yamcha. Thank you. At Bulma's house, Son Gohan looked at his father and angrily asked, where's Uncle Krillin? Son Goku is delicious. What the hell? Swish. Son Goku disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was right next to Krillin and Yamcha. He glanced at Cell who was lying motionless in the distance, then looked at Krillin's calf which was swollen like a pig's trotter, and instantly laughed. Cell, are you wearing anti-armor? You were injured by the shock. Krillin was furious. Goku. You said you would take me with you on instant transmission, why didn't you do it? Son Goku touched his head and replied embarrassedly. Sorry, I was in a hurry and only had time to grab your head, but your head was too slippery, so I didn't catch it. Klin almost vomited blood, he swore that he must keep his hair. In anger, Krillin kicked Yamcha who was sleeping soundly. Ouch, it hurts, ouch, it hurts. What a tragic story. Number 18 was flying towards Bulma's house, but she didn't have instant transmission with Son Goku, so she had to flee the scene as soon as possible. However, all he could think of was Krillin's heroic figure just now. Krillin, you're so handsome. If you grow your hair, I'll abandon my mission and follow you wholeheartedly. Cell, can we finally have some peace and quiet? It turns out that the feeling of being alone is so wonderful. On the 16th, 10 days later, you must come. Chapter 62, Be natural in your cowardice. Krillin came back, and number 18 also came back. When their eyes met, Krillin mustered up the courage to speak. Goku, I'm going to keep my hair, so don't let me catch it next time. Son Goku, look at number 18 and talk to me. Number 18 turned to look at Son Goku. Krillin, when your hair grows back, that's when I'll put Son Goku down. Son Goku. Number 18, you watched me talking to Krillin. Number 18 and Krillin looked at each other again and said in unison, Goku, go eat. Son Goku. Number 17 stood in the distance, his eyes fixed on Bulma, muttering, Lazuli has found a way to break the mission, what about me? Do I really have to practice the sunflower manual that Frieza mentioned? Even if you want to practice, at least give me the secret manual. Humph, I will never castrate myself before I see the secret manual. Number 17 threw away the fruit knife Frieza gave him and went to the restaurant angrily. He has made up his mind. He has decided on Tianzi Pavilion. He said it on the 17th. The number of chefs in Bulma's restaurant has now tripled, and the kitchen has been expanded several times. The food storage alone is comparable to the largest vegetable market in the world. However, even so, dozens of chefs were still exhausted and fainted. One of the chefs said before fainting, Ms. Bulma, I can't do this job. I'm afraid I'll have the life to earn money but not the life to spend it. Helplessly, Bulma had to recruit chefs from all over the world to work in 3 shifts. If this continues, my family's wealth will finally be reduced to a fraction. Dad will definitely be proud of me. A beggar hiding outside Bulma's restaurant was puzzled. Why are the richest families so frugal these days? They don't waste any food. If she heard Bulma's mumbling, would she commit suicide by jumping into the pit? She couldn't hear it, and even if she floated over, it would be useless. After all, the door of Bulma's house was very solid and there were robots guarding it. Even if it was a pavilion floating outside, it was Bulma's house and it was sacred and could not be violated. Frieza was in a very happy mood as he ate delicious food and watched the real-time report of missing people in the city on TV. The day passed quickly, and Son Goku and Son Gohan left, with their stomachs bulging and their belts loosening a lot. Gohan, eat your fill. The food in the spirit time room isn't very tasty. We'll be in there for a year. Why isn't Mom awake yet? Just don't wake up, otherwise I won't be able to take you to the spirit time chamber for a year-long tour. Come on, look at Vegeta, his momentum right now is amazing. Vegeta heard what Son Goku said, he was proud, he and Dato both smiled as they maintained the Super Saiyan state at all times. Powerful, extremely powerful. Frieza glanced at Vegeta, was stunned at first, then relieved. Since Son Goku was able to figure out how to stay a Super Saiyan at all times to reduce the physical burden after the transformation, there is no reason why Vegeta couldn't think of it. Moreover, since the android arc, Vegeta's fighting power has always been ahead of Son Goku. Although this is due to Son Goku's serious illness, Vegeta's talent is also a big part of the reason. Vegeta, with a combat power of 2 billion, may be able to increase it after the explosion. This combat power is already comparable to that of the perfect Cell. Unfortunately, Cell evolved again because of Frieza's participation in the battle. I just wonder if the muscle version will still work after reaching full Super Saiyan power. Advertisement. Date, with a combat power of 1.5 billion, is a bit weak, but it is understandable. After all, his foundation is too weak. What about number 17? Vegeta just got home and didn't even have time to eat. The first thing he did was to find number 17 and destroy him. What is number 17 doing? Oh, he was standing next to Frieza, in the position that originally belonged to Dodoria, looking like a good boy. While Dodoria is away and Vegeta has not returned yet, number 17 feels that he must hug a thick leg to withstand Vegeta's anger. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help himself every time he saw Bulma. There was really nothing he could do. So, he found Frieza, the pervert who could brutally abuse Cell. King Frieza, your loyal number 2 lackey needs your protection. Dodoria is the number 1, so number 17 can only settle for second best. He doesn't know how Frieza feels about Dodoria, but the fact that Dodoria is able to survive is already worthy of his attention. Dodoria is trying to climb out of the Arctic Circle, you have self-awareness. Vegeta glanced at Frieza. He didn't have the detection technique, nor did he have the ability of the androids to calculate combat power. Frieza, this is my family affair, you want to get involved. Vegeta is very arrogant now, he is confident that he can overcome everything. What Cell? What 42 Tai Chi moves, all that bullshit. In order to prove how powerful he is, he plans to challenge Frieza's authority. This guy is eating his wife's food, living in his wife's house, and sleeping in his wife's house. Vegeta has long been fed up with this. Everyone knows that Dodoria can make money, so why does he want to eat and drink for free? Vegeta didn't know about Frieza's black iron form, nor did he know about Frieza's star transformation, let alone Frieza's current specific combat power. Someone told him, Sir Vegeta, as King Frieza's subordinate, I am also your competitor. I feel I have an obligation to tell you something. First of all, your combat power is 2 billion, and King Frieza's combat power has stabilized at 2.8 billion after the battle with Cell. With a gap of 800 million, you cannot defeat King Frieza. Then, this is not your family matter, because Bulma and I are not your family. You and Bulma didn't have a wedding reception, and you don't even have a marriage certificate. No 17's words were very sharp, so sharp that Vegeta almost choked. You're talking bullshit. Bulma and I already have 2 children. Phew. Frieza burst out laughing at Vegeta's words. Oh, excuse me, who else is it besides Trunks? Bulma was also confused while holding little Tay. When did she give birth to 2 babies? How come she didn't know? Mom, me, and me. Date felt that he lacked a sense of presence and couldn't help but speak up. Advertisement. That's right, Big Tay and Little Tay. These 2 are my offspring. Mine and Bulma's offspring. It seems that there is some truth in it. Oh ho ho. So, Mr. Vegeta, do you want to fight me? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, which meant that he already had a slight desire to fight. After all, Vegeta's combat power was 2 billion. If he burst out a bit and combined with teleportation, he could still put up a fight. Digestion exercises are beneficial to physical and mental health. Vegeta clenched his fists, and Daichi had a look of fighting desire on his face. The scene was once plunged into the most serious and tense atmosphere. Vegeta looked at everyone with an angry look, and when he saw that they didn't dare to look at him, he walked within 5 meters of Frieza. Date was so excited that his blood was boiling. The sudden increase in his fighting power gave him a mysterious sense of confidence. He wanted to have some fun. No, I'm not stupid. I'm just hungry and want to eat. Vegeta sat down on a dining table, grabbed a roast suckling pig and started to eat it. Date had already exploded with all his might, and his fist was raised. Then, he was dumbfounded. With an incredulous expression, he shouted, Dad, how could you do this? Frieza looked at Dad, and that cold look immediately reminded Dad of the previous tortures. Date comforted himself. It is not advisable to be reckless. I will be the only soldier in the future and I need to be steady. If you want to be stable, the first thing is to have a full stomach. This is my favorite roast suckling pig, why don't you leave some for me, Dad? Phew. Everyone in the room spat out the delicious food they had been holding in their mouths for a long time. A man of insight is a wise man, Mr. Vegeta, you are truly a role model for our generation. Oh ho ho ho. Time quickly came to the next day, and with Frieza's protection, number 17 could finally hold his head high. However, he didn't dare to provoke Bulma again. After all, he had no idea whether King Frieza would really protect him. The key is, Frieza also wants him to try the ultimate secret of the Sunflower Manual. No. 17. I don't believe you, you are so shameless without clothes. At this time, the door of the Spirit Time House opened, and two savages walked out. Son Goku and Son Gohan are out. Son Goku is still okay, but Son Gohan's hair has grown to his waist and he is ready to get married. Chapter 63 Chi-Chi wakes up, Tianzi Pavilion can't live without him. I don't know if it was telepathy, but when Son Goku returned to Bulma's house, Chi-Chi just woke up. As soon as Chi-Chi saw her good son, she was stunned. Who is this? Is this wild man really my son? I just took a nap, but how come Gohan not only grew taller and his hair grew longer, but also turned into a savage? Then, Chi-Chi discovered that someone even more unkempt than her own son called Bulma, Mom, and Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment. Is that Trunks? Trunks grew up eating pig feed. Hey, Bulma is holding another one in her arms. Judging from the hair color, it should also be Bulma's child. Thinking back to when Son Gohan was born, Bulma gave her family a lot of gifts, and Chi-Chi felt that she should congratulate Bulma. Gohan, go take a shower first. Mommy will cut your hair later. Children's hair can't be so long. You're not a girl. After saying that, Chi-Chi walked towards Bulma, and after thinking for a while, she felt that something was wrong, and looked back at her son. Huh, Gohan, why don't you learn good things from bad ones? Can children dye their hair? Also, you are so young and a boy, why are you wearing colored contact lenses? Frieza, break the defense instantly. Oh ho ho ho, Son Goku, Son Gohan is the most normal one in your family. No, if you stay any longer I will be tempted to beat her up. Swish. Frieza instant transmission disappeared. Chi-Chi saw Frieza when he was talking, and after Frieza left, he turned around with difficulty and asked Son Gohan. Gohan, was that Ultraman just now? Dwang. There are a lot of broken floors in Bulma's house, a lot. On Earth in the Dragon Ball world, there is no global warming. The seriously injured Dodoria walks step by step. He is now tired, hungry and stiff. When he first came to Earth, Dodoria worked hard every day and ate poorly, but he was not as weak as he is now. King Frieza, your most loyal servant is dying. If you are still alive, please show your power. As soon as Dodoria finished speaking, Frieza appeared with a dark face. Dodoria happened to see the pair of feet that left a deep impression on him, especially the 3 toes that he wanted to lick all the time. Mr. Dodoria, you seem to be cursing me. Advertisement. Dodoria immediately began to tremble all over. He really didn't mean it. When he couldn't see Frieza, he wanted to pray to Frieza as if he were a god. King Frieza, please listen to my excuses, please listen to my nonsense, wow wow wow. King Frieza, I really regard you as the god in my heart. You must believe me, Tianzi Pavilion cannot do without me. Without me, Tianzi Pavilion will be soulless. King Frieza, don't get me wrong, Frieza didn't move his hands, feet, or tail swing. Dodoria was just too excited, which affected his injuries, and he fainted because he was too hungry. Am I too scary? Dodoria could have held on for half a day or a night, but she fainted after seeing me. A green healing energy appeared from Frieza's fingertips and quickly entered Dodoria's body. Dodoria's injuries recovered quickly, but the hunger could not be eliminated, and the excessive tension could not be recovered either. Therefore, Dodoria is still in a coma. Wrapping Dodoria's body in his tail, Frieza disappeared with him. When he appeared again, Frieza had already arrived at the Supreme Kai world. Just now, Saiyan sent him a message, hoping to have a long talk with him. Frieza had no interest in having a long chat, but he didn't want to meet Chi-Chi, the easily startled woman, so he accepted the invitation and came to the Supreme Kai world. Get some food for my subordinates first. Without waiting for Shin to speak, Frieza threw Dodoria to Kid. Kid is not good at fighting and his brain is not very good either. His only strengths are instant transmission and healing. He can be called an enhanced version of Tenten. Moreover, Kid is a servant of God and can create countless delicious foods with a snap of his fingers. This proves that money is not the best thing, and divine power is king. Don't tell me anything else yet. Go bang. 3 firsts, best of 3. If you win, I'll leave here. If I win, I'll just listen to your nonsense. Shin agreed to Frieza's request without hesitation. It was too easy to defeat that poor chess player Frieza. Okay, you definitely can't beat me. Frieza smiled, and the old Supreme Kai jumped up and slapped Shin on the head, leaving Shin, who was moving tables and chairs to set up the chessboard, stunned. You are such a brainless impatient person, did you hear what I said? You still want to win. Shin carefully recalled Frieza's words and immediately reacted. It's not that his brain isn't working properly, nor is it that his ears aren't working properly. It's mainly because Frieza has beaten him too many times recently, and his mind is full of those dark images. That was truly a scene that is hard to recall. I know, I won't lose. Saiyan was furious. What happened again? Old Supreme Kai was furious. You deserve to lose. Advertisement. Kid ran as far as he could. He is such a smart little guy. Frieza shook his head and sighed. Having an old Supreme Kai, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, was no fun at all. With a wave of his hand, a tablet with 10 terabytes of memory appeared in front of old Supreme Kai. This is better than the magazine, it has sound, movement, and is better than the pictures. The old Supreme Kai's eyes lit up immediately, and he stretched out his hands and shouted, give it to me, I want it. Frieza shuddered and threw the tablet away, and the old Supreme Kai got on all fours and chased after him. You are not allowed to come back until I call you. Woof, woof. Zion's head is full of black lines. There is no one else except Frieza who treats Supreme Kai like a dog, right? The old Supreme Kai didn't know what Shin was thinking. If he knew, he would tell Shin that Frieza was the second person to do this. The first one not only treated him like a dog, but also locked him up as a prisoner for thousands of years. The Gobang final battle begins. Frieza versus Shin. In the first game, Frieza's 8th black piece fell, and he won with 5 consecutive points. In the second game, Frieza signaled to Shin with his eyes not to let up too obviously, and Shin won accidentally. The third game was intense from the beginning. Frieza had to think for a long time before making each move. Shin was sweating profusely, fearing that he would win again by mistake. On Earth, Chi-Chi finally vented all her frustrations. When she turned around and looked at Bulma, she instantly felt refreshed. Ms. Bulma, is this your and Vegeta's second child? So cute. Have you given it a name? Bulma was stunned, still not coming to her senses from what Chi-Chi had done after waking up, and she responded automatically, Trunks. Chi-Chi immediately clapped and cheered, Trunks, what a great name. Miss Bulma's naming is as good as ever. What did you say the child was called? Dwang. The floor of Bulma's house suffered inhumane treatment again. Fortunately, Bulma didn't feel sorry, and Dr. Bliss didn't care either. Bulma's mother even wanted to make an appointment with the muscular Tien Shinhan to have a meal and a fight. Would Tien Shinhan agree? That crazy BCH Lanchi is still easy to talk to when she has blue hair, but once she sneezes, I'm afraid he will have a lot of scars on his body. Son Gohan covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to his father, Dad, we wanted to arouse everyone's envy after our special training, but I'm afraid that Mom has ruined it. So far, no one has asked about our combat effectiveness. Son Goku held his forehead with one hand. I'm right, your mother should get some more sleep. Piccolo crossed his arms and nodded with deep understanding. Son Gohan was puzzled. Whether my mom was sleeping or not, what does your nodding mean, Uncle Piccolo? Chapter 64 Frieza, be gentle. Chi-Chi was confused. Why did her son grow up a lot just after a nap, and a person from the future world also appeared? Oh, the big Trunks does look very similar to the small Trunks, except that one has lavender hair and the other has blonde bad boy hair, and finally, the body shape difference is a bit bigger. Chi-Chi understood the hair color issue as the two men in his family also dyed their hair frequently, so it was not surprising. But what does it mean to come from the future? Not enough brain capacity. Son Goku has a trick for dealing with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. The food cooked by Bulma's family is not as good as yours. Can you help me cook it? Sure enough, Chi-Chi's attention was diverted instantly. She looked at her son. Although the long golden hair was a little eye-catching, she couldn't dislike it. Son Gohan also nodded heavily. He had to cooperate at this time, otherwise it would be endless. Chi-Chi was happy and ran to Bulma's kitchen singing. She didn't like other ingredients and only picked lizards, frogfish, pythons and the like, which were Son Goku's favorites. Finally, the atmosphere in the restaurant returned to normal, well, normal for now. If it is truly normal, how can there be numbers 17 and 18? If it were truly normal, they should all be on top of the temple right now. Piccolo left. He had wanted to leave during Chi-Chi's special performance just now, but he was worried that Gohan would be scolded, so he had to keep an eye on him. Chi-Chi walked away. He had to hurry to get to the Spirit Time House in the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan and his son, who were also in Super Saiyan form, with a hint of disdain. I actually learned his routine. There is no novelty at all, Kakarot, nothing special. Number 17. Exist. After Frieza left, number 17 became extremely obedient. If Vegeta asked him to serve food, he would not dare to serve wine. If he asked him to bring plates, he would not dare to wipe the table. Tell me, how strong is Kakarot? Before the explosion, it is impossible to sense the opponent's strength with chi alone, so Vegeta needs the help of number 17, who has a microcomputer in his body. Number 17 answered without thinking, he had already calculated this period of time. Son Goku's combat power is 2.2 billion, and Son Gohan's combat power is 2 billion. Phew. Big Teen sprayed Vegeta in the face. He was very proud of himself before, but now he has a combat power of 1.5 billion. As a result, Son Gohan, who is much younger than him, is on par with his father, and Son Goku even surpasses his father. Advertisement. That Frieza guy, if you don't compare, it will just be a handful of bitter tears. If Vegeta's Super Saiyan full power has not reached its limit, then Son Goku's Super Saiyan has reached 100% of its full power. Once it explodes, the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. As soon as he got excited, Date's Super Saiyan was released. After all, he had been struggling to maintain it. He only started to maintain this state when he left the Spirit Time room. With a combat power of 1.5 billion, he can't maintain this form for as long as Vegeta and the others. Vegeta was very unhappy. This Kakarot was a cheater. It was the same when he was on Namek. He suddenly caught up with him and was about to overtake him. Now, it's like this again. There was a gap of 200 million combat power before, but in just one day, the gap was narrowed and the number exceeded 200 million. This is a bit discouraging. I need to warn you, Saiyans who lose their composure once their fighting power increases. No 18's voice sounded slowly, and everyone turned their attention to her. Krillin immediately raised his big bald head that was reflecting the light, with a look of pride on his face. Although he was still several meters away from number 18 and no one could see his little look of declaring sovereignty, he still did it. When Son Goku heard what number 18 said, he seemed to remember something. He remembered it before he met Chi-Chi, but now, he couldn't remember it. Cell, now it's more vivid to call it lightning cell. Well, it's the lightning cell that Krillin kicked. Vegeta rolled his eyes and angrily reminded, just fart if you want to. Women who dawdle are the most annoying. Bulma puffed her lips in anger. Puff, puff. In the corner, the mountain-like Yajirobe scratched his head in embarrassment and said apologetically, sorry, I am the most obedient person. When I heard the male owner of this place made a request, I subconsciously satisfied it. Tien Shinhan covered Yajirobe's mouth with his hand and said, how dare you say that? Didn't you see the look on Vegeta's face? I'm a Super Saiyan now, I can crush you to death with just one finger. Eating for free and not being able to control your mouth, that's enough. Number 18 waved his hand across his nose with a look of disgust. Vegeta, hold on. Lightning Cell's current combat power is 3 billion, which is a full billion higher than yours. Vegeta wasn't there at the time so he doesn't know, but Son Goku, you should know it. Rarely, Son Goku didn't act funny, but nodded solemnly. He also remembered that when he left the Spirit Time room, he wanted to tell everyone that their current fighting power was not enough to face Lightning Cell. If you don't want to be carried away by Tai Chi like before, you need to practice again. Krillin was curious. Didn't they say that a person can only enter the Spirit Time chamber for 48 hours in his lifetime? How come Son Goku came out after only one day even though he knew he couldn't beat Lightning Cell? Thinking of it, Krillin said. Son Goku also gave a serious answer to this. Stay in that empty space for 2 years at a time. Don't even think about surpassing Cell. I'll be crazy if I don't train myself. Advertisement. When he heard the words, Amitabha, Krillin subconsciously put his hands together. Then, nothing happened next. Everyone moved away from him, only Son Gohan grabbed Krillin's hand to stop them from causing trouble. Vegeta believed what Son Goku said. If it weren't for his son Trunks, he would have almost been unable to help but come out early during the year in the Spirit Time chamber. The suffocating feeling is absolutely unimaginable to those who have never been there. It's okay. We still have 8 days left, which is enough time for us to recuperate and go in for another round. This time, Kakarot, you go in first. When it comes to smartness, Bulma and Vegeta can really crush most people. They can be considered a strong combination. In just a moment, Vegeta figured out the key to why Son Goku could always surpass him. Even in anime, there is someone who appears last, and every time he appears after Son Goku. If his fighting ability is not outstanding at all, why should he be the last to appear? Maybe Frieza's arrival affected Vegeta, causing Vegeta to suddenly realize this point, so this time, Vegeta wants to be the finale. Maybe if it was number 18, it would open up Vegeta's Ren and do meridians at once. Anyway, Vegeta not only held on, but also thought of a lot. Son Goku didn't think so much. With his brain capacity, he couldn't think about too many things other than fighting. No problem. Gohan and I will go in on the 7th day, and you and Trunks will go in on the 8th day. Why a day in advance? Yamcha found an opportunity to interrupt. He felt that it wasn't even Dragon Ball Super yet, so why was he being ignored already? Tien Shinhan subconsciously raised his hand, and everyone instantly moved away from him. Then he reacted, glared at Krillin who was covering his mouth and laughing, and then he spoke. On the eve of a big battle, we should take a good rest for a day and get enough rest. With Son Goku's habits, he will definitely eat a lot before he stops. Everyone suddenly realized, and Son Goku said with sparkling eyes, the one who understands me is Tien Shinhan. In the Supreme Kai world, Shin stared at the chessboard for a long time, and then slowly placed a piece. He won this round. It's not that he wants to win, but there's only one empty space on the board, so what can he do? The 4 white chess pieces were connected together, and Shin never dared to make a move there. But in the end, Frieza was not there to stop him. He is helpless. Frieza, oh ho ho, hit me gently. Chapter 65. Method to destroy Majin Buu. Far at the very edge of the universe, a beam of colorful energy appeared from a black hole. In front of this beam of colorful energy, there was a tiny figure who was resisting desperately. This figure has 4 horns on its head, its chest is covered with white armor-like muscles, and the rest of its body is purple. Boom. A planet blocking the path of the colorful energy beam exploded. This was the only planet nearby, and the hit rate was 100%. Cooler finally got rid of the colorful energy beam and escaped successfully. Cooler is the leader of the Ice Demon clan, and survival in the universe is not a problem. Cooler looked around, his mouth opening and closing, he was very excited, and the expression on his face was ferocious and terrifying. Unfortunately, sound cannot be transmitted in the universe, and no one can hear all of Cooler's vicious curses. Voiceover. I'm telling you, you immortal boss. I can survive in the universe, but I'm not a universe spaceship. There's no planet nearby. You can't expect me to fly away forever. Instead of scolding Frieza, he actually complained that the road was too far. It's good enough that you're not dead. Of course, Frieza didn't care whether Cooler would die of old age in the universe. After he agreed to Shin's request, he started to take action. You've been sitting for too long, maintaining the same position for too long, you need to move around. Besides, Shin had already asked to be beaten, so Frieza certainly wouldn't let him down. Although Frieza cannot fulfill every request like Super Shenron, nor can he do what Namek Shenron does, he can still meet Shin's small request. The process is too cruel, too bloody and violent. In order not to affect the younger generation, it is better to use 6 dots instead. In short, within 3 hours, Shin's voice was always heard in the Supreme Kai world, which proved that Frieza's attack was very measured, at least he did not beat the man to the point where he could not make any sound. Phew, you are no good, you want me to fight and rescue at the same time, it's exhausting. Don't make such requests in the future, it's not like I have nothing to do after eating. Old Supreme Kai was dumbfounded, Kid was dumbfounded, and Dodoria, who was well fed and well drinking, was dumbfounded. Zion, I feel like crying but I have no tears. I wanted to talk to Frieza about Majin Buu, but my voice was hoarse and I couldn't open my mouth. So frustrating. Don't you have something to say? I gave you a chance, but you didn't say it. What do you mean? The old Supreme Kai was shocked when he heard what Frieza said. He put the tablet away and pointed at Kid. You, go and heal Shin. Frieza forgot to give Shin the recovery kit at the end. Kid reacted and cast a holy healing spell directly. Anyway, he still had flash of holy light and other spells. It was just a holy healing spell, so he didn't feel bad about it. He will not use interference, because that is a stupid skill that makes the opponent invincible and sacrifices himself. He will never use it even if he is killed. Oh, ho, ho. If you don't tell me, I'll really leave. I'm very busy. There are so many planets waiting for me to destroy. I have professional ethics. Advertisement. Shin secretly complained, what the hell is this professional ethics? This is simply going against Supreme Kai. However, the old Supreme Kai heard the voiceover. Are you working for him? Oh, ho, ho. Old man, you are good at observing people's expressions, but please don't tell me the name. Otherwise, a few thousand years may not be enough, and tens of thousands of years may be enough. Old Supreme Kai got his way and never mentioned the subject again. Although Shin doesn't understand, it doesn't matter. What's important is to let Frieza deal with Majin Buu. Frieza, can your dark form defeat Majin Buu using the star transformation? Boom. Frieza jumped up and punched Shin in the face. What he said was so thoughtless. First of all, that's not the black form, that's called the black iron form. I call it black iron Frieza. Secondly, if nothing unexpected happens, I can defeat Majin Buu without using the star transformation. It's just that it's very difficult to kill him. Third, I will not touch Majin Buu now. He cannot be killed by ordinary energy. Even if I am much stronger than him, I can only make him infinitely weak. Death is impossible. Frieza doesn't know any spirit bomb, let alone any destruction. His specialty is the Star Destroyer wave and the Planet Destroyer bomb, but to be frank, that thing still can't completely destroy Majin Buu. Majin Buu and Cell are different. Cell can be reborn as long as the chip is not destroyed, but Majin Buu can be resurrected as long as any cell is not destroyed. Moreover, Majin Buu's individual cells are also very tenacious and can be resurrected by turning into smoke. Shock waves alone are not enough. What Frieza didn't say is that if he could master Ultra Instinct, even at 10% of its power, he would be able to kill Majin Buu with a single punch. After all, the Ultra Instinct he learned from the Star Transformation is the complete version, which is not comparable to the simplified version like Son Goku's. The full version is really great, but it's damn hard to learn. Even with Frieza's extremely powerful comprehension ability, he has only comprehended 0.00001% so far. It's so depressing. The flash time power has improved a bit, from 0.01 to 0.02, which is doubled. It's so scary. Teleport and electric switch can be used at any time, but the problem is that he doesn't need to use them now. It would be nice to recharge some money and change the skin. Although Black Iron is at most a brave skin, I guess the next one will be an epic skin, right? Even you can't kill Majin Buu, then how can we kill him? Shin held his head in his hands as if in pain. The beating I just received was in vain. Oh ho ho. It's not that there's nothing we can do, but why are you in such a hurry? She's sleeping quietly in her egg. She hasn't taken your property or touched your wife. It's not good for you to keep shouting and calling for her to be killed. When Shin heard Frieza say there was a way, he immediately became excited. Property and other things are not important. He has been single for 1,000 years and doesn't even know who his wife is. You can do whatever you want to him. Advertisement. What Zion values is not the past, but the future. Well, don't lead me astray. I'm asking you, is there any way to completely destroy Majin Buu? Don't talk nonsense to me. Shin's words made Frieza's eyes narrow, and an extremely evil aura instantly emanated from his body. Who are these two about? He actually wanted to be Frieza's father. Don't you know how King Cold died? Bang. You are ignorant, youngster. I have already taught you a lesson. Just treat him as a fart and forget it. The old Supreme Kai was horrified. He was not afraid that Frieza would kill both of them. Since Frieza knew which one he was, he would definitely spare the life of one of them. However, we must always distinguish between being slapped and being killed. This won't happen again. Old man, if you have time, teach him how to be a god. Don't act like he's second to God all the time. He's not me. He doesn't have the ability to do that. Oh ho ho. Hey, you look pretty pitiful, so I'll tell you a few ways. First, King Kai invented the ultimate skill, Spirit Bomb. The second one is destruction. Ask the old man for details. I don't have time to explain it to you. Third, there is a move in the fourth level of star transformation, crossing mountains and ridges, called directly attacking the dragon. Because it has the blessing of divine power, it can also completely destroy Majin Buu. The fourth one is food plus love. Sean opened his mouth in disbelief. The first one is actually a skill invented by little King Kai. Second, what is destruction? The third one sounds quite plausible, but Frieza had already said that Frieza had not yet comprehended the possibility of the fourth level. The most outrageous one is the fourth one. What the hell is food plus love? Frieza will not tell Shin that he has more than one way to kill Majin Buu. He is Frieza, a man-woman with his own little plans. Sean wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately Frieza disappeared. Where did Frieza go? Shin quickly used his divine power to investigate. Soon, Shin found Frieza. He was standing next to a person with green skin. There were many other people with green skin behind him. Chapter 66. Galaxy Thugs. This is a planet with a large number of mushroom-shaped trees. Those who pay attention will find that the environment here is very similar to the original Namek. Not only that, there are also many Namek people on this planet. You guessed it right, this is the Namek tribe that left the Earth, and the current tribe leader is the once evil Namek, Slag. Frieza was still very surprised when he saw Slug. After all, he had been his subordinate for a period of time, right? Frieza came here via instant transmission this time because he once owed a favor to the great elder Namek. The one who called Frieza over was Nelu, the undisputed second best player in Namek. Piccolo was not here, so he couldn't be counted. Oh ho ho, isn't this Slug? Are you a kind Namek again? Tell me, Nalu, why did you call me here? Slug was about to say something, but Frieza didn't let him answer at all and directly asked Nelu behind Slug. The wind was howling and the scene was a bit awkward. Even more embarrassing than Slag is a group of 5 people, 4 of whom have the same orange hair, and the remaining one is wearing an Indian hat. You can't see his hair, so I guess it's also orange. Pointed ears, each wearing a pair of golden cone-shaped earrings, and light green skin. Boss, we seem to be ignored. Peter, be more confident and remove the word, seem. Buchan, you're blocking my view. I told you to eat less meat but you just wouldn't listen. Zangia, you're a girl, stay behind me for safety. Your words make the sword in my hand very unstable. Be quiet, all of you. Have you forgotten who the protagonist is? I'm sorry, Bojack, X4. There's a lot of noise here. Unfortunately, Frieza seemed to have no ears. He looked at Nelu, still waiting for Nelu's answer. Boss, this guy's ears are rectangular, he must have hearing problems. Nelu wiped the sweat off his face. He felt that if he didn't speak up, he would not only offend Slug, Bojack and the other 4, but would also make the reinforcements he invited angry. Lord Frieza, we Nameks have such a hard life. It's only been a few years, and the planet we live on has sealed away 5 galactic thugs. You see, I was able to explain things clearly, but I didn't have to let those idiots over there talk for a while. Oh, so you guys are really lucky. Do you want to use up that favor so that I can deal with them? Nelu glanced at Slag. It seemed that he had replaced Slag's limelight. What should he do? It's okay, Nelu. As long as I can save my people, what does my personal reputation matter? Nelu was overjoyed. This new great elder was very reliable. That's not the case, Lord Frieza. Could you please go and call Son Gohan and the others to come and help? Can you save this favor for next time? Bojack and his 5 companions were stunned, and Slug was also stunned. This, Nelu, you are such a smart guy. This way you don't have to waste favors. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to use up the favor and let me inform Son Gohan? Nelu was overjoyed and wanted to answer loudly, yes. But he was slapped to the ground by Slag. That's not the case, King Frieza. Nairu just drank too much. What we mean is to ask you to save Namek from a crisis. Slug figured it out. According to what Frieza meant, he had to use the favor no matter what. Then what was the point of calling Son Gohan and his group? What if that group of Saiyans couldn't beat the other side? Frieza is still more reliable. After hearing this, Frieza decisively turned around, and only then did he set his sights on the 5 members of the Galactic Thugs. Oh, ha ha ha. Fine then, I am a reasonable and trustworthy person. Bojack, right, how did you break the seal? Bojack thought about it and decided to respond, that's a bit like a kid without a mother. It's a long story. Frieza slapped his tail and looked unhappy. Someone passed through the black hole and destroyed a node in the ceiling formation, so we unsealed it. That's it. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away a drop of cold sweat on Frieza's forehead. Is this really a long story? Although I don't understand why King Kai didn't die and how the seal was removed, it doesn't matter. These losers who can't even beat Super Saiyan 2 are really just used for warm-up exercises. Zangia is really pretty, and most importantly, very cute, with light green skin, orange wavy hair, and a sweet smile that gives off the flavor of first love. It's a pity that I'm not good enough. With a slight sweep of the detection technique, the combat power of several people was clearly visible. Badu, the banana-headed guy holding a sword, was killed by Date in the original novel and had a combat power of 800 million. Peter, the short guy with the Indian hat, has magical powers that can control people, but he is useless against Super Saiyan 2 who has his own electric current. His combat power is only 800 million. Buchan, a tall man with a pineapple head and orange beard. I don't know if they ate some expired food that caused the color of their hair to change. Their combat power is slightly higher, 1.2 billion. Zangia, the only female, has a sweet look and a petite figure, which I will not repeat. Her combat power is 1 billion, which is not bad. Bojack, the eldest of the group, has the ability to transform, but unfortunately he can only evolve once. His combat power before the transformation was 1.7 billion, which is similar to Cell in the original book. Oh ho ho, do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Bojack and his companions had been sealed for a long time. At that time, there was no legend of Frieza, so Bojack didn't know much about Frieza. However, seeing Frieza's steady posture and the fact that he had just been unsealed for less than a day, he did not let his guard down and decided to ask for clarification. How about a one-on-one fight, or a group fight? Frieza smiled his signature smile. Oh, ho, ho. Single fight means I will fight the 5 of you alone, and group fight means I will fight the 5 of you alone. Bojack, very angry. They were played with right after the seal was lifted. Do you really think the Galaxy thugs grew up eating and drinking? Advertisement. You're useless. No matter who you are, the 5 of us will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer. Brothers, go. Okay. Boss, X4. Brush. Badu was the first to rush up. He was a swordsman, and swordsmanship is all about one word, speed. There is a sentence that is very suitable to describe a swordsman. That is, death is like the wind, always with me. Whoosh. Bang. It rushed in the fastest and left even faster. Before it even flew far, a huge explosion occurred. I saw a mushroom cloud appear in the distance, and at the center of the explosion, not even a single hair could be seen. Badu, X4. When Bojack and the others looked at Frieza again, there was already a hint of panic in their eyes. After all, the man in front of them killed Badu to pieces with just a flick. Frieza also took Badu's sword and stuck it into the ground with one hand, using it as a walking stick. Peter. Bojack yelled, and Peter suddenly realized. In a simple fight, they might not be a match for the naked man in front of them, but when it comes to coordination, they have been practicing in the seal for many years. Although the comparison is very poor and the coordination may be somewhat inefficient, it should not be bad. Peter took action, and rays of light shot towards Frieza, causing Frieza to scream in pain. Seeing an opportunity, Buchan immediately joined forces with Bojack and Zangia to attack. Bojack punched Frieza in the stomach, while Zangia fell straight down from the sky, aiming directly at the back of Frieza's head. Buchan is a melee tank type, and he headbutted Frieza in the chest with great force. The weak are afraid of the strong are afraid of the crazy, and the crazy are afraid of the desperate. As for Frieza, he is neither crazy nor afraid of death, but he is strong enough. Bang, bang, bang. Zangia was slapped away by a tail, and felt powerless when he landed on the ground. Carrot oh carrot. That tail just now hit her sensitive spot. Bojack's iron fist did not hit Frieza, but was slapped away by Frieza, and the direction he flew back was exactly Peter who was using magic in the distance. Buchan didn't hit Frieza either, but because he used too much force, he couldn't control himself and stop quickly. When he rushed in front of Slag, he finally stopped. A drop of blood appeared on Badu's sword, looking particularly cold. Oh wow, is this fun? Do you think you've succeeded? Advertisement Chapter 67. Accidentally exerting too much force. Boom. Bojack was never able to control his body, and Frieza's strength was beyond Bojack's reach. Peter was not prepared, nor did he burst out his full strength like Nerlu did, concentrating all his strength on his hands to catch the human bomb. A tragic scene happened. Bojack directly blew Peter up, and blood rained down from the sky, making Bojack a little confused. What's going on? Did I blast my own men into pieces? Bojack felt a little depressed when he saw Zangia, who was unable to stand and was kneeling on the ground and shivering all over. Looking at the MT in the team, the tall Buchan, he was actually standing in front of a group of Namek people, posing as if he was charging. Buchan, what are you doing? Now is not the time to play. We need you to attract hatred. Boss, is Peter out of commission? Zangia actually spoke with a trembling voice, but what he said made Bojack a little angry and embarrassed. Bullshit T. Peter was just controlling the team, no output at all. Even if he was OT, he was still the strongest in his team. Buchan. Snap. Buchan fell to the ground, and his body was split into 2 very even parts starting from the top of his head. The timid ones among the Nameks were already screaming. The bad guys who beat the Great Elder and the Great Protector to the point where they could not take care of themselves would have been dead if there were not a few tribesmen among them who knew healing magic. Now, the big villain was actually split in half right in front of their eyes. Only then did Bojack see Bido's sword, still stuck straight in the ground, with blood dripping from the blade. Tick. Bojack's sweat drops the size of beans and he swallowed hard. They had been sealed for countless years and just when they were released, they were going to die. This is unscientific. Shouldn't it be about making a splash, then taunting the opponent, and then going too far and getting sealed or killed? We just came out, we didn't kill anyone, and those two vegetative people who were beaten, they were also revived by the other party, right? Aren't we just hungry? These people refuse to cook for us. Oh, Buchan seemed to have said that the other person was a vegetable and tasted good too. But, hasn't this happened yet? You, who the hell are you? Oh ho ho, I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Frieza's laugh was as sarcastic as ever, but it was a pity that Bojack didn't dare to complain at all. Universe Emperor Frieza, Bojack suddenly yelled, turning to look at Zanja, who was able to stand up. Have you heard of it? Dwang. Advertisement. Namek trembled a little, and Supreme Kai Shin saw that Namek was sweating, so he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Old man, no, Ancestor, this Bojack is more suicidal than us. Rubbing the place where he was hit by the old Supreme Kai, Saiyan almost cried. Why did he always meet people who like to beat him up? Bojack is worse off than you. Frieza won't really kill you, but he will really crush that Bobby to death. It's Bojack. Yeah, I know, that famous horse. Kid used his head to choke the ground, and became Shin's meat cushion. Zangia shook his head subconsciously, and then immediately nodded frantically. She felt that she was almost tricked to death by the boss. It's already a certain time, don't you have to pretend to admire him even if you haven't heard of him. You haven't heard of it. The sound was extremely cold, causing Namek, led by Slug, to sneeze collectively. Is winter coming to Namek? Will the trees that were just planted freeze to death? Who said the new Namek has no winter? Bojack is also cold, but he can't give in. Wah, what's the Emperor of the Universe? What's Frieza? I'm the big thug of the universe. The whole universe will tremble because of me. You made me angry. Be angry, Bojack, be angry. I will tear you apart. Bear. Bojack's clothes burst. Not only did his clothes burst, he also dyed his hair just like Saiyan's transformation. It's not the kind of golden and dazzling one that blinds the eyes, but the kind of bright red one that's demonic. The hair color changed, but Bojack's transformation was not over yet. The clothes bursting was just the prelude, and his next step was to expand his muscles. It's not as praised as Vegeta's super muscle version, but it's not much weaker, at least it looks that way. Combat power 1.8 billion, 1.9 billion, 2.1 billion, 2.11 billion. Poof. Frieza laughed out loud, and it wasn't that kind of laugh, he was really amused by Bojack's transformation. Saiyan's transformation is 50 times stronger, even if Frieza's iron level is so poor, it's still more than doubled. Bojack, the arrogant transformation, increased by 410 million. This is probably not as powerful as Saiyan's loud shout. If you had just stayed in this transformed state, Frieza might not have laughed, but with such a big fanfare, why is the ending so lame? Oh, ho, Mr. Bojack, can you tell me something? Why don't you just keep your current image? Why do you have to use your previous state? This look is very intimidating. Bojack finally completed his transformation. He was breathing a little hard and his throat was a little dry. It seemed that his voice broke when he shouted just now. Ha ha ha, since you ask sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. Our family, Zangia, tell him why. Advertisement. Zangia jumped several hundred meters high and shouted, because the team must maintain the same hair color. Whoosh. When Zangia landed, he was already far away from the battlefield. Lord Frieza, kill this pretentious B******************. Huh. The wind blows again, and Bojack is stunned. What's going on? Am I not strong enough? Don't you see this red hair? Are you blind? Oh ho, Mr. Bojack, are you Team Rocket from Pokemon? Since you told me this sincerely, I will show you what a true transformation is like out of compassion. Frieza clenched his hands tightly, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. The combat effectiveness is also increasing rapidly. 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, 10 billion. Buzz. A huge gust of wind swept up, and then suddenly exploded. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, and a strong wind swept out. All the Namek people were blown away by this strong wind. Even Zangia couldn't stand anymore, his body moved backwards uncontrollably, leaving a deep groove on the ground. Boom. The 7-colored air waves rising into the sky made Namek change color at this moment, the earth shook, and the originally peaceful planet began to crack bit by bit. Slag and Nelu were blown back a long way, and finally one of them hugged a light green jade pillar and stopped. Although Zangia was angry at these two shameless people, he really couldn't spare any effort to deal with them for the time being. Really, Frieza's energy was too terrifying, so strong that her body couldn't muster any strength. Bojack was so frightened that his chin had already dropped to the ground. It wasn't because his mouth was particularly big, but he couldn't help but fall to the ground. Frieza, what the hell is Frieza? I've only been sealed for 1,000 years, how come the times have changed so much? This is the aura that the Emperor of the Universe should have. This is the real Emperor of the Universe. Ha, the Universe thugs are a joke. Zangia, you are right. A lot of sweat beads appeared on Frieza's forehead. He had just exerted too much force. He just wanted to become black iron, but he accidentally broke the bottleneck. This was a bit embarrassing. Crunch, ding ding, ding ding. It was still the sound of metal colliding, and the combat effectiveness had indeed increased by more than twice that of black iron. 12.8 billion. Oh, Bojack, this is called transformation, this is called unparalleled in the world. Chapter 68. Namek is ruined. A huge crater appeared on Namek, and a figure wrapped in seven-colored air waves slowly glimpsed out from the crater. Just like a female ghost, she floated in the air, except that she didn't have long hair and a white dress. Frieza. His whole body was glowing with green light, but it was not Namek's green. It was more like the metallic green light of ancient bronze. Combined with the seven-colored air waves and those cold and ruthless scarlet eyes, it could almost stop a child from crying at night. Dr. Bai. Bilu Crab. Dr. Bai. Bilu Crab. On Namek, a burst of background music suddenly sounded. It was definitely the background music for the big boss to appear. Imagine the appearance of General Chen in Zombie Contract. Oh, unfortunately, this smirk made the BGM disappear instantly, but no one cared. At this moment, Frieza is the absolute king. He is a god who is high above and looks down upon all living beings. It turns out that the first move of star transformation is not useless, but the key that can help me break free from the limitations of my body. A pillar supports the sky. It's very vivid. The energy waves around the body surge up to the sky, and not a single breath leaks out and is wasted. Very good. Bojack, do you know what a real transformation is? This is only the second transformation I've developed. I don't know how many more there will be, but at least the golden form is perfect. Frieza is in a good mood. Although this form is still unstable, it is just like the way Son Goku transformed for the first time in the original work. The muscles are much larger than normal and put a great burden on the body. If it weren't for the divine power of star transformation, which constantly relieved the burden on the body, Frieza might not be able to fly to Bojack. Lord Frieza, Bojack knows he is wrong. Bojack will be your servant from now on. Please don't kill me. Bojack is not the kind of person who cannot sense chi at all. Although he is not as proficient as the people on Earth or the people of Yadrat, he can still see how huge the gap is between him and Frieza. If a combat power of over 30% means that one has the initial ability to kill instantly, then Frieza can be killed with just a flick of the finger. If Bojack doesn't give in the face of such a pervert, that's not bravery, that's stupidity. Zzz. You don't deserve it. Frieza held out an index finger, shaking it from side to side, and the words that came out of her mouth made Bojack's heart sank. As the saying goes, anger comes from the heart, and evil comes from the courage. Bojack made an astonishing move when he knew he was going to die. Plop. King Frieza, please just treat me as a fart. By the way, Zangia, I have never touched Zangia, and none of us brothers have touched her either. She is definitely a virgin. I will give her to you as a gift, okay? Bang. Frieza flipped in the air, and his bronze-green tail hit Bojack on the forehead. Bojack is gone. Instead of being reduced to ashes, it appeared on the other side of Namek. From where Bojack disappeared, lava suddenly rose into the sky. This scene was exactly like someone's head being chopped off and blood gushing out into the sky. Hiss. Zangia was shocked, and Slag and Nelu almost fainted out of heartache. Frieza's move just now must have destroyed the core of New Namek. This planet, where they have only been staying for more than 3 years, is not far from exploding. Slag even felt that every heartbeat of his was a countdown to the explosion of the planet. Advertisement. Nairu, do you think we did the right thing or the wrong thing by asking Frieza to help us? This question made Nilu fall into deep thought. After a blink of an eye, he said solemnly, Frieza definitely didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe him. Nilu blinked fiercely at Slag, and Slag understood instantly. Yes, Lord Frieza didn't mean it. Absolutely not. Inwardly, no matter if it is true or not, I absolutely cannot blame the other party. Whether my clan can escape depends on Frieza's mood. But don't underestimate Frieza's rectangular ears, they are very smart. Frieza is gone. When he appeared again, Bojack flew out of the same hole again, but his whole body was almost roasted. If it weren't for his powerful fighting power and the protection of air waves, he would have been reduced to ashes. Oh wow, this is fun. It's just like playing whack-a-mole. Bang. Snap. Boom. Boom. No one knew how much time had passed, but New Namek had become a burning planet, with countless piercing scars all over the planet. All the Namek people were floating in the air, and they had to be careful of the fire snakes that jumped up high. The Namek people were already crying, not because the planet was going to explode, but mainly because all their hard work over the past 3 years had gone to waste. Swish. Frieza suddenly released his bronze form, now panting. Bronze Frieza was still too much of a burden for his current combat power, and even with the blessing of star transformation, he could no longer bear it. Frieza took one look at Bojack, who looked like a monster, and then at Namek, who was in a sea of fire, and slapped his head. It's a big deal. He is here to save the situation, not to destroy it. What's the result? He actually destroyed the entire Namek. Who can I complain to? Bang. Frieza was angry at herself for not being careful enough, so she kicked Bojack, and Bojack flew towards Zangia like a meatball. Oh ho ho. First love, Shao Zangia, hold on to him for me. Slag, all of you gather together, I'll take you out of here. Slug was almost moved to tears. In the end, Frieza didn't forget about them. They were almost in despair. Just before this, Slag and Nelu had been blaming themselves for a long time. Nelu slapped Elder Beach's face hard several times and cried bitterly, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Why did I have to ask Frieza to come to the rescue? Slug was also devastated. He slapped the elder Beach's swollen face several times and cried out in regret. Don't blame you, it's all my fault. I think Frieza is more reliable than Son Gohan. Elder Bitcha. He was hesitating. Should he slap himself a few times? Finally, just as Namek was about to explode, Frieza got tired. Then I felt guilty and decided to take everyone with me for instant transmission. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't that the planet exploded, but that all the Namek people fell to the ground like dumplings. Advertisement. Supreme Kai Saiyan was dumbfounded when he saw the group of green-skinned people. Kid was about to get furious. What did Frieza think the Supreme Kai world was? A refugee camp. He was about to explode and yell. Just as he stood up, Kid saw Frieza's poker face, and suddenly, Frieza smiled. Kid almost fell to the ground. It was okay if Frieza didn't smile, but when he did, it was so scary. I'll go see if there are any injured. Kid followed his heart. He had no choice but to follow his heart. The past was still vivid in his mind and it was too painful to look back on. Old Supreme Kai hid far away, holding the tablet and drooling, and simply adopted the attitude of, out of sight, out of mind. Oh wow, Mr. Kid, I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. I finally figured out who was the master here. Kid was so angry that his teeth were itching, Shin was very upset, and old Supreme Kai turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on watching the sage video. Kai, Supreme Kai-sama. When Kid heard what Slag said, he almost burst into swearing. Just by hearing the first two words, he thought that this green-skinned Namek man couldn't tell the difference between men and women. How can I call such a big guy like myself, sister? However, he was still unhappy. I'm not Supreme Kai, I'm Supreme Kai, a servant. Slag pushed Kid away and looked at Shin with a tuft of hair with burning eyes. I know you're not. You're so ugly, how can you be the great Supreme Kai? Kid, it was as if he had been hit by a critical hit of 12.8 billion, and he almost died on the spot. Frieza ignored their antics and instantly appeared in front of Zangia. Oh wow, you are absolutely beautiful, can I introduce you to someone? Zangia, Bojack is about to die. It turns out that you don't love beautiful women, you like to give them away. Boom, puff. Frieza sensed Bojack's thoughts and stepped on him into the ground, leaving only 2 toes exposed. Frieza doesn't like beautiful women. Whoever dares to say that, he will burst out with 200% of his fighting power. This is the pain in his heart, and no one can mention it. Even the little golden turtle is not okay. Otherwise, I'll still beat you up. Chapter 69. A gift from Frieza. Frieza didn't worry about Namek's affiliation, and even if they settled in the Supreme Kai world, Frieza wouldn't have the slightest idea. People have no fighting power. Shenron, this is not allowed and that is not allowed. The key point is that he has a disaster-prone physique. After his rebirth, Frieza destroyed a total of 3 planets, and the first one was Namek. The second one was an uninhabited planet destroyed by the digestive movement, and the third one was Namek again. Will it bring disaster? The one that exploded after Cooler came out of the black hole, Frieza didn't know about it, so it doesn't count. Come on, follow me to a place where you will find your ideal husband. He is also a great gift. Frieza disappeared again, and the Supreme Kai world returned to peace and tranquility, but now there are occasional giggles. Cell had been standing on the broken stage for 6 days. Countless bird droppings had drowned Cell. When Frieza came to Cell, he saw a Cell who was about to collapse mentally. Oh ho ho, I won't allow you to move, but you can still release some energy to cleanse yourself. Cell was so angry, Frieza didn't even let him fart at that time. Farts are air, and air waves are also air. They are different in nature, but they have the same purpose. Cell, I really don't dare. Thank you, thank you. It's only been 5 days since Cell last spoke, but he can't even speak clearly. It seems that this punishment is very effective on Cell. Boom. Bojack was thrown in front of Cell in the shape of a ball, his tibia bones were broken and he was hanging on by his last breath. Hey, this is a reward for you. Absorbing it will definitely increase your combat power. Cell was disdainful, but didn't dare to resist. Even if Frieza pointed at a stone and said, hey, if you absorb this, you will become stronger, he will absorb it without hesitation. At worst, he can just break it up and expel it. It's just stones, no big deal. Cell's tail suddenly grew longer and covered Bojack, but was caught by Frieza halfway. Oh, you're a bit disgusting. Cell. Idiographic period. Zangia was trembling. Frieza finally let go of his hand. He was just curious and wanted to take a look, and had no intention of going in himself. He is very strong and not stupid, so he would not go to someone's stomach for a few days. Gurgle, gurgle. Frieza turned around and asked curiously, you want to eat Bojack too? Zangia's originally light green face suddenly turned dark green. This was due to both disgust and fear. No no no. King Frieza, I eat normal food, I don't eat people. Frieza snorted. He just heard Zangia swallowing her saliva and thought she was greedy. She didn't mind cutting off Cell's thigh or something and letting Zangia roast it and eat it. After all, that thing can grow back very quickly. Huh, oh wow. Cell, I've got a great idea to make money. Let's set up a stall to sell meat. You can grow meat again if you cut it off. It's a no-cost business. Advertisement. Zangia instinctively took several steps back, and Cell simply covered his tail. I choked. It still won't work. Your meat is green. People are afraid we'll poison it, which is not good. And you don't have a license to sell it. Hurry up and swallow it. Do you want me to poke you with a stick? Frieza laughed again, and his eyes narrowed when he laughed, which scared Cell so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Gulp. Finally, Bojack was swallowed up, and there was nothing left, let alone the dregs. Roar. Suddenly, a huge wave of air swept out, and Cell roared in pain. Like a dragon, like a tiger, like a beast, and also roars like Cell. Cell roared angrily, and the extreme pain made him start to convulse. The combat effectiveness was soaring rapidly, and soon reached 3.5 billion, with no sign of stopping. Oh wow. Very good, very good. My combat power has increased to 4 billion by accident recently. I'm feeling invincible, empty, lonely and cold. As expected, Cell, you didn't let me down. Keep going, keep going. At this moment, people on Earth screamed in fear, and the Z warriors frowned deeply. They are so familiar with this aura. It is now the 6th day. Son Goku and Vegeta have not entered the spirit time chamber again, but they have not stopped moving forward. After all, their current fighting power is indeed not as good as Cell's. There are several extra gravity rooms in Bulma's house, and on average 1 to 2 of them are blown up every day. This means that Bulma's family is not short of money, so they can afford such a waste. However, just now, all the gravity chambers exploded at the same time. From the gravity room, out flew Son Goku, Vegeta, Dato, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. Oh, Piccolo hasn't merged with the gods yet, but it will be soon. This is Cell's energy. How is this possible? How can it be so powerful? Piccolo exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead. He was in disbelief and more than that, at a loss. Everyone's faces were solemn. Son Goku's cynicism was gone, and Vegeta's confidence suffered another critical blow. In a way, Vegeta's efforts far exceed anyone else in Dragon Ball. Remember, anyone. However, no matter how hard he tries, no matter how hard he pushes himself, there will always be someone who easily surpasses him. If given a choice, the person Frieza's soul wants to travel to now is actually Vegeta, not the genderless Frieza. Frieza is furious. Turtle. Tisk, ignore it. Vegeta's experience is heartbreaking, Vegeta's self-esteem is touching, and Vegeta's competitive spirit is not something that belongs to Son Goku. In terms of origin, he is higher than Son Goku. But Son Goku's experiences are not there. Turtle feels sorry. Vegeta's mood is very complicated. In the past few days, his combat power has reached 2.3 billion, which is the same as Son Goku's combat power. This is also the limit of Super Saiyan 1. Don't worry about it, it's okay. Son Goku and Vegeta both wanted to surpass Super Saiyan, but they never succeeded. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that Son Gohan has a combat power of 2.3 billion. During this period, he has become taciturn. No one knows why Son Gohan suddenly changed. We can only guess that it is a side effect of Super Saiyan. Only Son Goku had a restrained expectation in his eyes. However, with Cell's sudden outburst and crazy growth in fighting power, Son Goku was no longer sure. Number 17. Speak. Number 17. What are you saying? Number 18 was worried about No 17's brain, so he had to take over the topic. Cell's current combat power is 3.8 billion, and it will soon reach 3.9 billion. There is no sign of slowing down. The oral data from the 18th sent chills down everyone's spine. They know clearly that the strongest 3 Son Goku only have 2.3 billion now. Daedong barely reached 1.8 billion and is gritting his teeth to hold on. Number 17 also reacted at this time. Every time Bulma appeared, he was always dazed for a moment, which resulted in him not reacting to Vegeta's meaning just now. It's 4 billion. No, it's 4.1 billion. And it's still rising. On Cell's side, Frieza's laughter continued, and Cell's roars continued. Oh ho 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 and roar ho ho form a unique landscape. The entire earth changed color because of Cell's roar, with strong winds, heavy rains, and tsunamis approaching fiercely. It was a scene of the end of the world. In other words, Frieza used his divine power to protect the earth, otherwise there would definitely be landslides and ground cracks. If that had happened, there would have been countless casualties on Earth. Finally, Cell stopped roaring, Frieza stopped laughing, and Zangia's heartbeat almost stopped. It's so G scary. The Earth is too dangerous. She wants to go home. Even if she is sealed, it is better than being scared to death like this. Whoosh, whoosh. Cell was panting like a cow, while Frieza was taking it easy. Oh wow. It seems that you were not able to absorb Bojack perfectly. The combat power is only 4.5 billion. It's too low. Cell sneered. Even though he was in great pain during that wave, the result was very satisfying. Extremely satisfying. Cell started to get angry. He didn't believe that with his current fighting power he couldn't beat Frieza. This is the aftereffect of obtaining Saiyan cells, and it is also a common problem of Saiyan. Once the fighting power explodes, blind self-confidence will appear. Number 17 exclaimed, I grabbed a piece of grass. Here we go again. Son Goku starts shaking with excitement. Fear. It's impossible. At most, you'll be beaten half to death. But after taking one magic bean, you'll be back to life. Vegeta's face was as black as ink, he was a little scared. This may be the most important reason why Vegeta is inferior to Son Goku. Son Goku is fearless, but Vegeta still has fear in his heart. At this moment, a pair of small hands touched Vegeta's trembling hands. Vegeta slowly raised his head. Chapter 70 I hate people who use weapons. The one holding Vegeta is Bulma. The person who understands Vegeta best is not Son Goku or David, but Bulma who sleeps in the same bed with him. You are the strongest. Buzz. A flash of electricity passed through Vegeta's mind, and he felt like he had caught something. Looking at Xiao Te and the woman he loved most, Vegeta regained his confidence. Just for the sake of his wife and children, he would do everything he could to stop the threat to them, even if it meant death. Comma. Yelling and making noises are Saiyan specialties, and now Cell has taken it a step further. Bear. Sizzle. Pa. Golden air waves surged up. Purple electric currents kept making crackling sounds. Cell's eyes turned emerald green, the spots on his skin began to glow red, and his wings were still purple, but the color was brighter. Well, Frieza, what is my current fighting power? Cell's voice is full of charm. If it weren't for his ugly skin, if you only looked at his face and listened to his voice, he would be a very handsome guy. Swish. The Z warriors appeared, and Son Goku couldn't hold back any longer, so he brought everyone to the scene. Looking at the crater in front of him caused by Cell's explosion, No 17's voice trembled a little, but he still performed his job as a commentator, showing great respect for his job. Shaw, Cell, 4, Gulu 4.8 billion. Number 18 was mad at his useless brother. What's wrong with 4.8 billion? Your master is here, what are you afraid of? Frieza is here. Do you still want to be the Emperor's second lackey? The number 1 lackey Dodoria complained. King Frieza, you forgot about me again, woo. Number 17 was instantly cheered up. Yes, he is a man with a master. What's wrong with 4.8 billion? I'm going to slap him in the face today. Number 17 became arrogant and didn't care about the people standing there. He walked towards Cell step by step with the most determined steps like a lone warrior. The Z warriors showed admiration in their eyes, just be no. 17. The speed was neither fast nor slow, but it reminded Cell of what the bald guy had done to him. Call out. Cell took action. He had been frustrated for long enough, and today he was going to have a big fight regardless of the consequences. If number 17 dares to stand out, he will be the first to blow him up and then absorb him, even if he is just a pile of mud, he will not let him go. What Frieza just did let Cell know that he seemed to be able to become infinitely stronger. So, number 17 was almost scared to the point of peeing his pants. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant is about to be killed instantly. With this shout, the arrogance just now disappeared in an instant, and the Z warriors all fell to the ground. Damn, this turns out to be a silver wax spear head. Number 18 did not fall to the ground, she had a lover, Krillin, and she didn't want to do any more funny things. Therefore, she just held her forehead with her hand and murmured, this silly brother is still so cute. Swish. Bang. A crater bigger than the previous one appeared, and No 17's body flew backwards like a rag. When he rushed towards Vegeta, he was kicked away and flew towards an orange-haired woman in the distance. At the place where number 17 stood before, Frieza was wrapped in 7-colored air waves. Despite the difference of 800 million combat power, Frieza finally blocked Cell's attack. It was just that when the force was unloaded, it affected number 17, causing number 17 to make a V-shaped self-driving tour. This self-driving means automatic driving, which is not something that number 17 can control himself. Advertisement. Zangia couldn't believe that she could be attacked even though she was standing far away. Caught off guard, number 17 hugged Zangia's body, and then they rolled down the slope together. It was Zangia's first kiss that he had treasured for many years. Just like that. Get up right there. Zangia was furious, and number 17 was also quite embarrassed. It was not that he didn't want to get up, but the airflow generated by the battle between Frieza and Cell made it impossible for him to get up. Bang. Dwang. Boom. Guang. Frieza has not transformed, so his combat power is poor, but he can slowly adapt, and his strong talent allows Frieza to become stronger in battle. How could cultivation be as fun as wandering around the world? What's more, he was wandering around the universe. Please get up. Zangia was about to cry, she felt like she was being crushed. Get up, I can't get up. Then can you please put your weapon away? Are you going to stab me to death? Zangia was so naive that she had no idea what it was. Number 17 was embarrassed and he didn't want to do it, but he was a man. Isn't it normal for a man to carry a stick as a weapon? I can't take it away. My arm is broken. Zangia is speechless. Plan. There was another loud thunder, as if it exploded right beside Zangia's ears, causing her hand, which she had just raised, to be pressed to the ground again in an instant. Not only that, she felt like she was hit by a stick again, and her body became even weaker. Oh, ho, Mr. Rubbish, enjoy your beautiful wife. This is my gift to you. Even the number 1 lackey doesn't get this treatment. I seem to have forgotten to bring him back again. Cell was so angry, the Frieza in front of him was a freak that was much more perverted than him. Not only had he caught up with his speed in such a short time, but now he could even do 2 things at once. Do you have to discourage people like this? Frieza, I want you to burp. Bear. The 7-colored air waves rushed up into the sky. The straight air waves looked scary. The bronze-green color even scared Cell so much that he hiccuped while talking. The combat power increased by a little more than 4 times, causing Frieza, which was only 4.5 billion just now, to soar to 18.8 billion in an instant. This made Frieza couldn't help but complain, every time there has to be a last digit of 8, is that what you want? If you want to get rich, why not just send that guy Dodoria to work? Oh wow. Cell, what does your hiccups mean? Cell calmed down. This time he was completely calm, calmer than ever before. From now on, no matter how strong he becomes, no matter how inflated he becomes, he must stick to one rule: don't anger Frieza. Your Excellency King Frieza, I just wanted to give you a shoulder massage or a leg massage. You know me, right? I am your son in name only. Zangia did not try to stop the attack with the stick, and number 17 was in no mood to continue hitting people with weapons. He was a warrior, and he wanted to defeat the opponent with his bare hands. After rolling hard, number 17 lay flat on the ground. Listening to the most shameless words in history, he laughed. Sure enough, as long as he holds Frieza's thighs tightly, he won't lose his soul. Son Goku, Vegeta, Dato, and Son Gohan once again saw what shamelessness is. Bulma is absolutely right, in this world, there is no such thing as the most shameless, only more shameless. Cell, the perfect interpretation of this sentence. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, you seem to have ruined the punishment I gave you. How do you think I should punish you? Frieza is an expert at using his power to overwhelm others, and it's not the first time he has done this. Advertisement. The 3 toes were slightly bent, and then the left foot scratched the right foot. I figured it out. You stay here for another 10 days. The rules are similar, but you have to stand on one leg and open your mouth towards the sky. Cell was petrified, and everyone's mouths were open in complete disbelief. The Z warriors thought that this punishment was too small. Cell just wanted to bang his head against the ground and die. He didn't want to live anymore. Standing on one leg is nothing, at most it just looks a little weird, just bear with it. Open your mouth to the sky. That's to let him collect bird droppings. This is intolerable. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. There were wisps of fire in his eyes, Cell couldn't stand it any longer. Shout loudly. One-legged stand. I have to endure it again. Cell stretched out his hands, put his 5 fingers together and pointed downwards, bent one leg, and finally tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide. A drop of unknown crystal liquid dripped onto the ground. Cell, crying. At this moment, everyone felt that Cell was so pitiful. Son Goku put his hands on his hips and said with a slightly painful expression, do you think Cell is pitiful? Vegeta folded his arms and refused to comment. David nodded, glanced at his father, and chose to shut up. How could Son Gohan embarrass his dad? Dad, I feel sorry for Cell too. Piccolo snorted coldly. Humph, you have brought this upon yourself. Krillin stood up from behind number 18, not at all embarrassed by his girlfriend, and even flattered her in a servile manner. Lazuli, do you want me to kick him again? Number 18 blushed and spat. Change your hobby. You'll pay for what you did. Krillin covered his crotch with his hands, shocked. It's so scary. Oh ho ho. Zangia, that's the CP I found for you, how could you let him lie on the ground? You know, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If you marry a husband, you follow the wife. If you farm, you weave. If you steal, you steal, you steal. Well, you better take him to the bridal chamber. Zangia is totally unwilling, but she didn't dare to refuse. I took a look at No 17's appearance and found him to be quite handsome, but it was a pity that not only his arm was broken, but he also had to use weapons. She, Zangia, is an ancient warrior, and what she hates most is people who use weapons. Even Badu, the swordsman, she despised from the bottom of her heart. He is a loser. His hand is broken for one thing, but he also carries a stick with him. I despise people like this the most. Frieza was stunned. Number 17 used a stick. Never seen it. Vegeta suddenly blushed. Trunks. Son Gohan. Get back. After saying that, he grabbed their necks and flew away, regardless of whether they were willing or not. I want Kong Kong No 17's weapon caret O caret. X2. Chapter 71. A new change in the plot. What does No 17's weapon look like? No one knows. Zangia might know, but definitely not now.
Now, everyone gathered at Bulma's house. As usual, gather at the restaurant. Gohan, is he really not Ultraman? Why does he look so much like Ginga? Son Gohan covered his biological mother Chi-Chi's mouth with his hand. This biological mother is so brave.
Shish, he's Frieza, and beating up your son only takes one tail. Son Goku interjected. It only takes one tail to beat up your man. Piccolo said calmly. It only takes half a tail to beat up your son's godfather. Everyone chose to stay away from the chat of Son Gohan's family. They were definitely a family courting death. Even Piccolo had been led astray. Frieza was cutting the steak gracefully, and Zangia was reluctantly massaging his shoulders, mainly because he couldn't do it at all. Number 17 stood nearby, a white towel draped over his arm, and in one hand he held a tray with steaming towels on it. How much pressure does Frieza bring to everyone? Anyway, he was the only one sitting there, and no one else dared to sit down, let alone get within 5 meters around him. Swish. A flash of light passed by, and a man with red skin and wrinkles appeared. Next to him was another man with red skin and pimples all over his body.
He wore a small vest just to show off his handsome 8-pack abs. Kid didn't want to come, but he had to. Dodoria cried so heartbrokenly that anyone who heard or saw her cried. Frieza, this is your package, please sign for it. Frieza didn't even look at it, his eyes closed, his cheeks puffed up. Bulma, there's something wrong with the steak this time. I can't chew it. Kid, who is Dodoria? That's the number 1 lackey. Don't worry, King Frieza. I will cook for you right away. You will be able to enjoy the most delicious steak in the world soon. Seeing King Frieza, he was so happy. Look, this is the style of the number 1 lackey, much better than no. 17. Oh ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, I miss your craftsmanship. What about Kid? Oh, and after being ignored, he also ignored Son Goku and the others and just left. Bulma held Shouti in her arms and she walked gracefully to sit in front of Frieza. A wrist as white as snow stretched out, with 2 capsules in the palm. Mr. Frieza, this is a little gift from me, a house and a newest model of air car. I wish number 17 and Miss Zangia a happy wedding. Number 17 had a dark face and didn't say anything, while Zangia had a red face and didn't say anything. Rubbish, Zangia, do you have any manners? Frieza's sinister voice immediately made the golden boy and girl shudder. Advertisement. Bending down and bowing 90 degrees, they both said in unison, thank you Miss Bulma for your kindness. Vegeta was very satisfied with Bulma's actions. In this way, number 17 would no longer harass his woman, and he could go out and have fun with peace of mind. Good morning, everyone. This is the safest TV station in the world reporting to you live. According to the report from enthusiastic citizens, we rushed to the scene and found this bullet-shaped machine. After identification by professionals, it was found to be a universe spacecraft, but its capacity is a bit small. This scene suddenly reported on TV attracted everyone's attention, and even Frieza's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This is not in the original plot. The picture on the TV was a time shuttle, exactly the same as the one that Dad rode. The only difference was that the top cover of this shuttle had been shattered, which was different from the one that Cell rode. The Cell was made by melting the glass top cover, and this one was completely blown apart. Dodoria was holding a plate of freshly grilled steak, cooked medium rare, not 1 point more, not 1 point less, just right. He also saw this scene on TV, and when he saw the look in King Frieza's eyes, his calves began to tremble. Holding back the urge to urinate, he steadily placed the steak in front of Frieza and knelt down. Lord Frieza, I definitely asked Monaka to send the time machine back to headquarters. Headquarters has a record of this. Bang. Dodoria was startled and thought she had exploded. I touched his whole body and found everything was fine. King Frieza was sitting there without moving. Looking back, a time machine exactly the same as the one on TV appeared. Except for the top cover, everything else was exactly the same. Date was dumbfounded. Trunks, how many time machines did I make in the future? Bulma asked curiously. Even though she already knew that this thing was made by her future self, she still felt it was magical because she still hadn't figured out the principles behind it. Date smiled bitterly and said in a sad tone, Mom, the future world has been destroyed. It takes the whole country's efforts to build one time shuttle. How can we build more than one? Bulma felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, and suddenly remembered something. She quickly took out a capsule box from her bag and put it in Dat's hand. I almost forgot. This is what I prepared for you. Remember to take it with you when you go back. It contains not only a large amount of laboratory equipment, but also a large amount of food, clothes, and so on. Date had tears in his eyes, he was so moved. On behalf of my mother, thank you. Puff. Vegeta always feels that he is being cheated on by himself. But, I still can't find where the problem is. This is a bit of a pain in the A. Oh ho ho, can you please put aside the sentimental scenes? Now, don't you think things have changed in an unknown way? You know, this is a time machine that suddenly appeared. Who is riding it here? Frieza's words distracted everyone from the touching scene. Indeed, who is this person? What the Z warriors knew was a little different from what Frieza knew. Frieza knew that a Cell would come, but he didn't know who this Cell was. The Z warriors had no idea that Cell was also from the future, they were just wondering what was going on. Boom. Suddenly, the entire planet shook, and a crazy, violent, and emotionless aura appeared somewhere on the Earth. This aura is extremely powerful, but it is also unacceptable. Advertisement. Everyone habitually looked at commentator No. 17. Then, we saw number 17 and Dodoria having a business relationship. Hello, you must be the number 1 in Tianzi Pavilion, and I am the number 2 in Tianzi Pavilion. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Number 17 is shamelessly trying to flatter his nominal boss. Yes, Tianzi Pavilion is a good place. Even though you are only the second in Tianzi Pavilion, you can't bring shame to the reputation of Tianzi Pavilion. King Frieza needs absolute loyalty. You have now received the reward from King Frieza, but that Zangiako still needs to be trained well. She has not yet realized that she is a member of the Tianzi Pavilion. No. 17. Balabala. Dodoria. Blah blah. Zangia. Little fairy. Transform. Seeing this scene, not only the Z warriors were frowning, Bulma was also speechless, and Frieza even felt a little inexplicably embarrassed. Well, the database doesn't have any record of who that aura was, but his combat power is only 1.5 billion. Son Goku is still excited, and his 1.5 billion aura is so evil, it will definitely be a good fight. Vegeta felt vaguely uneasy. This aura felt a little familiar yet strange. He always felt that it couldn't be simple. After taking a look at Bulma and Xiao Te, his eyes gradually became firm. No matter who he is, with a combat power of 1.5 billion he is so arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. Frieza's eyes were twinkling, and those scarlet eyes made everyone dare not look directly at him. Let's go. Even though this aura isn't strong, it's evil enough. We can't let it destroy the Earth. If the Earth explodes, we'll all die. Piccolo has the strongest sense of responsibility. He cannot accept that the Earth that belongs to him is gone inexplicably. Son Goku chuckled. It's okay, I can instant transmission, I can run. Dwang. A large iron spoon used for cooking hit Son Goku's head hard, and Son Goku immediately jumped up holding his head. Goku, you can run, but what about me and Gohan? Chi-Chi is angry. Ah, I get it. I'll go teach him a lesson right now. Hold on to me, I'll take you there. Swish. Son Goku and the others left, but Frieza didn't leave immediately, and neither did number 17 and Zanga. They have changed camps now. Nothing can affect Frieza's elegant steak-cutting skills. Mr. Dodoria, your craftsmanship is still as good as ever. How about giving you a tail? Dodoria is delighted. He turned around and gave his back to King Frieza. My king, please have mercy. Well, Frieza was so disgusted that his forehead was twisted. He decided to use his feet this time. Bang. Ah. Whoosh. Ding. Chapter 72. Fighting without reason. Son Goku and his friends appeared in a place full of birdsong and flowers, with mountains, trees, and waterfalls. Unfortunately, the waterfall has now stopped flowing. A person wrapped in golden air waves appeared in the middle of the waterfall. When the air waves burst out just now, cracks appeared on the cliff. This guy's muscles are extremely exaggerated, even more domineering than the muscular version of Super Saiyan. His veins are exposed and bulging, and he looks very powerful. Gurgle. Someone was making the swallowing sound, so Krillin quickly stepped forward and shouted, why does this guy look like a Super Saiyan? Look, isn't his energy wave also golden? Bang, dang. A red human bomb accurately hit the muscular man in the waterfall, making a metallic collision sound, which shows how hard that man's body was. Ah, plop. Dodoria goes with the flow. Dodoria's painful wail broke the silence at the scene, and because of this wail, the person in the waterfall finally raised his head. This man has overbearing and explosive hair, somewhat similar to Trunks' hairstyle, with a bare upper body, a golden metal ring on his neck and wrist, a piece of red cloth tied around his waist, and a golden belt that makes him look rich. The key thing is his pupils. You can't see the pupils at all. They are completely white, as if he has cataracts. But when he looks at everyone, he gives people a creepy feeling. Kakarot, 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 ah, 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 ah. Buzz, bear, oh ho ho, I didn't expect it to be the old version of Brawly. This is going to be fun. Before we can even deal with one cell, a bigger killer shows up. Son Goku, Vegeta, what are you going to do? Brawly's aura is still soaring rapidly and will soon reach the 2 billion mark. At this time, Frieza finally appeared, and as soon as he appeared, he revealed the name of the man who was yelling and whose muscles exploded. Brawly, although I don't understand what the old version is. Vegeta's eyes still shrank sharply, this name is very similar to Saiyan's name. Also, this person just yelled Kakarot. Really? Vegeta, he's a Saiyan who was born with a combat power of 10,000. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, he is the real, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was so shocked by Frieza's words that he didn't even have time to pay attention to Brawly's yelling. Born with a combat power of 10,000. The legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Suddenly Brawly's breath paused, stopped at the 2 billion position and then rushed towards Son Goku. Because his speed was too fast and his body was too big, there was an explosion in the air. Get out of the way. Piccolo yelled and flew away with Tien Shinhan and Krillin, who had weak combat power. Date also flew away with Yamcha at a very fast speed. Son Goku shouted, ha, Gohan let me go first. Advertisement. Dwang. Boom. The two fists collided. Although Son Goku's fist was small, his fighting power was higher than Brawly's. With this head-on punch, Brawly retreated uncontrollably. But the place where Son Goku was standing collapsed instantly, and a huge crater appeared, completely destroying the beautiful mountains and rivers in the area. Kakarot, Kakarot, ah, bear. Brawly was at a disadvantage, but he didn't seem to know what pain was at all. His fighting power increased again and he attacked Son Goku again. Frieza, what's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep yelling my name and fighting for no reason? Bang, 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 bang. Son Goku likes to fight, but there has to be a reason. There is absolutely no reason at all, he just kills me as soon as he comes in. Who can bear this? Guang, Guang, Guang. As the battle intensified, Son Goku no longer had time to shout. But how could Frieza disappoint him? There are still many listeners. Brawly, he and Son Goku were born on the same day. Son Goku cries a lot and has a loud voice, so he scared Brawly, and that's how they became enemies. Everyone was speechless, even Dodoria, who had finally crawled back, was stunned. This source of hatred, is so powerful. Frieza thought of something more. Could it be that because Son Goku has a loud voice, his fighting ability increases faster than others? The crying sound can scare Brawly into a lifelong trauma. This power is not small. Boom. Dad. Goku. Old son. Humph. That rubbish Kakarot. Son Goku was knocked to the ground by Brawly's punch. Looking at Brawly in the sky, his hair was no longer golden, but grass green, and the airwaves around him were also grass green. This green is different from the dark green of Piccolo. Brawly's green appears brighter and has a fluorescent green feel. Kakarot. Ah. Brawly's aura surged again, and his voice was several degrees louder than Son Goku's. Buzz. Brawly moved again. He couldn't even count the number of muscles on his body. Dodoria's 8-pack abs looked weak in front of Brawly's. Dwang. 1,000-meter deep pit appeared and the surrounding land began to crack, but soon recovered under some force. Advertisement. Ah. Bang, bang, bang. In the deep pit, the sound of hitting continued to be heard. Brawly punched Son Goku one punch after another. Although most of the punches were blocked by Son Goku, he still suffered a lot. Drink. Ah. Bear. Son Goku exploded, using his innate advantage of his loud voice to instantly increase his combat power by another 100 million. This has already exceeded the limit of Super 1. A faint electric current has begun to appear, but it has never fully appeared. Son Goku was furious and kneed Brawly to the ground. Ah. Da da da. Son Goku screamed madly, punched like the wind, and kicked like lightning. Brawly was actually beaten back step by step for a while. Kakarot. Brawly seemed to only shout one sentence, and suddenly his body grew bigger again. He punched Son Goku in the stomach, and before Son Goku was knocked away, he grabbed Son Goku's head with one hand. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of Brawly's mouth. He suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the ground. When he was about to touch the ground, he pressed Son Goku's head to the ground. Kakarot. An energy ball quickly appeared in Brawly's palm, still green in color, and extremely powerful. Boom. The entire earth shook, and many houses collapsed, causing countless casualties. Frieza frowned. He doesn't care about other people's lives, but he doesn't want too much damage to the people on Earth. Hold me tight. Rarely, Frieza didn't laugh, but just said something lightly to everyone. Alas Frieza, alas the Emperor of the Universe, even if they were unwilling in their hearts, one after another, including Vegeta, connected with Frieza. Swish. Frieza disappeared with everyone, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of Brawly. Everyone. Yamcha even screamed on the spot. Ah, I don't want to die yet. Swish. The sound suddenly stopped, and a group of people had disappeared from the earth. A pile of bird droppings fell. Just happened to be caught by Cell. He felt aggrieved, because he had known for a long time that Son Goku was fighting with someone, and the fighting ability of both of them was worthy of Cell's approval. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to move. Oh ho ho. Cell, go. How can we miss Cell, who also has Super Saiyan cells, at such an important moment? Chapter 73. The Tragedy Tower of Supasa Yayan. This is a planet called Bupas. It is very big and solid. There are no animals on this planet, and it is still in a pure plant state. Today, a group of creatures that shouldn't have appeared here arrived. Human. Moreover, this group of humans also like to wrap themselves with something called air waves. Some are white, some are golden, some are green, and there is also a person with extremely smooth skin, whose air waves are purple. This group of people are planning to have a hearty battle here today. Let me introduce the characters that are about to appear. The purple air wave was naturally Frieza. He had not yet activated the first level of star transformation, and he was like a pillar supporting the sky. Standing tall does not affect combat effectiveness, it just enables one to break through the limitations of their own flesh. Frieza with purple energy waves has a combat power of 4.6 billion. When he last appeared, his combat power was actually only 4.5 billion. Just by eating some steak, his combat power increased by 100 million. Dodoria's craftsmanship is quite good and the quality is excellent. The golden waves of energy are the Super Saiyans, including Son Goku who is beaten black and blue, Vegeta who crosses his arms with a proud look on his face, the taciturn Son Gohan, and Trunks who is the calmest among the Saiyans. Son Goku's peak combat power is 2.4 billion, which he just broke through, but now it is less than 2 billion, mainly because he was injured and fought once, so he is tired. Son Gohan's peak combat power is 2.3 billion, but he has amazing energy in his body. Vegeta's peak combat power is 2.3 billion. With the ability to teleport, he can defeat monsters above his level. Date's peak combat power is 1.8 billion, his foundation is unstable, his strength is slightly low, but he is very resilient. The white air waves are obviously much smaller than the golden and purple air waves. At this time, Krillin has 2 million combat power, Tien Shinhan has 1.5 million combat power, and Yamcha has 800,000 combat power. Oh, there is also a red muscular man, a weakling with a combat power of 20. He looks like he is dying. He must be seriously injured, which is why his combat power is so weak. There are also two people who are not arrogant, one man and one woman, the man is handsome and the woman is pretty. They are No. 17 Lapis, nicknamed Rubbish, with a combat power of 900 million, and No. 18 Lazuli, whose title of Blood Donation Queen has been abolished, with a combat power of 800 million. There are also two people with green air waves, a man and a woman. The man's muscles are explosive and crush everyone else. His veins are intertwined and he is obviously a power player. Not only his air waves are green, but his hair is also green. He is the main person who caused this battle, Brawly, whose combat power has now reached 2.8 billion. The girl is petite and cute, but there is a hint of sadness on her face, which cannot be concealed by the big orange waves. She is none other than Zanja, whose combat power is 1 billion, and also the predetermined CP for No. 17. As for the weirdo who was thrown to the ground in the end, he was dirty and vomiting on the ground. He is mainly green with black spots all over his body, has purple wings behind him, and a needle-like tail attached to his body. He is the main plot boss during this time period, Cell, whose combat power is as high as 4.8 billion. The above is the explanation of the competition tasks by the little turtle commentator. Now, please invite the first contestant to come on stage. Buzz. Brawly doesn't care about the commentator or not, he has only one goal, and that is to kill Kakarot, who scared him to the point of nearly going insane. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to take the time machine? Wasn't it just that Kakarot in the future time and space had died of illness? Died of illness. Can Brawly accept it? He must beat him to death with his own hands. Son Goku is so bitter, even more bitter than eating Coctus chinensis. But the other party has already rushed over, so he has no reason to be afraid of fighting. Ha, Dwang. The two men's iron fists did not collide because Vegeta took action. Advertisement. Brawly. I am the Prince of Saiyan, I am the strongest Saiyan, I am the real Super Saiyan. Ah. Bear. Vegeta stretched out his right hand, bent his four fingers into a fist, and raised his thumb. He put his hand flat and pointed his thumb at himself, loudly declaring that he was the strongest Saiyan. Get down here and put your teeth in. Bang. Vegeta was pushed to the ground by Brawly, who said nothing, then lifted up, pushed down again, and lifted up again. Brawly's tight grip on Vegeta's head just happened to break Vegeta's famous move, teleport. After a full half minute, Dat finally reacted and yelled, "Daddy!" Bear. Trunks, whose combat power was only 1.8 billion, didn't care about anything else and kicked Brawly in the back. Dwang. It's a lot of noise. It makes no difference. Brawly didn't even look at Date, and continued to lift and smash repeatedly, with a white light in his eyes, which made people who saw him feel creepy. Boom boom boom. Ah, Vegeta's screams continue. Bang bang bang. Date's attacks did not stop. No matter whether it was a straight punch, a left hook, a right hook, a side kick, or a vertical chop, it was completely unable to shake Brawly at all. Finally, Big Toot got anxious and condensed an energy bomb with a diameter of about 100 meters and smashed it hard on Brawly's head. Boom. The audience, who had been standing far away, clearly felt that the planet under their feet was shaking. It was complaining about the persecution caused to it by this group of humans who suddenly broke in. The world is quiet. A meteorite crater appeared as far as the eye could see, and 3 people appeared in the center of the crater. One is Brawly, a burly, muscular man who is so green that it makes people panic. He seems to be unharmed. One was Date, who was panting heavily, with his fists clenched tightly and a look of disbelief on his face. The last one was Tsubasa Yayan, who was lying on the ground. The golden air wave had not disappeared, indicating that he had not been defeated yet. Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goku and Son Gohan became excited. This Brawly was too strong, stronger than they had imagined. Ah, ha, ha. Son Goku and Son Gohan exploded in anger one after another, and they were about to go up to help. However, Frieza stood in front of them, blocking their path. Oh ho ho, Mr. Son Goku, little Son Gohan, you should wait before going. Things are not as bad as you think. Brawly, with only 2.8 billion combat power, is unable to cause fatal damage to Vegeta, who has 2.3 billion combat power, in such a short period of time. Trunks seemed to be weaker, but in fact he was not attacked at all, he was simply tired. Advertisement. Son Goku and Son Gohan looked at each other and finally chose to believe Frieza. After all, although Frieza is a bit unreasonable, he is actually not a bad person. Krillin and Yamcha also looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. Especially Tien Shinhan, his third eye was shining with a gleam, as if some ferocious beast was about to rush out. Number 17 and Zangia followed Frieza obediently. Dodoria was held upside down by No 17's feet, and she was groaning. I feel the calm before the storm. Number 18 smoothed the hair on his forehead, looked at Son Goku, and his face turned a little red. He quickly looked at the bald Krillin, and the cooling effect immediately came into play. Cell finally finished vomiting, and he felt like he was going to pass out. King Frieza, do you need me to take care of that green-haired guy? I feel like his limits are far greater than this. Cell has Saiyan cells and a calm and calculating mind. He can sense that Brawly has unparalleled potential. The best way is to crush the opponent with overwhelming strength before he awakens, leaving him no chance to fight back. Frieza shook his head. Oh ho ho, you can't do it. Now, it's not your turn yet, just stand there and do one leg. Cell, this is idiotic. He regretted it so much, why did he say that? Guang. Finally, Brawly attacked Trunks. With just one punch, Trunks not only flew far away, but he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan state in midair. This is the sequelae caused by a weak foundation. Once you encounter an opponent who is too strong, you will be easily defeated. If Trunks were allowed to enter the Spirit Time Chamber again and receive training from Vegeta, perhaps this problem could be changed. Too bad they haven't gone a second time. Trunks. Brawly. I want you to die. Bear. Buzz. As Trunks was knocked away and turned into normal state and fell to the ground, Vegeta's momentum soared instantly. Sizzle. Crackle. Bursts of electric current appeared around Vegeta's body, and his hair even became thicker and a little longer. The flaming hairstyle that shot up into the sky made him even cooler. Green pupils, eyes full of murderous intent. At this moment, Vegeta completely surpassed all the Super Saiyans present. He surpassed himself and even surpassed Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho. Speed up the teeth silver, 2. Chapter 74. You should never hit him. Son Gohan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already touched the threshold, but he always felt that there was something missing. Now, he knew that it was the extreme emotion, especially the extreme feeling. Son Goku relaxed a lot, sitting on the ground and muttering, I thought Gohan was the first to break through, but I didn't expect Vegeta to break through first. This time, you really surpassed me. Number 18 looked at number 17 again. This current seems to be good. Their combat effectiveness has never improved, and they are now extremely eager to be upgraded. Oh ho ho. Mr. Tsubasa Yaintu, how many minutes can you hold on this time? Vegeta was furious. Hole. I'm Super Saiyan 2, not Speedy Saiyan Jin 2. Brawly. Die. Brawly. Ideographic period. He really wanted to say that he was not mocking the other party at all. Kakarot. Brawly looked up and saw Son Goku sitting on the ground. Brawly, filled with hatred above all else, immediately roared. Buzz. Brawly charged, aiming directly at Son Goku. Vegeta. Ideographic period. Ideographic period. I am Super Saiyan 2, am I not as worthy of attention as the name Kakarot? Bang. Guang. The planet began to tremble again. Brawly punched Frieza in anger. It wasn't that Brawly had chosen the wrong target, but that Frieza just happened to block Brawly's progress. The wind wave spread out, blowing everyone toppling over. Number 17 pulled Dodoria's feet and opened the protective shield. Zangia hugged No 17's arm. This time she felt the sense of security brought by this man. Frieza looked at the huge fist that fell on his chest and became furious. Brawly, your eyesight is bad, you need treatment. Oh lol. Frieza did a 360-degree spin and punched Brawly on the chin. When Brawly was hit into the air, Frieza moved and appeared above Brawly's head. Go back. Frieza bent his legs, raised his tail into the air, then clenched his fists and smashed them down on Brawly's head. Whoosh. Dwang. Brawly was like a human bomb, smashing towards Vegeta. Well timed. Today is my Vegeta's peak battle. Ah. Vegeta exploded with energy again, and the golden energy wave was no less powerful than Cell's at this moment, and his combat power instantly soared to 4.8 billion. Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times stronger than normal, which is twice as strong as Super Saiyan. Cell, the hybrid, was now completely crushed by an orthodox Saiyan like Vegeta. After all, Cell's original enhancement was much weaker than this one. Ah. Da. Bang. 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 Advertisement. Vegeta first caught Brawly's body with both hands, then threw it into the sky, and his 4.8 billion combat power exploded instantly. The punches were so fast that they were hard to see clearly, and all kinds of gorgeous whip kicks and side kicks made Brawly scream in pain. Oh, carrot, bear. The green air wave surged again, and the combat power of 2.8 billion began to surge again. He seemed to have no limits at all, especially his body that was as hard as iron. Apart from some damage caused to him by Frieza's 2 attacks, even the damage inflicted by Vegeta seemed to be nothing. Gurgle. Number 17 swallowed subconsciously. At first, he thought Vegeta was a pervert, then he thought Cell was a pervert, and finally he thought Frieza was the real pervert. Now, number 17 feels that Brawly is the most perverted of all perverts. The improvement in his combat power makes no sense and seems to completely break the rules. Brawly's height has increased again, the green on his body has become more intense, and his already exaggerated muscles have expanded a lot more. Gurgle. Brawly's current combat power is, grunt, 5.6 billion. Cell, who was doing the one-legged stand, almost cried because he was so moved. Cell. It turns out that King Frieza is really protecting me. He would rather let me stand on one leg than let me die. Kakarot. Bang. Bang. Dwang. Brawly grabbed Vegeta's arms with his big hands, and then headbutted Vegeta on the head. The noise scared the planet Paw so much that it trembled several times. Mountains collapsed and water flowed back across the entire planet. Ah! Vegeta screamed so loudly. When the two collided, Brawly was fine, but Vegeta was crying and sneezing. He had seen shameless fighting styles, but this was completely a life-threatening act of hurting each other. Dwang. Vegeta was still in pain, and the second headbutt came again. The third time, the fourth time. The sound of duang was endless, and everyone was stunned by Brawly's fighting style. It was not until Vegeta started rolling his eyes and his hair color turned back to black that everyone reacted. It seems that if Vegeta doesn't go up to save people, he will probably die in the next collision. Bear. Except for Frieza, number 17, Zangia, the unconscious Dodoria, and Cell who was doing the one-legged stand, everyone else had already rushed forward. Drink. Bang. Bang 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 bang. A series of blows were unable to stop Brawly's furious actions. Son Goku got anxious and shouted, I am Kakarot, come and fight me if you have the guts. Brawly's shining white eyes flashed with a gleam, and his attack on Vegeta stopped. He raised his head, ignoring the partial massages that the others were giving him, and looked at Son Goku. Fury. Kakarotayo. Advertisement. Broly acted completely on instinct, grabbing the unconscious Vegeta and smashing him at Son Goku. Son Goku was shocked. What the hell? You have no moral principles. Huh. Fortunately, Son Goku reacted quickly and used instant transmission to dodge in time. Vegeta, the human sandbag, was abandoned by Broly. He turned to look at Son Goku, who appeared in the distance, and became furious again. Kakarot, bear, blow, blow, blow. With just one explosion, Piccolo, Krillin and others who were besieging Broly were blown away. Piccolo is so frustrated. Growing up, he has always been the man who can keep up with Son Goku, but now, he can only be a supporting role like Yamcha and the others. He doesn't accept it. He is unwilling to accept this. Devil's Light Killing Cannon. Son Gohan was shocked. Broly was too scary. Uncle Piccolo's move would definitely not work, and Broly would most likely counterattack. Poof. The magic light cannon hit Broly's temple accurately. After a puff of smoke and dust, not even a black mark was left. Buzz. Broly disappears and appears. Bang. Piccolo had fallen in a pool of blood, and his hands, which he had used to defend against Broly's fists, were nowhere to be seen. Uncle Piccolo. Ah, Broly, I want you to die. I want to kill you. I want to beat you to death. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This is unforgivable. Bear. Sizzle. Snap. Son Gohan is furious. He can't control his emotions anymore. He transforms into Speedy Saga Jin 2. A strand of long blonde hair fell between Son Gohan's eyes, and the look in his eyes was even more ferocious than Vegeta's. You deserve to die. You can hit my dad, you can hit Vegeta, and you can hit Frieza. The only thing you can't do is hit my Uncle Piccolo. Wow. Ah, bear. This energy is several times more terrifying than Vegeta's just now. Son Gohan when he is angry is much more terrifying than Vegeta when he is angry. Brush. Bang. Broly was about to kill Piccolo with a kick, but was kicked away by Son Gohan. This time, Broly's body was also hit and dented. Everyone knew how hard Broly's muscles were, but Son Gohan's kick caused even those clapping muscles to change. It is obvious that Son Gohan is extremely strong at this time. Chapter 75 Gohan explodes. Cell warms up. Son Goku was very pleased that his son had made great progress. He was even happier than Son Gohan himself. Piccolo could have sat up and his hand could have recovered, but he didn't. He is pretending to be dead. If he doesn't pretend to be dead, how can Son Gohan explode? Now, apart from Frieza, they can only put their hopes on Son Gohan. No one dares to order Frieza around, so we can only rely on Son Gohan. Piccolo knew very well how amazing the power Son Gohan could unleash when he was angry. When Son Gohan was little, he knew it. Son Gohan did not disappoint Piccolo. Son Gohan is now stronger than ever. When Super Saiyan 2 first starts, the combat power is 100 times the normal level. As time goes by, the upper limit can be increased, just like Super Saiyan 1. 50 times is just the basic. Oh ho ho, you tell me number 17. Number 17 already knows his mission. As a qualified combat power detector, he must take on the important job of commentator. Lord Frieza, Son Gohan's current combat power is 6.5 billion, but why do I feel like his current state is not very stable? Krillin had already saved Vegeta and Dato at this time, and he chose to come to Frieza's side with no 18. Although, Frieza also looks scary, he still looks much stronger than that lunatic Broly. As for Cell, he didn't think it was safe. Whenever he thought of that bold kick, he felt a chill. Gohan's fighting power will increase dramatically after he gets angry. This is not the first time it has happened. When Raditz came and when Vegeta came to Earth, Gohan had explosive fighting power. This kind of explosion is very strong, but it doesn't last long. Therefore, it gives people a feeling of instability. Krillin answered No 17's question. He was also curious if Gohan could defeat Broly. Goku, can you please go back and get the Senzu beans? Vegeta's aura is very unstable. Krillin shouted to Son Goku. This was the second time he grabbed Vegeta's feet, and each time the opponent was in a dying state. What a sin. Son Goku didn't want to miss his son's fighting scene, but he knew that human life was at stake. He couldn't be like Frieza, who could happily watch the battle in front of him even though he saw that Dodoria was breathing out more than breathing in. Swish. Son Goku is gone. Swish. Son Gohan and Broly face off. One looks like a child who has not yet grown up, and the other is a big man over 3 meters tall. At first glance, the two seem extremely unequal. Bang, 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 bang. However, when the two started fighting, Son Gohan was pinning Broly down and beating him. The fist-to-flesh fighting makes your blood boil. Advertisement. Unfortunately, the planet suffered a lot. Meteorite craters appeared one after another. Landslides and earthquakes were the least of its problems. What was even more terrifying was that huge mountains were directly vaporized. Boom. Boom boom boom. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Ha. Broly was knocked to the ground by Son Gohan again. The difference in combat power was actually not that big, only 900 million. However, Son Gohan's explosive power in anger was amazing. It would be a bit inaccurate to just look at the data. For example, when Son Gohan and Broly were fighting, there would often be a phenomenon where their fighting power would instantly increase. Although it would drop back immediately, it really caused Broly to suffer a lot of injuries. Once, twice, 3 times. Broly is once again smashed to the ground by Son Gohan. At this time, there were many fist marks on Brawly's chest, and even scratches on his face. Unforgivable. Kakarot, swish. Son Goku was back, and he brought back several Senzu beans. Brawly just happened to see Son Goku appear. In an instant, the anger value rose again and again. Bang! Son Goku had just appeared when he was shaken by the collision between Son Gohan and Brawly, and he subconsciously tightened his hands. Click. Klin was shocked. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes widened. Yamcha burst into tears. Well, it's okay to eat some Senzu bean powder, right? Frieza was completely defeated by Son Goku's operations. Oh ho ho, Mr. Son Goku, are you trying to learn how to grind beans from Zhang the Butcher? It's a pity you don't have a Zonga snake spear. Guan Yu raised the green dragon crescent blade in his hand and said, let go, I am going to chop this fake third brother to pieces. It has already happened, what can we do? Soy flour is soy flour, it's better than soy milk. Son Gohan is still fighting, but now he is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Son Gohan's burst is limited. At this time, his combat power has recovered to about 4.8 billion, while Brawly's has increased to 6 billion. The situation suddenly reversed, with offense and defense switching, Son Gohan would soon be unable to hold on. Son Gohan is not Brawly, and he does not have the ability to become braver as the battle goes on. As time goes on, Son Gohan's breath has become disordered. I'm afraid that in the next round he will become the second tragedy tower. Piccolo stopped playing dead and his hand grew back, and he flew to Frieza's side, yelling. Advertisement. Goku, stop wasting time. Gohan can't take it anymore. Brawly is really inhuman. He gets stronger the more he fights. Frieza had already discovered that Son Gohan was only barely holding on by relying on the burst of energy from the fight, and he no longer had the strength to attack. After looking around, Son Goku hasn't transformed into Super Saiyan 2 yet. If he goes up there, he'll be courting death. Even if he transforms into Super Saiyan 2, he'll still be eating his food. It seems that the one who stands on one leg can only go on. Frieza hasn't seen enough of it. This show is more interesting than many TV shows. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, please do some warm-up exercises. Be careful of leg cramps. Cell is furious. Then I went to do warm-up exercises obediently. Cell, damn Frieza, you asked me to do warm-up exercises, do you think I'm Sakuragi Hanamaiki? Then, oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, don't go too far, you're almost buried alive. Cell's combat power is 4.8 billion. Just doing some warm-up exercises can cause an earth-shattering earthquake. The whole person has indeed entered the ground, and there is a huge pile of mud around him. Ah, a small figure flew out from the center of the battle. The golden air waves on his body did not disappear, but the heartbreaking scream almost made Piccolo faint from heartache. Gohan. Son Goku rushed forward and caught Son Gohan who was flying backwards, feeling sorry for his own son. Rubbing Son Gohan's head and pinching Gohan's face, Son Goku said proudly, well done Gohan, you've surpassed Dad. Dad is proud of you. Dad, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan eventually passed out, his body reverted to his black hair state, and he even started snoring. He is too tired. If Son Goku fought Brawly for 5 minutes and Vegeta was beaten by Brawly for 10 minutes, then Son Gohan fought Brawly for no less than 20 minutes. After seeing Son Goku, Son Gohan also saw Piccolo rushing towards him and felt relieved. Don't worry, I can sleep peacefully now. Kakarot. Piccolo was shocked, and Son Goku also had a headache. This Brawly is a complete monster. He has no idea what a halftime break is, let alone the rules of substitutions and timeouts. Quick, Piccolo grab my hand, let's go behind Cell. Yes, that's it. Piccolo hugged Son Goku's waist, and then there was a whoosh. The three of them have appeared behind the gasping Cell. This guy really over-warmed up.
3 at chapter 76. Being hit almost exploding twice, Cell twisted his waist. Standing on one leg is very demanding on the waist. Halfway through the twist, Cell saw Son Goku, Piccolo and the snoring Son Gohan. He didn't quite understand why these three people were running behind him. Hey, you guys are not going to imitate that red-haired guy and give me a 1,000-year kill. I'm not Tanaka Shigechi. I have a needle behind me. However, Son Goku and Piccolo didn't even reply to him, they just looked at him with smirks on their faces. Cell felt the hairs on his body stand up. These people are too shameless. They either kick him in the crotch or use the 1,000-year killing spell. Can they torture him with someone else? Cell didn't bother twisting his waist anymore and just wanted to leave this creepy place. Suddenly, Cell noticed that Son Goku and Piccolo's expressions changed, from smirks to fear. Frightened? What are they afraid of? I never thought of killing them? Swish, Son Goku is gone. FK. This instant transmission is really useful, I want to learn it, too. Bang. Cell didn't even have time to react, he was already deep underground, with a frighteningly green muscle man on his body. Brawly. Bang. Cell was knocked deep into the ground by Brawly's punch, and then rushed out of the ground again. It was a problem of angle, plus the fact that the planet was particularly large, that prevented the core of the planet from being destroyed, otherwise it would have caused the planet to explode. Gurgle, too cruel. Luckily we dodged it in time, this Brawly is simply a lunatic. Piccolo swallowed hard, the scene just now was so scary, his small body couldn't bear it. No, if I go back I will have to merge with that immortal old man. Anyway, if I die, he can't live either. Piccolo's thoughts were flying, and suddenly he felt a strong vibration under his feet.
Not good. Piccolo and Son Goku left quickly, and they didn't know when Frieza and the others had already left the area, and no one reminded them. Not a friendly enough person. Bang! Piccolo had just flown away when Cell was pushed out by Broly. Ah, Broly, you lunatic, you scum, you hit my needle crooked. Phew, oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, come on, I'm counting on you. If you can withstand his beating for half an hour, I'll let you absorb number 16. Advertisement swish. Everyone stayed away from Frieza, except number 17 and Zangia, who didn't dare to move. Oh, Dodoria didn't move either, he was already in a deep coma. Frieza glanced at Dodoria and felt that the punishment was enough. A single word of slavery was not enough to cost him his life. With a wave of his hand, a beam of green light shot into Dodoria's body. 5 seconds later, Dodoria opened her eyes, and within these 5 seconds, Cell was brutally beaten. That is to say, Cell's ability to withstand blows is very strong. As he is composed of multiple cells, he has an ability to withstand blows that ordinary people cannot understand. Bang! 10 minutes later, Cell's hands exploded. 12 minutes later, Cell's feet also disappeared. This is not a problem. Cell is a Superman with regenerative abilities. 15 minutes later, bang! Cell, gone, Kakarot. Broly killed Cell and started frantically looking for Son Goku, which made Son Goku scared. Damn it! Let's fight! Give me some of that Senzu bean powder. Son Goku felt that he couldn't hide any longer. This Broly was obviously coming towards him, and if he didn't confront it head-on, it would never be over. The last bit of Senzu bean powder entered his stomach, and Son Goku's strength was restored. With the determination to die, he decided to have a life-and-death battle with Broly. Dad, let me go. I should be able to hold on for a while. Kakarot, you can't. Let me Vegeta go. Let Son Gohan go with me. Vegeta stopped pretending at this time, because it was obvious that Broly was not someone he could deal with alone. But why were they all glancing at Frieza out of the corner of their eyes? Dwang! A shocking collision sound occurred. Everyone subconsciously covered their ears. The sound was so powerful that Yamcha was knocked unconscious. Tien Shinhan's third eye flashed a few times, and he eventually followed in Yamcha's footsteps. That's why it is said that being a gigolo is a skill. Krillin is fine, he is protected by No 18's energy shield. Thank you, Lazuli. Number 18's cheeks flushed slightly, but he quickly said fiercely, call me number 18. Okay, Lazuli, paw, boom. Advertisement with a crisp slapping sound. A green figure slammed heavily into the ground from the air in the center of the battle. Broly took advantage of the situation and rushed down, throwing a huge energy bomb at Cell on the ground. That's right, the one who was slapped to the ground by Broly was Cell. He is not dead, he is resurrected. Although the increase in combat power after this resurrection is not significant, it is still a little stronger than before. When he was resurrected from the brink of death before transforming into a Super Saiyan, the increase in power was huge. For example, Son Goku can increase from 90,000 to 2.5 million in 1 second, which is a terrifying ratio. Now, the proportion is much smaller. After Cell was resurrected, the number increased from 4.8 billion to 5.5 billion. Although it was an increase of 700 million, what if the unit was changed to 10,000? It's only an increase of 70,000, which is really not enough. Moreover, this is only because Cell has been accumulating anger for a long time that he has increased so much. Didn't you see that Vegeta almost died just now, and after he recovered by eating the Senzu bean powder, his combat power only increased from 4.8 billion to 5 billion? In other words, Vegeta's normal combat power is only 50 million. No matter what, Cell has made a step forward now, but he is still not strong enough to be beaten by Broly. Because Broly is a pervert among perverts, his fighting ability cannot be explained by science at all. It is simply because he only needs anger, and it seems that there is no limit. Once Broly is at a slight disadvantage, he will go crazy, and his combat power will grow like crazy. At this point, Broly's combat power has soared to 7 billion, which is unacceptable. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud that had never been seen before appeared, and even many airwave circles appeared. The scene was truly spectacular. Guang! There was another loud bang at the center of the explosion. Broly's 60-yard big foot had hit Cell's stomach hard, directly crushing Cell's lower body. Ah, King Frieza, is the time up yet? I feel like I'm really going to die this time, woo? Cell was so frustrated, he never fought back from beginning to end, he was either being beaten or had already exploded. Now, he clearly felt that his chip had not absorbed enough energy at all. If it exploded again this time, it would really disappear into thin air. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, only 29 minutes and 30 seconds have passed. Just hold on for another 30 seconds. Cell was so angry, but he was really scared. These 30 seconds were enough for him to die several times. Suddenly, Cell stopped screaming, all the screams of pain were gone, even his breathing was gone. Broly's cataract eyes cast a disdainful glance at Cell, who was left with only his head, then turned around and continued to look for Son Goku. Chapter 77. The King appears. Broly is ruthless and unreasonable. As soon as Son Goku heard Broly's beast-like voice, especially when he called him Saiyan's name, he felt uncomfortable all over. Who did he offend? He loved to cry when he was a kid. Is that something he can control? Also, it would be better if you called me Son Goku. Phew, if you can't avoid it, then fight to the death. Son Goku glanced at Frieza from the corner of his eye and said, let's go together. We can't take on this monster alone. Vegeta understood immediately and continued, Kakarot, I have surpassed you again this time. It's worth dying. Son Gohan didn't understand, but he really dared to fight. Dad, I will advance and retreat with you. Date was very conflicted, but finally said, Mr. Son Goku, although my fighting ability is a little low, please allow me to join the battle. Piccolo also glanced at Frieza and said calmly, Old son, Gohan has gone, so I can't be left behind. Goku, I won't let her go on the 18th. Her fighting power is too low and she can't change the situation. Ignoring No 18's angry look, Krillin turned to look beside him. He pointed at Tien Shinhan and Yamcha on the ground and continued, besides, I have to take care of them. As long as they are awake, I will definitely go with you. Even if I die, I am not afraid. A green light entered Tien Shinhan and Yamcha's bodies, and they woke up slowly. Krillin. Just when I didn't know what to say, Cell's voice appeared. It turned out that he was actually pretending to be dead just to delay those 30 seconds. Lord Frieza, 30 seconds have passed, please help. At this moment, a row of numbers appeared in everyone's mind, 666. Everyone had the same idea, but no one dared to say it out loud. Now, Cell comes to the fore. Yamcha just woke up and immediately caught up with the current rhythm, worthy of being the sixth among the sixth. King Frieza. You are the most powerful king in the entire universe, please help. Tien Shinhan, who had 3 eyes, had a flash of light in his third eye, and then he closed it tightly. He couldn't say such shameless words. He still has a special trick that he hasn't used yet. Once the Qigong cannon is released, he will be absolutely invincible. It's obvious that he hasn't woken up yet, and the after-effects of the coma are very severe. Krillin looked at number 18, and number 18 understood immediately and immediately looked at number 17 with a hint of threat in his eyes. Number 17 shuddered instantly, struggling hard between his sister and her thighs. Lord Frieza. The second most powerful lackey in the Tianzi Pavilion, please join the battle. Everyone. What courage, as a human being, you have to be number 17, no doubt about that. Oh ho ho, my king, it is approved. Number 17 was stunned. It's accurate, what do you mean? Advertisement etc. Just, Lord Frieza. I said something wrong. I was so excited that I made a slip of the tongue. Dwang, number 17 was kicked away by Frieza and ran head on into Broly. No 17's liver and gallbladder are broken. He only has a combat power of 900 million. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Bang. Boom. Broly swatted away an annoying fly, and at this moment, he finally found Son Goku. The bad thing about cataracts is that it affects my vision a little. I spend a long time looking for someone. Number 17 was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The energy shield was indeed powerful and it saved his life again. Frieza is furious. Oh ho ho. You dare to hit my people. Even if you hit a dog, you have to look at who the owner is. You cataract patient. Today I will teach you a lesson. Swish, Frieza disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Broly. The originally purple airwave had been surrounded by 7 colored airwaves, and the airwaves soared into the sky. A pillar supporting the sky. Bang, ouch, I was careless and forgot to transform. Frieza's basic combat power is only 4.6 billion, and he was suddenly faced with Broly's combat power of 7 billion, and was instantly knocked away. Ah. You be asterisk 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 D. I will not forgive you, bear. A wave of air appeared with colorful outside and black inside, and Frieza transformed. However, this time he only turned into Black Iron Frieza. Frieza was a little confused. What the hell was going on? Little Golden Turtle. You have been watching the show for so many chapters, this is a small punishment. Dwang, Broly doesn't care what form Frieza takes, his eyesight isn't great, but he knows that if he kills all the enemies in front of him, then Kakarot will surely be unavoidable. What is the combat power of Black Iron Frieza? In fact, it is very high, a full 11.8 billion. This combat power is enough for him to crush Broly. If it weren't for Broly's amazing defense, he would probably be killed instantly by Frieza. Since he didn't transform into Bronze Frieza, Iron Frieza is still able to completely defeat Broly. Dwang, 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 Broly was completely defenseless. Even though Frieza still had a sexy and slim figure, he couldn't be compared with Broly, a man with explosive muscles, but his fighting strength was real. Advertisement each time, Broly howled in pain, and each time, a huge crater appeared on the planet. Planet Boobas. Did I name it wrong? Kakarot, Kakarot. Kakarotyo. Broly fell to the ground. Frieza had just given him a heavy blow, a 720-degree rotating Lucian Rising Dragon Domination. This move is Shiryu's ultimate move. Frieza is about to transform into Golden Frieza, so it's not excessive for him to use the ultimate move of the Gold Saint, right? Broly vomited blood after receiving that move just now, which showed that even his inhuman body couldn't withstand it. For the first time, Broly was beaten until he vomited blood. Then, Broly went crazy. This time, he was completely crazy. Kakarotyo. Boom, bear. Broly's aura doubled again. His combat power of 14 billion instantly ignited the entire arena, an increase that was completely unreasonable. At this time, Broly's body did not swell again, but his hair became longer and greener, with black electric currents streaking through it, like a black snake choosing its prey. Fear. Son Goku and others were dumbfounded. Do you have to be so crazy? Do you have to be so inconsiderate of their feelings? Vegeta knelt on the ground, muttering, This is the real, legendary Super Saiyan. This sense of suppression from blood, I don't want to admit it, but it really makes me lose the desire to fight. Date was heartbroken. His father, who had such a strong self-esteem, was actually hit like this. Trunks, let him calm down. He can only get over this kind of thing by himself. No one else can help him. Although Piccolo disdained Vegeta's behavior, he couldn't muster up the courage to resist. Not only against Broly, even when facing Frieza, Piccolo felt deeply powerless. Number 18. What is the current gap between Broly and Frieza? Krillin had already given up. He knew he couldn't fight any of them, but he was still curious. Number 18 looked at Krillin, pursed his lips and said, Do you really want to say it? The result is very discouraging. Krillin looked at Vegeta, who had lost his will to fight, and said with a hard heart, Tell me, some people can only be reborn after a complete defeat. Number 18 didn't know what Krillin was thinking, but he still said truthfully, Frieza's 11.8 billion, Broly's, his 14 billion. Son Goku was stunned. It's more than 10 billion? Fingers and toes are not enough? Gohan, 140 minus 118 is 42? Gohan. Ideographic period, everyone. Goku, are you serious? Chapter 78 The King transforms again. Broly goes completely crazy. Oh ho ho, in the movie, you may not be the strongest, but you really are a bug with no upper limit. Ha, Broly is not going to waste time talking to Frieza, he's just a psycho, a complete beast. Would such a person care about what you say? All will be served with an iron fist. Bang, bang 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 bang. The fight starts again, with punches and kicks flying. If you punch me in the stomach, I will kick you in the stomach. Plan. Frieza punched Broly in the face, then quickly did a 360-degree spin and kicked Broly in the chest. Bang. Do you think Frieza's moves are so simple? No. His tail, as black as iron, hit Broly's crown hard. This set of small combos made Broly retreat dozens of meters. Kakarot. Broly yelled, Frieza. Frieza also screamed. The two of them punched each other, shouted and yelled, and Son Goku and the others were petrified. Can a fight lead to a DJ? Frieza? Kakarot? Frieza. The two of them were competing in their voices, one was rough and bold, the other was shrill and piercing. After 3 full minutes, Frieza covered his throat, feeling so miserable that he wanted to die. Frieza felt that his throat could not be cured without dozens of kilograms of golden throat lozenges. Of course, the effect of such a yell is also gratifying. Frieza. Frieza yo. You see, didn't this successfully lead Broly astray? Son Goku was very pleased. Frieza was such a good man. He actually took the initiative to bring the war to himself. Oh ho ho. Frieza. Frieza yo. Da da da. Bang bang bang. Dwang, dwang, wong. The rhythmic sound of collisions echoed across the entire planet. Tien Shinhan and other low-powered warriors could only feel the movements and hear the sounds, but they could not see the battle scenes at all. Son Goku and the others had to try their best to barely keep up with the two's movements, and they were all filled with excitement. Finally, Broly was the first to break the rules. Facing a guy with lower combat power than him, he kept hitting the air. He started an interstellar war. Advertisement countless green energy bombs appeared from Broly's hands, and Frieza fought back without giving in. In close combat, Frieza can rely on lightning and teleportation to avoid head-on collisions time and time again. In long-range combat, he is even more capable. Frieza stretched out his hands, his ink-black fingers opened, and black energy bombs appeared from between his fingers. Look at me, the whirlwind poisonous dragon. Frieza began to spin at high speed, constantly moving to avoid Broly's energy bombs, while shooting energy bombs that were no weaker than Broly's. The two of them launched a fight that was even more extreme than the prince's tactics. This is truly a 360-degree bombing with no blind spots. Frieza. Frieza yo. Oh. Broly became crazier and crazier as the fight went on, and Frieza became happier and happier as the fight went on. Swish, ding. Broly switched his attack style again, and this change caught Frieza off guard, and he was hit in the stomach by Broly's punch. Fortunately, Frieza in iron form was very resistant to attacks, so this attack did not cause him much damage. However, Broly's ferocity completely erupted, and without waiting for Frieza to move away, he grabbed Frieza's tail. FK. Bang, oh, bang, 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 oh, ho, ho. Frieza was grabbed by Broly and thrown around. Every time he hit the ground, he screamed. However, he still kept on making that cheesy laugh. Ah, boom, bear. Finally, Frieza was hurt from the fall, feeling extremely aggrieved and angry, and instantly transformed again. The bronze skin, this time it is no longer a brave skin like the black iron skin, but an epic skin. The combat effectiveness soared again, suddenly reaching 18.8 billion. The 4.8 billion combat power difference finally allowed Frieza to break free from Broly's control. Huh, oh ho ho, come on, have fun, you, come here. Now that Frieza is absolutely sure, he doesn't believe that Broly can go crazy again. Frieza. Frieza yo. Oh, dwang. The hand-to-hand combat started again, and the situation returned to the initial state. Broly was severely ravaged for a long time again. Oh, ho, let me show you what it means to drop from the sky. Frieza disappeared in an instant, and then rushed straight down from the sky. Not a big paw print with 5 fingers, but a big claw with 3 toes. Frieza God kick. Bang! Advertisement. Even though Brawly had his hands on his chest, he was still kicked into the ground by Frieza's powerful kick. After a short moment, he rushed out from the other side of the planet. Frieza disappears again. Whack-a-mole mode is on. Oh ho ho ho. Bang! 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 Son Goku and the others were stunned. Looking at the shattered planet and the lava fountain rising into the sky, everyone's faces turned pale. Boopa's planet. Humph! I can't be like Namek, I'm Boopa's planet. The planet Boopa's has held up and is being repaired at an extremely fast speed. Frieza. Frieza yo. Boom. Brawly is indeed Brawly, he has no limits at all, and his unparalleled momentum bursts out again. Boom, 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 boom. Brawly's muscles grew bigger again, his height increased again, his hair exploded again, and he looked like a madman. Do you think this is the end? No, the fact that Brawly's body was a little darker in green was just one reason. The important thing was that a layer of green circular light shield surrounded Brawly, and the airwave climbed to a whole new height. Gurgle, all the Z warriors couldn't help swallowing. Oh, not really. At least Tien Shinhan and Yamcha were knocked unconscious again, and this time Krillin was not able to escape his fate because number 18 had no time to take care of him. Dat's heart was trembling. He really couldn't believe that this monster that suddenly appeared could be so crazy. There was a trace of fear in Son Gohan's eyes. His fighting spirit was not strong to begin with, and he felt a little dejected. Vegeta still looks distraught, and Son Goku is still as excited and carefree as ever. Piccolo, oh, he covered his head and was in great pain. Zangia hugged No 17's hand tightly, her whole body was shaking, and she couldn't hold back her urine anymore. Number 17 left Dodoria who fainted again, clenched his right hand, and gave a passionate commentary on the battle. The latest news is that King Frieza's combat power is 18.8 billion, and Brawly's combat power has exceeded 28 billion. Brawly, his fighting power has doubled again, snap. Boom. The planet trembled, and the planet Boobas roared angrily. Huge bolts of lightning struck down one after another, and the power was terrifying. No 17's eyes lit up, and number 18 looked at number 17 instantly. They nodded at the same time, pushed Zangia away, and rushed towards the red lightning in the sky at high speed. Cell looked at the scene in front of him stupidly, his eyes bulging out of their sockets without him noticing. He swallowed a mouthful of phlegm and said in a daze. Sona, Bakana, Dwang. Frieza suddenly appeared next to Cell and slapped him to the ground with his tail before disappearing again. Just leave one sentence. Next time you say that, I'll pull out the needle for you. Chapter 79. The king at full fiery strength faced with the completely unreasonable Brawly. Frieza also began to have a headache. At this point, Brawly is already in his strongest form in the movie. The muscles piled up together are extremely domineering, and the taller height puts a lot of pressure on people. Those eyes glowing with white light, those exploding green hair, and especially the green energy shield that protects his body at all times. It is unknown whether ordinary energy balls can break through that energy shield, let alone attack Brawly's body. Whoosh, Frieza tested the defensive power of the energy shield and shot 2 red beams of death from his eyes. The death beam is different from ordinary energy balls. It has strong penetrating power and is the only way to break through the surface with a point. However, the death beam failed to break through the defense of the energy shield. It only caused the energy shield to shake a few times and then recovered, as if the death beam had never appeared. In that case, we can only resort to hand-to-hand combat. Brawly was also angered by Frieza's death beam and moved. With his movement, violent sonic booms were generated around him. Clang! Frieza's iron fist hit Brawly's chest, but Frieza blocked it with his arms, and then hit him with his knee, while his tail quickly wrapped around Brawly's neck. Frieza threw hundreds of punches in an instant, each hitting Brawly's body, forcing Brawly to take a few steps back for a while. Just a few steps. The difference in combat power is nearly 10 billion, so it is not so easy to break the defense. Bang! Bang 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 bang! A series of striking noises caused countless deep pits to appear on the ground of the planet Boopas, and these were simply caused by Frieza and Brawly fighting in midair. Frieza! Frieza yo! Bang! Dwang! Boom! Brawly quickly punched Frieza's left face, then flew over and kicked him sideways. Frieza didn't even have time to use his teleport before he was knocked to the ground. A crater larger than all previous ones appeared, and the shape of the entire planet Boopas began to deform. The red thunder in the sky continued to fall, but it did not fall to the ground. 2 figures shuttled under the thunder, resisting this divine power again and again. Ah! Damn wild monkey, damn Saiyan, damn it. Frieza soared into the sky, hugged his shoulders with both hands, his face was extremely ferocious and terrifying, veins bulged on his forehead, and his scarlet pupils were filled with bloodthirstiness. Frieza's body was also changing. His muscles began to swell in circles, and even the tail behind him began to become thicker. The third form of star transformation, triple wave, Advertisement, The 7-colored airwaves that rushed into the sky spread out wildly. They were no longer straight waves, but became extremely overbearing, as if they were going to overwhelm everything. Frieza pulled out all the cards he had been able to pull out so far, the transformation of Bronze Frieza, the third form of star transformation, and used both at the same time. This was the first time Frieza had done this. Brawly posed too great a threat to Frieza, forcing Frieza to fight with all his strength. Bronze Frieza's transformation increases the combat power by about 4 times, and Triple Wave can also provide a 3-fold increase in combat power. Unfortunately, it does not triple the 4-fold increase, but instead triples the basic combat power. To put it simply, Frieza now has a combat power increase of 7 times the normal level. To be honest, this increase is not that outstanding. This is mainly because Frieza has not perfectly mastered the inner workings of star transformation. He has only learned the basics. Fortunately, after the battle just now, Frieza's combat power has increased from 4.6 billion to 5 billion. The 7-fold increase has also allowed Frieza's combat power to break through the 30 billion mark, reaching the terrifying number of 35 billion. All the Z warriors were stunned. It turns out that the king is also a pervert among perverts, which can be compared with Broly, that shameless cheater. This time, number 17 and number 18 were not present. They were busy transcending tribulations all over the planet. After this incident, they couldn't wait to improve their combat effectiveness. Dr. Gallo is indeed a genius. He actually imitated the legends of ancient times and used the method of heavenly thunder to improve the strength of number 17 and number 18. This is something that Frieza had not expected. Watching number 17 and number 18 shelling back and forth, Frieza was speechless, but his eyes were filled with amazement. In just a short while, the combat power of number 17 increased from 900 million to 2 billion. This increase ratio is really amazing. Number 18 is not bad either. She originally had only 800 million, but now she has 1.8 billion. She was just struck by lightning, and her fighting power is increasing rapidly. Buzz. Broly doesn't care how strong his opponent is. It's already surprising that he can wait for Frieza to transform, but he won't give Frieza the leisure to look around. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and he punched Broly's casserole-sized fist. Dwang! There was an earth-shaking sound, and a gust of air spread out, causing the Z warriors who were already far away to retreat again. Son Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at the people who fell into coma, and made a decision. Piccolo. Zangia. I'm going to send you back to Earth. You won't be able to bear it if you keep going like this. Piccolo was unwilling to give in, but he also knew that he couldn't bear it any longer if he stayed here. Frieza and Broly completely ignored their existence, and their moves were vigorous and energy was overflowing. They were really dancing on swords. If something goes wrong, Frieza and Broly will punch and kick them, and even if they don't hit them, they will definitely be seriously injured or even die. Don't you see that Tien Shinhan and Yamcha are already bleeding from the mouth and nose? Nodding helplessly, Piccolo said, "Okay, take us back." Zangia was extremely happy. She had been almost unable to hold back her excitement for a long time. Frieza had already left a huge psychological trauma on her, and now with Broly joining the mix, she really didn't want to stay there for even a second. Swish, Son Goku took Piccolo away, and after leaving them in the temple, Son Goku couldn't wait to return to Planet Boopas. Advertisement. As soon as Zangia landed, he rushed directly into the temple and disappeared. At this time, Broly had been pinned down and beaten by Frieza. He used all kinds of fist and palm techniques, such as Wolf Fang Wind Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Bagua Palm, Tai Chi, Arat Fist, and 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The Foshan Shadowless Kick, the Heavenly Kick, the Flying Tornado Kick, the 18 Road Tan Kick, the CK Stirring Kick and the Wind God Kick are all deadly. Broly is also a tough guy. He was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Frieza, but he didn't even groan in pain. Just keep drinking. Frieza, Frieza, Frieza yo. Frieza was unhappy. How could there be only your voice? Don't I have any face? Oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho. You can scream, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Frieza, Frieza yo, oh, oh, oh. Broly is furious. This shameless guy has led him astray again. Anger. Inexhaustible rage. Oh wow, Frieza, Kakarot. Boom. FK, you pervert, here you go again. Dwang, Frieza was actually knocked away by Broly's headbutt. Even with Frieza's physical strength, he still felt dizzy. Wah, you all must die. Frieza is shocked. Son Goku shock. Everyone was shocked. Broly actually spoke a complete sentence. Chapter 80 Cell, I'm here to protect you bang. Pass star. Damn it, this time 1/10 of the surface is really gone. A pervert that can't be scared away even by thunder. I can't take it anymore. Broly used his madness to explain what it means that there is no strongest, only stronger. In just a few hours, his combat power soared from 1.5 billion to 56 billion. What the hell is this? Science? Can science explain it? However, this time, Broly may have reached his limit because his eyes, which originally glowed white, now had bloodshot in the corners, making him look particularly scary. I don't know if it's because he didn't break his limit, but Broly's hair didn't grow longer, but his current condition, if he had to be described on a level. Then there is only one possibility. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Note, it's the legendary one, not the ordinary ones like Son Goku and the others. However, even if Broly has reached his limit this time, Frieza is still at full firepower. This is so embarrassing. Swish, swish. Number 17 and number 18 finally stopped asking for money. This round of money made both of them reach their limit in a short period of time, a full 3 billion. Although it is still not enough, it is considered a great harvest. Especially just now, when Broly exploded, the gust of air that erupted instantly contained green lightning, which increased their value from 2 billion to 3 billion. From this we can see that the quality of the thunder on the planet is completely incomparable to the thunder produced by Broly and his group of tough guys. Son Goku, stop watching, let's run away. 56 billion, if they hit us, there will be nothing left of us. Number 17 shouted loudly. He had just improved his combat effectiveness and hadn't even gone out to have fun yet.
It would be so unfair if he died at this time. Clint is right about one thing. When a person is pushed to the limit, a miracle may happen. Vegeta jumped up and shouted angrily, "Run! How can I run away?"
Trunks, hurry up and hold me, don't let me rush out. Date, is there such an operation? Gently grasping the corner of Vegeta's clothes, Vegeta couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. Dad, let's go. We are no longer able to participate here. The gap is too big. We can't catch up by just shouting. Son Gohan was also trying to persuade him. He was helpless about his martial arts fanatic father. Son Goku also knows the seriousness of the matter. What's more, he hasn't broken through Super Saiyan 2 yet, and his strength is only slightly stronger than Daichi. Let's go. I'm going to train myself to death when I get back. Advertisement. Son Goku and the others are gone. Cell was dumbfounded. Hey, you forgot about me. I haven't even learned instant transmission yet. Dwang. Frieza's arms were grabbed by Broly, and his hands, like iron clamps, held Frieza tightly and would not let go. Although Broly is not mentally clear, his fighting instinct is quite terrifying. Frieza knows how to move and can use a basic version of the electric brake. In terms of speed, even though he is 56 billion, he is still a little slower than Frieza. So, Broly caught Frieza and started a fight to the death. Headbutt. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Pa, pa. At the beginning, Frieza would fight back with his tail and kick Broly's stomach with both feet. It's not that Frieza didn't think about kicking Broly in the crotch, but Broly was too tall, and when Frieza was caught, his legs could only reach Broly's stomach. The tail could have attacked Broly's fatal spot, but unfortunately that madman Broly simply ignored it. After all, the tail is not as powerful as the feet. After 5 minutes, bubbles started coming out of Frieza's mouth, his feet were no longer able to perform various kicking techniques, and his tail hung straight down. Broly wasn't having an easy time either. You have to know that Frieza's bronze form has amazing defense, and his headbutt has recoil force. Broly was also spitting bubbles from the corners of his mouth. In addition to describing the battle as tragic, the battle situation can also be described as utterly devastating. Cell was now floating in the low sky. There was no ground beneath his feet. The entire place was just a vast ocean of magma. The planet is on the brink of disintegration. Lord Frieza, the planet is going to explode. Frieza heard it, but he didn't want to talk. He was so tired that he just wanted to have a good sleep. So what if the planet explodes? His Ice Clan can survive in the universe. Cell got really anxious and started swearing. Damn you Son Goku, why are you running away? You can even take me away. At the very least, leave some senzu bean powder behind, even if it's just dregs. In this situation, Cell really doesn't want Frieza to lose. There is no possibility of communication with Broly at all, and he will only destroy everything in front of him. Cell was unwilling to give in, he didn't want to die, he roared in anger. Ah, Broly, let go of King Frieza. Dwang. Another headbutt. Frieza foamed at the mouth, and bubbles came out of Broly's mouth again. After all, Broly is more powerful. With a combat power gap of 21 billion, the fact that Frieza was able to hold on for 5 minutes was unimaginable to everyone. Advertisement. Cell's fist hit Broly's head accurately. But it doesn't matter. 5.5 billion combat power is just a tickle to Broly now, not even a massage. Plan. The moment Broly and Frieza collided again, the energy wave that erupted directly blasted Cell away, and he fell into the magma with a plop. Senzu beans. Senzu beans. Frieza's eyes suddenly lit up, and his scarlet pupils burst out with astonishing momentum again. Ah! Wah! While yelling and spitting out the white foam in his mouth, Frieza wanted to take out the senzu beans from the storage space as a precaution. Plan. Frieza was knocked unconscious again. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Broly's mouth began to bleed, while Frieza's 7 orifices began to bleed. In a daze, Frieza saw a person. He couldn't see his specific appearance clearly, but that person had a distinctive feature, which was the 7 colored light waves, which were very similar to Frieza's air waves. An obscure string of characters floated out of the man's mouth and then fell onto Frieza's body, giving Frieza a wave of warm feelings. Ever since he became Frieza, he has never felt what warmth is. All he can feel is the biting cold. But these characters made him feel it. Suddenly, a red light pierced through Frieza's temple. With a flash of inspiration, Frieza finally realized the true meaning of star transformation. There is only one truth. No, that's wrong, let's start over. Boom. Broly did not give Frieza time to try again. He stopped using his headbutt and instead held Frieza and slammed him directly into the shattered ground, instantly rushing into the fiery red magma. The high temperature of the magma cannot cause any harm to Cell, let alone Frieza and Broly, but Broly is determined to collide with Frieza into the core of the planet. Broly is crazy. Even though he has an advantage of 21 billion combat power, he actually wants to die together with Frieza. Suddenly, Frieza opened his eyes again. This time, his eyes were no longer a blood-red dot, but turned into a star. Dazzling and inviolable. Get out of here. King Frieza, Cell, I'm here to protect you. Boom. Cell just caught Frieza's tail when there was a loud bang that made Cell's eyes roll back. Planet Boopas exploded. Chapter 81 Monster. No, I am a demon. Let's go back 5 minutes. Earth. Son Goku and others' instant transmission appeared next to Zangia. As for why he wasn't by Piccolo's side, don't ask. I just don't know. Zangia had just opened the door and walked out of the bathroom when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Look back. Wow, a group of grown men and a blonde beauty were squeezed into such a small toilet. Zangia was terrified. Number 17. You are shameless. No. 17. What happened to him? Why did he lose his shame? Subconsciously, he touched his smooth face. It's still there. Kakarot, did you do this on purpose? There is Piccolo's scent on Earth, and there is the scent of Tien Shinhan and those rubbish. Do you have to follow the scent of a woman to teleport? Vegeta is so angry. Sniff, sniff. What does this smell like? Boom. Vegeta was angry, and his momentum suddenly increased. Bang. The toilet exploded. What catches your eye is a large platform, smooth and sacred without a single flaw. However, at this time there is a group of stinking people who seriously pollute this sacred land. Bobo still had a blank expression on his face and said, gods, their hobbies are very special. The god and Piccolo stood together, sweat on both of their foreheads. This bunch of idiots. The god could not accept that his temple was destroyed and then polluted, so he immediately waved his crutch. An invisible and intangible energy swept over. The destroyed palace was restored, and all the filth returned to where it should be. But the god forgot one thing, that is, that group of eccentrics did not leave the original small space. Zangia. Ah, you stinky pervert. Boom. The toilet in the temple of the gods exploded again. This time everyone learned their lesson and quickly fled the scene. Flashes of light appeared and soon no one could be seen anymore. The gods were speechless and could only restore the temple building once again. Oh, what a sin. A good toilet has to endure the suffering it shouldn't have to endure. Small. Advertisement. Are you G serious? Stop playing tricks. You are useless now except for repairing houses. Hurry up and merge with me. Piccolo was getting very impatient with the old god, who kept delaying time. How come you don't have any idea at all? Well, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Come, hold the yuan and guard the one, and make sure your mind is as clear as ice and not startled by the collapse of the sky. Silently recite the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva I taught you, polo I do so. Piccolo's face turned red, he stretched out his hands and drew a circle. Then he placed his palms down in front of his lower abdomen and muttered to himself, FKU, you immortal boss. Very good, it seems you have talent. Then I'll come. The god finally made up his mind and placed his hand, which was as hard as old bark, on Piccolo's chest. He shouted, here comes the god. Sudden, it's getting dark. The old god looked at the sky in shock and immediately understood what was going on. Not good. At Bulma's house, a giant dragon that looked like an oriental Shenron was circling upwards, its might was quite astonishing. However, people in Exodus have become accustomed to it, and anything strange can happen in Bulma's family. Keep singing and dancing, life is short, we must enjoy it while we can. The one who summoned me, please tell me your wish. No matter what it is, I can help you realize it. Nima, slow down. Shenron's eyesight is definitely 5.0. Just after he finished pretending to be cool, he saw several dirty people rushing towards him. Shenron was frightened and immediately started doing the Shenron dance. I twisted my waist and raised my hips, barely avoiding the human bombs of Son Goku and others. Why do you always disturb my sleep? Can you change the group? Bulma. Ideographic period. Forget it, Shenron is really down to earth now. Shenron, revive the people killed by Cell this time. Bulma was very excited. No matter how many times she made a wish, it felt so good. This wish is very simple. Boom 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 boom. There was a continuous sound of 7 hard objects falling to the ground. Bulma couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. At dawn, Shenron disappeared, and Dragon Ball turned into stone and fell to the ground. On the heavenly temple, Tianshan just disappeared after he shouted, oh no, almost at the same time as Shenron. Piccolo's momentum suddenly increased. I'm so strong, I'm so strong. Cell is nothing, Broly is nothing, Frieza is nothing, I'm going to beat 10 of them. Bobo. Oh, another one has gone crazy. Advertisement. Son Goku, Vegeta and others were taking a bath in the bathroom of Bulma's house. Suddenly they felt the breath of Piccolo and were immediately startled. Piccolo. Such a powerful aura. Humph, you're still just a piece of trash. Vegeta was brushing hard with the brush, and he felt terrible. Number 17 rubbed bubbles all over his body elegantly, and said in a neutral tone, it's only 3.5 billion. Once I've stabilized for a while, I'll go find the king of Tangling to flirt with him. Date was curious. What happened to Mr. Piccolo? This increase in combat power is too unreasonable. Son Gohan was extremely happy and said excitedly, I know. Uncle Piccolo must have merged with the god, so his aura has changed so much. Vegeta's face darkened, as if he remembered something. Hey, was that person dancing just now Shenron? The god is gone, did Shenron fulfill Bulma's wish? Outside, Bulma kicked the Dragon Ball that had turned to stone, confused. That's not right, your eyes didn't glow red. How did you turn into stone? Also, I didn't stop you this time. Why didn't you run away? Have the people on Earth been resurrected? People on Earth who are still waiting in line to register with the King of Hell, what do you think? If I were alive, would I still be floating here? This is a planet called Deblan. It is very small, only slightly larger than King Kai. It is made entirely of metal and is quite hard. Like the planet Bupas, the planet Deblan is also a planet where Dodoria sent people to place energy signals in advance. Its main function is to provide King Frieza with digestion exercises. Just now, a ruthless man with 7 colored air waves internally and bronze air waves externally suddenly appeared. In his hand, he was holding a muscular man with grass-green air waves all over his body. At the same time as the two of them, there appeared a monster that was green all over and had countless black spots. He was grabbing the ruthless man's tail. This is Frieza, Broly, and Cell. Frieza at this moment was very different from before. Simply put, the level of the air waves was reversed. The 7 colored air waves were tightly attached to Frieza's body, and the bronze air waves wrapped around the 7 colored air waves. Don't underestimate this change. Frieza's aura has increased exponentially. First of all, Frieza's aura has become 56.4 billion, and it is still growing wildly. In just a short while, it has exceeded the 60 billion mark. After his understanding of star transformation deepened, Frieza could finally rely on star transformation to double his power again after transforming. And relying on the properties of star transformation to break through the limits of the physical body, his combat effectiveness can be rapidly improved. Broly finally sobered up a lot, staring at Frieza in front of him with fierce eyes. Bang! Cell was swung away by Frieza's tail and finally woke up. The first person he saw was Broly, and he immediately screamed in fear. Monster! Broly, you monster, don't come over here. Broly looked at his feet, which hadn't moved at all, and grinned. Perhaps it was because of so many headbutts with Frieza that Broly regained some clarity of mind. Monster. No, no, no. I'm not a monster. I am a demon. Since I didn't let Kakarot perform a blood sacrifice, I'll use you, a piece of trash with Kakarot's aura, to sacrifice to the heavens first. Broly was just about to lift his foot and walk towards Cell. Oh, you just beat me up and I enjoyed it. Now, it's my turn to take revenge, right? Chapter 82 Tianzi Pavilion grows stronger again. Ah, Frieza, Frieza, oh ho ho yo. Well, Frieza was furious, he was actually led astray. Boom. Frieza's 62.8 billion combat powers were released, and the small planet began to hum, but no craters appeared. Boom. Broly never knew how to write the word, coward. Of course, he was in no condition to write any word. 2 gusts of air rushed up into the sky and collided with each other. The violent impact caused Cell to fly out instantly. Unfortunately, the planet was too small, and he soon circled around the planet Deblan before being blown away again by the two people's air waves. Bang! Even though the planet Deblan was extremely hard, Cell was still knocked to the ground by Frieza's tail, forming a medium-sized crater. Cell foamed at the mouth and accidentally spat out 3 of his front teeth. Cell wants to cry but has no tears. Plan. The battle between the 2 strongest men started again. The collision of fists and feet made the planet Deblan shake and tremble constantly. Cell was shaken so much that he felt dizzy, just like he was drunk. Cell. What hatred or grudge do you have? Why do you have to torture me when you fight? However, Frieza and Broly would never care about that little shrimp Cell, as they have fought each other thousands of times. Snap. Deblan planet. Who came up with this name? It's only been a few minutes and it's already cracked. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Fists were as fast as lightning, kicks were as violent as wind, energy bombs were flying all over the sky, and the planet Dabulan was already full of potholes. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why aren't you crazy anymore? Come on, hit me in the face. Why are you so weak? Frieza screamed wildly. At this moment, he was really relieved. Although Broly's aura showed no signs of decreasing, he was definitely stunned by Frieza. Shaking his head hard, Broly showed a look of fear on his face for the first time. Frieza's combat power is only 62.8 billion, which is only 6.8 billion higher than Broly. In a battle between combat powers of tens of billions, the advantage is actually not that great. However, the horror of star transformation left Broly with no way to crack it. When the 7-colored air wave was tightly attached to Frieza's body, Broly's fist landed on Frieza's body, and 50% of the power disappeared, especially when the starlight flashed by. Broly felt particularly uncomfortable. This is the initial application of divine power, unloading force. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, advertisement. Broly, come on, have fun. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Plan. This Frieza is saying the most provocative words, but is beating Broly the most brutally. Frieza, Frieza, boom. Broly was yelling crazily, but unfortunately Frieza didn't care at all. Frieza, who was already angry, directly fired a star-blasting bomb, the diameter of which was several times larger than the planet under his feet. Go to hell. Oh, pull out the card. Frieza. Boom. The planet Deblan is indeed worthy of its name. Although 99% of the star-blasting bombs were withstood by Broly, the remaining 1% is definitely enough to reduce a planet like the Earth to ashes. But there was no such thing on the blue planet Ketabu. It was only cut off about 1/3, but it still held on tenaciously. A pure metal planet is still very reliable. Frieza. Broly is more tenacious than the planet Deblan. He has not been defeated even like this. However, he is in a very miserable state now. Even his pants that have never rotted away are now reduced to just briefs. Oh, Broly, you are really stronger than I thought. You are not dead even after all this. Frieza was about to use the Star Air Blade to cut Broly into pieces. Swish. A 3-meter-long air blade appeared in Frieza's hand. Ah, what a tragedy for Cell. He dodged the attack of the Star Blaster Bomb, but appeared at the end of the Star Blade, which poked a hole in Cell's thigh. Lord Frieza, spare my life. I am your son, please don't kill me. Cell was still very tenacious, and his recovery ability was even stronger than Husus. After just a short while, his front teeth actually grew out. As soon as Frieza's scarlet circle pupils swept over him, Cell immediately fell to his knees and burst into tears. Another flash of inspiration came to Frieza, and he remembered something. Maybe if we keep Broly, there will be a big surprise. Swish. The star blade disappeared. Cell breathed a sigh of relief. Broly also let out a secret breath. It's true that he is a fighting maniac, and it's also true that he considers himself a devil, but he is not really not afraid of death. Oh, Tianzi Pavilion no. 3 Broly, number 4 Cell, this is where you belong. Understand. Although Frieza let out a filthy laugh, the words he spoke were so cold, there was absolutely no warmth at all. Cell fell to his knees and slammed his big head against the hard ground 9 times in a row. The 4th lackey of the Tianzi Pavilion, meeting with King Frieza. Advertisement. Frieza nodded in satisfaction and looked towards Broly. Who is Broly? If he is really the number 3 in Tianzi Pavilion, maybe Broly can accept it after he calms down. But what the hell did that green-skinned monster just say? Lackey. I can't stand it even if I kill myself. Frieza. Frieza. I'm a devil, not a lackey. Ah. Broly still wanted to explode, but unfortunately he had really reached his limit this time and could not squeeze the potential of his body again in a short period of time. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly appeared behind Broly, clenched his fists tightly, and hit Broly on the back of the head. Dwang. Plop. Broly finally couldn't bear the heavy blow and immediately cancelled his transformed state, returning to his thin appearance with black hair and a slender body, and fainted. Cell's eyelids twitched. What did he just see? A trickle of blood spurted out from the back of Broly's head. Did he get turned into an idiot by that blow? Then I thought again. An idiot is better than a madman. At least he won't go crazy easily. Frieza looked at Broly, put his fingers together, and a ray of 7-colored energy slowly covered Broly's body. This is the spiritual power containing the power of God. Frieza wants to change Broly's memory. Seeing this, Cell took several steps back again. King Frieza was simply omnipotent. It was so scary. Pretty tenacious. What a pity. Oh wow. After a moment, Frieza let out a long sigh and ended his transformation. After his skin turned pale white and purple again, Cell's nervous heart finally calmed down. In Cell's opinion, this is the most approachable Frieza. At least, he would just do the golden rooster stand or something like that, right? Come here, back to Earth. Cell crawled quickly to Frieza's side. He was afraid of being abandoned again. He would starve to death on this planet made entirely of metal. Swish. Oh ho ho. After a burst of smirking, Frieza, Broly, and Cell disappeared from the planet de Blan. At the original spot, there was only a planet left that looked like an apple with a bite taken out of it, showing how inhumanly it had been tortured. Not long after, a man who looked very similar to Frieza appeared near the planet de Blan, and then dived into the gap in the planet de Blan with such great power that he rushed directly into the core of the planet. On Earth. When Frieza appeared in Bulma's restaurant, he immediately caused a scream. Chapter 83. The king who loses control of his emotions can be skipped. Boom. Frieza and the members of the Tianzi Pavilion had just arrived at Bulma's home when an explosion was heard from the laboratory. Bulma was shocked and rushed to the laboratory with Shouty in her arms. Vegeta, Trunks, come on, my dad is still in the lab. Frieza remembered that Dr. Breisfeld was a very good person. He had built a gravity room for him. He had to repay this favor. Frieza immediately moved and appeared at the center of the explosion before others, and saw Dr. Blissif, who was fine at a glance. I almost forgot that this is the Dragon Ball world. Not to mention a small explosion, even if Bliss is really dead, he can be resurrected with Dragon Ball. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Vegeta appeared second. He could also move, but his reaction was half a beat slower than Frieza's. Dr. Brissif held his eye sockets and said calmly, it's all right, it's all right. When I was remodeling number 16, I accidentally blew up a small missile inside his body. Missile. It exploded. This shit is actually nothing. As expected, the gap between the Dragon Ball world and the real world is so huge. Tap, tap. Number 16 stood up from the ruins and walked around a few times, and was fine. However, the number 16 in front of him was a little hard for Frieza to accept. Are you transforming yourself into Optimus Prime? Looking at the familiar shape in front of him and the row of tires on his feet, Frieza was speechless. No, I am Optimus Prime. Number 16 is no more. And I have completed Dr. Gallo's mission. This. Frieza didn't know what to say. Dr. Gallo, you've been dead for so long, how could you be so troubled? But even if you complete the mission, you will be absorbed by Cell. Bang. Number 16. Optimus Prime sat down on the ground, and Bulma's house was shaken again. I don't want to be absorbed. I want to go back to Cybertron. Oh, this is too deep a poison. Soon, other people came over, and Bulma was relieved when she saw that Brissif was fine. But she knew that the Dragon Ball on Earth was no longer effective, and the previous wishes did not revive those killed by Cell. Thinking of this, she glanced at Cell who was following Frieza with his head lowered, and suddenly she became furious. Bang. Cell is confused. Advertisement. He is Cell, the ultimate boss in the android chapter, but he was slapped in the face by a woman. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart, and evil comes from the courage. Woman, you are looking for death. Cell was about to slap this audacious woman into a pulp. Old 4. Be quiet. You can't touch her. Beerus was slapped by her, but he was still fine, wasn't he? Bulma is a major character throughout Dragon Ball. If she were to be killed, who knows what would happen. Frieza had just finished a big battle and was now exhausted both physically and mentally, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Yes, but King Frieza, she is not your woman, why do you care about her so much? Vegeta was so angry, this Cell didn't take him seriously at all. Phew, we are gentlemen. Mr. Cell, you asked a good question. Do you think that my Ice Clan can find ordinary women? What ordinary woman can withstand the low temperature of our race? Bulma can't, number 18 can't, and Zangia can't. I am an elegant and generous gentleman. Since I can't bring them happiness, why should I occupy them? Bulma is beautiful, intellectual, smart, and generous. I cannot accept a woman like her suffering with me. Number 18 is beautiful, sexy, charming, and has good fighting ability. I cannot accept such a woman being tied down by me. I hope they can have their own happiness. Who am I? I am Frieza. My woman must be able to withstand the special existence of my race. What Frieza didn't say was that he wanted them to be happy, but he also didn't want them to be hurt. After all, the character of Bulma accompanied Frieza throughout his childhood. Moreover, even if Frieza wants to find a significant other, he has to at least find the Super Dragon Ball and make a wish. This is his pain. He doesn't want to say it, but someone always brings it up inadvertently, which makes him feel uncomfortable and sad. All he wants to do is lie on the beach chair and act like a jerk. His childhood idol was not someone he wanted to blaspheme. Even though he is Frieza now, he doesn't want to. Turning back, Frieza looked at Cell. His eyes were so cold that Cell was terrified. This number 4 lackey is actually opening up the wounds again. Bang. Cell was knocked to the ground by Frieza. If he wasn't punished, this Cell wouldn't know what to say and what not to say. Remember your identity. It's not your place to ask about your master's private affairs. Swish. Frieza disappeared on the spot. He was in a very upset mood and just wanted to go back to the Ice Star to calm down. Frieza's excitement just now shocked the Dragon Ball fighters. It was the first time they saw Frieza with so many emotions. Advertisement. Bulma recalled how she met Frieza. Indeed, he behaved like a gentleman to her from beginning to end, without any extreme behavior. Even if it was to change her clothes, that was magic, it was nothing. The next second, Frieza appeared next to the clone. Looking at the clone whose combat power was still only 110 million, Frieza was speechless. Plan. Frieza stepped on the ice and quickly moved towards the core of the Ice Star. At this moment, he was a little impulsive and wanted to enter the core of the Ice Star. Perhaps, as long as he entered a complete seal, he would no longer have wild thoughts. Do you think he doesn't want to live with Bulma? Do you think he doesn't want Bulma in his left hand, number 18 in his right hand, and Zangia on his chest? He wants to too, but he happened to travel through time and space and became Frieza. He has no gender. What if Super Dragon Ball is unreliable and gives him a female gender? Even if Super Dragon Ball is awesome, can they really withstand their own low temperatures? Is he going to destroy the happy lives of these women with his own hands? He is Frieza, yes, but he has a human soul. He can't do this kind of thing, which is neither able to give people happiness nor hold on to them. Frieza asked himself, he had never shown that kind of affection towards any girl. Bulma, he just wanted her to be more youthful and beautiful. On the 18th, Dr. Gallo's mission made him unsure of how to intervene, so he could only take a hands-off approach. In the end, number 18 still developed a crush on Krillin, and he was actually quite happy. Zangia is very cute. In order not to hurt her, he has already let number 17 be with him. Number 17 is handsome and has high fighting ability. The two of them are very suitable. While thinking about random things, Frieza came to the edge of the core of the Ice Star, and he hesitated. I have finally made the journey through time, do I really have to freeze myself over such a trivial matter? What will happen to know? 17, Broly, and Cell, the three new members of the Tianzi Pavilion. Dodoria, he is very capable and his fighting ability is much better than before. He should be able to live a comfortable life if he doesn't cause any trouble. Ah, boom, boom, boom. The entire ice planet exploded violently because of Frieza's roar. Since the battle with Broly, his combat power has reached 7 billion. What a terrifying data. On the Ice Star, icebergs rise from the ground and ice fields collapse. It is because of the special structure of the Ice Star that it did not explode. Tagma looked at the palace that had just been built in front of him and saw it collapse with a loud bang. He felt so sad. Now, King Frieza has returned, but before he could see the fruits of his labor, the palace no longer exists. Tagma didn't believe that he could survive again. He is not immortal just because he has a trace of cockroach blood. Chapter 84 Emotions out of control again. Tagma has bad luck and he is very scared now. Tagma was lucky again, because King Frieza did not return to the palace at all. He was attracted by the vision of the clone at this moment. Just now, Frieza vented his anger and released all his power in an instant, almost causing a devastating disaster to the Ice Star. Then, a magical scene happened. The Ice Star was actually recovering to its original state very quickly. The towering icebergs flattened down, and the sunken ice plains became flat again. The culprit this time is Frieza's clone. A large amount of energy surged out from all parts of the Ice Star and was transmitted to the clone, causing the clone to actually produce waves of air. Although it was just the most common white air waves, it was not something that a clone that had not yet awakened could do. This situation lasted for less than 3 minutes. The Ice Star had recovered and the clone became quiet again, standing there, as straight as an old popsicle. At this moment, the clone's combat power suddenly soared to 500 million. Of course, compared to Frieza's own combat power, this 500 million figure is pitifully low, but it really surprised Frieza. Fortunately, I didn't step on him when I was so emotional just now, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Frieza had no idea why this happened, and he didn't have time to figure it out now, because just now, the divine power he attached to Broly was impacted and cracks had appeared. Swish. Frieza disappeared from the spot, and only a Frieza that looked exactly like Frieza was left. Tagma sensed the changes in the Ice Star and knew that Frieza must have left, so he once again called on people to carry buckets of water to build the palace. This time, he decided to build an ice city, which would save time, effort and money, and most importantly, it would be durable, and would look beautiful when paired with cheap bulbs like neon lights. On Earth, some time after Frieza left, Broly slowly woke up. Frieza didn't say, and Cell didn't say who he was, so no one knew who the boy who was sleeping soundly was. After all, there is a big gap between him and the crazy Broly, and all his clothes were blown away by Frieza, leaving only his black shorts. Broly rubbed the back of his head and sat up, looking around in confusion. Food. So much food, this is exactly the place he has always dreamed of. Broly did not go crazy. He just quickly devoured all the food in front of him at the rate of 1 Jinhua ham per second. Broly accepts all foods that smell very unpleasant, such as stinky tofu, snail noodles, and stinky salmon. The kitchen was busy again. They were wondering why the richest man's family had so many big eaters, and each one was more excessive than the other. This is simply the reincarnation of a starving ghost. It can be eaten more than the flame-headed and crab-headed ones, and faster. Brother, that is the chewy Jinhua ham, how did you manage to swallow it in one bite? Is it too salty? Hey, that's Mapo tofu, fresh out of the pot, it's hot. Hee. How can a mortal know the structure of Saiyan's stomach? It is no exaggeration to call it a simplified version of Teodi. Advertisement. Although they have human appearance, their stomachs are those of gorillas, otherwise there is no way to explain where all the food went. When Son Goku and the others came back, they found a man in pants who could eat more than them, and they immediately became competitive. Vegeta didn't want to lose to Son Goku in any way, so he also joined the competition. Son Gohan participates reluctantly, and Dato also shamelessly joins the battle. For a moment, the 5 Saiyans were like a tornado, and nothing was left behind as long as it was edible. 3 chefs have already fainted, and more are starting to stagger. Seeing this, Bulma cried out that something was wrong. I quickly took out my phone and ordered takeout like crazy, and I almost notified Monaka. Before Bulma finished her call, a new situation arose at the scene. Broly and Son Goku caught a roasted whole elephant at the same time, and they were in a situation where neither of them could stop them. In the end it all depends on their own ability. One starts from the left, the other starts from the right, and they start to eat like crazy. Wave. In less than a minute, the two were face to face, and because they ate too quickly, their lips touched each other, making a crisp and speechless sound. The whole audience was petrified. Vegeta almost vomited out everything he had just eaten. Son Goku didn't care. He wiped the oil off his mouth and planned to continue the game. Broly finally sets his sights on Son Goku for the first time. That iconic crab hairstyle, that familiar feeling that he couldn't remember, and most importantly, the aura of the other person that Broly couldn't accept. Broly was stunned, muttering, "Kaka, what is it? Kawaii, no. Cappuccino, no. It's stuck. Kami Turtle. Kalanta." Vegeta lost his appetite, but he didn't want to admit that he lost, so he called out Son Goku. "Kakarot, can you please stop disgusting me?" Son Goku scratched his head. He also felt that the scene just now was not very good. If it was Bulma, he could still accept it. But as a grown man, it was indeed not very comfortable. Kakarot. Broly finally knows the word Kakarot. Seeing this, Cell turned around and tried to run. Damn it, King Frieza is not here, who can control this pervert? It's too dangerous here, I want to go back to Gao Laozhuang. Bulma stepped forward, blocking Cell's path, and loudly demanded, "Hey, ugly bug, who the hell is that guy?" At this point, Bulma blushed and whispered, "She's quite cute, and has a nice figure too." Vegeta felt something on his head and tried to take it away, but there was nothing. Cell swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to attack Bulma, or else King Frieza would definitely not let him off. Gurgle. He is the monster who beat everyone here without any resistance, bro. Lee. Advertisement. Whoosh. Yamcha ran out of the restaurant like a gust of wind. Then Tien Shinhan, Krillin, number 18, number 17, Zangia, and Dodoria all disappeared. Dato is petrified, Son Gohan is stunned, and Vegeta is dumbfounded. Son Goku. He didn't hear it, he was just attracted by the 4 words Kakarot that Broly said. How do you know my name is Kakarot? Are you a Saiyan too? Kakarot. Kakarot. Who is Kakarot? Dwang. The floor of Bulma's house is broken again. Kakarot. He's Broly. Hurry up and subdue him before he goes crazy. Vegeta shouted in shock, he knew very well how terrifying Broly was. Vegeta is the one who can enjoy Broly's fierce headbutt like King Frieza. However, he didn't want to experience that painful process again. Broly. Kakarot. Monster. No, I'm a demon. Kakarot. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. I'm going to sacrifice you. Kakarotayo. Ah, a burst of 7-colored light appeared. The clicking sound continues. Broly's eyes began to turn white, veins all over his body began to bulge, and his momentum began to rise steadily. Don't hesitate. Everyone, come on. Cell, you come on too. Ha! Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 first, followed by Son Gohan, Dato, and Son Goku. Cell was stopped by Bulma, and had no choice but to unleash his full strength. Attack the back of his head. Cell yelled and rushed to the back of Broly's head. The others were confused, but they didn't hesitate. Cell must have some extraordinary qualities to have survived the battle between Broly and Frieza. In just a moment, Bulma's home in Exodus was reduced to ruins. Oh ho ho, I haven't heard you laugh in 2 chapters. Do you guys miss me? However, no one paid any attention to him. The most urgent task was to control Broly, who was starting to go crazy. Chapter 85. Piccolo is full of confidence. Oh. This was the first time that Frieza's appearance special effects were ignored, which made Frieza very unhappy. If the king doesn't show his might, you guys think I'm a sick cat. Get out of my way. Bang, 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 bang. With several kicks in a row, Vegeta and the others were all knocked to the ground. This is faster than the Foshan Shadowless kick and the Wind God kick. It leaves no shadow at all and is even more powerful. Even the Tionkan kick would be ashamed of itself. After kicking everyone away and ignoring the people who were complaining, Frieza came behind Broly. He grabbed Broly's head with one hand, and bursts of blindingly colorful light appeared, covering Broly's entire body. Ro. Kawaii. Kawaii. Broly, who was originally on the verge of going crazy, actually slowly regained his composure under Frieza's 7-color light. It turns out that Frieza once again replaced the Kakarot in Broly's mind with Kawaii. Oh ho ho. Very good. Very good. There are only 2 more times to completely eliminate your fear of Son Goku. When everyone saw this scene, they were truly astonished. It turns out that fighting is not a must, and Broly doesn't necessarily go crazy. Number 17 and Dodoria came back first. As the number 1 and number 2 elders of Tianzi Pavilion, they need to do their jobs well. Broly, you are number 3 in Tianzi Pavilion, do you understand? Kawaii, I get it. After dealing with Broly, Frieza turned around and put on a smile that he thought was embarrassing, but actually looked extremely scary to others. Ms. Bulma, I'm so sorry that my men were so impolite and destroyed your home. Bulma instinctively took a half-step back, but then stopped herself from moving forward because she felt that this was impolite. No, it's okay, it's just a capsule. Ever since the gravity chamber kept exploding, I've prepared several new homes. Frieza was stunned. The richest man is the richest man. This operation is simply amazing. Bulma asked everyone to leave, and then had Vegeta blow out gusts of wind to clean up the ruins here. Bang! A house exactly the same as the previous one appeared. Magic. Piccolo came and rushed to Cell in an instant. Bang! When no one was prepared, a punch hit Cell in the face, causing Cell's head to shift an inch. Piccolo, do you think you're good enough? You're attacking me with your limited strength. Are you too arrogant, or do you think my sword is not fast enough? Cell looked at Piccolo with contempt, his expression extremely arrogant, as if Piccolo's full-strength punch just now did not cause any damage to Cell at all. In fact, there was really no harm done. Bang! Advertisement. It was the same punch, but Cell hit Piccolo's stomach with lightning speed. Impossible. I can fight 10 Friezas, why can't I withstand Cell's punch? Phew. When Frieza heard this, he sprayed a mouthful of Nutri Express, which sprayed all over Dodoria's face. Dodoria was also unequivocal. She immediately bowed and said loudly, "Thank you, King Frieza, for your generous gift." Frieza's mouth twitched, and he decided not to pay any more attention to this brainwashed Tianzi Pavilion's number 1 elder. Oh ho ho, Piccolo, come here. As long as you can withstand a slap from me, I will forgive your rudeness to me. Piccolo looked at Son Goku and the others, then at Cell, who was fine after being hit by his full-strength punch, and then at Frieza, who was in high spirits. Gurgle, can you let the number 1 lackey of Tianzi Pavilion do it for you? Frieza, you are so noble, how can you do it yourself? Phew. This time, no one could bear it anymore and burst out laughing. Son Gohan didn't laugh, he stood up and stood in front of Frieza. Frieza, I'll take your slap, please don't spank my butt and face, okay? Frieza. He was moved by the deep father-son love between Son Gohan and Piccolo, and immediately lost the desire to attack. It would be great if the Frozen clan also had feelings. Frieza just gently brushed aside the little episode. Piccolo spoke again. Son Goku, can you find Namek? Without the gods, the Dragon Ball has lost its effect, and those killed by Cell cannot be resurrected. At the scene, only Frieza and Son Goku knew instant transmission. He didn't dare to ask Frieza for help, so he could only ask Son Goku. God Piccolo, I don't know where the Namek people are now. Piccolo staggered and retorted loudly, don't call me God Piccolo. Even though it sounds powerful, it's useless. Just call me Piccolo. Oh ho ho, I'm going to go see if Namek is still here. You guys wait for my news. Swish. Frieza disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the Supreme Kai world. Looking at the group of green-skinned Namek people, Frieza smiled. Sure enough, this group of people was kept by Saiyan. The Supreme Kai world is so big, it is not bad to keep some gardeners. Frieza, you came at the right time. Now that you are so strong, go kill Majin Buu. Shin watched the entire battle between Frieza and Broly. His admiration for Frieza was like the endless rushing of a river or the flooding of the Yellow River, which was out of control. Oh ho ho. Get out of the way, you lousy chess player. I'm here to find Slug. Where's the slug? If you don't show up within 30 seconds, I'll punch Supreme Kai Shin. Shin. Kid is ready to rescue with all his strength. Shin was furious. Kid. Teleport and bring them here. Advertisement. His voice was so loud and sharp that he almost broke his voice. Kid reacted and realized that he also had the special skill of instant transmission for delivering express parcels. Swish, swish. Kid disappeared, and Kid reappeared holding Slug. The time is just right, 31 seconds. Bang. Frieza is very trustworthy. As a gentleman, he must ensure that he does what he says. Shin fell to the ground, his limbs twitching. Oh ho ho. His strength has increased. I accidentally used a little more force. If you don't save him, Kid, he will really die. Kid was shocked. Slag was holding a hoe, with a look of being screwed. Call Tiantian over here. I'll give you 1 minute. If Tiantian doesn't show up by the time, I'll punch Saiyan again. Shin, who just sat up. Kid is gone. He has learned his lesson. Frieza will not stop until he kills Supreme Kai. This year's Supreme Kai is so hard to please. Tiantian came and the time was stuck at 60 seconds. Oh ho ho. Exactly 60 seconds, I don't have to use my fists anymore. Pa. The tail slapped Shin's face, and Shin immediately started rolling his eyes. Kid. Swish. Frieza disappeared with Tiantian, and never said why he was looking for Tiantian. Slag looked at Shin, who had recovered once again, and asked in confusion, excuse me, Supreme Kai, are you playing a game with Frieza? The corners of Shan's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that Frieza was just a masochist. Well, this is a game that can enhance friendship. Let's play it too. Plan. Slag had no time to react and disappeared on the spot. That kick just now was powerful and made a huge noise. Kid, go. Kid felt like 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping in his mind. He wanted to strike, but didn't dare. ... Frieza appeared on Earth like a ghost and threw Tenten at Son Gohan. Oh ho ho. Do you know what to do? Everyone shook their heads, and Piccolo quickly responded. I know, I'll arrange for Bobo to perform the coronation ceremony for him right away. Chapter 86. The World's Number 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Cell is feeling uncomfortable. It was not because he became a member of Tianzi Pavilion, but because of the task assigned to him by Dr. Gallo that made him feel uncomfortable. Finally, Cell couldn't help himself and proposed his idea while Frieza was eating elegantly. The world's number 1 martial arts tournament. Oh, that's fine. We have nothing else to do, so let's hold it. This way, we can make it a big event, announce it worldwide, and take the opportunity to collect some ticket sales. Everyone was shocked that Frieza was interested in money. But don't forget, he once asked Bulma for patent fees. Is he not interested in money? I'll leave this matter to you in number 17. Make sure it's done as soon as possible. Cell hesitated for a second before finally saying, will number 16 still let me absorb it? Frieza was silent. Number 16 is now Optimus Prime. Will this hurt a lot of people's hearts? How about this? Let Shenron make a number 16. After all, I promised you. Cell was overjoyed, grabbed No 17's arm and ran away. Wow, let me go. Zangia is watching. Objection is invalid. Oh ho ho. In 15 days at most, the world's number 1 martial arts tournament will begin. You must practice hard. If no one can defeat Cell, even if he wants to destroy the Earth, I won't stop him. Kawaii. Broly, stop standing there like an idiot, eat something. Broly touched his belly and said rather shyly. Burp, I'm full. Frieza secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Piccolo and said. Let's go and watch the coronation ceremony of the god. In the Temple of Heaven, a group of people appeared on the empty platform. By the way, it was Frieza's first time here. The moment he saw Bobo, Frieza felt a slight fluctuation in the divine power in his body. Although the fluctuation was small, Frieza, who had already mastered the basic use of divine power, could still clearly feel that something was wrong. This Bobo is definitely not as weak as he looks. I turned on the detection technique and looked over, and what it showed was asterisk. This is the first time this has happened. If the power of God is not allowed to be checked, then why didn't this happen to Supreme Kai Shin? Excuse me, is this the god who will succeed to the throne? Bobo's expression remained unchanged for thousands of years. He looked at Tiantian with a very calm tone. Day by day, he still doesn't know why he came to Earth. Piccolo nodded seriously and said, yes, Bobo, please hold a coronation ceremony for him. Advertisement. Without any further ado, Bobo came straight to Tiantian, then stretched out his finger and placed it on Tiantian's forehead. Coronation ceremony. Begin. 3 seconds later. Coronation ceremony. Completed. Everyone was speechless. This is just a joke on us, God in heaven, God on earth. Is it so casual? 10-10, you can make Dragon Ball, right? Piccolo then remembered that he seemed to have not asked the key questions. What if Tiantian didn't know the answer? Fortunately, Tiantian did not disappoint everyone. Yes, give me a year and I will definitely be able to make it. The corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched, and Bulma glared directly at Frieza. She knew that Frieza was definitely unreliable. At this time, Tiantian spoke again. If it's just to revive Earth's Shenron, I can do it now, and since it's the first revival, I can change its number of wishes. Just like in the original story, Tiantian quickly resurrected Shenron and adjusted the wish to 2. This shows that Tiantian is really a genius. Oh ho ho, go make a wish. Remember, copy number 16. I think it's just a robot, so it should be fine. Who dares to disobey? Who dares to resist? Dodoria, the number 1 lackey of Tianzi Pavilion, really doesn't have the ability to deal with them, but the number 3 lackey of Tianzi Pavilion, who is not a lackey, has the ability to teach them a lesson. After everyone left, Tiantian started crying. Wow, why did I leave my hometown and come here? I don't want to be a god. Shut up. Go do your homework. Frieza yelled impatiently, and Tiantian ran away, leaving only Frieza and Bobo at the scene. Who the hell are you? Servant of God. Impossible, even Supreme Kai Zion's divine servant is not as mysterious as you. Oh, I don't belong to the Supreme Kai system. A divine servant of the Angel clan. No. Zeno's divine servant. No. Then whose servant can you be? I don't remember. I only know one word. What word? God. Advertisement. Frieza was stunned. God. What the hell? You are a servant of God, but your master is not God, but a damn ghost. Knowing too much is not good for you. You don't deserve to know this yet. The calm look in Popovich's eyes in his later years, coupled with what he just said, deeply hurt Frieza. He wants to fight. Your divine power is a joke in my eyes. I can shatter it in an instant. Frieza. Oh ho ho. Hello Mr. Popo. Goodbye Mr. Popo. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared on the spot. Anyway, he knew that Mr. Popo was an old monster with no bottom, and all his behaviors in the original book were just pretending. Is 7 billion basic combat power awesome? After fully firing, multiply it by 4 and then by 3, is 84 billion awesome. In Dragon Ball Super, it would probably collapse just by a fart. And one thing is very confusing, that is, in Dragon Ball Super, Popo seems to have never met Angel Whis and Gods of Destruction Beerus. This is very intriguing. Perhaps because Vegeta and Son Gohan are already Super Saiyan 2, there isn't the same sense of urgency as in the original story, so Son Goku and the others didn't choose to enter the Spirit Time Chamber again. Bulma's gravity room is open again, and it gets broken every day. How pitiful. Oh, Piccolo entered a spiritual time chamber, and when he came out, his whole body was glowing. He wanted to shout that he was going to beat 10 Friezas, but in the end he chose to remain silent. It was because when Son Gohan was forced to recite by Chi-Chi, Piccolo happened to hear it. Using history as a mirror, we can understand our gains and losses. Using bronze as a mirror, we can correct our attire. Piccolo doesn't need to use history as a mirror, he only needs to use what happened a few days ago as a reference. The news that the Earth was going to hold the world's #1 martial arts tournament spread quickly. The first place winner would receive a prize of 100 million, which attracted countless martial artists to get ready. The news spread like wildfire, even to the underworld, and then to the great King Kai planet. Suddenly, 2 peerless ghost kings appeared, or they were old ghosts who had been dead for who knows how long. Pork Ribs Rice and Oliver. Pork Rib Rice actually looks a bit like Piccolo, except that it doesn't have the 2 antennae on Piccolo's forehead, and it has some black spots on its head. By the way, this guy, like Piccolo, likes to wear super heavy equipment. I hope he won't end up like Piccolo, who often falls to the ground before he can take off his gravity suit. Oliver is a Western man with long blonde hair and a muscular body. He is like the instructor who taught Vegeta how to drive. It just so happened that King Kai had recently become fascinated with the popular sport of square dancing, and in order to prevent these 2 people from disturbing his concentration on dancing, he approved their request to go to Earth for a while. This is the planet Dabulon, and the planet Dabulon has something to say. Hey, what do you mean by digesting me in my stomach? I've lost a lot of weight. Chapter 87. Z Warriors Training Hard. The world's #1 martial arts tournament will be held in the 15th. This news has spread around the world, and everyone who plans to participate in the martial arts tournament has begun emergency special training. Let's not pay attention to all that nonsense, let's just see what the Z Warriors are doing. Yamcha, the founder of the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Although no one calls it by this name anymore, it is actually a very commonly used style of boxing in combat. With a combat power of 1 million, he is currently trying hard to pick up girls. Turtle, switch the camera for me quickly. No problem. Tien Shinhan, a 3-eyed master who possesses the 4 demon fists, solar flare, and the Qigong cannon. He once competed with the young son Goku for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and succeeded. With a combat power of 1.5 million, he was knocked unconscious twice on the planet Bupas and finally realized the true meaning of life. Now he is in a tattoo shop. Boss, give me a tattoo of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Oh, yeah, hey, it feels good. This time, I must shock everyone. Oh. Krillin. His famous special skill is the chi slash, but unfortunately it is too powerful and can easily cut a person in half, so it is rarely used in regular combat. With a combat power of 2.2 million, he is truly the strongest person on Earth, and no objection will be accepted. He was feeling sad at the moment because of Broly's arrival. Number 18 actually felt that Broly had a better figure than him and looked honest, so he regarded Broly as the new target to forget Son Goku. In particular, number 18 said, when Broly says kawaii, it's so cute. A glass heart, shattered into pieces. Perhaps he was hit, or perhaps he wanted to prove himself, but under the guidance of Son Goku, he threw himself madly into training. Despite everyone's advice, he resolutely walked into the gravity room. Fortunately, the scene that Yamcha happened at that time did not happen, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Jiaozi and teacher Wu Tian have given up their plans to participate. Together with Wu Long and Pu Yalu, they have become the 4 musketeers of the island and specialize in watching primetime yoga classes. If Krillin is the strongest among the normal people on Earth, then among the abnormal people on Earth, the strongest are the brother and sister number 17 and no. 18. Number 17 is named Lapis, nicknamed Rubbish. He has smooth black hair, is handsome, and not rich, but he is also a killer of young women. Advertisement. He has a combat power of 3 billion, but he has unlimited energy. As long as the opponent can't kill him, he can drain you to death. By the way, Zangia was becoming more and more satisfied with number 17 and more attached to him, especially after that night, when Zangia was deeply conquered by No 17's unlimited physical strength. So, number 17 got another nickname, Perpetual Motion Machine. Number 18, formerly known as Lazuli, is young and beautiful, with flowing golden hair. She once fascinated Krillin and made him swear to be his bootlicker. But she became interested in the cute Broly. She has a combat power of 3 billion and unlimited energy. Although she cannot forget Son Goku for the time being because of Dr. Gero's mission, she is gradually changing her mind. If number 17 is a killer of young ladies, then the beauty of number 18 can attract both young and old. Xiao Te was lucky enough to be the first one to be hugged by her because of his age. Xiao Te. Soft, comfortable. The above two people do not need to practice, they just need to go around the world looking for lightning to strike them. Unfortunately, the Earth's thunder is too weak and has almost no effect. Well, none of them are serious, so let's see what the people from outer space are like. Dodoria, the number 1 elder of Tianzi Pavilion, personally prefers the title of lackey, which is much more down to earth than those elders. With a combat power of 3.5 million, Frieza's beating was quite effective. However, this combat capability is really not good enough, and the possibility of entering the semi-finals is basically ruled out. Dodoria was furious. I never thought of participating. He has a bad temper, perhaps it's the inflated feeling brought about by his higher status, similar to Piccolo. Zangia, the epitome of kawaii, has orange wavy hair and actually looks a lot like Krillin's former green tea girlfriend Marin. When Frieza first saw her, he affectionately said, it's the feeling of first love. Just because of this feeling, Frieza let her go and found Perpetual Motion Machine number 17 as her boyfriend. The two of them are now inseparable. My current mentality is, cultivation is not as important as falling in love. Advertisement. The combat power is 1 billion, which is quite good. According to Frieza, it has a combat power of 900 million, which is quite impressive. Piccolo. A Namek man who calls himself the Big Devil, but has always been working as a nanny. Piccolo does not need to eat any delicious food and can survive by just drinking water. This species is affectionately called Vegetable by the boss of Zangia, Bojack. After coming out of the Spirit Time House, he, with a combat power of 5 billion, is now meditating in the gravity room, exuding an amazing aura. Trunks, full name Trunks, also known as Harry Potter and Conan, is a love-deprived boy who came to this time and space in a time machine. Dart is Vegeta and Bulma's future child. This introduction seems a bit inappropriate, but let it be. As a mixed-race child with Saiyan blood, he has lived on Earth since childhood and inherited the S cells from his biological father Vegeta. It is much easier for him to transform into a Super Saiyan than Vegeta. Unfortunately, because Mirai did not receive training from Vegeta, his basics are seriously insufficient, and he is currently doing various basic training in the gravity room. For example, sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, quick punches, etc. I crawl to the restaurant every day. His combat power has finally reached the peak of Super Saiyan 1 at 2.3 billion. It only needs an opportunity to break through to 2.4 billion, and then he can transform into Super Saiyan 2 through anger. If all Saiyans like to spend time together, then Date is the most stable one among the Saiyans, and the only Saiyan who doesn't spend time together. Well, he is the most normal. Son Gohan, normally he should be 10 years old, plus he spent a year in the Spirit Time Chamber, that makes him 11 years old. Raditz was 5 years old when he arrived, Piccolo trained for 1 year, Goku returned for 1 year, and it was 3 years before the androids. He is a Saiyan hybrid who was born and raised on Earth, and has already shown extraordinary talent at a young age. The most terrifying outburst increased his combat power by 500 times, which scared the hell out of him. Not only has Son Gohan broken through to Super Saiyan 2, but his strength has also increased by leaps and bounds during this period before the start of the World Martial Arts Tournament. With a combat power of 6 billion, he is already a super second generation who crushes Uncle Piccolo and Goku's father. Next up is Son Goku. Stay tuned for the next episode. Chapter 88. Armored Cell. Son Goku, whose symbol is the crab head, is a low-level warrior among the Saiyans. He was born with a combat power of only 2, so he was sent to a remote planet like Earth with low combat power. Some people also say that Burdock secretly changed his route and landed on the Earth. Who knows? Anyway, those are no longer important. What's important is that Son Goku has completed the class leap. He is now a Super Saiyan, and a Super Saiyan 2 who surpasses the Super Saiyan. Even though he has just broken through to Super Saiyan 2, his combat power has reached an astonishing 5.5 billion. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a hacker. However, the peak of his life was when he was just born. His crying alone scared the legendary warrior Broly so much that he almost went into schizophrenia. Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan, has a proud heart and an astonishingly strong self-esteem. He is also the first warrior to break through to Super Saiyan, and the first lucky person to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Staying in the gravity room for a long time made him shorter, but it also had its advantages. His combat power is now the best among Saiyans, with a combat power of 6.5 billion, which is far superior to others. He has a proactive wife, Bulma, the richest woman in the world, who also gave birth to a well-behaved son, Trunks, for him. Even though it was the result of drunken S***X, it was also a historical inevitability. After all, Vegeta's love for Bulma was real and not fake at all. Cell is an alien created by Dr. Gallo by collecting cells from many people and stitching them together. It also traveled from the future time and space. After devouring the young Cell of this time and space, it directly advanced to the complete form. With various opportunities, Cell completed a historic growth and reached the second form of Lightning Cell, with a combat power of up to 5.5 billion. Although Saiyan has fewer cells, he still has a lot of room for promotion. At this moment, he was looking at number 16 who had no consciousness in front of him, and his saliva was subconsciously flowing. This was the gift Frieza gave him for joining the Tianzi Pavilion. Number 16. Oh, now he should be called Optimus Prime. After the hard work of Bulma and Dr. Bliss, his consciousness was integrated into the clone created by Shenron. Although his combat power has dropped from 1.2 billion to the current 1,200, he has never had the desire to fight for power, so this is the best result. Broly, a purebred Saiyan, was born with a combat power of 10,000. He was a rare genius in a century, the legendary Super Saiyan. Once he went crazy, he would be completely ruthless. However, Broly is still very well behaved when he doesn't go crazy, and he's so cute. This harmless look immediately charmed thousands of girls, especially number 18, who seemed to have finally found her Prince Charming. So, appearance can really determine a lot of things. Broly killed Krillin instantly when he stood there, causing Krillin to be barely alive in the gravity room now. He is also the only character that Frieza strictly forbids from getting too close to Son Goku, and even when Broly is present, Vegeta no longer calls Son Goku Kakarot. Advertisement. As for our King Frieza, it's better not to say anything. This guy is such a moody person, it's a waste of time to introduce him. Oh ho ho ho. Just these 4 words perfectly explain everything about Frieza. In Bulma's home, there are 2 places that Frieza has set up restrictions with his divine power. The first one is naturally the restaurant, which is one of the few places Frieza likes. The second is the back garden of Bulma's house. Those giant animals have been released, and now it is where the Z warriors fight. No matter how big the impact is on these 2 places, it will not affect the outside world unless the combat power is as high as more than 50 billion. Boom. A loud bang came from Bulma's back garden. It turned out that Cell had just finally swallowed robot number 16 with great difficulty. The overwhelming momentum caused an explosion in the back garden, and smoke and dust immediately billowed, but it was restricted and could not spread. Number 17 and Zangia, who were in love with each other, were talking and flirting nearby at this time. They were also shocked by Cell's amazing momentum. At this moment, no matter whether they were in love, had just finished a tattoo, were struggling to survive in the gravity room, were fighting in the gravity room, or were stunned by number 18, all rushed to the scene as soon as possible. Oh, and there's Frieza, the pervert who eats steak and drinks juice every day to increase his combat power. He also came to the scene served by the number 1 lackey. Cell's momentum had been growing explosively, and it had soon surpassed King Frieza's previous strength of 7 billion, and was almost approaching Frieza's current fighting strength of 8 billion. Oh, not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being the B****************** DI carefully trained. With a combat power of 7.8 billion, this progress is still very good. A drop of cold sweat appeared on everyone's forehead. Wasn't he the 4th elder of Tianzi Pavilion? How come he turned into a B*********** D now? Look, this moody guy, how do you want Guigi to introduce him? Do you want to write a masterpiece of tens of millions of words? The name is Dragon Ball. Frieza, please be a human being. Advertisement. When the smoke and dust in the restricted area of the back garden dissipated, a man with golden air waves all over his body slowly walked forward. The skin is still green, but now it has a metallic glow and the black spots have turned purple, making it look even more noble and enchanting. The originally purple wings turned golden, and the texture became a metal structure, which looked very sharp. The needle on the tail has disappeared and turned into a purple armor. Perhaps it was the psychological trauma caused by the crotch kick that led to this evolution. Every step Cell took was accompanied by the sound of metallic collision, and when he reached Frieza, he knelt on one knee. TNZJ number 4, Armor Cell, to King Frieza. May King Frieza be invincible in battle, be both civil and military virtuous, and rule the universe for eternity. Whoosh. Plan. After hearing the congratulations, Frieza kicked Cell back into the restriction. Even the restriction made a sound of objection that it was overwhelmed. At this time, Frieza has already activated the third form of star transformation, Triple Wave. The combat power of 24 billion instantly taught Cell how to behave. It is true that he has no gender, but he is definitely not a hermaphrodite like Dongfang Bubai in the Sunflower Manual. Oh, if you let me hear such a weird congratulation again, I will kick your purple armor to pieces. Remember what I said, it's useless even if Supreme Kai comes. Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was the one who taught Cell that word of praise. What a pity, I should have said it myself earlier. Maybe the combat capability can be raised to a higher level. Tomorrow is the preliminary round of the World's No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. I'm looking forward to your performance. Oh, there was a gleam of confidence in everyone's eyes. Armor Hero, Cell lying on the ground is no exception. Armor Cell, is this day finally coming? Let me, Armor Cell, tell you what it means to be completely helpless. Oh ha 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 ha. Chapter 89. The first battle. Rivals become envious of each other. Bang, bang. Countless fireworks appeared in the sky, brilliant and colorful, demonstrating the grandeur of this world's number 1 martial arts conference. This martial arts competition was held on a small island. Half a month ago, it was still a deserted island. In just half a month, a huge building has appeared here. The arena for the world's number 1 martial arts tournament. Designed by Frieza. Builder. Dodoria. Tickets sold by Dodoria. Food provided by kitchen staff of Wan Neng Capsule. Bonus sponsor. Bulma. The ground is so flat that there is not a single bump on it, and the competition venue is gorgeous and grand. These were all designed by Dodoria, who worked overtime while crying. Today, this island has become completely famous, and people from all over the world gather here. There are werewolves, human bears, dinosaurs, lizardmen, cat people, and dog-headed people, but the majority are ordinary humans. The registration desk was bustling with activity, with many of the people Son Goku had seen before showing up. Characters like Keenan, Namo, Dao Baibai, Upa, and King Joppa who had appeared before were all here, and it was Upa's first time to attend such a conference. I won't introduce the other little guys here, the next ones to sign up are naturally the Dragon Ball fighters. Finally, there is the most popular man on Earth, with a curly afro, a tooth-shaped beard, and a golden belt around his waist, a symbol of strength. His muscles are quite developed. That is the favorite to win this time, Mr. Satan. A talented person who can break 14 bricks with his bare hands. His fighting power is even higher than Bulma after she got pregnant, reaching a terrifying 137 points. The data here is based on his punching machine. The commentator is the man in a suit wearing sunglasses, and he is also the most dedicated commentator in Dragon Ball. Please allow the king to declare the official start of the world's number 1 martial arts tournament. A man who looked no different from a cat walked onto the ring and touched his throat. Meow. And just like that, the preliminary round began. Dodoria is indeed a genius in construction. He actually built 16 small arenas. After the group stage, the arenas can be spliced together to form 4 larger arenas. In the final, they can be combined into a super large arena. During the group match, Jiaozi cast a spell to separate all the Dragon Ball fighters. Satan was lucky enough not to encounter any of the Dragon Ball fighters. As there were so many participants, it took a whole morning to decide the top 16. Cell and Broly from Tenji Pavilion, Son Goku Piccolo and Son Gohan, father and son, Vegeta and his son, siblings number 17 and no. 18. Pork Chop Rice, Oliver, Zangia, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Satan, and Upa. Poor Yamcha actually met Oliver, and it was his first battle against this ghost king with a halo on his head. He stood in the audience seats in just one round. Advertisement. It's really embarrassing. The preliminary round of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament yielded a large number of eggs and cans, simply because except for Satan and Upa, everyone else was possessed by One Punch Man. Broly excluded. There is absolutely no viewing experience. No matter what, we finally made it to the semifinals without any danger. The venue is bigger and the strength is stronger. The 16-08 semifinals were held simultaneously on 4 stages. It is said that as long as you can enter the top 8, you will be able to get a bonus of 10 million. The champion will not only receive a bonus of 100 million, but also have the opportunity to challenge the hidden boss of this tournament, Frieza. Too bad no one except Son Goku and Vegeta is interested in challenging Frieza. That's just asking for trouble, isn't it? Without further ado, the semifinals officially begin. Broly's opponent is Krillin, Cell's opponent is Kuririn, Son Goku's opponent is Oliver, Vegeta's opponent is Zanga, No 17's opponent is Dato, No 18's opponent is Piccolo, Tien Shinhan's opponent is Son Gohan, and Upa's opponent is Satan. The 4 arenas start at the same time. Let's take a look at Broly's battle first. When Krillin saw that his opponent was Broly, he was extremely jealous of each other. Whenever he saw Broly's innocent look, white-hot steam would come out from Krillin's flat nose. Ah, I let you steal my love, I made you fail to achieve your goal, I let you continue to act cute. Krillin was furious, and he went all out from the beginning. His movements were as fast as wind and lightning, and his strength was astonishingly great. Every time he attacked Broly's body, there was a sound like thunder. Boom. The audience's enthusiasm was aroused instantly. It was finally no longer just One Punch Man, and they could finally see passionate fighting. It seems that there is some gossip here that makes people think a lot. Come on, bald boy. Defeat that stupid guy. Don't be so violent. Broly is so handsome and so cute. Don't treat my handsome boy so violently. Broly stared blankly at Krillin, who was massaging him. Krillin, try harder. My shoulders are sore from being leaned on by No. 18. Buzz. It would be fine if Broly didn't fight back, and it would be fine if he didn't say anything. He just kept bringing up things that were not related to the topic, and Krillin completely lost his mind in an instant. Give me back my youth, give me back my goddess. Love and anger can both activate a person's potential, let alone the combination of the two. So, Krillin broke out. Bear. A milky white air wave rushed up into the sky, and Krillin burst out with a combat power of 10 million. This was the result of his selfless training during this period. Kawaii. Keep going. Don't stop, keep going. Broly didn't think too much about it, and even took the initiative to stretch out his arm for Krillin to wrestle with. Advertisement. Bang, 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 bang. The dynamic sound of the collision completely ignited the audience. Wow, Broly is so pitiful. He's been beaten for so long. Is he really okay? This is the cry of a brainless female fan. Solar Flare. Today I will let you witness my ultimate move, Krillin, the key slash. Krillin has no scruples anymore. Buzz. I saw a round disc appear in Klin's hand, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Broly's expression finally showed a slight change, mainly because Solar Flare made him feel a little uncomfortable. As for the so-called Chi Yuan slash, Broly really doesn't take it seriously. His normal combat power is now 5 billion. Would he be afraid of the skills used by someone with a combat power of only 10 million? No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. Go to hell. Number 18 is mine. Buzz. Chi Yuan Zan cut towards Broly's shoulder. In the end, Krillin didn't cut towards Broly's neck and chest. After all, he didn't want number 18 to be sad. Puff. The entire audience became nervous. After all, Krillin's Chi Yuan Zan just now looked very powerful. Well, this one is okay, try a few more. Broly's faint, silly voice appeared again, and Krillin was stunned. The whole audience was boiling. So strong. Broly is so strong. Not only is he cute, but he's also very strong. Broly, I want to give birth to your monkeys. Then, the girl who was shouting the loudest was met with a sharp gaze from number 18, and she was so scared that she rushed towards the toilet. Krillin was depressed. He already knew the difference in fighting power, and finally he realized that he and number 18 had no chance at all. Appearance, figure, and fighting ability were all crushed. Whoa, Krillin left the scene on his own initiative. In this battle, Broly just stood there and got beaten the whole time, only moving his mouth but not his hands. Winner. This is what Broly did from the beginning to the end. In the preliminary round, he simply tired out his opponents. Next, it's Cell versus the Ghost King's pork rib rice. Please look forward to the next analysis. Chapter 90 Aperture can also be played. In fact, the battles were held simultaneously in 4 arenas, but in order to let everyone know clearly the process of each battle, the turtle commentator talked about them separately. Cell's opponent is Pai Gu Fan, a ghost king with a halo on his head who has been dead for an unknown period of time. With a combat power of 2 billion, Pork Chop Rice is also a top master in the Great King Kai planet. Unfortunately, he is now facing Cell, who is no longer the same as before. Cell absorbed the Cell larva of this time and space, then absorbed Bojack, and finally absorbed number 16 to be promoted to Armored Cell. His combat power has reached an astonishing 7.8 billion. Not to mention beating the Pork Chop Rice, if he wanted to, he could kill it instantly. When Pai Gu Fan saw Cell, whose body was glowing with metallic luster, he knew that he had met a strong opponent today. Without hesitation, Pai Gu Fan took off his gravity suit, which was much wiser than Piccolo. Ha! Pork Chop Fan shouted loudly, and his combat power instantly reached 2.5 billion. A milky white air wave rushed up into the sky. If Frieza had not set up a ban in front of the audience seats in advance, this explosion of air would have been able to destroy the island. But don't underestimate the data of 2.5 billion. At this time in the original book, the combat power of 2.5 billion is enough to walk sideways. Don't waste time. I'll give you one chance to strike, or else you'll be pelted with cans and eggs again. After absorbing No. 16, Cell's voice became more powerful. That slightly metallic and hoarse voice has charmed thousands of girls. It's just that his appearance is really not flattering, otherwise his popularity would definitely not be lower than Broly. It was the first time that Pai Ji fan heard such arrogant words. He had been in the underworld for tens of thousands of years. Any ghost who dared to speak to him so arrogantly must have been reincarnated long ago. Even if he can't win, he will persevere and become the number one in the underworld. This kind of resilience is not something that ordinary people can understand. Rushing forward, Pai Ji fan used high-speed movement and appeared in front of Cell in an instant, followed by a series of whip kicks that were as fast as lightning but powerful. Ding ding ding. Cell stood there without moving. Because the attack of the pork chop rice didn't break the defense at all. Bang. Cell still moved. With just a light punch, pork chop rice could not withstand it and flew out of the ring quickly. The halo on his head was 0.01 seconds slow to react before chasing after pork chop rice. Aperture. Damn it, don't even think about getting rid of me, stop right here. Pork chop rice was very obedient. He grabbed the edge of the ring and finally stopped. The aperture turned back to his head again, and he felt that he was fine again. Wow, so strong. I didn't expect that I have another person to die. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it anyway. But I still won't give up. Next, I'll let you taste my special moves. Lightning shock wave. Snap. The pork rib rice fell outside the ring. Advertisement. They say villains die because they talk too much. You lost because you are not strong enough and you talk too much. Cell retracted his momentum, without even looking at the pork chop rice, and turned to walk out of the ring. Boom. The whole audience was excited again. This kind of battle was something they had never heard of or seen before. It was so exciting. The commentator wearing sunglasses threw the microphone into the sky. After the microphone turned around for who knows how many times, the commentator wearing sunglasses grabbed it in his hand. He pointed his left hand toward the sky and shouted, "After so many years, I finally got to see such a fierce battle scene again. I'm so excited. What do you think, audience members?" No one pays attention to him. Because they have been attracted by the battle scene on the third arena. It's not the fight between Appa and Satan. Although their fight is very entertaining to watch, it is definitely not as exciting as the fight between Son Goku and Oliver. Oliver's combat power is also 2 billion, but he has no means to become stronger. Son Goku merely activated the first stage of Super Saiyan and was able to fight Oliver on equal terms. Will transforming during battle cause panic? Don't be funny, there are some spectators here who subconsciously turn into wolves and foxes while watching the game. It's just dyeing your hair and creating golden waves on your body, it's nothing. Even if you transform into a King Kong, the audience will just think you have a lot of tricks. Dwang, dwang, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Son Goku's old problem comes back again. Once he meets someone with good fighting ability, he will suppress his energy to a similar level as the opponent, and then have a hearty battle. If Broly was the one who exhausted Krillin to death, and Cell was the one who blew away the pork chop fan with a fart, then Son Goku really made the semifinals feel like the finals. Every punch hits the flesh and every move is thrilling. Oliver's muscles have swelled. Although his fighting ability has not changed at all, he still looks very intimidating. For the crowd watching the game, Oliver's physique was really amazing. Glancing sideways at the arena around him, Son Goku was surprised to find that even Satan, the weirdo who always had to smash bricks to hurt himself before going on stage, had already finished the fight. But he was still here, giving people the illusion that he was in a tough fight. Especially in the special viewing stand, Chi-Chi was wearing a gorgeous evening dress, biting a handkerchief with a worried look, and Son Goku suddenly didn't want to play anymore. Since the family is no longer short of money, Chi-Chi no longer forces him to go out to make money. He still likes the current Chi-Chi very much. It's not nice to make the people you love worry. Besides, the real masters are all behind, and we can send this Westerner with a circle on his head away. Ah, ha, Son Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then rushed up at a speed that Oliver couldn't react to, and grabbed the halo above Oliver's head. Ah, da, get off here. Son Goku grabbed the aperture and smashed it on Oliver's big head. Advertisement. Why are you wearing a halo? You can use it as a weapon. I smash it, I smash it, I smash it. Ah, Oliver, the Ghost King who had been dead for who knows how long, finally let out a miserable howl, covered his head with his hands and ran away. Can Son Goku let him run away? If he can't quickly resolve the battle after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, wouldn't he be too lame? Seeing the right opportunity, he kicked Oliver's big butt. Bang, ah, boom. Oliver crashed straight into the restriction set by Frieza, but there was no ripple at all. An audience member was only 30 centimeters away from Oliver, and he just happened to stare at Oliver. Hey, may I ask which generation of Tathagata Buddha you are? Do Westerners also believe in Tathagata? Oliver almost vomited blood. It's not because of being beaten by Son Goku, but because of being mad at the audience. Hey, your circle. Son Goku looked at the halo in his hand and felt that the halo had an urgent desire to leave his hand, and it was very strong. It is wrong to take other people's things. Master Roshi had taught Son Goku this when he was a child, so Son Goku decided to return it to him. Just flick your hand. The aperture flew towards Oliver. Oh no, I used too much force. Son Goku is amazing. Clang. It's just like Neja using the universe ring to hit Ox King, gorgeous and domineering. The aperture hit Oliver's head hard, hitting one of the bags. Oliver's eyes rolled back in pain and he fainted. Didn't return to original form. The aperture slowly returned to Oliver's head, and he swore in his heart, "You want to leave me behind?" No way. The man in sunglasses grabbed the camera again and shouted passionately, the first round of the 16-08 semifinals is over. Now let's welcome the contestants for the second round. Chapter 91. The battlefield is dominated by me alone. Next up is Vegeta vs. Zanga, Lapis vs. Trunks, Lazuli vs. Piccolo, and Son Gohan vs. Tien Shinhan. What kind of exciting battle will happen next? Please enjoy a striptease first. No, it's an advertisement for Watermelon Bobo. The excitement will be back soon. ... This segment was added at the strong request of Master Roshi. Frieza thought that by advertising Watermelon Popo, he could also collect more patent fees. So he waved his hand and approved it. In the special audience seats, Frieza was bored and drank the endless red wine, which was a tribute from the planet Parame. Parame is a Portuguese planet. Every time Frieza drinks, he is actually drinking the blood of the Parame people. But he doesn't know, and it wouldn't matter even if he knew, it's just fruit. At this time, Frieza was sitting very gentlemanly on the leather sofa, with his tail sticking out from the hole behind the sofa. Frieza's eyes with blood-red pupils looked at the pork chop rice and Oliver in front of him. Oh, you two came up from the underworld, right? Pork chop rice and Oliver didn't dare not answer. Didn't they see Brawly and Cell standing obediently behind this man? Yes, we asked for leave from King Kai, but unfortunately, we lost. Pork chop rice was shocked by Cell's final momentum, while Oliver was beaten by Son Goku and lost his temper. Can't you see that he still has a lot of bumps on his head? Frieza shook the red wine glass in his hand and did not comment on it. He was concerned about something else. The registration fee is 500 yuan, and you used ghost money. Swish. Pork chop rice and Oliver broke out in cold sweats on the spot. They were so scared. Cell is also sweating. He really couldn't guess what King Frieza was thinking. He originally thought King Frieza wanted to ask about the underworld, but who knew? Brawly didn't understand this. He just rubbed No 18's head and said, Kawaii. Number 18 is so happy. This Brawly always praises her for being cute. It's so romantic. What? You want to come here and get beaten for nothing? My men's appearance fees are very high. It's only 500 yuan per person as registration fee, which is a lot. Participants need to pay a registration fee of 500 yuan, spectators need to pay a ticket fee of 3,000 yuan, and there are various advertising ranking fees. The venue investment fee was paid by Bulma, the prize money was paid by Bulma, but all the income belongs to Frieza. Frieza fought hard for this. Although, Bulma didn't hear a word, she only saw a fierce look. Frieza. Staring is also an art of negotiation. Don't you know Sakuragi's glare skill? ... Pork chop rice and Oliver felt Frieza's majestic aura and subconsciously bent down and asked in fear and trepidation. Excuse me, Mr. Elegant Gentleman, how can you get around the crime of fair evasion? Advertisement. Frieza smiled. That's right. If you had said this earlier, he wouldn't have been so angry, right? However, although Frieza smiled, the people around him subconsciously took several steps back. This smile seems even scarier than not smiling. Oh ho ho. Alas, you are from the underworld and don't have the money of mortals. I can still understand. I, Frieza, am a very reasonable person. Hearing Frieza say this, the people who had been around him for a long time all shuddered, while Pork Chop Rice and Oliver, who were not familiar with Frieza, were overjoyed. But, I have opened 2 Watermelon Bobo specialty stores. Each of you will run 1 store. The annual salary is 1 yuan. You can work for 500 years. Puff. Don't get me wrong, this is Master Roshi's nose bleeding, it's mainly because the performance in the ring is too exciting. It wasn't just Master Roshi, Oolong was like a drunkard and couldn't even stand steadily. Pai Gu Fan and Oliver were dumbfounded. They had only taken 1 day off, so how could they possibly stay on Earth for 500 years? Look at the people nearby. Number 18 and Brawly were acting cute and showing off their love, while number 17 and Zangia had a French kiss in public. Vegeta pointed at Big Tay and said to Little Tay, this is your future virtue. From the moment you turn 1 year old, you will practice with me. Son Goku rubbed Chi-Chi's head and said shamelessly, Chi-Chi, is it convenient for you to go to the kitchen in this dress? I'm hungry. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan as if he were his own son, while Son Gohan and Tenten were working on a linear equation. Tiantian, your 8-3 should equal 25, how come you got it as 23? Small. Krillin looked depressed, Yamcha was still heartless, and Tien Shinhan touched his tattoo from time to time. Master Roshi's nose never stopped bleeding, and Oolong had fainted from happiness. It seems that none of these people are serious. Well, Pork Chop Rice and Oliver also gave it a try. The 2 men clasped their fists vigorously and shouted, we are willing to serve you. I thought. I can finally justifiably not go back to the underworld. Oh ho ho. Very good, very good. Since you are so sincere, I will let you off this time. You can go now. Pork ribs rice is a big surprise. Oliver was shocked. No, I only want 10 cents a year in salary. No, even 1 cent is fine. Please have mercy on me and accept our sincerity. ... Advertisement. Young and beautiful girls are so popular. But now it's time to fight. In the audience, a pretty girl with a bun on her head shouted, hurry up and win. Brawly. Next, it's time for the 2 of us. Zhou Yu fainted in the toilet crying. Number 18 is furious. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the man in sunglasses finished speaking, after a swish sound, all the fighters appeared on their own stages. Number 17 yelled, "Watch out, Vegeta. If you hurt Zanga in the slightest, I'll go after Bulma." Vegeta. Number 18 whispered to Piccolo, "Broly, watch." Small. Date was wondering, should he say something? Tien Shinhan touched the dragon tattoo and murmured, "Success or failure depends on this one move. If it succeeds, I will soar to the sky. If it fails, it's just that the tattoo artist's skills are not good enough." Everyone says that I am just a bystander, but I, Tien Shinhan, now solemnly declare that even if I am just a bystander, I can still fight 3 pounds. The eyes of heaven are open, the infinite purgatory, I am the only one who reigns supreme. The mighty heavenly dragon, the Buddha Saitagarbha, the Prajnaparamita Buddhas, the Prajnaparamita. The divine power is as great as a prison, a golden dragon is born, and all laws are empty. Bear. A yellow wave of air rushed up into the sky. Tien Shinhan, as the weakest person present, was the first to enter the rampage mode. At this moment, he realized. Hell trembles, heaven shouts, and the earth roars. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning swept the entire stadium. The audience was instantly aroused and started shouting at the same time. What a mighty power! What a mighty power! Tien Shinhan felt that the atmosphere was still not enough, so he shouted again. From this moment on, I alone will dominate the battlefield. The devil is coming. Chapter 92 A mess. Among the 8 contestants, except for Tien Shinhan who turned on the explosion mode, the others were just looking at Tien Shinhan and Son Gohan quietly. Just now, Tien Shinhan suddenly burst out with unprecedented momentum, which made them very curious. What kind of stimulation can make a taciturn person suddenly change his temperament? Is it love? Is it hate? Or is it being cheated on? None of them. Son Goku, you have the gift of Saiyan, number 17 and his friends have the adventure of the androids, and Cell is an outlier with multiple cells. I, Tien Shinhan, also have the unique feature of having 3 eyes. Why should I be overwhelmed by that noseless liquor? I don't accept it. Whether you believe it or not, I, Tien Shinhan, am the 3-eyed alien. I'm going to light up the place. Tien Shinhan is extremely unwilling. Being taciturn does not mean that he doesn't care. Precisely because he cares, he will silently squeeze out his potential. Some even screamed, all day long just to get a tattoo of this 5-clawed golden dragon. Son Gohan was stunned. Tien Shinhan's aura at this moment was completely different from before. Especially after he shouted, "The devil has descended." The tattoos on Tien Shinhan's body seemed to come alive. Number 17 looked as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted in disbelief, "You must be kidding. He actually transformed, and his combat power has directly reached 1.5 billion. If before Tien Shinhan was just like an ordinary person except for having 3 eyes, then now. He is still the same as an ordinary person." Number 17 said that he had transformed, and that was because Tien Shinhan's tattoos at that moment covered him, making him look particularly majestic. Moreover, Tien Shinhan's energy waves are yellow at this time. Although it is not as bright and golden as Super Saiyans, it gives people a very calm feeling. Of course, this combat power is indeed outrageous. After hard training, his combat power was less than 8 million, but just by getting a tattoo, it soared to 1.5 billion, a full 18.75 times. Look, this is the calculation ability of number 17, accurate to 2 decimal places. They are incomparable to some idiots who only know how to fight. Piccolo, Gohan and Tenten don't just know how to fight, right? They don't even know that 3x8 equals 21. Come on, let's fight. My golden dragon has been thirsting for a long time. With that, he charged towards Son Gohan first, and the golden dragon on his body came to life, rushing towards Son Gohan at a speed faster than Tien Shinhan. Boom. Great and mighty heavenly dragon. A flying dragon in the sky. Plan. Son Gohan exploded the moment Tien Shinhan charged at him, and if he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan 1 form, he wouldn't be able to compete with Tien Shinhan's current strength. However, even though Son Gohan had transformed, he was able to easily take on Tien Shinhan's 1.5 billion combat power punch, but what the hell was that golden dragon? Bang! Son Gohan was knocked flying and his clothes on his chest were torn. This shows how domineering the golden dragon is. Ouch! Son Gohan feels really painful. Since breaking through Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan's basic combat power has been able to be improved again. At this time, he has a combat power of nearly 3 billion in the Super 1 state. But even so, he was blasted back a long distance by Tien Shinhan, and felt unbearable pain. Advertisement. Uncle Tien Shinhan, you are very strong. I am going to show you my true strength. After another explosion, Son Gohan turned into a Super Saiyan 2 with electricity emitting from his body. His combat power even surpassed that of the normal Broly, reaching 6 billion. The gap is 4 times, which cannot be made up by some skills or means. After all, skills like Kaioken and Star Change are very rare. I, Tien Shinhan, have nothing to fear. The 4 demon fists, an enhanced version of the 6 demon fists. Yellow dragon sky soaring. After seeing Son Gohan transform into Super Saiyan 2, Tien Shinhan decisively used his strongest move. I saw 4 big hands extending from behind Tien Shinhan, but unfortunately Tien Shinhan did not have 3 heads, he only had 1 head and 6 arms. The golden dragon wrapped around Tien Shinhan quickly came to Tien Shinhan's feet, picked up Tien Shinhan and flew to the special audience seats. Audience. Tien Shinhan was furious. Damn dragon, I haven't been beaten enough. Huang Long ignored it. It didn't want to be wiped out in the first battle. That would be too shameful. His master has gone mad, didn't he keep saying he hasn't been beaten enough? It must help it escape from its suffering. The host with sunglasses adjusted his sunglasses that had fallen off, raised the microphone and announced, Sun Gohan and Tien Shinhan's double fan showdown, Sun Gohan wins. Audience. Damn, it starts off well but ends badly. It's so heartless. It's okay, it's okay. Look, the two beauties over there are fighting with their opponents. Yes, 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 the battle between beautiful women is still a pleasure to watch. That one just now was too noisy. ... Vegeta fought cautiously, feeling extremely furious. Number 17 was actually using Bulma to threaten him again. Piccolo was also very angry during the fight. She was Broly's woman. What if Broly went crazy? Date was so angry that number 17 didn't even bother to confront him head-on. He relied on his unlimited energy and dodged quickly. The key point is that he is planning to break through to Super Saiyan 2 through this battle. Zangia, use the crotch kick. Monkey stealing peaches. That can't be used. No, don't touch Vegeta with your hands, use your feet. Use your feet. You're wearing shoes, but you don't have gloves. Vegeta, if you dare fight back, I will give up the game right now and go find Bulma. The voice of number 17 absolutely shocked the whole audience. What the hell, you're playing a game and you don't allow this or that, and you even threaten others. What the hell, bang. Date finally found the gap of number 17 and punched him, aiming directly at No 17's stinky mouth. Number 17 was furious. How could Date cause such trouble at such a tense moment? So, number 17 showed no mercy. His combat power of 3 billion was much higher than Dat's 2.3 billion. He immediately slapped Dat in the face. With a loud snap, Date fell heavily to the ground. Date was stunned. Vegeta, who was forced into a corner by Zangia, was furious. Rubbish. You're going too far. Bang. Advertisement. Whoosh. The angry Vegeta punched Zangia in the chest, causing Zangia to scream in shame and fly out of the ring. Speak up. Say it again. If you say it again, I'll beat you up too. Vegeta is a proud Saiyan prince, how can he tolerate such humiliation? If it wasn't for Frieza's sake, he would have ignored what number 17 said. Number 17 saw Zangia screaming and flying out of the ring, especially where Vegeta attacked. Number 17 immediately lost his mind. Vegeta, I'm going to fight you. If you don't kill me today, I'm going to wear you out. Number 17 didn't even look at the confused Big Tet, and flew directly to Vegeta's ring, and without saying a word, they started fighting with all their might. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, fist shadows were flying everywhere and energy bombs were flying all over the sky. The scene is extremely magnificent. The man in sunglasses was shocked. It was the first time he saw someone ignoring the rules of the competition due to jealousy. Hey, rubbish, Lapis, you committed a foul, you are disqualified. Disqualified. The man in sunglasses was shouting, but his feet were still firm and he didn't move an inch. According to the organizer, Mr. Frieza, the position where he was standing was absolutely safe as long as he did not step out of the circle around him. Once you step out of this circle, the organizer will not be responsible for any consequences. Can number 17 listen to the man in sunglasses? Can Vegeta listen to the guy in sunglasses? Obviously that's impossible, but, is number 17 really a match for Vegeta? 6.5 billion versus 3 billion, Turtle immediately knew that the difference was 3.5 billion. Humph. This is obviously a huge gap. Number 18. Come and help me. Vegeta will definitely not dare to hit you, or Broly will not spare him. After number 17 was beaten up by Vegeta, he finally remembered that he had a sister. Sister. Save my brother. When number 18 heard the long-lost voice of sister, her heart was suddenly moved. She remembered her childhood. ... Piccolo, let's call a truce. My brother is in trouble and I have to go help. Brother. Sister is here. Together, we can accomplish anything. Dwang. Number 18 fell to the ground. The gap in combat power is too huge, and the problem cannot be solved by numbers. Exclamation mark. Kawaii. Kawaii. Chapter 93. Wait, I haven't fallen off the stage yet. Number 18 was kicked to the ground by Vegeta, which was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Just as number 18 was shouting, Kawaii, in the special audience seats, Broly's eyes suddenly turned white and he started shouting subconsciously. Kawaii. Kawaii. Kakarot, how dare you, a lowly bug, touch my kawaii. Boom. Bear. A green wave of air rushed up into the sky, and the manic atmosphere swept across the entire arena in an instant. The indestructible sunglasses of the man in sunglasses exploded at this moment, and the restrictions of the entire martial arts tournament arena began to tremble. Son Goku was shocked, and the next moment he appeared in the restaurant of the martial arts tournament. Phew, I'd better eat something, even if it's not as delicious as what Chi-Chi made. I don't want to fight with that lunatic Broly. When Broly is not crazy, he is harmless and quite cute. Once he goes crazy, I'm sorry, not only will the people in Tianzi Pavilion be beaten, but Frieza, the owner of Tianzi Pavilion will also be in trouble. Vegeta also felt weak all over. Number 18. Do you want the Earth to be destroyed? Kawaii you. Hey, the one wearing sunglasses, hurry up and declare me the winner. I can run away. The host, who had put on sunglasses again at some point, seemed to realize that something was wrong and shouted immediately. Lapis and Lazuli broke the rules of the game, and Vegeta won the semifinals. Also winning were Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks. Swish. As soon as the man in sunglasses finished speaking, everyone disappeared, even number 18 did not dare to stay for a moment. Number 18 was feeling very sad. She just called out, Kawaii, so why did Brawly go crazy? It's not usually like this. Boom. A muscular man with green hair crashed directly into the venue of the martial arts competition. Gravel was flying everywhere, the wind was raging, and the audience around was in a panic. Don't panic, everyone. The explosion in the venue can't hurt us. This is a special performance during the intermission just like before. The man with glasses was so competent. The venue was in chaos, but he didn't move a step and even used the microphone to ask the audience not to get confused. Advertisement. Man with glasses. I want to run, but it seems that except for this circle, everywhere else has sunk. The audience calmed down, and seeing that the host at the center of the explosion was fine, they felt relieved and sat down again. Many people even took out beer to add to the fun. This year's martial arts tournament is so spectacular. It's so grand that the venue was blown up. Yes, this is definitely not a 50-cent special effect. This feels so real. Kakarot. Brawly, who destroyed the competition venue, was still yelling. At this time, Brawly's fighting power had doubled, and a 7-color light was forced out of Brawly's body. Oh, it actually broke out for the third time so quickly. Then let me help you forget it completely. Frieza's figure suddenly appeared above Brawly, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and he used the long-lost 9-yin bone claws to grab Brawly's head. Of course, Frieza's 5 fingers did not penetrate Brawly's crown, but the force was considerable. A light that was brighter than the 7-color light emitted by Brawly appeared, and it surrounded Brawly directly with a brutal and unreasonable attitude. Heaven and earth, Brawly has a spirit, Frieza has an order, forget about Kakarot, hurry up and obey the order. Boom. The 7-colored light quickly disappeared around Brawly, and this time it directly wiped out Brawly's childhood memories. Brawly. Thank you, King Frieza. At this moment, Brawly still maintained the legendary Saiyan state, but his eyes, which were originally glowing white, now had red pupils. It seems that he has really regained his sanity this time. Oh ho ho. Great. Get back to the audience. Brawly looked at Frieza, then returned to his black-haired, black-eyed self and walked toward the audience. Brawly now still looks as cute as ever, but he is no longer silly and cute. He quickly came to number 18 and hugged him in his arms. He showed his domineering CEO demeanor and spoke loudly to the people around him. Lazuli is my woman from now on, whoever touches her will be punished. From today on, you are my beloved wife, Brawly. Are you willing? This domineering declaration made number 18 completely lose himself, and he seemed to be floating in the colorful clouds. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Advertisement. Krillin looked at the 2 people in front of him, his heart bleeding, but he could do nothing about it. Frieza waved his hand, and the originally collapsed competition field returned to its original state, and all the arenas were merged together. Next up was the battle between the top 8. Oh ho ho. Brawly vs. Satan, Vegeta vs. Son Goku, Son Gohan vs. Trunks, Piccolo vs. Cell, please start your show. Son Goku ideographic, Vegeta ideographic, Son Gohan, Date ideographic, Piccolo ideographic, Cell ideographic, Brawly ideographic, Mr. Satan. These 8 people are the ones competing for the championship of this martial arts competition. There are 2 people among them who shouldn't be there. The first one is Brawly. He is too strong. Even if Frieza is firing on all cylinders now, he might be able to fight him on equal terms. The others are just useless. The second weirdo is Mr. Satan. This guy made it to the quarterfinals with his extraordinary luck. Is this a distortion of human nature or the cruelty of reality? Out of ignorance or fearlessness, Satan was the first to appear, completely ignoring the commotion Brawly had just caused. Ha ha ha, I've seen through your tricks a long time ago. Facing a national fighting champion like me, your fancy tricks are useless. Bang. Satan threw a capsule and 15 tiles were placed on the ground. Did you see that? This time I'm challenging 15 tiles. I am the man who specializes in all kinds of fancy things. Look, this is my gold belt. Ah, break it for me. Satan took a deep breath and chopped down the pile of tiles in front of him. Everyone in the audience was ready to cheer. Boom. A figure fell down, not only crushing the tiles with 1 foot, but also blasting Mr. Satan away with his momentum coming from the sky. Brawly glanced at the man with glasses, who looked like a boy next door, sunny and confident. Excuse me, did I win? He should have fallen out of the ring, right? The man with glasses confirmed the other party's eyes and felt that he should not be in danger, and Satan was indeed no longer visible on the ring. He threw the microphone away and then caught it again gracefully. Wait, I haven't fallen off the ring yet. Chapter 94, Fateful Battle. Mr. Satan's voice was actually heard first, and then he was seen climbing up the ring from the edge of the ring with difficulty. Satan hooked 1 foot on the edge of the ring, and under Brawly's strong defense, he actually managed to last a round. This time, Not only Brawly was shocked, but everyone in the special audience except Frieza was shocked. How strong is Brawly? I'm afraid even the former martial arts god Wu Tian wouldn't be able to take on a single round, let alone that loser Satan. But things are so unexpected. Even though Satan had a bruised face and 2 teeth lost from the fall, he still stood up firmly. If it was the previous Brawly, he wouldn't have any thoughts, but now Brawly has regained his clarity of mind, so he has some different thoughts. Come on, I respect your spirit. I've made up my mind. I'll tire you to death. The corners of the glasses man's mouth twitched. He clearly remembered how Brawly had exhausted someone to death before. Satan doesn't care about all that. He is going to teach this unsportsmanlike man a lesson right now. Satan's iron fist. Satan's whirlwind kick. Satan is the strongest. Bang, 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 bang. To be honest, Satan's fighting power is quite good, at least he is very strong among humans, otherwise he would not have come all the way here. The postures of every punch and kick were extremely standard, and even Master Wu Tian couldn't find any major faults. The only drawback is that the power is too small. When Brawly said he wouldn't move, he really didn't move at all, and just let the other party beat him. Of course, he was not idle either. Fellow villagers, how about setting up a game and betting on how many minutes Mr. Satan can last? Dwang. At the entire world's #1 martial arts tournament, everyone, young and old, male or female, fell to the ground. What a big heart this requires. Oh ho ho, I bet 3 minutes. Everyone, I bet 4 minutes. I bet 5 minutes. I bet. At 3 minutes, Frieza's eyes fixed. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Satan's mind. Satan's headbutt. Bang. Hey, there are so many stars. Satan fell to the ground, and the man with glasses counted to 20 but he didn't wake up. Oh ho ho, I won. Everyone lost 1 million to me. Everyone, I'm willing to accept the loss. What, do you want to renege on your debt? Advertisement. Everyone, you didn't even say how much money you bet. We were just agreeing with you, how could we have thought you were so evil? Dodoria, number 17, sell, go collect the money. Those who refuse will be taken to dig coal. When you earn 1 million, let them go back. The eyes of Chop Rice and Oliver lit up, and they shouted back, I'll go. I'll go. The salary is only $1 a year, as long as I get some time off. Puff. In order to stay on Earth, these two have completely thrown their face to the winds. Even Frieza was embarrassed by the shamelessness of these two people, and his face turned red. The game continues. Frieza had no interest in playing pranks with this group of people, and next up was the battle between the two fateful rivals, Son Goku and Vegeta. Son Goku. Combat power 5.5 billion. Vegeta. Combat power 6.5 billion. To be honest, the gap is a bit big, and Vegeta can also move this skill which is very suitable for combat. Ding, ding, ding. Son Goku and Vegeta didn't even wait for the man with glasses to say start, the two of them had already quickly exchanged hundreds of punches, which brought a shocking feeling to all the audience. It was the most intense battle. Ah, ha, Son Goku was the first to transform into Super Saiyan and punched Vegeta on the left cheek, sending Vegeta flying. Kakarot, Kakarot. Son Goku subconsciously wanted to use instant transmission to escape. He was traumatized by this sentence. Bang. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and punched Son Goku in the stomach. Vegeta, you're cheating. Bang. This is called deception in war. Plan. Boom boom boom. Number 17 is approaching Bulma. Vegeta was stunned. Then I felt a pain on my face and was kicked in the stomach. Kakarot. Chi-Chi is wearing a Cheongsam again. Son Goku was startled and subconsciously looked towards the audience stands. Bang. 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 Boom. Strike first. Vegeta gathered a large amount of ki in his body, and fired one ki bomb after another at Son Goku who was smashed to the ground. Tai Chi rotates in a circle. Use stillness to control movement. Son Goku yelled, and began to imitate Frieza's Tai Chi circle. His movements seemed slow, but he managed to narrowly avoid Vegeta's Qigong bullets every time. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he watched Son Goku's movements, and suddenly he thought of Ultra Instinct. Is this Tai Chi circular rotation just a simplified version of Ultra Instinct? No, it should be that Ultra Instinct was actually learned from Tai Chi. After all, Vegeta's combat power is stronger. When the two transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the difference in combat power was revealed. Advertisement. The gap is as much as 1 billion, which is really an insurmountable gap. Trunks. Punch Krillin for me, hard. Son Goku was beaten and ran around the stadium. Suddenly, I thought of Son Gohan who went berserk in anger after Piccolo was beaten. It seems he can give it a try too. Although Dad didn't understand why this happened, he had long been fed up with Krillin's bitter face after a breakup. Now, Mr. Son Goku has made a request, how could he refuse? Subconsciously, the size 42 big foot kicked Krillin in the face. Bang. Krillin was already in a bad mood. He was confused by Son Goku's request, and then he fell headfirst into the dirt beside the ring. When Son Goku saw this scene, he, who kept hinting at being angry, immediately became angry. You can hit Piccolo, you can hit Gohan, but you can never hit Krillin. Vegeta, your son hit my best friend, I want you to pay. Ah, bear. Son Goku's aura suddenly surged, it was completely unreasonable, and instantly surpassed Vegeta's 6.5 billion, and was on par with Cell. Son Goku. Combat power 7.8 billion. Oh, Klin offers sacrifice to the heavens, his magical power is boundless. Sha Lao Si, what do you think? When Cell heard this name, he felt very uncomfortable. Don't dare to refute. Lord Frieza, Son Goku is a cheater. Oh, sir, go talk to Bulma and be careful. Number 17 is not used to this nickname either. Why does it sound so strange? But he didn't dare to refute. Yes, King Frieza. Then, Bulma screamed, Number 17, what are you doing? Zangia is watching. Vegeta, help. Number 17 whispered, thank you, Bulma, for your cooperation. Then, Number 17 gritted his teeth and looked towards the competition arena. At this point, Vegeta had already fallen into a disadvantage. If it weren't for his teleportation, he would have been defeated by Son Goku long ago. When Bulma's voice came out, Vegeta's heart pounded. Wow, I want your life, Bear. Vegeta's fight is surging again. Cell looked at the two people in front of him, his eyelids twitching. King Frieza, how are you going to provoke me? Chapter 95 The audience seats that affected innocent people. If Piccolo is Son Gohan's Achilles heel, then Krillin is Son Goku's Achilles heel, and Bulma is the most important one in Vegeta's heart. Krillin's beating resulted in a sudden increase in Son Goku's fighting power, an unreasonable increase of 2.3 billion. Vegeta exploded on the spot at this moment because of Bulma's cry. Vegeta. Combat power 10 billion. Swish. Vegeta disappeared, and less than a second later, Vegeta appeared in front of Son Goku again, clenched his fists, and smashed it on Son Goku's head. In the special audience seats, number 17 was caught by Brawly, and at this time number 17 had begun to roll his eyes. Except for the special audience seats, no one knew that Vegeta had actually left the ring. They only saw Vegeta suddenly appear in front of Son Goku and punch him with great force. Son Goku raised his hands with all his strength and finally took the punch, but because the two men were too powerful, Son Goku's clothes exploded instantly and his legs sank deeply into the ground. Although there is a difference of 2.2 billion in combat power, Son Goku is not the kind of person who will give up easily. His eyes turned to the audience again. Suddenly, Master Roshi with a bald head and a full white beard came into Son Goku's sight. Give Master Roshi a beating. Date refused. He didn't want to do this again. Plan. Tien Shinhan made a move, and kicked. He controlled the force and kicked Master Roshi on the butt with his size 44 kick. The next moment, Master Roshi came to Krillin, and the two of them were in exactly the same posture. Angry. Be angry. Why aren't you angry? Beat up everyone who has anything to do with me. Son Goku roars. Shocking. In the audience, everyone who had a good relationship with Son Goku shuddered. Oh, Bu Lao San, Vegeta beat up Si Lao Di, so you do Son Goku this favor. Brawly's eyes changed, then he grabbed No 17's foot and smashed it towards everyone. The first one to come out is Piccolo, followed by Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Gyoza, Yamcha, Oolong, Puyoru, and finally Chi-Chi. Brawly, no, it's just that after Brawly woke up, the control of the force was still very even. Piccolo and Son Gohan were hit with the greatest force, and the force on the others decreased layer by layer. Piccolo and Son Gohan were smart and immediately came to Krillin and Master Roshi under Brawly's not too hard to hit blow. Then, the special audience seats were like dumplings, except for Chi-Chi who sat on the ground, everyone else fell headfirst. Boom. Oolong. Why did you hit Oolong? He's just a little pervert who likes underwear. Why? Puff. Son Goku's roar completely broke Frieza's defense. You can yell anyone's name, why Nima Oolong? Boom. Son Goku. Combat power 10 billion. Advertisement. At this moment, Son Goku's fighting power is finally on par with Vegeta's, but this is just such a cool move that really leaves people speechless. Of course, the most speechless person is actually number 17, who was actually used as a human mace by Brawly. Zangia was heartbroken. Perpetual motion machine. Lapis, how do you feel? Are you okay? No. 17. Plan. The entire venue was shaking violently. Vegeta and Son Goku, who had a strength radius of 8 tails, finally stopped playing tricks and started fighting honestly. Chi-Chi changed into a Chansam. Bang bang bang. Number 17 is getting close to Bulma again. Bang bang bang. No words can shake the two people's determination to defeat each other. Even if Chi-Chi is naked, I will beat you first today. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Bulma would never steal someone in front of me. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, Mr. Dodoria, who do you think will win between the two of them? Dodoria, who was already a fit and handsome man, bowed and replied respectfully, I think if Chi-Chi really took it off and Bulma really stole it, maybe we can escalate the fight. Bang, whoosh, bite. The number 1 lackey has once again successfully tricked someone into giving him a tail swing. Congratulations. Vegeta, take my move, Kamehameha. Kakarot, you should also try my improved special move, the Afterburner. Turtle-style Qigong. Ha, Afterburner. Ha. 2 shock waves, one blue and one yellow, collided with each other. This is not the kind of Qigong bomb that you throw casually. This kind of wave of attack is very terrifying. Because this key blast can instantly increase combat power by 3 times, at this moment, the center of the two people's confrontation is actually a collision of 230 billion combat powers. Frieza took a look and added another ban. Oh ho ho. Bu Laosin, who do you think will win between the two of them? Brawly looked intently at the ring, then said solemnly, I think Son Goku will win. Frieza was stunned and asked, why? Broly said, feeling. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, let me tell you, there is a law in the fight, that is, since ancient times, the left side of the fight will lose. Son Goku is standing on the left this time. Broly instantly appeared on the other side of the ring and yelled, this way, Son Goku is on the right. Puff. Number 17 said that he definitely didn't hold back his laughter, but he was so angry at Zangia's words after waking up that he almost vomited blood. Bang. Whoosh. Bite. Number 17 also successfully tricked a tail swing, but he didn't need to do this to become stronger. Zangia was horrified. Lapis. Here I come, let us live and die together. ... The momentum of the confrontation was getting stronger and stronger. Son Goku and Vegeta had already exerted their full strength and the situation was temporarily at a stalemate. Son Goku and Vegeta have now become a competition to see who has the louder voice. All the output is through shouting, and it's not just talk. Whoever makes the louder voice will have more advantages in the center of the wave. The upside-down man returned to the audience seats, and Dodoria and number 17 also returned after circling the earth twice. Son Gohan yelled, we will always win against the Hassan family since ancient times. Date was not convinced. Why? My dad can't lose. It's even more impossible for my dad to lose. My dad is the best. My dad is better than your dad. My dad can eat shit. My dad can eat 3 pounds of shit. ... Vegeta was furious. I don't eat shit. Son Goku yelled, even if I eat shit, I can eat more than you. Boom. Finally, a mushroom cloud appeared in the center of the ring, with circles of air waves, which was extremely charming. The audience was excited. It's so exciting. Whoever did this special effect, I'll hire him for a high salary. I have some bad news for you. It looks like a tsunami is coming. Everyone. Chapter 96. The War of the Second Generation of Sai. The tsunami ultimately failed to swallow up the island. There are many supermen here. If a small tsunami continues to wreak havoc, Tianzi Pavilion can be directly removed from the list. Frieza received protection money from this group of people, so he still has to provide them with this bit of protection. Otherwise, who would dare to come to his next major event? The tsunami failed to wreak havoc, but the arena of the competition was destroyed again, and Dodoria's hard work turned into ashes. After the original arena disappeared, only a big pit was left in its place. Son Goku and Vegeta were floating in the air panting, with fatigue and unwillingness in their eyes. The next second, both of them could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan state. The golden energy waves disappeared, their hair turned back to black, and their pupils also turned back to black. However, the two had no intention of stopping and rushed towards each other again. Bang bang bang. It's not as flashy a fight as Super Saiyan, but it allows the audience to see it more clearly. Good. Come on, crab head. Defeat that bald guy. You are the one who is bald. I have an M-shaped bald head. It's very handsome, okay. Come on, Flamehead. Beat that shameless man to death. He actually let his own relatives and friends sacrifice to the heavens. ... The audience was more enthusiastic than ever before, some supported Son Goku, and quite a few supported Vegeta. Slowly, both Son Goku and Vegeta were covered in wounds. Vegeta's eyes were swollen and one of his arms was drooping. Son Goku wasn't much better off. Not only was his nose bleeding, but one of his legs was also limping. Terrible. It's just a martial arts competition, but the two of them are determined to fight to the death. Kakarot, you dare to bite me. Let go. I want to have a second baby with Chi-Chi. Let go. I've already let go. How can I talk if I don't let go? No, you didn't. No, not only will I not let go, I will bite you to death. ... In the special audience seats, everyone stared blankly at Son Goku and Vegeta fighting each other. Chi-Chi and Bulma looked at each other and said in unison, pull them apart. Otherwise, both of us will be useless. Isn't it? Can this monkey steal peaches casually? This really hurts Son Goku and Vegeta physically, and hurts Chi-Chi and Bulma's hearts. The two women were about to rush forward to rescue people, but two figures who were faster than them had already arrived at the center of the battle. Son Gohan grabbed Vegeta's feet and lifted him upside down in the air. He kicked Vegeta in the butt and said angrily, you can't afford to lose, you're playing dirty. Date was furious. He was a step slower, but he immediately grabbed Son Goku's hair and kicked him twice. Your son hit my father, so I'm taking it out on you. Vegeta and Son Goku, one standing upside down with a bloody brain, and the other having his hair grabbed and grimacing, cursed at the same time. Vegeta Kakarot. Let our son finish the battle between us. Advertisement. Okay, let's decide the winner by rock paper scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Come again. ... 10 minutes later. Son Gohan, I'm about to have a brain congestion, can you let me go? Trunks, you're almost tearing my scalp off, can you please let me go? Son Gohan and Dato finally reacted and let go immediately. Bang, bang, X2. Rock, paper, scissors. Kakarot, don't do the same as me. Stone. Vegeta yelled, ha ha ha, I win, Kakarot you lost to me again. I was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 1, I was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 2, my wife is prettier than your wife and has more money, I also won the game of rock paper scissors, eat shit, you won this one. Son Goku was not convinced and immediately retorted, "My son is better than your son." Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the man with glasses quickly interrupted and said, "Excuse me, should I declare Mr. Vegeta the winner?" Vegeta roared, "That's for sure." Son Goku was also willing to accept the loss. He lost the rock-paper-scissors game and nodded in approval. Vegeta won. "I even lost the shit-eating game." Son Gohan and Date broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled the two away. Oh ho ho. A burst of seven-colored light appeared in the arena, and the ring returned to its original state. Audience A. See, I was right, this is a special effect. The tsunami just now was also a special effect. Audience B. You know nothing. This is definitely not a special effect. This is an illusion. Audience C. Does shit really taste that good? You eat 3 pounds of shit in one meal, aren't you afraid of getting bloated? Next, please welcome Son Gohan and Trunks to the stage. By the way, Son Gohan is Son Goku's son, and Trunks is Vegeta's son. This is a battle between the second generation, a continuation of the battle between the two. Who will be the winner? Please stay tuned. I will only fight you using Super Saiyan 1, in case you lose and Uncle Vegeta says I bullied you. Ah, ha, Son Gohan's golden energy surged into the sky, and Date was also unambiguous. At this point, Dat finally got excited. Advertisement. It's not easy, I finally met a normal person. The battle begins. Whoosh. Plan. Fists and feet collided and separated as soon as they touched. The enhanced version of Wolf Fang Wind Fist was used to perfection, and the shadowless kick against the Wind God leg were equally powerful. After all, Son Gohan has a more solid foundation, and after breaking through Super Saiyan 2, his Super Saiyan 1 also broke the upper limit, and he is always stronger than Dato. In the audience, two pigs were forcing themselves to watch the fight between the two men, still arguing with each other. Kakarot, your son is bullying. Vegeta, I can lose in other things, but I can't lose in giving birth to a son. Bang, 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 boom. Son Gohan hit Trunks in the chest with a Teizu Changquan, knocking him to the ground. Ah, if you all can surpass Super Saiyan, so can I. I'm the son of the Saiyan Prince, there's no way I can lose. Bear, sizzle. Threads of electric current appeared around Dat. At this moment, Dat finally broke his own limit and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Although Dat's combat power is only 4.8 billion at this time, he has finally broken through his own limit. If he returns to the future now, he will definitely be able to deal with all enemies. Now, let's have a fair fight. Then, Son Gohan also used his full strength, and 6 billion combat power exploded instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Date was beaten so badly that his teeth were all over the ground. Trunks, tell me, what can make you angry? Hit me, or hit your mom. Or I can beat Trunks. Vegeta was furious, and in a fit of rage, he remembered what Son Goku had done before. Vegeta is also a ruthless person, he doesn't even let himself go. Oh, Vegeta, don't keep doing the same thing. It's easy for people to accuse me of padding my word count. Vegeta was unhappy. What? Could Kakarot do what he couldn't? Water bullshit. My son can't lose to Kakarot's son. Bulma, throw little Trot down. Xiao Te, Date, Wah, you can beat up anyone, but how can you beat up Xiao Ti? Bear. Chapter 97. Thick skin is not enough, psychological endurance must be strengthened. Who is Date? He is the kind of person who doesn't get angry easily. He was beaten up twice the first time he came to this chaotic time and space. Was he angry? He was angry, but his clothes did not explode because of his anger, nor did his fighting power increase even a little. When he came to this time and space for the second time, was he angry at first? He is angry again. Not only was he beaten up by his parents, but he also peed on his face. But he still didn't explode. Why? After all, his heart has become stronger in the future, and he will not be easily angry to the point of exploding. Saiyan's combat power increases after he becomes enraged, but it is impossible for him to not have all of Saiyan's cheats. After seeing Son Goku and Vegeta's forced anger, I had a great realization. So after hearing that Vegeta was going to throw down Little 2, his younger self, he finally forced himself into a rage. Boom. Date's clothes exploded and he went berserk instantly. His combat power increased by another 700 million, reaching a strength of 5.5 billion. It seems a bit disappointing. Others can make billions when they are angry, but he didn't even break double digits. This is actually normal. After all, he has just transformed into Super Saiyan 2, which has already squeezed his own potential. How can he increase so much so quickly? Son Gohan is unhappy. What's the matter? Why are you all so easily angered? Have each of you made great progress in this battle? Then where would I, the second generation Saiyan with the greatest talent, put my reputation? Plan. Son Gohan didn't get angry, he just taught Gohan how to behave. After all, he is still stronger than the other party now. One punch. With just one punch, Date's clothes had just been torn apart. Before he could shout or say anything arrogant, he was knocked out of the ring by Son Gohan. The man with glasses didn't know how many times he had thrown the microphone into the air, but he still caught it with his skillful technique. Oh wow, this is amazing. Son Gohan punched Trunks, who was just bragging, and sent him flying. Trunks is out of bounds. Son Gohan wins. In the special audience seats, the two pig heads looked at each other, and the crab pig head laughed so hard that his teeth were exposed. The flame pig head cursed inwardly and decided to start training little special when he got back. Big special was already useless, so it was more important to train the small one. Don't be complacent. I just saw a useless account in advance. There is still a chance to practice again. Vegeta was too proud to speak, so he just lay back and stopped talking. Swish. Advertisement. Vegeta disappeared instantly, and the sound of vomiting just now seemed to be right above his head. Chi-Chi. What's wrong with you? Are you disgusted by Vegeta? Son Goku was horrified. Chi-Chi had finally managed to wear an evening gown. Nothing could go wrong at this time. It's okay, Goku. I think I'm pregnant with a baby. Son Goku was stunned and asked, whose? Bang. Chi-Chi was furious and his fighting power suddenly increased 3,000 times. Pig-headed. ... When Son Gohan and Dato returned to the audience, Piccolo and Cell had already arrived at the ring. Piccolo, you are no match for me, so just surrender, or else Son Goku and Vegeta's current appearance will be what you will be like in a while. Cell had no interest in Piccolo, who only had a combat power of 5 billion. Moreover, Cell also knew all the skills that Piccolo had, so he really had no desire to fight. Piccolo said calmly, you should know that Gohan once said something. You can hit his father, but you must never hit Uncle Piccolo. He has a combat power of 6 billion now. What will happen when he gets angry? Friendly reminder, his maximum power can be increased by 500 times. Cell was shocked. 500 times. What is 6 billion x 500? There are too many zeros to count. Suddenly, Cell thought of King Frieza and that pervert Brawly. Ha ha ha, Piccolo, I always say you're the smartest, but I didn't expect you to play such a psychological warfare trick. If Son Gohan can be 500 times stronger now, how could he not beat Brawly? The time for nonsense is over, prepare to die. Cell didn't want to give Piccolo any more chance to speak, so he launched an attack directly. Buzz. The sound Cell makes when he moves is very different from others. Even Frieza and the others make a whooshing sound when they move quickly, but Cell makes a buzzing sound like a mosquito flying by your ear. Especially after absorbing number 16, the buzzing sound has a more metallic texture and is full of dynamism. Clang, clang. After all, Piccolo has a combat power of 5 billion, and he is a combination of a god. He can use this battle to push out his potential again. Ding, 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 boom. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Piccolo attacked, he was still knocked to the ground again and again. Suddenly, Piccolo lay on the ground, stretched out one hand, and stopped Cell's attack. Cell, let me take a breath. Cell actually stopped and said disdainfully, give up, you are no match for me, you can't even make me explode. Devil, penetration, light, killing, cannon, advertisement. Cell was shocked. FKU, you're playing dirty tricks, you're a piece of shit. Boom. Cell has been completely enveloped by smoke and dust. Taking this opportunity, Piccolo disappeared on the spot.
Piccolo. You're looking for death, I'm going to stomp you to death. After the smoke cleared, Cell covered a hole in his shoulder with one hand, looking extremely angry. However, there was no one else on the ring except him. Except for the man with glasses, he was standing outside the ring. When I looked up, Piccolo's hateful green face appeared in the special audience seats. Son Gohan was still saying, Uncle Piccolo, you are awesome. I am so tired of learning this. Piccolo rubbed Son Gohan's head with a calm look and said kindly, Gohan, there are 2 points of knowledge here. The first is that it is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. The second one is that, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Cell also had very good ears, and even though he was some distance away from the audience, he still heard what Piccolo said. A streak of blood appeared at the corner of Cell's mouth. The hole on his shoulder was nothing to Cell, and he recovered with just a thought. The little bit of blood on his mouth was simply caused by the internal injuries caused by Piccolo. In the 4th quarterfinal, Piccolo escaped and Cell won. The man with glasses is as diligent and responsible as ever. Cell also returned to the audience and looked at Piccolo with a gloomy face. He really wanted to beat him up regardless of the consequences. No way, this is the world's #1 martial arts tournament hosted by King Frieza, he can't take the lead in destroying it. Piccolo saw the blood at the corner of Cell's mouth and immediately understood, and spoke to Son Gohan again. Although Cell is metallized and both his body and skin are extremely thick, he is very susceptible to internal injuries. Son Gohan was overjoyed and replied, Uncle Piccolo, I understand. From now on, when we play against Cell, we don't need to fight. We can just curse at him. Is that so, Sha Lao Si? The last sentence, Son Gohan said to Cell. Puff. Cell finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Next up is the semifinals of top 4 to top 2, the participants are Brawly, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Cell. However, Vegeta is still a pighead now, and Cell is vomiting blood and seriously injured. What should I do? Chapter 98 Everyone present is garbage. Senzu beans are a good thing, but they are too difficult to produce and the yield is low. Fortunately, the god is now Tianshin, and with his healing skills, he can easily heal the injuries suffered by Son Goku and the others. After finishing his show-off work, Tianshin slowly exhaled a breath. Okay, now you can continue surfing. Son Goku and Vegeta were revived with full health, but their fighting power was not much improved.
It can be seen that the era of Saiyans near-death resurrection and sudden increase in fighting power has passed. From now on, they can only rely on hard training. Oh, Vegeta, Cell, Son Gohan, the three of you should fight Broly together. Frieza felt that letting any of them face Broly alone would be a disaster. Even though Broly wouldn't go crazy now, the legendary Super Saiyan was no joke. If the previous Broly was simply manic and unreasonable, the current Broly can analyze the battle situation more rationally. He will definitely not fight to the death with anyone who tries to stop him. After Broly regains his sanity, he may not be able to burst out with his full strength as easily as before, but as long as Broly bursts out 2 to 3 times, it will definitely be terrifying. The first outbreak could reach 10 billion from 5 billion, the second outbreak would become 20 billion, and the third would become a terrifying 40 billion. Who can bear this? Except for that freak Frieza, no one of them can handle it. Son Gohan and Cell both breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Frieza say that. They also didn't want to face Broly alone. That battle had left them with too deep a memory. Definitely not a friendly memory. Vegeta is different. He and Son Goku are both purest Saiyans. They like to fight alone, but facing Broly, he was powerless, so he did not refuse. Broly would not have any objection. In his mind, except King Frieza who has the strength to compete with him, who else? He just wants to say, everyone here is garbage. No matter how many bugs there are, they can never be a match for Tyrannosaurus. Son Goku, Piccolo, number 17, Trunks, all of you, come on. I can beat 7 of you by myself, so what's the harm? If you think that's not enough, the one with tattoos, the one with bald head, and the one with orange wavy hair can all come. What do I have to fear? Broly, who has regained his composure, seems to have become more talkative, but his domineering aura has really made number 18 bewitched. Wow, Broly, you're so handsome. Son Goku, Krillin, etc. are so weak. Dr. Gero's mission, go to hell. Krillin. I felt 1 trillion points of critical damage. Broly. I love you. Faced with No 18's enthusiasm and strong love, Broly suddenly became gentle. He gently put his arms around No 18's waist, touched No 18's lips lightly and spoke softly. Be good and watch here carefully, your man is invincible. Advertisement, tonight, I'll let you know that my invincibility isn't just on the battlefield. Bang. No 18's face suddenly turned red like a tomato. He covered his face and buried himself in Broly's chest. Alright, it's time for me to go on stage, they're all in place. Number 18 took a quick look and saw, wow, there were 12 people standing on the ring. All those named by Broly have appeared on the ring. Even Pai Gu Fan and Oliver have run up to join in the fun. Everyone is ready to go. Especially Klin, everyone can see the hatred in his eyes. Extremely resentful. Yamcha didn't go, but he felt even more aggrieved. Why? Why didn't they even mention his name? Resentment begins to grow. Plan. After Broly let go of number 18, he came to the ring immediately. The moment his feet landed on the ground, the whole ring shook, and Broly had transformed into a man with red eyes and green hair. An extremely overbearing green airwave swept out, creating a hurricane on the ground. Oh ha ha ha. Come on, bugs, except for King Frieza, you're all not good enough. Everyone was furious. For the first time, Son Goku and Vegeta gave up the idea of fighting alone. They instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Both of them had a combat power of 10 billion and took on the role of fighting head-on in this battle. Vegeta moved to Broly's side and kicked him with a whip kick. Broly blocked it with his left hand, then raised his legs suddenly and kicked his knee into the air. Bang! Son Goku appeared right at Broly's knee, but luckily he blocked it with his hand in time. Dwang! 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 The battle has begun, and the entire arena exploded in an instant. Strengthen. Chi Yuan Slash. Strengthen. Great Heavenly Dragon plus Qigong Cannon. Strengthen. Demonic Light Killing Cannon. Lightning Shockwave. Thor's Hammer. FK the Air Bomb. Yamcha finally came on stage. Anyway, Porkchop Rice and Oliver were the ones taking the lead, right? Son Gohan yelled, Magic Flash. Date yelled, Skyrocket. Advertisement number 17 and Zangia shouted together, Love-filled Pink Shockwave. Son Goku grabbed Vegeta's shoulders and used Vegeta's teleportation to move to a distance. Wonderful Ocean. Afterburner. Broly's mouth curled up slightly, and he burst into anger again, and his fighting power doubled instantly. Ah, bugs, come on, let's completely blast away, oh ha 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 ha. Broly didn't dodge, just stood there, a green energy ball condensed in front of him and pushed it towards everyone. Boom, boom boom boom. Everyone's attacks hit the energy ball in front of Broly. What? Wong, bang. The 7-colored restriction shook for a while, and finally restricted the leakage of energy. All the energy was forced to shoot towards the sky. Oh ha ha ha. It's useless, you can't be my opponent. Swish. Broly rushed out of the center of the explosion, grabbed Krillin's bald head with his left hand and pinched Yamcha's head with his right hand. Tien Shinhan was directly met with Broly's fierce eyes and that indestructible forehead. Bang. 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 Tien Shinhan's eyes turned white and he fainted on the spot, while Krillin and Yamcha were pinned to the ground and had already lost consciousness. Frieza shook his head. This Broly was a complete human bulldozer. Not only did he like to push people to the ground and walls, he also liked to use brutal fighting methods such as headbutts. With a flick of his finger, 3 unconscious people appeared in the audience. Oh ho ho. God of the Earth,
Now it's your turn to save the dying and the wounded. My forehead is sweating every day. It's only been a short time and there are already 3 seriously injured and dying people. He has a lot to do today. Plan. There was another earth-shaking moment, and Paifan and Oliver followed in the footsteps of Krillin and Yamcha, and then Zangia and Piccolo also appeared in the audience. At this time, Tianshan was the only one who healed Tien Shinhan. He is too busy. Chapter 99. Resentment breaks through the dimensional wall. Almost within 3 minutes of the start of the battle, only 6 with higher combat power were left in the arena. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Cell, Dato and Piccolo. Originally, number 17 could have continued to hold on. After all, he was a perpetual motion machine. With so many people restraining him, he could just stand farther away and release the waves. It's a pity that Zangia can't do that, and number 17 will not allow Zangia to be treated inhumanely. So, after number 17 and Zangia used their couple skills, they just became deserters. Out of respect for number 18, Broly did not make things difficult for this nominal brother-in-law and simply let them leave. Others were not so lucky, especially Krillin. Broly almost couldn't help but kill him. This time, Broly rushed towards Dad without any care, and still grabbed his head and smashed it to the ground in a rude and unreasonable manner. Not satisfied with that, he kicked him. With a combat power of 20 billion and an incredibly perverted body, Date was knocked unconscious. Vegeta immediately became furious, teleported in front of Broly, and started to attack Broly crazily. Son Goku and Son Gohan, father and son, also joined in. Da. The 3 men started punching and kicking Broly's body, and the scene was extremely lively. Audience A. This Broly is really powerful. He takes on a group of people alone and crushes them.
Audience B. I think that crab head and flame head might work wonders. Audience C. Liar, liar, that thing doesn't taste good at all. Audiences A, B were all far away from audience C at the same time. It was because they couldn't stand the weird feeling when he was speaking. Plan. Broly hit Piccolo's head with his forehead. Piccolo's head buzzed instantly, and then he foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes. Uncle Piccolo. Swish. Piccolo and Dato were teleported to the special audience seats by Frieza. From this moment on, there were only 4 people left. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Cell. At this point, only 5 minutes had actually passed. At this moment, Son Gohan exploded. Son Gohan has never exploded since the martial arts tournament began, and now that Piccolo is seriously injured and dying, Son Gohan's anger has finally reached its peak. Ah, Broly, I'm going to kill you. Piccolo soon woke up under Tenten's treatment. He just poked his head out to look at the arena and muttered, Gohan, good boy. Get angry, or my deliberate collision with Broly will be in vain. When Krillin saw this scene, his resentment increased again. Advertisement. Why can Saiyan become stronger so unreasonably? Even if he practices hard, he can't catch up with the fraction of strength he gained after they get angry. I have to say, Krillin became a little paranoid because of No 18's departure, and he even took his anger out on Saiyan. Look at Yamcha, he was simply resentful that Broly didn't take him seriously, and he didn't think about anything more than that. Bear. Son Gohan's aura exploded instantly. It wasn't as terrifying as the 500-fold increase, but it still startled Frieza. 24 billion. A 4-fold increase. This is a bit too much. This combat power is almost reaching the limit of Super Saiyan 2, right? Buzz. Bang. Son Gohan punched Broly in the face, then used the momentum to jump up and kick Broly in the chin, then instantly appeared behind Broly and kicked Broly hard in the back. Son Gohan made full use of the monkey's skills and really caught Broly off guard. Oh ho ho. Cell, you're still so useless even after absorbing number 16. What's the use of having you, a lackey of number 4? If you can't give me a wonderful performance, just commit suicide. Buzz. Cell's mind suddenly exploded with a buzz. King Frieza definitely means what he says, Cell has no doubt about that. Bang bang bang. The battle between Son Gohan and Broly is still going on. Despite the difference of 4 billion combat power, Broly managed to hold on with his strong body. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Son Gohan's head. Bugs. Plan. The island strengthened by Frieza began to tremble, and green energy bombs exploded on Son Gohan's body, and the airwaves generated by the explosion rushed into the sky. Gohan. Advertisement. Son Goku was shocked and rushed towards Broly quickly, but was stopped by Vegeta. Son Gohan's energy hasn't decreased, but it's us. Rushing forward like this won't have much effect on Zanju. Just now, Vegeta suddenly received a video clip, which was the footage of Yadi and Yami fusion. This was a gift from Frieza because he couldn't stand the decline of these two. Son Goku did not die, he did not enter the underworld, so he would not know the fusion technique of Metamor, and he did not become Super Saiyan 3 after training in the underworld for 7 years. How can such a grand event as today be without Vegeta? In the underworld, a young man is pushing a machine slowly forward. This machine is used to absorb evil thoughts in order to purify the underworld from the evil that is rampant. Suddenly, an extremely strong resentment broke through the dimensional wall, and then another negative emotion followed, coming from the earth to the underworld, and happened to fall on the device that absorbed evil thoughts. Bang! The boy was horrified to find that the machine that absorbed evil thoughts had exploded. The evil thoughts that rose into the sky rushed up along the broken dimensional wall. On Earth, Frieza suddenly felt Krillin's resentment that broke through the clouds. He couldn't see or touch it, but he had divine power and could definitely feel it. Huh, what is this? An extremely evil aura rushed down from the sky. The evil aura that was originally about to split into two seemed to sense that Krillin's resentment was the strongest, and then rushed into Krillin's body frantically. Frieza felt that something was wrong, so he quickly threw a divine power at Krillin, instantly locking the outbreak of evil aura. Evil thought wave. How come it came out early and landed on Krillin? Frieza was just wondering when suddenly some evil energy rushed out of Krillin's body and instantly sank into Cell's brow. Frieza took a closer look and found that Krillin's body could not contain it, forcing part of his aura to break through the confinement of divine power and rush out. Oh ho ho. This is going to be a good show to watch. Will Krillin transform into the evil thought wave, or will he completely control the evil thought wave with the help of the power of God? Cell, you also got a part of the evil thought wave, so don't let me down. Frieza stretched out his hand and also imprisoned the evil thoughts in Cell's body, then disappeared from the spot with everyone. At this time, Mr. Satan fell from the sky. Ha ha ha, how can a flashy guy be compared to a true world champion like me? Just now, Mr. Satan heard a voice telling him to do this. Then, he became the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Unfortunately, the bonus was embezzled by Frieza. Chapter 100. King Frieza's strong victory. Frieza is itching to do it. He no longer had the mood to continue watching the show, now he just wanted to have a hearty fight. Although he gets stronger by drinking water, only fighting can increase his combat power faster. It seems like he has been idle for too long. This is a planet named Hongbu Water by Dodoria. It is covered with black hard rocks. There are mountains and water on this planet, but only some large mosquitoes survive. The Hongbu Water planet is not far from the Dabu Blue planet, but Frieza could not sense the power device on the Dabu Blue planet, so he chose this planet. As the #1 lackey, Dodoria is quite competent. He has tried his best to provide Frieza with a place to fight to his heart's content. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the planet. It was Frieza and his group. This time, there were not many people coming along, and they were basically all people who were qualified to participate in this battle. However, there is one person that Frieza takes special care of, and that is Krillin, who has a combat power of 10 million. Bang, bang, bang. Broly and Son Gohan ignored the change in the battle venue and continued to fight fiercely. Because the venue had expanded, the two of them were already fighting with each other all over the planet, causing countless explosions to be heard on the planet, each one sounding like a thunderclap. Oh ha ha ha, so cool, so cool, so cool. But I'm tired of it. Ah, ha, bear. Broly exploded with anger again, his green hair exploded again, his figure rose again, and his aura doubled again, reaching the terrifying level of 40 billion. Come on, let's do it together. Oh ha ha ha. Fusion. Just as Broly made his arrogant declaration, Son Goku and Vegeta officially fused. Even though Vegeta didn't like this posture, the image Frieza sent to him made him unable to refuse the combat power bonus brought by this fusion. After a dazzling light, a brand new Super Saiyan appeared, with a small vest on his shoulders, a perfect figure, and cold and handsome eyes. The golden hair soared into the sky, and a strand of hair fell in front of the forehead, looking so outstanding. I'm not Son Goku, and I'm not Vegeta, my name is Gogeta now. Ah ha ha. Gogeta, who was originally only Super Saiyan 1, exploded again, and the next moment he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and his fighting power increased rapidly. At this moment, Gogeta's energy has far surpassed Broly, and his combat power of 75 billion ignites the entire audience. Oh, Gogeta finally showed up. Let's have a super brawl. Ah, boom. Frieza directly transformed into Bronze Frieza, and at the same time activated the triple wave of star transformation, instantly increasing his combat power by hundreds of billions. Broly had just finished his outburst when he found that Gogeta, who he had never seen before, crushed him with strength, and then King Frieza also activated his strongest form. He was a little dumbfounded. Is it really okay to slap someone in the face like this? However, the matter did not end there. After this period of time, Cell actually completely digested the evil thoughts in his body. His combat power increased rapidly and soon reached the 70 billion mark. Do you think it's over? Advertisement. No, Krillin is crazy too. He didn't have Cell's ability to devour and digest food. Although he was restrained by divine power, the evil thoughts in his body still erupted. Bang! Krillin's body instantly grew bigger. Although he still looked like Krillin, he had turned into a big fat man. Moreover, his strength was quite impressive. He was on par with Cell right from the start. Suddenly, several perverts with combat power of tens of billions appeared on the scene. The Hongbu Water planet began to tremble. It was not really impossible to destroy it. Oh, come on, Broly, come with me, I'm going to defeat all of you by myself. Frieza took the first step. The moment his tail hit Broly, he had already arrived in front of Gogeta and punched him. Bang! Gogeta's mouth curled up slightly, and he blocked it. Gogeta kneed him and shouted, "Ha! Plan!" Frieza also collided with Gogeta with a knee, then turned and kicked Gogeta in the chest, kicking Gogeta away. The next moment, Frieza came in front of Cell, and without any fancy moves, he just bumped his big head into Cell. Plan. Cell was knocked back, and Frieza did a 360-degree spin in the air and kicked Cell hard in the chest, smashing Cell directly into the ground. The extremely hard stone of Hongbu water planet could not bear it anymore and was instantly blasted into a deep pit several hundred meters deep. Oh ho ho. Frieza completely let go, he wanted to fight to his heart's content today. The next moment, Frieza came to the side of the evil Pokelin, a purple energy bullet appeared in Frieza's hand, and then smashed towards Pokelin's fat body. Boom. It only took 1 minute from the time Frieza transformed to the time he attacked, and Frieza had already beaten up everyone present except Son Gohan. This action made everyone understand that Frieza wanted to fight everyone on his own. Ah, Broly exploded again, and judging by what happened last time, this would be the last time he exploded. His combat power doubled again and he became the number one person besides Frieza. That arrogant attitude, those swollen muscles, and the frightening green air waves rising into the sky. Boom. Frieza and Broly face off. Boom boom boom. Frieza and Broly's punches were faster and faster. The purple, 7-color and green energy bombs kept colliding, causing craters to appear on the surface of the Hongbu water planet. Vegeta and Cell did not give up easily, they also rushed forward. Vegeta's fighting was particularly powerful and technical. He threw punches quickly, and punched and kicked Frieza while twisting and turning. Cell was not to be outdone, using straight punches, elbow strikes, and knee strikes. Without using any fancy moves, he exerted maximum power with every attack. Magic Flash. Son Gohan had already seen the current situation clearly. Even though there was a big gap in combat power between him and others now, how could he miss such a passionate battle scene? After emitting a flash of magic, he also joined the close combat. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Oh, Frieza did get hit quite a few times, but he was famous for his durability. Even when facing someone with higher combat power than him, he could hold on for a long time. What's more, his combat power was even higher now. Oh, lightning. Swish. Frieza's speed increased again, and in an instant he threw hundreds of punches and kicks, plus countless tail swings. Bang. Son Gohan was punched by Frieza on his hands that were blocking in front of him, and then he was slapped to the ground by the tail. Cell wasn't having an easy time either, he got hit by at least a dozen punches and dozens of kicks. If it weren't for Frieza's quick punches and the fact that he had to deal with the stronger Broly and Vegeta at the same time, Cell and Son Gohan would definitely not have been just slightly injured. Evil thoughts. No. I'm Krillin. Evil thoughts. No. Ah, I'm Krillin. I'm Krillin. I'm Krillin. Boom. Fat Krillin, who did not participate in the battle, has transformed. He is taller than the previous Krillin, and still looks like bald Krillin, but his whole aura has changed a lot. There was a cold light flashing in the evil eyes, and the originally flesh-colored skin turned slightly purple. Broly, I want you dead. Buzz. Broly, who was teaming up with Vegeta to fight Frieza, was unexpectedly hit by a flying kick from Krillin. Ah, Broly was knocked back by Krillin's blow, and the place where he was hit was in great pain. Oh, this is my battlefield. Krillin, you've got the wrong target. Plan. Frieza clenched his fists and smashed them down at Krillin's bald head. Boom. Krillin fell heavily to the ground. Frieza was not feeling well either. The moment Frieza attacked, Vegeta moved in front of Frieza. Frieza, you're too crazy. Vegeta punched Frieza in the stomach. Ah, ha, boom. A wave of air rushed out from behind Frieza. Ah, damn monkey. Damn it. Frieza was caught off guard and was bent deeply by this move. Chapter 101 Unparalleled Power. Wow. Frieza suddenly spat out a mouthful of bitterness. Vegeta's punch just now was fused with dark energy, causing Frieza to suffer some minor injuries. Vegeta is a super powerful man who is the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. In terms of calculation ability, he is probably still a weirdo who can only think of 2 + 2 = 3, but in terms of combat awareness, he is definitely a genius where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The moment Frieza bent down and spat out his grievances, Vegeta moved again and came behind Frieza. Super Blaster. Kamehameha plus Afterburner. Boom. Ah, unforgivable. Swish. Frieza also moved away, then made full use of the power of the electric switch and stomped hard on Vegeta. Plan. A huge pit appeared. Fortunately, Vegeta is not fighting alone, he has help. Bang. Broly kicked Frieza hard with his big foot, causing Frieza to rush away, plowing a deep trench several thousand meters long on the Hongbu water planet along the way. It just so happened that Cell was right in Frieza's path, so Cell's eyes flashed with light. He kicked Frieza hard in the back, and Frieza flew into the sky completely out of control. Vegeta appeared again. He moved to a higher place than Frieza and blasted Frieza with another super shockwave. Frieza, how could the evil-minded Boklin let go of this opportunity to give the fallen dog a beating? As soon as he opened his mouth, a purple shock wave shot out, pushing Frieza right in the middle of the 2 shock waves. Son Gohan also takes action. Super Magic Flash. Cell used his most powerful penetrating move, Devil's Light Killing Cannon. Broly also threw an exaggerated green energy ball at Frieza. Frieza is furious, but this is the result of his excessive arrogance and public outrage. But then, oh, not enough, not enough, not enough, try harder. Despite being under everyone's special moves, Frieza was not afraid at all. He actually laughed and even mocked again. Ah, open it for me. Bang. A huge explosion scene that had never been seen before appeared. Bear. Frieza's bronze air waves soared into the sky, and the restrained 7-color air waves made Frieza look extremely sacred. Advertisement. He appeared in the center of the explosion intact. He took all the damage without dodging or evading, and was unscathed, even though he had no hair to begin with. Swish. Frieza disappeared, and when he reappeared he was in front of the weakest Son Gohan. At this time, Son Gohan has passed the period of explosive growth, and his combat power has dropped sharply. Frieza only needs to flick his tail to make Son Gohan turn back to normal form and fall to the ground. Oh ho ho. Solved first. Cell was shocked, because Frieza suddenly appeared in front of him, without giving him any time to react, and punched Cell more than 10 times in a row. Fist marks appeared one after another, and Cell's body made a crackling sound. It was the sound of the body being unable to bear the heavy burden, and the armor cell was also broken at this moment. Wow. A mouthful of blood was about to spurt out, but was blocked by a purple energy bullet from Frieza. Cell couldn't even scream before his head was blown to pieces. With a fierce stomping of his feet, Frieza crushed Cell's body into pieces. It's not that Frieza doesn't want this subordinate, but Frieza knows that such an attack will not take Cell's life. He has used divine power to wrap the chip in Cell's head. Oh ho ho. Second one solved. Plan. Frieza's speed was so fast that no one could react, even the evil Pokelin, whose combat power was actually similar to Frieza's at the moment. However, evil Pokelin also has his own life-saving tricks. He instantly turned into some small cubes and quickly disappeared under Frieza's fist. Then a light curtain appeared, and the evil Pokelin suddenly appeared from the light curtain, and an energy wave blasted towards Frieza. Frieza's eyes focused, and the 7-colored air waves instantly imprisoned the evil-minded Pokelin, and then he rolled his tail and rolled Krillin out. Oh ho ho ho. I don't need to purify you, I want to beat you so hard that you will be completely absorbed by him. Dwang, 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 ah, 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 ah. Frieza punched at evil Pokelin again and again, leaving countless fist marks on his body. The evil Pokelin wanted to split up and escape, but he was completely unable to break free from Frieza's 7-color energy and could only wail in pain. Bang! Vegeta swept Frieza's leg, and a bronze wave of air flashed, directly knocking Vegeta away. Oh! Bang bang bang! Ah! Krillin screamed so miserably that Frieza couldn't bear to punch him. So, dwang, dwang, dwang. Frieza started kicking, and this time, evil mind Pokelin really couldn't bear it anymore, and blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. After a few minutes, Frieza felt that it was about time, so he casually threw a 7-colored air wave at the evil Pokelin, and then looked at Broly and Vegeta. Although evil Pokelin's fighting ability is strong, he does not have complete control over it. He can only exert less than 80% of his strength, which poses no threat to Frieza. Advertisement. Broly is different from Vegeta. Broly has abnormal defense and extremely strong power. The key is that he will fight to the death. Vegeta has even more tricks up his sleeve. He is already extremely fast, and with the help of teleportation, he even made Frieza suffer a small loss just now. Moreover, Frieza doesn't believe that Vegeta's current combat power is his limit. A mere 7.5-fold increase is definitely abnormal. Frieza wasn't sure how much Fusion's combat power would be improved, but he knew that Vegeta definitely had some strength left to use. Suddenly, Frieza looked away, and Broly and Vegeta looked over there at the same time. Ouch, I was wondering who was playing house here. Turns out it's Frieza, your stupid brother. Familiar voice. He calls Frieza his younger brother again. Who else could this be but Cooler? I saw a person emitting silver-white light walking out from the darkness in the distance. He had 4 tentacles on his head and his whole body was silver-white. This silver-white color gives people a very abnormal feeling, and it is definitely not what appears after Frieza's transformation. Oh ho ho, so it's Cooler. I didn't kill you last time. Have you turned into a metal Cooler? Both Broly and Vegeta felt a strong sense of oppression from metal Cooler. The strength of this Cooler is absolutely unfathomable. Judging from the perception of Chi alone, he is already on par with the evil Pokelin. Even if Frieza is stronger, it is only to a limited extent. Moreover, unlike Krillin who was trying hard to suppress his evil thoughts, Cooler was more skilled in fighting. The evil energy in his body is even worse than the evil thoughts. Oh ho ho, my poor brother, you have made yourself into this state, do you really think you can defeat me? With a combat power of just 100 billion, you are probably overestimating yourself. Crunch, crunch. When Cooler walks, he plays the same BGM as Frieza, which makes Frieza very uncomfortable. Only 100 billion. Then let me show you my full strength. Ah, coming not far from Frieza, Cooler suddenly clenched his fists and placed them on his waist, then shouted loudly. A monstrous aura rose into the sky, and the silvery white metallic light illuminated the vast water planet like daylight. No, I'll take Gohan and the others back first. Vegeta grabbed Gohan with one teleportation, and grabbed Krillin who was imprisoned by the 7-color light with another teleportation, and instant transmission returned to Earth. Cell has just been resurrected. Although his combat power has soared again, it is still only 75 billion. He is still unable to take part in the current battle. Cell almost became autistic. He was abandoned again, and no one took him away. Moreover, shouldn't this chapter be dedicated to his Cell? How come the appearance of one Broly is not enough, there has to be an evil thought wave? Now it's even more abominable, how come there's another more perverted person, and this person is Frieza's brother? King Frieza will soon transform again, can Broly go berserk once again? What is Vegeta's true strength? How far can a metal Cooler go? Chapter 102 Vegeta crushes Cooler. 5 minutes. The emergence of Cooler was something no one expected. In fact, Up to now in the battle, except for Krillin who was controlled by evil thoughts, the others were very sensible. Frieza knew that Cell would definitely not die, so he dared to cut him into pieces. Others also knew this, so they did not worry at all about Frieza's cruelty. Before Cooler came, Vegeta had never thought about sending Son Gohan and Krillin back to Earth because he was not worried that the two would really die here. It's different now. It's obvious that Cooler has a deep hatred for Frieza. Frieza just said that he didn't kill him last time. Ah, Cooler was still shouting there. Vegeta had already returned, and in this regard, instant transmission was indeed much better than teleportation. Frieza's detection technique had already been activated, and numbers were constantly jumping in his mind. Some people may think that combat effectiveness is not absolute, but in many cases, an accurate data can reflect whether a person is strong or not, which is undeniable. In the original work, no specific data was mentioned in the later part of the Android chapter, and the protagonist group was able to turn the tide every time, and the protagonist Halo played a big role in this. However, if the combat power difference is too big, it is definitely necessary to slowly improve the strength of the protagonist group. Otherwise, why would there be Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 and even Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue? There is no specific data, but it is undeniable that their combat effectiveness has indeed been improved. But with specific data, it will be clearer. Therefore, Frieza still likes to use detection techniques to observe the opponent's strength. When Cooler's throat was about to smoke from shouting, he finally stopped. Hey, this is my strongest power. What, Frieza, are you shocked? Was Frieza shocked? He was indeed shocked, because Cooler's combat power had reached 180 billion. Regardless of the data, Vegeta knew just by sensing the energy that Cooler was at least twice as strong as him. Suddenly, Vegeta became interested. Originally, he was planning to stage a shocking reversal after Broly was also crushed by Frieza. Now, he wanted to fight Cooler even more, if for nothing else, just to be able to kill him without any scruples. Vegeta has half of Vegeta's consciousness, so it's normal for him to have such thoughts. Frieza, how about letting me deal with this Cooler? Vegeta's request made Cell and Broly stunned. Is there something wrong with this fused person's brain? Can't you sense the difference in energy? Oh ho ho. Go ahead, let me see how strong Vegeta is. Advertisement. Frieza did not reject Vegeta's kindness. There is indeed a certain gap between him and Cooler now, but there is still a chance. Since Vegeta is interested, let him play first. Broly, Cell, let's make a bet. I guess Vegeta can only last 3 minutes at most. Broly curled his lips and said, let alone 3 minutes, considering how angry Vegeta is now, it would be good if he can hold on for 30 seconds. That guy who turned 2 bugs into 1 bug couldn't even last 30 seconds. Cell was thoughtful, and he thought of a possibility. Lord Frieza, I bet Vegeta can fight Cooler on equal terms, maybe even beat him. Oh ho ho, then we'll wait and see. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, Vegeta also started yelling. Yelling before a fight to increase combat power seems to have become a fixed pattern in the Dragon Ball world. Ah, Vegeta's improvement speed was much faster than Cooler's. He completed the charging in just 3 seconds. The surge in combat power immediately made Broly's face darken. He got slapped in the face. Vegeta just increased his power from 75 billion to 180 billion in an instant. And he looks quite capable. At least, Vegeta's voice is not hoarse, which is much better than Cooler's. It's absolutely incredible. Whoosh. Plan. Vegeta kneed Cooler in the chin while he was in shock, sending Cooler flying backwards instantly. However, the next moment Vegeta kneed him again, also hitting Cooler in the chin. Ah, ha. Cooler roared in pain, then forcibly stopped his body from flying backwards, but was horrified to find that Vegeta appeared behind him. Clang. Vegeta punched Cooler in the lower back. There was a metallic collision sound and Cooler rushed forward again. Bang bang bang. Vegeta used the movement to the extreme, appearing in various positions around Cooler from time to time, forcing Cooler to move left and right with no sign of stopping at all. Ah, impossible. Why are you so fast? Ouch. Plan. Advertisement. Vegeta used his inch force again, and when he punched Cooler in the chest, he exploded again. Cooler's metal chest caved in instantly, and a wave of air rushed out from his back, making him look particularly dazzling. Oh my, I thought you were so strong. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Why are you lying down? Vegeta's voice has echoes in it. It has both the voice of Son Goku and the tone of Vegeta. The combination of the two is simply super cool. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Broly's eyes, and the red pupils showed signs of disappearing. When Cell saw this scene, he almost fell to his knees. He was really afraid that Broly would roll his eyes. He was the kind of person who didn't care about his relatives. He was beaten up by Broly and nearly died twice on the planet Bupas, and was almost killed by the aftermath of the battle on the planet Deblan. This caused a very serious psychological trauma to Cell. Oh ho ho. Broly, calm down and feel Vegeta's state. It's not difficult to reach this level. Frieza's words weigh heavily in Broly's heart, which is inseparable from the help of divine power and also has something to do with Broly himself. Frieza removed his fatal flaw of losing his mind when he transformed, which made Broly willing to repay Frieza. Of course, Frieza never said that he was the third lackey of TNZ Pavilion, but affectionately called him the third elder of TNZ Pavilion. All of this makes Broly willing to regard Frieza as the most important person. Not the master, but the relatives. In this world, no one can be Broly's master. Brawly calmed down, crossed his legs and floated in the air, closed his eyes and began to meditate. At this time, Brawly's manic aura began to subside, but his combat power was increasing rapidly. Oh ho ho. Very good, very good. That's how it is, Brawly. As long as you can calm down, no one in this world can be your opponent except me. Frieza's scarlet eyes flashed, and he felt that he was about to have a life and death fight. Only in a life and death struggle can he break through himself again. At this time, there are only 10 seconds left before 3 minutes. In the center of the battle, Cooler was basically pinned down and beaten by Vegeta for nearly 5 minutes. If it weren't for the fact that the metal Cooler was very durable and Vegeta hadn't used his stronger fighting power, Cooler would have been beaten to pieces long ago. 7 to 6 approximately 4 approximately 2 to 5 approximately 3 to 2. Frieza. Bang. Chapter 103. Frieza emerges from the cocoon as a butterfly and survives from the brink of death. When Frieza counted to 2, the time finally reached the critical point of 5 minutes. Vegeta was beating up Cooler when suddenly a white light flashed, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared, and Vegeta disappeared. Cell's eyes widened and even bulged out of their sockets. Why? The fight was going fine, how come it suddenly changed back? Hey, why don't you continue to kill him? Why did you change back? With a combat power of 10 billion, do you want to be killed instantly? Son Goku and Vegeta were startled, and when they looked down they saw Cooler's ferocious eyes. Go to hell, you guys. Cooler's momentum surged, and his originally sluggish aura returned to normal again. He raised his fist and punched the two of them. The air even produced a sonic boom because of this punch, which shows that Cooler really wanted to kill. Vegeta. Kakarot. Swoosh. Son Goku caught Vegeta, and Vegeta also caught Son Goku. Vegeta used teleport, and Son Goku used instant transmission. Fortunately, the two of them finally escaped from Cooler's punch that caused the mountain to crack, and appeared next to Frieza. The Ice Clan is indeed tough. Not only Frieza withstood the 1-hour beating in the movie, but now Cooler has also withstood Vegeta's brutal beating. His recovery ability was also excellent. After a while, Cooler's physical injuries had almost recovered, and his breath had stabilized again, not much weaker than before. Frieza, what's wrong? You don't dare to take action yourself. Have you joined the Saiyan monkey? If I'm not mistaken, that was the fusion technique from the planet Metamor. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 30 minutes. After the fusion is removed, they are nothing. Or do you want to let the green-haired ghost next to you come up and die this time? As for Cell, well, Cooler just ignored him. Cell's heart ached so much, he really wanted to expose himself and die. Can't bear. Tianzi Pavilion cannot do without him. Well, Cell found a very reasonable excuse and chose to survive. Turtle, how about writing a book in which you start out as a Cell and live for billions of years? Oh ho ho, poor Cooler, he got himself into this state. He really brought shame to our Ice Clan. Bear. Frieza immediately exploded with anger. Although the gap between his combat power and Cooler's was still huge, Frieza was not panicked at all. Advertisement. When it comes to taking a beating, who else but Frieza? Whoosh. Plan. Frieza disappeared instantly and aimed an elbow at Cooler's head, but Cooler blocked it with a raised hand. Frieza was not discouraged. He used his teleportation and electric shock skills to the extreme and threw hundreds of punches at Cooler in an instant. Although Cooler was prepared for defense, he was hit several times. Crunch. Crunch. Cooler took 2 steps back. Cooler was indeed amazed at Frieza's speed, but it was useless. Ding. Ding ding ding. It's useless, Frieza. No matter how fast you are, your strength can't do much damage to me. Cooler didn't lie about this. Just now, Vegeta was also super fast, and Cooler had to take the beating just the same. With the same combat power, Cooler could hold on. What's more, Frieza's combat power is only over 100 billion now. Ding. 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 Bang bang bang. Plan. Frieza didn't reply, but just output with all his strength. Frieza understood that if he wanted to break through in this battle, he had to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in breaking through, he would not be able to achieve the best results. 20 minutes later, just when Cooler was getting very impatient, he finally captured Frieza's movement trajectory. Plan. Ah, damn it. Cooler punched decisively and hit Frieza's face for the first time. With just one punch, Frieza flew far away and crashed into the Hongbu water planet. Cooler took advantage of the situation and accelerated to appear next to Frieza, punching Frieza in the face again. Plan. Bang bang bang. Ah, damn Cooler. Ah. Just as the evil thoughts of Poklin and Cell screamed before, Frieza is wailing now, even more so. Son Goku looked at Vegeta, wondering if he should fusion again to save Frieza, who was pretending to be cool on Earth. Vegeta curled his lips and said with a cold and arrogant look on his face, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. I am already extremely tolerant if I don't cause trouble for him. How can I possibly save him? Besides, fusion's cooldown hasn't expired yet, and we can't save him now. At this point, Vegeta looked at Cell and Brawly. Especially Brawly, Vegeta could not feel his specific combat power data, but he could feel a kind of pressure from the soul. The legendary Super Saiyan does indeed mentally crush the ordinary Super Saiyan. Advertisement. Hey, Cell, Brawly, you're just going to watch your master get beaten. Don't you ever think of going over to help. Even helping to get beaten is a way of protecting your master. Cell scratched his ears with his hands. Was there anyone talking just now? No. Brawly continued to meditate, not taking Vegeta's words seriously at all. Oh, keep going. Are you out of energy? You're just a waste. Ah, ah. Frieza's mocking words once again aroused Cooler's violence, and he punched and kicked Frieza under him again, and all kinds of energy bombs and energy waves blasted down. A crater appeared on the planet Hongbu water, occupying 1/10 of the size of the entire planet, and as Cooler punched again and again, the crater continued to grow larger. Hongbu water planet. Brother, could you please put in a little more effort? This is too much torture for me. Either end it quickly or destroy me. Bang, bang, bang. An hour later, Son Goku once again proposed the fusion request, and Vegeta was moved. Although Frieza is a bit weird and has a lot of bad intentions, he genuinely cares about Bulma and doesn't have any bad intentions at all. Well, for Bulma's sake, just save him this once. Son Goku and Vegeta started dancing, but before they even started moving, Frieza's voice appeared again. Oh, good good good, I feel it, that's the feeling. Ah, break it for me. Cooler, who had been continuously attacking for a long time, had already been stunned by Frieza's endurance. He didn't just rely on his fists and feet, he also used all kinds of energy waves. But even though Frieza was wailing and screaming, he still persisted tenaciously. Now, even more outrageous, a huge and despairing aura suddenly burst out from Frieza's body. Ah, ha, boom. Frieza finally exploded at this moment, and in an instant the huge pit he was in expanded several times again. Oh ho ho, Cooler, take my punch. Plan. Frieza punched Cooler in the face, almost making Cooler's eyeballs pop out, and his entire face was deformed. Whoosh. Cooler flew out of the deep pit and finally stopped, looking in Frieza's direction with a look of despair on his face. Bear. Chapter 104 Silver Frieza. Crunch, crunch. BGM. Dr. Bye Luxie. Silver-white air waves rushed up into the sky, and seven-colored air waves tightly stuck to Frieza's body. At this moment, Frieza was like a god descending from heaven. With every step, the creaking sound made people feel a chill in their hearts. The unchanging celestial phenomena of the Hongbu water planet began to change. The entire planet was covered with huge thunderclouds, and a large number of mosquitoes turned into ashes. Brawly opened his eyes from meditation, and there was a hint of surprise in his red eyes. Originally Brawly thought that Frieza's previous words were just bragging, but now Brawly knows that the only one who can defeat him is King Frieza. Cell's heart was beating wildly, and his knees felt a little sore, so he rubbed them subconsciously. Son Goku stared at Frieza's figure for a long time without saying a word. Besides excitement, there was also a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. Vegeta crossed his arms, leaned sideways and glared at Frieza, but said, Cell, why are you kneeling? Cell. Ideographic period. Oh, Cooler, take a closer look. This is the true silver form. Your method of absorbing the core of a metal planet is an unorthodox method. Not only that, I can also do your fourth stage transformation. Cooler was shocked. The current Frieza already made him feel desperate. If Frieza transformed again, how terrifying it would be. But I won't change. What can you do to me? Puff. Cooler spat out a mouthful of blood. If you don't change, who are you talking to? Buzz. Bang. Silver Frieza punched Cooler in the stomach, and the punch was so hard that a fist mark appeared on Cooler's back. Plan. Another kick, and Cooler's neck was almost broken, and he was kicked to the ground by Frieza. Frieza didn't wait for Cooler to react. Two purple energy balls appeared in his hands and rushed towards Cooler, pressing his hands on Cooler's chest. Boom. The violent explosion caused the Hongbu water planet to shake 3 times again. Ah, dada dada. Silver Frieza bombarded Cooler with a barrage of attacks, and the noise was even louder than when Cooler beat him just now. Brawly and others stood far away, fearing that they would be accidentally affected. Get up, get up, get up, hit me, dwang, dwang, dwang. Weren't you very crazy just now? Didn't you enjoy the fight just now? Keep going. Advertisement. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, bang, bang. Why are you rolling your eyes? I've been beaten up a lot more than you have. Bang, bang, bang. Cooler had already lost consciousness, his metal body had begun to crack, blood was oozing from all his orifices, and his entire head was no longer recognizable. 3 of the 4 horns were missing, and there was not a single tooth left in his mouth. Suddenly, Frieza moved into the air and dived towards Cooler again, with his hands tightly pressed against his sides, his feet together and stretched straight, and his extremely smooth head, carrying unparalleled power, rushed towards Cooler. Boom. More than half of the entire Hongbu water planet was destroyed, and the air was filled with the terrifying atmosphere before the planet exploded. Hongbu water planet. Impossible. Did I choose this name for nothing? I just won't explode. Sure enough, the Hongbu water planet did not explode, but was slowly recovering, although its size had shrunk a lot. This is the strength of a purely rocky planet. Bang. Cooler's flat body was smashed hard by Frieza in front of Son Goku and others, which immediately scared them. Oh ho ho, I haven't fought enough, you too, fusion me. Glancing around, Frieza frowned. Where's Cell? Did that guy run away? The corners of Son Goku's eyes twitched, and he looked at Cooler at Frieza's feet and swallowed. Brawly's mouth twitched as well. He felt that Cell was a little pitiful. King Frieza, there is a Cooler under your feet. Frieza took a look and hummed noncommittally. Brawly continued, under Cooler, there's a green bug. Frieza waved his hand, interrupting Brawly's words. I asked where Cell went, not you green bug. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and took over Broly's conversation. The green bug Broly was talking about is Cell. Frieza was stunned. He kicked the flat cooler away, and then saw Cell with stars in his eyes. This was indeed his carelessness. Advertisement. Oh ho ho. He's just afraid that I'll get my foot choked by a rock. Fusion me now, both of you. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, with crazy fighting spirit in their eyes. The current Frieza might be worth their full firepower. The weird fusion dance appears again, with Son Goku and Vegeta yelling together, fusion. Boom. A fat man wearing a small vest and with a look that was 7 parts cute and 3 parts cruel appeared. The corner of Frieza's mouth twitched. It was obvious that fusion had failed. Plan. He kicked the fat Vegeta in the stomach, and there was a rebound force. While Vegeta was kicked away, Frieza was also shocked and took several steps back. Oh wow, this form seems to be quite resistant to attacks. Ah, da, da da da. Frieza threw a barrage of punches at the fat Vegeta. Ah, Frieza, stop hitting me. It hurts. Boom. The fat Vegeta fell to the ground and released his fusion state, but was beaten by Frieza in just 3 minutes. Seeing the two men with bruised faces and noses, Frieza felt much better. Frieza had no idea how strong Vegeta was, but he was definitely not Frieza's opponent right now. It's not that he was hallucinating like Piccolo, but Frieza's current strength has indeed changed drastically from before. Silver Frieza's strength has increased 100 times. The current Frieza has only used the first move of star transformation, one pillar supporting the sky, and his combat power has soared to 800 billion. If this combat power is still not enough to deal with Vegeta at this stage, he, Frieza, promises to learn from the audience see during the live broadcast. Judging from the exaggerated degree of this increase, it is not a big deal for Golden Frieza to be comparable to Super Blue. Swish. Frieza came to Cooler, and a burst of divine power enveloped Cooler, and the 7-color light began to melt Cooler. Ah, no, Frieza, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go this time, I will be your slave, okay. Frieza's cold eyes flashed, but his hands did not stop moving at all. While increasing the output of divine power, he stomped hard on Cooler's face, making Cooler unable to make any sound. Oh ho ho, you are not worthy to enter the Tianzi Pavilion. Becoming a puppet is your ultimate fate. Ah, wrong. Buzz. Cooler began to shrink rapidly, first turning into a ball of flesh, and then it continued to be squeezed and shrunk. Chapter 105. Scare Frieza away with words. Everyone was shocked by the scene happening before their eyes. Compressing a person alive into a small ball was a method that had never been heard of or seen before. Son Goku whispered to Vegeta, do you think Frieza is going to eat Cooler? Vegeta glared, why is this Kakarot so obsessed with food? Although, Vegeta's first reaction just now was that Frieza would eat the ball. Compressed biscuits don't taste good, right? Then compressed meat must taste bad, and the key is that it's raw. It's ready to be roasted. Add some cumin and chili pepper. It should taste good, right? Speaking of food, Broly also became interested. Unlike his son Goku Vegeta, he prefers spicy food. Have you noticed that Frieza never seems to go to the bathroom? Son Goku broke the news again. Vegeta fell into deep thought. He was trying to recall, but he couldn't remember the scene of Frieza going to the toilet. Broly also recalled it, and it seemed to be true. Cell's head was sweating like a waterfall. Brothers, you really have no sense of awe. Although King Frieza's ears are flat, his hearing is very good. Really? Oh ho ho. Cell, how do you manage to be a member of the Tianzi Pavilion? Cell immediately straightened his body and shouted fiercely, Son Goku. Vegeta, Broly, you dare to make up the king, die. Quote. In fact, Cell's eyes were blinking so hard that smoke was about to come out. You guys hurry up and run, Son Goku, take their instant transmission with you. Hey, Broly, please stop rolling your eyes. Finally, as Cell slowly raised his fist, Son Goku finally reacted and returned to Earth with Vegeta and Broly. Cell's fist accelerated at this time, and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom. Cell used all his strength in this punch, which directly created a bottomless hole in the Hongbu water planet and almost destroyed the core of the planet. Hongbu water planet. It's endless, isn't it? What have I done to offend anyone? Then, Hongbu water planet got angry, and a stream of magma shot up into the sky and sprayed Cell in the face. Even though it was useless, Hongbu water planet finally had the courage to fight back. At this time, Frieza also compressed Cooler into a small ball not much bigger than a marble, and tossed it in his hand. The small ball is silver white all over, but it glows with 7 colors, and looks like a 9-turn silver pill. Cell immediately came up to Frieza like a servile person and bowed deeply, looking very unwilling. Lord Frieza, your subordinates failed to do their job well and let Son Goku and the other 2 escape. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched, he really hadn't realized that Cell actually had a talent that was not inferior to Dodoria's. Oh ho ho, since you know you're not doing your job well, let me punish you a little. Advertisement. There are a lot of blood-sucking mosquitoes on this planet. You should just stand here and do one-legged leg. As for the duration, let's set it to 10 days. Cell was shocked. Swish. Frieza has disappeared. Poor Cell, looking at the huge water planet with no one except him, he was confused. Especially when Cell saw the giant mosquito flying over from a distance after the battle, his face turned green. Let's do it. One-legged stand. Ice star. This time, Frieza came to Tagma's side. Looking at the ice city in front of him, it almost blinded Frieza's titanium dog eyes. What the hell? Isn't it too beautiful? It's so beautiful, it feels like a castle in a fairy tale. Oh, Tagma, do you think I'm a girl? Is such a beautiful palace suitable for my status? Boom. An energy bomb blasted out. The magnificent palace disappeared without a trace in an instant. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't satisfy me next time, you'll go to hell. Swish. Frieza disappeared, and he almost couldn't help but kill Tagma. It's not that he was dissatisfied with the ice castle, it's mainly because it was too beautiful and made him think of the hostess of the castle involuntarily. Then, he became unhappy. The whole world knows that he can't have a significant other now. Frieza came to the side of the clone, looking at this trash in front of him who still maintained a combat power of 500 million. Frieza really wanted to beat up Namek's Shenron. Isn't it too deceptive? If you can't do it, just say so. You've made me waste a wish, but I can't bear to commit personal destruction. At least, he looks exactly like me, doesn't he? He pinched the clone's face and stuffed the concentrated cooler into the clone's mouth. He grabbed the clone's mouth with both hands and shook it violently. This shake was not a big deal, but the entire ice star began to shake. FKU. Taking supplements and having to Shenron is so stupid. Finally, Frieza lost his patience. After shaking it for a long time, the clone didn't bite it even a little bit. The ball was still the same ball. The clone's teeth were almost falling out. Advertisement. Bang. FKU. Go to the ice star core and cool down. Your me off. In a rage, Frieza kicked his clone into the core of the ice star and left without looking back. Supreme Kai. Oh ho ho. Where's Slag? Call Shenron out for me. If I don't beat him up today, I won't be able to get rid of the anger in my heart. Shin looked at Frieza who suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but shudder. This guy. Why is it coming again? Mr. Frieza, I have already sent the Namek people to other planets. Do you want to sense their presence? Shin didn't understand. If you were going to find Slag, why didn't you use instant transmission based on his breath? Frieza's tail quickly fell towards Shin. Bang. Shin sank into the ground, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the Supreme Kai world. Oh ho ho. No need. Huh, Saiyan, are you doing body art? Kid, how can you be a servant of God? This Supreme Kai will be killed by you sooner or later. What are you looking at? Hurry up and save him. Kid, % and asterisk at. Even the old Supreme Kai couldn't stand it anymore. It was obvious that Frieza had no place to vent his anger, and he was using Shin as a punching bag. Frieza, you might be mistaken. Shin is actually testing the hardness of the Supreme Kai world, not the so-called body art. He's not worthy of body art. The beauty in this is really good at body art. Frieza, what the hell is this Supreme Kai? They know nothing and are so timid. One of them knows everything, but he is always so frivolous. Frieza, when can you take me to meet Hakata, Changjin, and Xiaoj? I'm really their fan. Frieza couldn't bear to listen anymore and teleported away. The old Supreme Kai had a weird smile on his face when he saw Frieza running away. Looking at Saiyan who just woke up, he angrily scolded. You are just too young, learn more from me. You scared Frieza away with just a few words. Kid, Shin, shameless old pervert, you are bringing up all sorts of issues. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him the tablet. Frieza stood in the control center of the headquarters, cursed fiercely, and then quickly adjusted his mood. Oh ho ho, how is it going? Have you finished making this time travel machine? Chapter 106. There is a problem with the positioning of the time shuttle. Frieza's headquarters did not have any problems due to Frieza's departure. After all, Dodoria was always controlling it remotely. Although the king is no longer seen in the world, his intimidation has never ceased. Frieza's headquarters has all kinds of people from the universe. Frogmen, minotaurs, dwarves, trolls, and centaurs are relatively normal. Have you ever seen a fly man? Frieza had these scenes in his memory, so he was not surprised. Well, it's still barely acceptable. When Frieza finished asking the question, a short man with a big head, blue skin, and thin limbs knelt in front of Frieza. Frieza almost stepped on it, because when it knelt on the ground, it looked like a pile of shit. Solbert, Chief of Staff of the Frieza Corps, pays respect to King Frieza. May your majesty live forever, achieve virtue in both civil and military affairs, and unify the universe for eternity. The corner of Frieza's mouth twitched, but in the end he didn't kick the blue Solby. If Dodoria is the #1 lackey, then Solb is Frieza's chief eunuch. It is not clear whether he is castrated or not. Frieza doesn't care. As long as the other party is loyal enough, many things can be tolerated. In the original book, this little dwarf never forgot to resurrect Frieza. Perhaps he had some selfish motives, but it could not change the fact that he let Frieza leave heaven for a long time. If Frieza hadn't been so vengeful, he would never have been sent back to heaven again. Oh ho ho, Mr. Thorby, how is the research on the time shuttle that I asked Dodoria to send back? What Frieza really cares about is not the time machine. What he wants is a machine that can travel through the universe. The time machine is just the first one he is researching. But he never forgot to find Super Dragon Ball. Reporting to King Frieza, the time shuttle was just developed 3 months ago, but there is a problem. Solby's attitude was very humble, especially when he heard that the time machine had been developed, which made Frieza very happy. It wasn't easy, but finally there was something that made Frieza happy. Oh ho ho. Very good, as long as we figure it out, some minor problems can be tolerated. Frieza is very generous, he has always been so generous. Reaching out to take a glass of wine offered by the bunny girl, Frieza motioned for Solby to tell him what the problem was. Lord Frieza, we built a total of 8 time machines, 7 of which were successfully launched, and 1 of them exploded. Frieza was very satisfied and took a sip of red wine. Solby continued, of the 7 time shuttles that were launched, not a single one has returned. Puff. Advertisement. Before he could swallow the wine, it all sprayed all over Solby's body. After the last battle, especially after transforming into Silver Frieza, Frieza's normal combat power has now reached 20 billion. How powerful will this sip of wine be? Well, anyway, Solby's body was already full of holes, and he was about to become the first alien to be killed by alcohol. Although Frieza was angry at this guy's ability to do things, he finally cast a healing spell to save Solby. Oh ho ho. Mr. Solby, I am very surprised by your result. But it doesn't matter. The last thing I lack is time. You can continue your research until you can ensure that you can fly back after flying out. Taking another sip of his drink, Frieza sat down like a gentleman. Solby had just danced on the line of death, and now he was even more trembling with fear. I will obey the order of King Frieza. Bang. Solb disappeared in the headquarters. Imperial decree, if you can't speak, just speak less. Oh ho ho. Torin, tell me how many planets have you invaded and destroyed in the past few years? A minotaur covered in mosquitoes bit his finger, looked around, and found that he was the only minotaur at the scene, so he pulled out his finger, pointed at his nose and said, King Frieza, are you talking to me? Frieza really doubts that this is not the world of Dragon Ball Z, but the funny version of Dragon Ball. Where is the hot-blooded anime you were promised? Why are there so many funny scenes like in Dragon Ball? It's you. Speak. The Minotaur was so excited that his mountain-like body immediately fell to the ground with a bang, causing a lot of bull lice to appear on the ground. Frieza is disgusting. I really want to give him humane destruction. Your Majesty, since Frieza left, we have followed King Frieza's imperial order and invaded a total of 3,456 planets, of which 2,345 planets have been destroyed because they were too trashy. The plan was designed by Lord Solby, and there were many people who implemented it, including 3 million words omitted here. Frieza almost fell asleep listening to it, and if the Minotaur hadn't filled the air with a strange smell, he might have started snoring. Oh, thrilling. Frieza suddenly opened his eyes. The laughter just now was definitely not his. He didn't laugh even when he was dreaming. Advertisement. Besides, that laugh just now wasn't as mean as his own laugh. Although he didn't want to admit it, Frieza knew very well that he looked really mean when he smiled. Could it be his own clone? It's impossible. Not only does that guy have no consciousness, but he was also sent to the core of the ice star by me. I looked in front of me and didn't see any special people. Huh, it seems that I laughed too much and I am hallucinating. Whis, that BCH, Whis, hello. When turning around, Frieza saw a man with a broom head, blue skin, a hula hoop around his neck, a rose-red robe, and the standard apron of the Angel clan. In his hand he held a long scepter with a round ball on the top, also covered with a hula hoop. This image, this laughter, Frieza is so familiar. This is Angel Whis from the 7th universe. He's a pervert who won't be in any trouble even if the universe is destroyed. He is said to be a servant of gods of destruction, but in fact he is the owner who often treats gods of destruction as a pet. Oh, by the way, he also has an amazing father, the short Grand Priest, who is also the founder of Stellar Change. Swish. A capsule appeared in Frieza's hand, and he kicked the Minotaur, who was polluting the environment, away. Bang. A table of delicious food appeared on the spot. There is everything you can think of, including spicy strips, instant noodles, steak, octopus balls, ice cream, pizza, hot pot, barbecue, sushi, etc. Whis, you have come from afar, and I don't have anything good to offer you, so I can only treat you to a good meal. Oh, even though he knew it was Whis who was laughing, why did Frieza feel so uncomfortable? Mr. Frieza, you are so thoughtful. Not only did you complete a large part of the task for Master Beerus, but the most important thing is that you are so thoughtful. However, you can't continue researching the time machine anymore. The Supreme Kai of Time has come to find me. Your time machine is hilarious. Why did you choose Kaien's home as the destination? Frieza was speechless after hearing this. This Solb is really a talented person. It would be amazing if this time machine could come back. Chapter 107. This place is not suitable for me. Whis' staff was pointed at a certain spot in Frieza's headquarters. Nothing happened, not a sound. Until Solby rushed in crying and screaming, and suddenly fell to the ground, shaking all over like a sieve. Lord Frieza, all the data on the time shuttle just disappeared, everything is gone. Frieza knew that this must have been what Whis had just done. This method was really understated. Oh, wow, well, Whis, it's your turn. I picked these delicacies especially for you. Frieza's laughter stopped abruptly. Now he still needed to look up to Whis, this terrifying existence. What if he was in a bad mood and went back to beat Beerus with a stick? Oh, ho ho ho. Then I will obey your command. Lord Beerus made the right choice when he asked you to work for him. Whis said that these things do look very appetizing. Oh wow. This is called pizza, right? It's so delicious, and you can even make it into strings. Oh my, this egg waffle ice cream is so delicious. Soul had been kneeling there, not daring to move, while Frieza sat there very elegantly drinking wine, but he no longer made that filthy laugh. After eating about 1/10 of the food, Whis stopped eating, waved his scepter, and took away all the food on the table. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Frieza. I'll take care of Kane for you. By the way, what is the purpose of your making the time machine? Whis is very curious. Frieza is not very strong, so why is he so bold? Oh, actually my goal is very simple, that is to travel to the 6th universe. Whis was shocked. Frieza actually knew about the so-called 6th universe, which Whis couldn't believe. Oh, ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza, why are you going to the 6th universe? Are you tired of the 7th universe? Although he was smiling, Whis' eyes were slightly narrowed and he didn't look very happy. Frieza didn't dare to hide it. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. This is definitely not cowardice. It's nothing, actually. I just want to gather the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th and 6th universes and make a wish. Suddenly, Frieza remembered something very important. It seems that Super Shenron summoning and making wishes both require the language of God. I hope there is the language of God in stellar change. Oh, ho ho ho. What wish do you want to make, Mr. Frieza? If it's not something too outrageous, I might not stop you. Frieza is very unhappy. He felt that his patent had been infringed upon, but he had no way of collecting patent fees. Oh ho ho. Advertisement. No matter what, if Frieza doesn't laugh completely, he will suffocate to death. Before stating his wish, Frieza blasted everyone else out of a 1,000-mile radius. Mr. Whis, my wish is to obtain male physical characteristics. Whis. Ahem. Whis almost choked. This wish is quite powerful. After living for so many years, this was the first time he heard someone's wish was this. Mr. Frieza, are you sure that this is a simple wish you want to fulfill? Whis confirmed it again in disbelief. If what Frieza said was true, he really wanted to open Frieza's head and see what was inside. Frieza nodded solemnly, his tone extremely serious. Yes, this is my wish. For this wish, I will try my best. Whis was shocked, he thought Frieza was joking, but it turned out to be true. But how do you transport the Dragon Balls from the 2 universes together? Oh wow, I can set up a sensor of God's power in each universe, and then I can travel back and forth. Whis was shocked again. Did Frieza actually master the power of God? Whis' scepter suddenly fell on Frieza's head, and a beam of light shone down. Soon, Whis sensed the divine power in Frieza. Although it was weak, it was very pure. I'm sending you to a place as a small punishment for making a time machine for you, but more importantly, it's a thank you for giving me such a delicious meal. The scepter flashed again, and Frieza disappeared. Oh ho ho ho, Master Beerus, when you wake up, you find that you can not only see the Super Saiyan God, but also the frozen demon God. What will it be like? I'm really looking forward to it. Swish. The 7-colored light flashed, and Whis and Frieza disappeared on the planet where Frieza's headquarters was. On the Hongbu water planet, Cell was surrounded by mosquitoes. Fortunately, he had been metallized, so these mosquitoes had no way to bite him. 10 days have long passed, and Frieza has not shown up. Lord Frieza, have you forgotten your number 4 lackey of the Tianzi Pavilion? Has Frieza forgotten him? Sorry, he really forgot. Advertisement. Even if he still remembered, he didn't have time to care about Cell now. On Earth. After the last world's #1 martial arts tournament, a craze for cultivation swept across the Earth. Mr. Satan's martial arts school is naturally the most popular, but there are several other martial arts schools that are also packed with people. One of them is Master Wu Tian, who has returned to the martial arts world. Jiaozi became a professional coach of the martial arts school. From then on, the fame of Master Wu Tian and Jiaozi began to grow day by day. The second one is Yamcha. Although he was kicked out by Oliver in the first battle, he is still a strong man with a fighting power of 1.5 million. He is also very handsome. His popularity in the martial arts hall almost surpasses that of Mr. Satan. Tian Xinhan, who was originally the most suitable person to open a martial arts gym, did not do so. He left the Z fighters and went deep into the mountains and forests alone. I sense 2 evil spirits. When I subdue them, I will obtain the bloodline of the 3-eyed heavenly venerable. At that time, I will not lose to you again. Although everyone felt that Tian Xinhan was a little crazy, they all respected his decision. Moreover, Krillin's condition made Son Goku have no time to take care of Tian Xinhan. For more than 10 days, Krillin was still unconscious, and the energy in his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Number 17 put his arm around Zhangjia's waist and said calmly, "Don't worry, King Frieza's 7-color energy is helping him absorb this evil thought. When he wakes up, Son Goku, you will have to look up to him." Broly looked at number 18 sitting on his arm, smiled slightly, and then said, "Look at Vegeta, he hasn't stopped training since he came back. Son Goku, you disappoint me." Number 17 took Zhangji to travel around the world, and Broly took number 18 to the bridal chamber. "Lazuli, I'm going all out today. I don't believe I can't beat you." No 18's originally smiling face turned pale in an instant. Son Goku looked around and felt like someone was missing, but he couldn't remember who it was. "Forget it. Don't think about it, it's not important anyway. Gohan, let's go back to Bowsy Mountain too. Krillin is being taken care of by Marin, and we have to practice hard too. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo and said, Uncle Piccolo, are you going to practice with us too? Piccolo rubbed Son Gohan's head lovingly, good. In a space where gravity was messed up, Frieza roared angrily. Ah, Whis, let me out, this place is not for me. This place is not for me. You can just ask the old Supreme Kai to come. Why me? Frieza is about to break down from the torture. Looking at the bunch of beautiful women in front of him, he really couldn't stand it. Oh, Mr. Frieza, if you want to gain more divine power, you must first strengthen your spirit. Chapter 108 Dalton's Tay returns. No, don't come over here. Boom. Although Frieza wanted to interact with these beautiful ladies, he couldn't do it. However, these young ladies are more shameless than each other. They all come here with the intention of getting straight to the point. Frieza can't stand this. He can't get to the point. He was even more afraid of the young ladies finding out that he had no gender at all. So, Frieza went crazy. Time and again, he blasted away the group of young ladies who tried to murder him. Energy bombs were shot out freely, not only from the 5 fingers, but even from the toes, sending out ki blasts. However, this group of young ladies seemed to be endless. No matter how many Frieza killed, more would appear again. Frieza even started to emit death rays from his eyes. It's useless. It's useless. It's useless. At the beginning, the young ladies were dressed more conservatively, but as time went on, they became more and more sexy, and they were muttering words that tortured Frieza and made Frieza imagine a lot. Ah, Frieza is going crazy. Boom. Frieza transformed, and became the full-powered Silver Frieza with a triple wave. The momentum exploded in an instant, shattering everything around him. This time, it seemed to be effective. The young ladies did not appear again, giving Frieza a few moments to catch his breath. Whoosh, whoosh. In fact, he was not tired at all, but Frieza was still out of breath. It was the mental torture. At this time, the power of the stars was manifested, and a large amount of starlight poured into Frieza's body, making his mental strength full again. At this moment, the young ladies who had disappeared before appeared again. Frieza almost got scared to death. Whis, do you want me to finish off the psychopathic lady slaying here? Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Frieza, this is a very good practice for you. Friendly reminder, 1 year in here is equal to 1 day outside. You can stay here for 100 years. Enjoy it. Click. Whis has completely cut off contact with Frieza. Whis is actually unable to see the environment Frieza is in, because everything is fake in his Frieza's imagination. Whis' training place is able to draw out the things that people inside fear the most, so that they can overcome them. Advertisement. But Frieza wanted to roar loudly. He is not afraid. If he had male physical characteristics, he would be willing to sink into depravity forever. Whis, you got the wrong starting point. Is it really wrong? No. At this stage, this is Frieza's psychological barrier, and whether or not he can overcome it, if he stays in there for 100 years, he will definitely undergo a drastic change. Oh wow, I can continue to enjoy the delicious food. These delicacies are in exchange for him staying in there for 100 years, so I don't owe him anything. Frieza couldn't hear it, but he was still furious. 100 years. If you stay in this kind of environment for 100 years, will you really become a psychopath? On Earth. At Bulma's house, Son Goku's whole family came. Number 17 came with Zangia, number 18 came with the weak Brawly, and number 16 also came in a Lamborghini. Just because today is the day Tay leaves. After the martial arts competition, Dad trained here for another 20 days. During these 20 days, Dad made great progress and his combat effectiveness has exceeded 7 billion. Originally, Vegeta wanted to leave when Dato reached 10 billion, but Dato couldn't wait. Everyone, I have to go. I still need to destroy future androids. Don't worry, Dad, I will practice hard. Even if a powerful monster appears again in the future, I will destroy it by myself. Vegeta just raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Dato immediately understood and also clenched his fist and punched Vegeta. At this time, Dodoria ran out. Trunks, King Frieza has something for you. Although Dato has accepted Frieza's existence, he still feels uncomfortable every time he sees Frieza and Dodoria. He reached out and took the box that Dodoria handed over, but there was only a note and a capsule inside. The note read, "There is a very difficult to kill monster in place XX. Its combat power is more than 100 times greater than yours now. The monster is sleeping soundly now. If you are not sure, don't touch it. There are Namek people living on planet XX, and the Dragon Ball there can resurrect those who have died in the future and restore the Earth to the state it was before it was destroyed. Inside the capsule is a universe spaceship, which contains the coordinates of Namek's planet. Good luck." Advertisement. Date was stunned and looked at the note in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Frieza has always given people the impression that he does things his own way. Whatever he says must be done, and anyone who dares to oppose it will definitely suffer. However, this passage completely overturned everyone's perception of Frieza. If the previous words represent Frieza's wisdom, then the last word, good luck, really touched Date's heart. Bulma sighed and said, "Back when we were on Namek, I felt that Frieza was just being tricked by his father. Besides, Frieza gave me the impression that, apart from those scary eyes, he was actually very gentlemanly and graceful. Vegeta was very upset to hear his woman comment on Frieza like that. But when he thought of Frieza being genderless, he instantly felt comfortable again. Date spoke, his tone quite emotional. We were just thinking about how to prepare more necessary items to return to the future, but we didn't think that even if Earth's Shenron is gone, there is still Namek's Shenron. After all, the androids haven't yet brought disaster to the universe. Frieza. Great talent. Son Goku suddenly asked Dodoria. Hey, do you know where Frieza went? I sensed him many times, but I couldn't sense his presence. This also stumped Dodoria, as he always felt like he was being abandoned again. Cell. You were abandoned by Frieza, but I was forgotten by everyone. Well, although mosquito meat is not tasty, it is better than photosynthesis. Dodoria spread her hands and said helplessly, I don't know either. Frieza last appeared at the headquarters, but now no one at the headquarters knows where Frieza has gone. Everyone was silent. They realized one thing. It seemed that everyone had gotten used to having Frieza around. It seems that as long as Frieza is there, anything that requires them to work hard will undergo magical changes. Date has a deep understanding of this point. Date is gone. After he left, Whis took a look at the Gods of Destruction planet and finally took a bite of the durian milfoy. Oh wow, it's delicious. It's icy cold and tastes amazing. Ah, boom. Frieza couldn't remember how many times he had exploded. In short, he was very tired now. If it weren't for the starlight from the star transformation replenishing his mental strength, he would have gone crazy. Damn it, Whis. Damn it. Shit. Stop touching me with your hands. Ah, ha. Boom. Trunks. Chapter 109 Normal Homunculus. Swish. This is 20 years after Frieza's time and space. A bullet-shaped time shuttle suddenly appeared above a ruin. Date looked at the tragic scene in front of him and was a little dazed for a moment. Perhaps it was because he had spent too long in peacetime, and with the dual love of his father and mother, Date couldn't believe what he saw for a moment. The noisy and magnificent streets are gone, leaving only some ruins, not to mention those smiling people. There is hardly a single person to be seen here. Exodus was the most severely damaged city. The survivors had already been living in basements. Bulma and Dat were currently living in a basement. Instead of going directly to settle the score with the android, Date first returned to his home. What caught my eye was a much older Bulma, who looked a little haggard, and her hair was not as well groomed as when she was young, and appeared a little messy. Bulma is having a meal, and what she eats are just some canned food. The delicacies from land and sea in the past are a luxury now. Dang. The moment she saw Dat, Bulma dropped the spoon in her hand onto the dining table. There were no tears in her eyes, only an expectant look. My son, whom I haven't seen for more than a month, is finally back. I wonder if he has found a way to deal with the androids. Mom, I'm back. Date hugged his mother. After days of worrying, he finally felt relieved when he saw that his mother was safe and sound. Trunks, what happened when you went back in time this time? Did you find a way to kill the androids? Bulma could feel that her son was in good health, so what Bulma was most concerned about now was how to eliminate the androids. Dat slowly let go of Bulma, then pulled out a capsule box from his pocket and placed it in Bulma's hand. Mom, there are a lot of food and experimental equipment prepared by the young mother for us. Please put them away first. As for destroying the androids, leave it to me. In the past time and space, my father trained me very strictly. Now I can easily deal with androids. Moreover, Mr. Frieza also gave me a universe spaceship with Namek's location on it. As long as we find Namek and ask Shenron for help, Earth will be able to return to peace again. Mom, you just wait for me at home. I'm going to destroy the androids first. After dealing with these two destructive lunatics who are going in the wrong direction, I'll go look for Namek. Although Bulma was a little worried, she was deeply moved by her son's confidence. Be careful. The future of the Earth depends on you alone, so you must not get into any trouble. You are the only one I can rely on, so you must come back safely. Advertisement. Date nodded seriously and walked towards the door with firm steps. Bulma looked at the capsule box in her hand and fell into memories. Mr. Frieza, what kind of time and space is that? Why does it feel even more chaotic than ours? Suddenly, she remembered something. Vegeta, Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, they've been dead for 20 years, can they be resurrected with Dragon Ball? Can people on Earth really be resurrected? It's been too long. Not to mention Bulma's wild thoughts at home, Big has already found the two evil androids, number 17 and No. 18. Just now, number 18 was furious because she lost a game in an arcade. Energy bombs were fired from her hands, causing devastating damage to the small city. Number 18. Number 17. Looking at Date who was rushing towards him at high speed, number 18 stopped what he was doing and revealed a wicked smile, while number 17 still had that indifferent look. Who was that I thought? It turned out to be my defeated opponent. How come, after hiding for so long, you finally decided to come out and die? The voice was still as nice as ever, but the words that came out of it made Date feel uncomfortable all over. It was these two androids who killed all the warriors on Earth, including Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Master Roshi, etc. In the end, only he survived because he was the youngest. Even Son Gohan, the brother whom Dato respected the most, died at the hands of the two while trying to protect him. That incident almost devastated Dato. Until one day, My mother made a time machine, and everything had the possibility of changing. No. 17. No. 18. Why is it that even though we are both androids, the gap between you and that time and space is so huge? Number 17. Number 18. The two looked at each other, both feeling puzzled. Could it be that Date had a mental problem during this period? Come on, today I will let you know that good will never prevail over evil. Ah, ha, bear, advertisement. Sizzle, sizzle. Straight blonde hair, golden eyebrows, emerald green pupils, golden air waves rising into the sky, and golden lightning surrounding Trunks. In fact, to deal with Android 17 and 18, Date doesn't need to use his full strength, but his hatred for these two people has reached the sky. Only by using his strongest state and giving the two of them a fatal blow can Date release his anger. Date's huge aura stunned number 17 and no. 18. The combat power detectors in their bodies made them realize that Date in front of them indeed had combat power that they could not match. Even if both of them have infinite energy, the difference in their combat power is too great. They can be destroyed in an instant, so the so-called infinite energy becomes a joke. Swish. Plan. Bang. Date didn't give number 17 and number 18 too much time to think. He punched number 17 directly in the stomach. Then an energy bomb burst out from his hand, instantly blowing number 17 into pieces. Number 18 was stunned and looked in the direction where number 17 had just been in disbelief. His brother was killed in just a moment. Number 18. In the past, you were so cute. Krillin went crazy for you, and even Brawly doted on you. Even I can't feel the slightest hatred towards you. Why is there such a big gap between you? Why is your mission not to destroy Mr. Son Goku's family, but to destroy the Earth? Ah, this is unforgivable. Skyrocket. Date touched the backs of his hands together, and with a loud shout, a yellow shock wave rushed towards No. 18. Trunks. What the hell are you talking about? Ah. Boom. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Date returned to his normal form, with blue hair, blue eyebrows, and a handsome face. 2 lines of tears slid out from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Date thought of the people who had passed away. Just now, he thought of the present time. Both Dart and Bulma thought of the same question. So much time has passed. Even if Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan and the others can be resurrected, can the Earth in this time and space really return to its previous state? This question, maybe after finding Shenron, we can get the answer. Chapter 110. Dream of the Future. The universe spaceship given by Frieza was naturally very fast. It only took 3 days for Vegeta to find the new Namek. When he saw a large group of people who looked very similar to Piccolo, he was so shocked that he could not describe it. This time and space is different from the one where Frieza is. Slug is not the new Great Elder, and Naru has long been assimilated with Piccolo. The new Great Elder is a Namek named BCH. He is stronger than the average Namek, with a plump build and darker skin. Hello, I'm a Saiyan from Earth, my name is Trunks. I'm here to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball. Because of the androids, Piccolo on Earth was killed, so there are no more gods. The 7 Dragon Balls were turned into stone and can't summon Shenron. It took about half an hour for Dat to recount what happened on Earth with a very sincere attitude. Elder Bitcha felt Date's kindness, and he even felt that there was unparalleled power hidden in Date's body. Even if Date used force, they would never be able to stop him. I understand. Son Goku once saved the lives of our clan. Miss Bulma even treated us well for nearly a year, even though she only provided us with water. You are Miss Bulma's child, so you are also our honored guest. You can use the 7 Dragon Balls. Date was extremely happy. It turned out that there was such a relationship here. It was really a pleasant surprise. As for why the mother was so stingy and only gave them water, that was not something Date cared about. Soon, under the notice of the big elder BCH, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. Dend, you come and summon Shenron to help Trunks realize his wish. At the request of the Great Elder, a man who looked exactly like Piccolo when he was young came out. This is Tien when he grows up. On Namek, people no longer use nicknames after they become adults. Dend didn't know Gohan, but he was very excited when he heard that Son Gohan had been killed by the androids. Son Gohan was his best alien friend. Gilligala, Brubalao, I want to send it. 7 basketball-sized Dragon Balls twinkled, and after Dend finished reciting, I want to send it, a strong light appeared, and in that light, a Shenron with Western characteristics rose into the sky. This is the 3rd time that Dat has met Shenron. The first 2 times were in the Frieza space-time. He failed the first time and he was in a hurry to take a shower. The second time Bulma succeeded and resurrected the Earthlings killed by Cell. Now, seeing Shenron, which is similar to but very different from Shenron on Earth, Date is very excited. With such a big Shenron, his wish will surely come true. God, Dend, please revive all the people on Earth who were killed by the androids. This time, Dend didn't make a wish, but looked at Date and said, sorry, Shenron of Namek can only revive 1 person per wish. Advertisement. Date was stunned. How come Shenron looks so majestic and powerful, but he is so weak? Master. This guy called again. Just when Data didn't know what to do, Data's cell phone rang. This is a magical world. Even though we are so far away, the mobile phone signal is still full. Trunks, have you reached Namek yet? After the call was connected, Bulma's voice came through the line. Mom, I have arrived at Namek and successfully summoned Shenron, but the Shenron here can only revive one person at a time. On the other end of the phone, Bulma became excited. She said, "It's okay. That dragon is not as useful as our Shenron, but he has one advantage, which is that he can make 3 wishes." The Namek people all broke out in cold sweats. This Bulma, 20 years have passed, and her mouth is still so sharp. Trunks, you do this. Your first wish is to restore the damaged parts of the earth. Your second wish is to revive Piccolo. Your third wish is to revive Son Goku. Why do we need to resurrect Son Goku alone? Because Son Goku has already died twice, and Shenron on Earth cannot resurrect the same person multiple times. In fact, there is a bug here. That is, a lot of ordinary people on Earth were killed by Nappa the first time, a lot of them were killed by Cell the second time, and they were all killed by Majin Buu the third time. However, they were not bound by this rule at all and were resurrected several times for no reason. Maybe this is the special treatment for Son Goku and his group of protagonists. Who knows? Date has always listened to his mother, and this time is no exception. Dend also heard Bulma's request and thought it was a good idea. So, at Trunks' request, he told Shenron all 3 wishes in succession. Shenron did not disappoint Dat for the first wish. When Bulma told him on the phone that Exedu had recovered, he knew that Shenron had fulfilled his wish. The second wish was to resurrect Piccolo. After Shenron's eyes flashed red, Bulma's surprised voice was heard. Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is back. Piccolo. Piccolo is back to life. Date was so excited that he almost jumped up, but he managed to keep calm. Now it all depended on whether he could make his third wish come true. However, Shenron spoke up at this time. "I'm sorry, but I can't revive Son Goku. He said he's very happy training in the underworld, and because of his presence, he always brings powerful enemies to the earth, so he doesn't want to be resurrected." Dat heard it, and Bulma heard it on the phone. Advertisement. The two fell into silence. Den had to interrupt Dat's silence because Shenron couldn't always stay here waiting. "Trunks, do you have any other wishes?" Date shook his head. Everyone else could be resurrected through the Shenron on Earth, so he didn't know what other wishes were needed. At this time, Bulma's voice appeared again. "Wait, Vegeta died twice, and Krillin died twice too. Can you let Vegeta revive first?" Between Vegeta and Krillin, Bulma chose Vegeta in the end. Bulma can't be blamed for being selfish. Anyone would do the same, right? In the end, Dato obediently chose to resurrect Vegeta. In the underworld, Vegeta was not given the privilege of a physical body. He waited for 20 years, but no one came to resurrect him. Today, he really couldn't bear the urging of the King of Hell anymore and could only float towards the pond of rebirth with his head down. Today was the day he would be reincarnated. In the next life, it will probably be difficult for him to become a Saiyan, right? Unless, he becomes Date's son. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and the little ghost who was escorting a group of ghosts to reincarnate discovered that one ghost had disappeared. On Earth, swish. Vegeta was wearing a combat suit, and the tights made him bulge out a lot, but this didn't affect Vegeta's mood at all. He clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. It's been 20 years. He crossed the Needle Mountain, jumped over the oil pan, had his tongue pulled out, and was pressed into a pancake. I've danced on a mountain of knives, sung in a sea of fire, and slept on ice in the coldest land. Today, just when he was in despair, he is resurrected. Ah, I'm resurrected. No. 18. Where are you? This time I will kill you with my own hands. Bulma, I can't find you in heaven or hell, where are you? Advertisement chapter 111. The future is full of hope. At this moment, less than half of the people on Earth are alive. This is why number 17 and number 18 are a bit like children. They don't think about total extinction, but instead destroy things when they feel like it. Vegeta was not resurrected in Exedu, he was resurrected at the place where he died before, which was Dr. Gero's base. Bulma, I'm resurrected. You're not in heaven or hell, so you must be in the West City. I'm coming to find you now. Bear. With excited hearts and trembling hands, golden air waves rushed up into the sky. Although the combat power of 180 million was not ideal, there was no problem in returning to the West quickly. For 20 years, Vegeta had been searching for Bulma. Originally, he was unable to go to heaven, but the King of Hell made an exception and allowed him to go there once, just because Vegeta was too stubborn. Although he had a long history of bad deeds, he actually died fighting for the Earth in the end. For this reason, the King of Hell gave Vegeta 20 years of time and an agreement. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Vegeta got the chance to be resurrected on the last day. After the excitement, Vegeta knew that he was still no match for the androids, and all he wanted now was to return to the western capital to find Bulma. Whoosh. In the upside-down bowl-shaped building in Exedu, when Vegeta arrived here, he didn't see anyone. Bulma is not here, Trunks is not here, and Dr. and Mrs. Briseis are not here either. Butler Xiaoqiang is there. He was restored by Namek's Shenron. After all, he belongs to the category of technology. Dear Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma should be in an underground laboratory 30 kilometers away. We just received a signal from there. Vegeta didn't even look at the robot and flew off into the distance. 3 seconds later, Vegeta stopped above a farm. He felt a familiar breath here, very faint, but he would definitely not be wrong. He slowly descended and was about to walk into the only thatched cottage. At this time, the door opened. A woman whose hair had lost too much luster and had tiny wrinkles at the corners of her eyes walked out. Although she no longer had the youthful beauty and grace of the past, she had the charm of a mature woman. Vegeta recognized her as his wife at first sight. The two looked at each other without any words. Bulma doesn't know how to face Vegeta. After all, Vegeta is still the same as he was 20 years ago. But what about her? He hid for 20 years, had poor food and shelter, lived in fear every day, or he worked day and night to research a time machine. She is too old. Originally, with Bulma's family genes, she would not have aged to this extent in another 20 years, but it all happened. This is what Bulma and Dad are worried about. After all, the earliest people who died on Earth have been dead for 20 years. Even if they could be resurrected, how could ordinary people accept all this? Tap, tap. Vegeta approached Bulma step by step. This scene made Bulma's heart beat suddenly faster and she was suddenly very scared. What are you afraid of? She didn't know either, but she was very nervous. Advertisement. He hugged her with strong arms, then held her head with one hand and pressed her deeply onto Vegeta's shoulders. Very domineering, yet also very gentle. Bulma, I'm back. This time, I won't leave you alone. Tears started flowing without me noticing. For 20 years, Bulma has been reminding herself to be strong. Once she collapses, the last hope of the earth will be shattered. She didn't dare cry. Even when she was alone in the room, she didn't dare let herself shed tears. At this moment, she finally put down all the burdens that were enough to crush her. And not just because Trunks saved the planet. Especially because of Vegeta's affectionate hug and the affectionate words I had never heard before. Vegeta's words were simple, yet they completely broke Bulma's defense. He bit Vegeta's shoulder hard. Toothache. Bulma suddenly felt very annoyed. Why was she wearing a combat suit right after being resurrected? Go home. You can bite me all you want. ... In the distance, a green man stood there. His eyes were always looking over here, with a strong light of hope in his eyes. Gohan. You'll be able to be resurrected soon. Piccolo and Gohan are both in heaven. They didn't go to Great King Kai only because Piccolo died first and he didn't know when Gohan would die, so he was waiting for him. A few years ago, he finally waited for Gohan, and finally chose to go to heaven with Gohan because Chi-Chi and the others were in heaven. Just now, he and Gohan were practicing meditation, and suddenly they were back on Earth. The halo on his head disappeared, and his ghostly lower body returned to normal legs. He knew that he was resurrected. This must have been done by Shenron over there in Namek. Then, Son Gohan will soon be resurrected with the help of Earth's Dragon Ball. Vegeta knows about Piccolo's existence, but does he care? As proud as he is definitely an example of doing things his own way. Vegeta carried Bulma back to his home in Exodus in a princess-like manner. When Bulma just stood on the ground with a blushing face, Piccolo also arrived. Looking at Piccolo, Bulma was also very excited, but she didn't know what to say. We haven't seen each other for 20 years. I have so much to say but I don't know where to start. Let's summon Shenron. This one sentence alone is what Piccolo wants to hear the most. Bulma opened a cloth bag, and 7 orange-yellow dragon balls were flashing. Come out, Shenron. Grant my wish. Advertisement. A strong light flashed, and a green Shenron shot up from the Dragon Ball and then hovered in the air, with its giant dragon head looking down at the 3 people. Shenron on Earth. Bulma has been looking forward to this scene for 20 years. But when he saw Shenron, he was so excited that he was speechless. Whoever summoned me, please tell me your wish. No matter what it is, I can help you realize it. My dear son called. Vegeta, that irresponsible B************* D, actually left me alone to take care of my son. Hearing the ringtone, Vegeta did not get angry, his eyes became more gentle. At this moment, he temporarily abandoned the pride of the Saiyan prince. Sorry, it's rare that Vegeta would make such a humble apology in front of outsiders. Bulma's not so smooth hand tightly grasped Vegeta's big hand. The call is connected. Mom, I suddenly remembered something. If we resurrect all humans, it might cause chaos in the world. The great elder of Namek wants us to change our wishes. Bulma actually thought of this, but she was tormented in her heart. She is not a selfish person. Hello Miss Bulma, I am the great elder of Namek. I understand your thoughts very well, but it is best not to do things that disrupt the reincarnation cycle. After all, too much time has passed. I suggest that you revive the soldiers and their families who died in the fight against the androids. This way, the impact can be minimized. The great elder's persuasion moved Bulma. Especially after she met Vegeta, she felt this pain deeply. The pain and distress of having the person you love most still young while you yourself have grown old. How many such incidents will happen to the remaining half of the people in this world? Shenron, please revive the warriors who died fighting the androids and their families. Bulma knows Shenron's nature, that is, such a complex wish must not have a comma, otherwise Shenron will treat it as 2 wishes and it will not be fulfilled. Really, Bulma is right. This wish is so simple. Shenron's eyes emitted bursts of red light. Your wish has come true. Bye. Bulma immediately yelled at Vegeta, hurry up and leave all the Dragon Balls to me. Next time I want to make a wish to be 20 years younger. Vegeta was shocked. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan and rushed towards Shenron murderously. Shenron, am I really a captive? Piccolo had no opinion on this, so what could Shenron dare to say? Retreat. Piccolo, Naru, Tiantian.